It has arrived. The evening sun, like spilled blood, drenches the earth, enveloping the entire town in an eerie silence. Night is about to descend, and the cruel, ghastly shadows shall traverse the streets. They have come. Lin Yu, wrapped in a tattered black trench coat, hunched his shoulders against the biting cold wind that lashed at him. He instinctively shrank further, unable to suppress a shiver. The remnants of daylight grew increasingly frigid, devoid of any warmth. The streets were nearly deserted, with hurried figures vanishing into the alleys. In Lin Yu's hands rested a brown paper bag, containing the scant provisions he had managed to gather over the past 3 days. A moldy piece of bread, a small chunk of unknown meat, and a dozen dried cockroaches. He hastened to the entrance of his dwelling. Retrieving a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door and swiftly disappeared into the shadows behind the dark wooden entrance. Placing the meager rations collected from the post office upon the table, Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Even during the day, this town exuded an unusual danger. At times, humanity proved to be far more terrifying than the phantoms that emerged at night. Lin Yu had witnessed numerous acts of brutality. The prophecy of cannibalism had manifested into grim reality. He retrieved a weathered axe from within his coat, his sole means of defense. With a clang, the rusted weapon was set upon the table. Lin Yu gazed intently at the axe before him, recalling how safe he had felt while collecting his food today, without a single mishap. After a moment's contemplation, he rose to secure the door. After meticulously inspecting the door, he propped 2 sturdy wooden beams against it. At this moment, Lin Yu allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. Glancing at the vintage watch on his wrist, he noted that there remained half an hour until dusk, prompting him to rise and prepare his evening meal. In truth, his dinner was consistently minimalistic: a small piece of bread and 3 dried cockroaches. Nothing more. However, he needed to boil some water, as the local water source had become contaminated and was nearly undrinkable. Even after boiling, it still carried a metallic taste. He gathered some firewood from the ground and struck a match to ignite it. As he watched the flames dance wildly, the pallor of his malnourished face softened into tranquility. He placed the darkened kettle on the stove and curled up beside it, one hand clutching the dry bread while the other grasped the desiccated cockroaches, taking small bites. These 2 sustenances were exceedingly difficult to swallow, particularly the dry bread. Without water, consuming it felt akin to swallowing blades. 10 minutes later, the water had boiled, and Lin Yu poured it into a cup. He exhaled a few warm breaths before gulping it down. The bread and cockroaches had been consumed, yet the sensation of hunger lingered. Lin Yu dared not eat more, for the provisions he had retrieved from the post office were limited. Speaking of the post office, he had indeed encountered some superior foodstuffs there, such as rice balls, pork jerky, and chocolates and canned fruits that he had not seen for countless years, yet he lacked the qualification to obtain them. Lin Yu could only carve 3 radiant runes each day, and their quality was merely the lowest grade, the Azure Radiant. Radiant runes serve to ward off the phantoms that emerge at night. Without radiant runes at home, one is highly likely to fall victim to these apparitions. Moreover, radiant runes can be inscribed not only on stone, but also on wood, weapons, and any tangible items, all intended to repel phantoms. The inscribed radiant runes can be sold at the post office or exchanged for currency. Lin Yu calculated that the 3 radiant runes he carved were equivalent to a single silver coin. The price is undoubtedly quite low, yet Lin Yu finds himself powerless. With his current skill level, he can only produce Azure-grade radiant runes, and he cannot create higher tier radiant runes at this time. From hearsay at the post office, Lin Yu learned that radiant runes are generally categorized into 3 levels. The lower tier consists of Azure Radiant runes. The middle tier is represented by white radiant runes, and the highest tier is the red radiant runes. It is said that red radiant runes not only ward off phantoms, but can also effectively vanquish them. However, these are merely tales Lin Yu has heard. To date, he has yet to encounter a red radiant rune, and even white radiant runes are exceedingly rare. In the entire town, there's only one establishment capable of crafting white radiant runes. Lin Yu seldom encountered that family, as they seem to appear and vanish like phantoms, rarely interacting with the townsfolk. After a simple dinner, Lin Yu commenced the meticulous task of carving the radiant glyphs. These glyphs, not particularly intricate, are predominantly etched into stone. The stones themselves are a remarkable product of the town, resembling pebbles in size, entirely white, and possessing a formidable hardness. Carving the radiant glyphs into stone yields a more resilient result compared to wood, which is why most individuals opt for stone, especially since these stones are abundantly found beyond the town's borders. The patterns of the radiant glyphs are not overly complex, allowing for flexibility in thickness. However, the process demands unwavering focus. Any lapse in concentration could lead to failure. This not only expends considerable mental energy, but may also result in a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that failure in carving means facing hunger. Although the act of carving the radiant glyphs appears straightforward, the greatest challenge lies in maintaining complete concentration. Strangely, after each completion, Lin Yu often felt an overwhelming fatigue, with his vision blurring and a dull ache beginning to throb at the back of his head. According to the information obtained from the post office, Lin Yu discovered that carving radiant glyphs consumes a certain amount of mental energy. Individuals with greater mental fortitude are capable of carving more radiant glyphs, achieving higher levels, whereas those with weaker mental powers can only manage a few, reaching merely the entry-level Azure grade. After half an hour, Lin Yu finally completed the carving of the radiant glyph in his hands. He let out a heavy sigh, as if all the strength within him had been completely drained. This marked the third radiant rune he had carved today. Even with all his might, Lin Yu could only manage this much. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. In one hand, he held the carving knife, while the other clutched the radiant stone. Once the radiant rune was completed, the ordinary stone assumed a new identity. I'm so exhausted. My head is starting to throb again. This is unbearable. Lin Yu inhaled deeply several times. At this moment, the sky had fully darkened. The cold wind howled outside, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Night had arrived, bringing with it an ominous presence. From this point onward, silence was paramount. No one knew when the terrifying specter would appear. Only with the faintest light of dawn could one consider themselves safe. Just as Lin Yu prepared to tidy up in the corner where he had curled up, a sudden knock echoed from the door's sharp and jarring sound. Simultaneously, a tender voice of a little girl pierced the silence, tinged with the faintest hint of sobbing. Lin Yu, help me. Lin Yu, please save me. Woo-woo. Lin Yu's gaze shot towards the wooden door, his heart racing. How does she know my name? The waiting of the phantom, the sound of a young girl knocking and weeping outside the door did not sway Lin Yu. Instead, a signal of danger flickered in his mind. How could she possibly know my name? Lin Yu recalled that he had never disclosed his name to anyone. In fact, he scarcely interacted with the townsfolk. At most, he would steal a glance to gather some information, then hastily depart. Even the postman at the post office he frequented was unaware of his name. Something was amiss. There must be a sinister reason behind it. Lin Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the wooden door. He was uncertain of what lay beyond, for he possessed no gift of foresight. Yet, his sixth sense warned him that opening the door was out of the question. Not only had night fallen, bringing with it the potential for phantoms to appear, but even if it were not a specter, he could not ascertain the girl's intentions for seeking him at this hour. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the human heart was unfathomable. As his taut nerves remained unrelaxed, the calls from the doorway abruptly ceased. Lin Yu dared not exhale. Once night descended, silence was paramount. Any sound might summon the specter's wrath. He cautiously approached the table, lifting the rusted axe while tightly clutching the luminous stone in his hand, ready for any eventuality. His dark eyes bored into the wooden door. Suddenly, silence enveloped the outside. The little girl had seemingly vanished into thin air. It was eerily quiet, profoundly quiet. Just as Lin Yu assumed the girl had gone, a thunderous crash resounded, echoing through the night. Bang! The deafening noise reverberated, causing the sturdy wooden door to tremble violently. And dust from the beams above began to rain down. Lin Yu's pupils quivered, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Lin Yu, open the door. The girl's voice suddenly transformed into a furious outcry. Almost immediately, a powerful bang reverberated against the door. Bang! The wooden door seemed unable to withstand the terrifying assault, as fine cracks began to appear upon its surface. In less than a breath, the third blow echoed. Bang! The door could no longer bear the force, and a larger fissure emerged. Simultaneously, the two wooden supports bracing the door began to bend at varying degrees. Outside, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on the wooden barrier. Its body was covered in black feathers that shimmered faintly in the darkness. long arms nearly drooped to its knees, and its hands resembled those of a bird, adorned with 5 sharp, backward-curving talons. At this moment, Lin Yu was certain that what awaited him at the door was no human, but a specter. Specters indiscriminately claim lives. Those fortunate enough might go a week without encountering one, while the unfortunate could face 3 or 4 waves of attacks in a single night. Lin Yu reacted swiftly. The specter possessed immense power and brutal methods, leaving humanity nearly powerless in its wake. The sole effective weapon against it was the Radiant Stone. Lin Yu placed the Radiant Stone against the wooden door and promptly retrieved several more from the cabinet. These were hard-earned treasures he had painstakingly accumulated, approximately 7 or 8 in total. He positioned the Radiant Stones at the entrance before retreating quickly. He squeezed into a small hole beneath the bed and covered it with a wooden plank. In the engulfing darkness, Lin Yu's eyes widened, his chest cradling 3 Radiant Stones. At that moment, he dared not even breathe. At that moment, a more terrifying sound of a door being smashed echoed through the air. Bang! Ultimately, the wooden door could no longer withstand the force. With a thunderous explosion, the shadowy figure surged through the entrance. Inside the room, no human presence was visible. Instead, the ghostly figure's blood-red eyes fixated intently on its surroundings. The luminous stones scattered across the floor emitted a steady azure glow. Yet, as the specter drew nearer, the azure stones began to dim rapidly. A crackling sound reverberated as one of the luminous stones shattered. The energy of the runes was exhausted, and the 3 luminous stones collectively failed. Upon hearing the shattering sound of the stones, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. The luminous stones could not fend off the apparition at the door. Its power was overwhelmingly formidable. How could 3 luminous stones prove ineffective? Why was this ghostly figure so potent? Lin Yu remained vigilant, wary of the encroaching darkness, hardly daring to move. The 3 luminous stones at his chest emitted a faint azure light, serving as his last bastion of hope. The sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. The specter had not departed, but was instead searching within the room. It appeared to be in pursuit of something. The footsteps approached Lin Yu, who was concealed in a small hole beneath the bed, yet he could hear them with crystal clarity. A grotesque ghostly face peered beneath the bed, 2 crimson eyes darting back and forth. The decayed visage resembled that of a desiccated corpse, its mouth adorned with gleaming, chilling fangs. Its entire form was cloaked in black feathers, and a foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of the stench of a corpse within a coffin. In the cavern beneath the bed, the luminous stone on Lin Yu's chest suddenly began to fade. The first one has already become ineffective, and the second is swiftly dimming as well. Time is running out, and Lin Yu grows increasingly anxious, his nerves beginning to ache. At that moment, footsteps once again resonate, and the ghostly figure slowly materializes at the doorway. Lin Yu refrains from emerging, uncertain if the specter has truly departed, remaining curled up in the depths of the hideout. Meanwhile, a terrifying ghostly visage looms before the shattered wooden door, silently observing the room, standing motionless at the threshold. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu suddenly perceives a faint sound of footsteps, the wood shavings on the floor crunching under the weight of the ghostly presence. They have actually waited for me this long, Lin Yu thinks in terror. The apparition has not vanished, after confirming that no one is within the room. It continues to stand at the entrance, without uttering a single sound, akin to a predator lying in wait. The intelligence of this specter has reached alarming heights. Throughout that night, Lin Yu did not leave his refuge. It was not until the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bore the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, his complexion utterly drained. Chapter 003, The Survivor with a Creak. Lin Yu pushed aside the wooden plank and swiftly crawled out. He surveyed the room, a chaotic sight, particularly the wooden door, which was utterly destroyed. 2 broken wooden stakes lay scattered on the ground. At this moment, Lin Yu could clearly see that the heavy door had a massive hole in its center. The ghostly figure had directly shattered the door and entered forcefully. Not even the thick timbers, as robust as arms, could withstand the specter's assault. Gazing at the wreckage of the door, Lin Yu understood that it was beyond repair. He must find a new replacement today, otherwise, the night would become even more perilous. After a sleepless night, Lin Yu found himself utterly fatigued, burdened not only with the task of repairing the wooden door, but also apprehensive about his inability to fulfill today's mission involving the Radiant Stones. The previously stored Radiant Stones had been nearly depleted, and now he faced the daunting task of mending the door. Lin Yu felt a sense of despair akin to a living death. Currently, he possessed only 2 Radiant Stones, one intact and the other half consumed. Previously, he had endured an attack from a shadowy apparition, yet that encounter had not breached his defenses. Although he had expended 3 radiant stones, he had managed to protect the door. However, this latest assault was evidently far more terrifying. Despite the throbbing pain in his head, Lin Yu calmly began to analyze the situation. 2 perplexing points arose in his mind. First, the apparition had audibly called his name, exhibiting greater power than before and displaying a cunning patience. Second, had the apparition undergone some form of evolution? He had never heard of a speaking apparition prior to this. These 2 quandaries left Lin Yu in a state of confusion. He was not originally from this world, and the circumstances of his arrival remained a mystery, with his memories fragmented. In the brief span of just a few days in this realm, he had already encountered 2 attacks from shadowy figures. Had he not stored some radiant stones beforehand, he feared he would have already perished. The memories he possessed were scant and of little utility. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was determined to survive, haunted by the regrets of his past life. He dared not succumb to sleep, for the day's tasks loomed heavily upon him. Resolutely, he approached the water vat and splashed a handful of cold water onto his face to revive his spirits. Fortunately, the water vat remained intact, or else Lin Yu would have been without water to drink. He retrieved bread and dried cockroaches from the cabinet. After boiling water and consuming a simple breakfast, Lin Yu felt considerably better. He tucked the hatchet into his bosom, donned his tattered black windbreaker, and slowly emerged. As Lin Yu walked along the street, he shuddered, his gaze aghast as he surveyed the scene. He noticed 7 or 8 dilapidated houses lining both sides of the street, their wooden doors ajar, having been violently destroyed. Dried bloodstains and bone fragments were scattered near the entrances. The inhabitants had perished, victims of the previous night's specter. In Lin Yu's recollection, the small town still housed over 100 families. Having endured dozens of specter attacks, the town had witnessed the deaths of approximately 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. These remaining families were not all natives of the town. Some were survivors from other towns. Rumor had it that their former residences had been decimated by specters, prompting the remaining survivors to seek refuge here. Lin Yu reflected on the specter from the previous night, initially believing his own situation to be dire. However, he now realized that the most unfortunate were those devoured by the specter. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yu. Specters only consumed humans and did not take their possessions. Currently, Lin Yu's greatest needs were sustenance and glimmerstones. His countenance changed, and he hastened towards the damaged houses. Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the first house. Splintered fragments of the wooden door were strewn across the ground, along with several completely depleted glimmerstones, their radiant runes shattered. Lin Yu stepped into the room, his gaze swiftly scanning for something. However, after a few seconds, he abruptly dashed outside. He arrived at the second house, which was similar to the previous one. Its wooden door violently shattered. Inside the room lay a pool of dried blood and some torn clothing. Lin Yu also spotted several bloodied teeth on the floor, along with numerous scratch marks. It appeared the former occupant had engaged in a struggle with a ghostly figure. Lin Yu stepped over the remnants of flesh and ventured further inside. Though the house was modest in size, after a few glances, Lin Yu felt increasingly assured of his suspicions. This place had been ransacked, akin to the first house he had examined. By dawn, it was anticipated that there would be victims of the ghostly figure, prompting scavengers to come and collect items. Initially, Lin Yu had not considered this possibility, but now it was evident that others had arrived first. Such is the nature of this world, where the dead yield fortunes for the living. Lin Yu, wielding an axe, proceeded to other houses. Yet, he found nothing of value, continuing his search relentlessly. After half an hour, he finally uncovered 2 luminous stones and a leather pouch hidden in a secluded corner of a house, containing some dried cockroaches and small loaves of bread. However, Lin Yu also realized that more than 7 or 8 households had perished the previous night. On the more distant streets, a dozen more had been slain. Altogether, the death toll from last night exceeded 20. It is worth noting that those who have survived until now are all resilient survivors. They not only possess the ability to create luminous stones, but each is more cautious than the last. Moreover, last night, the ghostly figure had evolved, becoming even more terrifying and cunning. In a single night, nearly 20 of the town's population perished. At this rate, it seemed that within a month, this town would meet the same fate as several neighboring ones, leading to total annihilation. The mere thought sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Once a ghostly figure manifested in a location, it would not dissipate. It would remain until every soul in that place had succumbed, lingering until it could no longer feast upon humanity. Lin Yu gazed at the 2 radiant stones cradled in his arms, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. Even if he were to acquire more of these luminous stones, their utility would be limited. The specters had evolved, and without procuring higher-grade radiant stones, Lin Yu's time before becoming prey would dwindle. He had contemplated fleeing to more distant realms, yet every night the ghostly figures materialized. Venturing recklessly from the safety of his refuge could result in a swift demise at their hands. Furthermore, could any other place truly guarantee safety? Among the townsfolk were outsiders. Weren't they also fleeing from something? Lin Yu inhaled deeply, a silent sigh escaping his lips. This world was undeniably bizarre. Although the ghostly figures were terrifying, not every individual would meet their end. As long as one remained alive, hope would persist. Grasping his rusted axe, he resumed his search. While his findings were meager, they still held some value. Lin Yu resolved to utilize the remaining hour to forage for supplies, planning to consider the wooden door only after completing his search of the houses. Chapter 004. Negotiating terms after visiting several stone houses in quick succession. Lin Yu found himself bereft of any useful resources. The survivors' houses bore a striking resemblance to one another, their limited resources having been completely plundered. A shattered wooden door lay on the ground, its occupants having been devoured by phantoms. Lin Yu emerged from the dwelling, disappointment etched across his face. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. Over an hour had elapsed, and time was running short. Should he delay any further, he might not even have enough time to repair the wooden door. He contemplated checking other houses. If resources remained scarce, he would first attend to the door's repairs. In his hand, he held 2 luminous stones and some dried cockroaches, hoping to procure additional resources to fend off the phantoms that would emerge at night. Lin Yu pressed onward. After several minutes, he arrived at another house. The wooden door stood ajar, a pool of blood marking the entrance, accompanied by numerous disordered footprints. In the sunlight, a fine layer of dust floated at the threshold, mingling with the lingering scent of fresh blood. Lin Yu approached without hesitation. The owner of this house had likely fallen victim to the phantoms the previous day. Remarkably, the wooden door remained intact. It was unclear how the phantoms had compelled the inhabitants to open it. Perhaps it was through some eerie sound. An idea sparked in Lin Yu's mind. The door was nearly unscathed. If it could be dismantled, he would not need to chop wood to craft a new one. He strode forward, measuring the door's dimensions with his gaze, noting that it bore little difference from that of his own abode. It should be possible to take it down and utilize it directly. Just as Lin Yu was measuring, a faint sound emanated from the door. In an instant, his senses heightened. It was improbable for phantoms to appear during daylight, and that sound was exceedingly out of place. Lin Yu seemed to have grasped something significant. He immediately crouched down, his gaze alertly fixed on the slightly ajar wooden door. In this small town, communication among individuals was scarce, often marred by betrayal. And Lin Yu harbored no trust for the locals. The sounds from within abruptly ceased. An unknown individual seemed to have noticed Lin Yu at the doorway. Inside the room, a middle-aged man was furtively searching for something, his back turned towards the door. He wore a green overcoat, a backpack slung over his shoulders, and a long knife secured at his waist. Though not particularly tall, he emanated a palpable strength. The man sported a scruffy beard and a hooked nose. Shortly after Lin Yu's arrival, the man became aware of his presence. Without turning around, he paused his search, his hands stilled. At his feet lay 2 luminous stones, evidently the spoils of his collection. Who was there? He barked suddenly, his head swiveling to direct a cold gaze at the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He had encountered Lin Yu before, labeling him as a weak survivor. He had amassed information on the town's survivors, well aware of who was strong and who was not. Lin Yu could only exchange for the most basic provisions at the post office, and the luminous stones in his possession were merely of the lowest grade, a pale blue. It was evident that Lin Yu was impoverished. "Are you that kid from the corner?" The man inquired slowly, rising to his feet and scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe, making his judgment. Lin Yu discerned the man before him with clarity. He possessed a countenance that was not easily approached, his brows furrowed in a grim manner, exuding an air of menace. Upon encountering Lin Yu, one hand had already found its resting place at his waist, a testament to his heightened vigilance. Lin Yu, having recently arrived in this world, held no recollection of this individual. "Do you know me?" Lin Yu inquired, shedding any pretense as he rose to his feet, regarding the man with a tranquil demeanor. "I do not know you, but I am aware of your identity. Are you also gathering supplies?" The man scoffed dismissively, seemingly looking down upon Lin Yu, despite the fact that he too was in pursuit of resources. "No, my wooden door is broken. I find this door rather appealing and wish to take it back for use." Lin Yu refrained from uttering the truth. Even though the bulge at his waist was unmistakably the luminous stones, evident to any discerning eye as spoils from a recent scavenging. Is that so? You claim your door is broken? Then you must have encountered the specter's attack last night. Indeed, Lin Yu remained noncommittal. It was common knowledge that most had faced the specter's onslaught the previous evening. I too was assailed by the specter, expending 9 luminous stones to fend it off. What of you? How many did you use? The man probed. Perhaps a similar amount, Lin Yu replied. You are quite cautious, yet there is nothing left here. You may take your leave. I too was targeted by the specter yesterday, thus that door you covet is mine. First come, first served. This has always been the rule here. Upon concluding his statement, the man tightened his grip on the blade at his waist. The intent was transparent, clearly conveying to Lin Yu that if he chose to remain, he might soon face an assault. The survivors were not merely tasked with gathering resources and carving radiant stones. They also had to ensure their own safety. An injured survivor would find it exceedingly difficult to endure in this apocalyptic world. Thus, each individual had to prioritize their own security, at the very least, avoiding self-harm. I have never heard of a first-come, first-served rule. I can forego the resources here. But may I have this door? Lin Yu inquired, gesturing towards the radiant stone at the man's feet. Evidently, these radiant stones did not belong to him, but to their original owner, who had been devoured by a specter, leaving behind only these remnants. You wish to negotiate with me? The man furrowed his brow, visibly displeased as he regarded Lin Yu. A fair split is necessary. You wish to survive. And so do I. You. The man cast several glances at Lin Yu, hesitating momentarily. He suddenly let out a wry laugh and conceded, Very well. You are correct. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Let us divide it equally. However, I do not fully trust you. Since you desire that door, take it. Will that suffice? Lin Yu was taken aback by the man's abrupt change in tone, finding it somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Despite his reluctance to complicate matters, one must always be cautious. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Excellent. What is your name, young man? I am Chen Sheng. Allow me to assist you. We are all survivors, and it is indeed quite challenging. The world is growing increasingly perilous, and there is no need for hostility. Lin Yu, came his succinct reply. Chen Sheng nodded, then turned his gaze towards the wooden door. Approaching the door, he struck it forcefully. The resounding thud resonated from the door, attesting to its robust quality. There are tools in the room. Let us dismantle it together. I have done this before. It is quite simple. After Chen Sheng spoke, his eyes remained fixated on the door, as if contemplating the steps required for the impending task. Very well, I shall fetch the tools. Indeed, let us act swiftly. In that fleeting moment when Lin Yu turned around, Chen Sheng's previously contemplative expression shifted abruptly to one of fierce hostility. His hand swiftly reached for the long knife at his waist. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn, and Chen Sheng aimed to strike at Lin Yu, who was unsuspectingly facing away. Who do you think you are, sharing resources with me? Prepare to die. Chapter 005. This fellow is terrifyingly cautious. The sound of the blade being unsheathed caught everyone off guard. Chen Sheng's long knife swiftly aimed for Lin Yu's neck. His strike was rapid, ruthless, and precise, clearly indicating that this was not his first attempt at a treacherous assault. As the blade neared Lin Yu's throat, poised to sever head from body, excitement flickered in Chen Sheng's eyes. Lin Yu was also a survivor, possessing precious luminous stones and other resources. If he were to eliminate Lin Yu, Chen Sheng would effortlessly acquire supplies for several days. Last night's shadowy assault had claimed numerous lives at the hands of a terrifying specter. Chen Sheng had expended a significant amount of luminous stones to survive, making him desperate for resources. In the midst of this seemingly flawless ambush, Lin Yu suddenly crouched down in an uncanny manner. He seemed to possess a pair of eyes on the back of his head. At the moment Chen Sheng drew his blade, Lin Yu anticipated his next move and suddenly crouched down. In an instant, a rusted axe materialized in Lin Yu's hand. Fortunately, he had been wearing his tattered trench coat, which concealed his hidden weapon from prying eyes. In a critical moment, Lin Yu, having just crouched, launched a fierce counterattack. With a swift motion of his arm, the axe appeared firmly in his grasp. Immediately, Lin Yu's body twisted abruptly, striking towards Chen Sheng in an uncanny manner. Impossible. He actually sensed my ambush. This lad is terrifyingly cautious. He is merely feigning. Chen Sheng's mind raced, conjuring only 2 fragments of information. Suddenly, a gust of formidable wind surged before him. His expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting, and he found himself unable to swing his blade in time. Summoning all his strength, he raised his arm to block the impending strike. Chen Sheng's assault was vicious and merciless, aimed directly at Lin Yu's neck. Should it connect, Lin Yu would be all but doomed. However, Lin Yu's retaliation was equally ruthless. The axe swung directly towards Chun Sheng's face. Clearly, Lin Yu had long been prepared, and this blow was intended to claim a life. Bang! The rusted axe hurtled toward Chun Sheng's visage. He raised his hands to shield his head, but ultimately, he was merely flesh and blood. Under Lin Yu's meticulously planned attack, the axe struck Chun Sheng's arm, immediately followed by a harrowing scream. Chun Sheng convulsed violently as crimson blood splattered forth. The axe in Lin Yu's hand had sunk deep into Chun Sheng's arm, nearly severing it. Despite its rusty appearance, the axe possessed astonishing close-range power. Lin Yu's choice of the axe for self-defense among many melee weapons was not without reason. Neither blades nor daggers could match the axe's formidable attack power. In close-quarters combat, the axe could inflict horrific damage and unleash tremendous force. The axe blade viciously struck Chun Sheng's arm, leaving his forearm connected to his body by only a thin layer of skin. Blood splattered onto Lin Yu's face, making him appear ghastly. "I'll kill you." Chun Sheng's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. He roared, enduring the immense pain with sheer willpower. Survivors who had managed to live through the apocalypse were no pushovers. Chun Sheng leaned forward, raising his left arm high before striking Lin Yu's brow like a cannonball. A dull thud echoed. Lin Yu had no time to react as Chun Sheng, in a desperate struggle, unleashed a terrifying blow. His strength was already far greater than Lin Yu's. Had Lin Yu not detected the danger beforehand, he would likely have perished in Chun Sheng's sneak attack. The punch landed squarely on his brow. Lin Yu felt as if his head had been struck by a massive hammer, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground. Thick blood gushed from his forehead, quickly turning his eyes bloodshot. "He's so strong." My physical constitution was exceedingly frail. A constellation of stars danced before Lin Yu's eyes, and a throbbing headache rendered breathing a laborious task. Chun Sheng, in a frenzy, lunged towards Lin Yu, a torrent of blood erupting from his severed arm. Akin to a ferocious beast, "You have severed my arm. I shall kill you." Chun Sheng, rabid as a mad dog, pounced, his fists raining down upon Lin Yu like a tempest. His right arm lay severed, the blade cast aside. Lin Yu, defenseless, was pummeled into a bloody pulp within mere moments, his countenance contorted in agony. Thump after thump, Chun Sheng's fists hammered against Lin Yu's face, each blow laden with furious animosity. Yet, after a mere handful of strikes, Chun Sheng's fists grew feeble, akin to withered remnants. Succumbing to the throes of blood loss, Chun Sheng's strength began to dissipate. His fists faltered, ceasing their assault. Though Lin Yu had endured a brutal beating, his life remained unscathed. He had been patiently awaiting an opportune moment to strike a fatal blow. Observing Chun Sheng's descent into enervation due to excessive blood loss, Lin Yu seized the moment. Rising with sudden force, tenaciously, he clutched the axe within his grasp. Even amidst the brutal beating inflicted by Chun Sheng, Lin Yu dared not relinquish his grip. He had been biding his time, awaiting this hard-won opportunity. Lin Yu's arm bulged with straining veins, his teeth clenched in a vice-like grip. Swiftly, he swung the axe towards Chun Sheng's head. Once more, Lin Yu, drenched in blood, launched his assault. This caught Chun Sheng completely off guard. He could not fathom how a youth of such slight build could endure for so long. What thoughts occupied his mind? Indeed, Chun Sheng detected a glimmer of suppressed elation in Lin Yu's eyes. Yes, Lin Yu was elated. He realized that his singular opportunity had arrived. If the axe in his grasp struck Chun Sheng, his demise was assured. A perilous premonition surfaced in Chun Sheng's mind, yet he lacked the time to react. After all, Chun Sheng was merely a mortal man. Despite his physical prowess and ruthless tactics, he was ultimately just flesh and blood. The axe descended with a sanguinary gust, unerringly striking Chun Sheng's forehead. The rust-covered axe blade turned exceedingly sharp at that moment, and Chun Sheng's head was like a wooden post. The axe blade directly hitting Chun Sheng's brow. With a cracking sound, the sound of bone fracture echoed. 2/3 of the axe disappeared into Chun Sheng's brow, cleaving a palm-sized wound into his head. Chun Sheng could not believe, even in his dying moments, that such a frail youth had actually killed him. Lin Yu exerted himself to push Chun Sheng away, who tumbled to the ground like a log, an axe dripping with blood protruding from his forehead. Gasping, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his face covered in blood, making him appear ghastly. "I must return home. My head aches terribly." Lin Yu staggered to his feet. He did not forget to extract the axe from Chun Sheng's forehead, seize Chun Sheng's backpack, and pilfer some supplies. Then, covered in blood, he staggered away into the dwellings. Chapter 006. Commence augmentation. In the deserted streets, Lin Yu ambled like a drunkard, his vision blurred, and each step sent a sharp pain through his head. The mournful wind seemed to urge Lin Yu onward. Half an hour later, Lin Yu finally arrived at his residence. The wooden door before him had been utterly mangled beyond recognition. He bypassed the act of opening the door entirely, staggering forward and crashing into it, then rolling into the room. In the dimly lit chamber, Lin Yu sat on the floor, gasping for breath. He was acutely aware that his time was running short. Although it was still afternoon, he lacked the strength to construct a new wooden door. Tentatively, he touched his head and found it swollen beyond measure, resembling that of an aging sage. At this moment, it was significantly larger than usual, and even the slightest touch elicited a sharp intake of breath and pain. Were there a mirror present, Lin Yu would scarcely believe the extent of his swelling. Qin Shing's fists had rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Both rapid and powerful, it was crucial to remember that his adversary was a formidable giant, while Lin Yu was merely a frail youth. His ability to turn the tables on Qin Shing was solely due to his extraordinary foresight and utmost caution. Lin Yu understood that in this apocalyptic world, the aberrant creatures were indeed terrifying, but the complexities of human nature posed an even greater threat. He had not misjudged. Qin Shing had nearly taken his life. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to linger. There was no opportunity to repair the door, and the specters of the night could very well emerge. He needed to find a secure refuge. Though his head throbbed painfully, he maintained a clear mind. Kneeling on the ground, his gaze fell upon the hidden alcove beneath the bed, which served as his second line of defense. He slowly crawled to the entrance of the alcove and opened Qin Sheng's backpack. The array of items before him was dazzling. Yet Lin Yu found himself unable to discern their nature in the moment. His gaze was frantic as he tirelessly searched for something. At last, after several minutes, he held in his hands a dozen radiant stones. These were all resources belonging to Qin Sheng, now wholly appropriated by Lin Yu. The radiant stones served to suppress the ghostly shadows, representing the most effective means of defense at this juncture. The azure stones, while incapable of inflicting significant harm upon the specters, could induce discomfort, thus serving a repelling function. Lin Yu had heard whispers of even more potent stones that could harm the phantoms, with the scarlet stones possessing the lethal capacity to vanquish them entirely. However, Lin Yu had yet to behold such legendary artifacts. His immediate challenge lay in surviving the night, ensuring he would not succumb to the jaws of the ghostly shadows. He placed all the radiant stones within the confines of a subterranean chamber and deftly bandaged the wound on his forehead. At this moment, Lin Yu was on the brink of unconsciousness. He bore the pain with fortitude and slowly made his way to the entrance of the chamber. Upon entering, he sealed the cover behind him. Just as he was about to complete this final act, a sudden chill enveloped him, and his vision began to blur. The once robust Lin Yu seemed to descend into a profound stupor. In that instant of collapse, a distorted script flickered within his pupils. Amidst the nebulous glow, the bizarre lettering began to coalesce into clarity. A line of small text materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. "Would you like to strengthen the wooden door?" Lin Yu instinctively uttered an affirmative response. Confirming the strengthening of the wooden door, strengthening duration, 5 hours and 32 minutes. The words before him abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. At that moment, Lin Yu fell into the underground chamber with a thud. When Lin Yu awoke, he was still plagued by an excruciating headache, accompanied by a fever, and his vision remained blurred. He was uncertain how long he had been asleep, perhaps a few hours, or possibly an entire night. The sky had yet to brighten, and Lin Yu dared not emerge from the confines of the chamber. He endured the pain, huddled in the narrow space, until the first ray of morning sunlight streamed into the stone room. Only then did he slowly crawl out. The memories of the previous day were vivid in his mind. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming thirst and made his way to the water vat, scooping a handful of water and gulping it down greedily. The water level in the vat was alarmingly low, and the bottom was muddied. Previously, Lin Yu had relied on sedimentation to filter the polluted water. He drank several hearty mouthfuls, feeling considerably relieved, despite the overwhelming taste of rust that lingered in his mouth. Just as Lin Yu finished drinking, he suddenly sensed something amiss. There was no sound of the wind coming through the wooden door behind him. Earlier, the specter had shattered his door, allowing the cold wind to rush in relentlessly. Yet now, an eerie silence prevailed, which struck Lin Yu as peculiar. He slowly turned his head, only to be astonished by the sight of the door. Unbeknownst to him, his wooden door had been restored to its pristine condition. In fact, it appeared to have been reinforced, looking far more resilient than it had ever been. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the door before him, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, The haze lifted, and his vision became clear once more. He was not mistaken. The wooden door appeared remarkably new and sturdier than ever, instilling a profound sense of security merely at the sight of it. Lin Yu was certain that he had not crafted it himself. After killing Chun Sheng yesterday, Lin Yu had found himself on the brink of death. The fact that he had survived was already a miracle. How could he possibly have created such a pristine wooden door? Hastening forward, Lin Yu reached out to touch the door. Its surface was smooth and remarkably solid. He struck it lightly a couple of times, producing a deep, resounding thud. What on earth was happening? Had someone replaced my door? No, that was simply impossible. Lin Yu dismissed such fantastical notions. In this apocalyptic world, where survival was precarious, people hardly had the luxury to concern themselves with a stranger. As Lin Yu pondered this perplexity, his gaze fell upon the axe resting on the table. The rusted axe lay there, stained with the dried blood of yesterday's horrific massacre. Just then, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Would you like to enhance the axe? What did this mean? Frowning, Lin Yu waved his hand in front of him, only to find that the words remained unyielding in his vision. Tentatively, he responded, yes, confirming enhancement of the axe. Enhancement time, 52 minutes. Before long, the information before Lin Yu dissipated like mist. At that moment, he seemed to recall something. His memories began to piece themselves together. A similar text had indeed appeared yesterday, and he had thought it merely a figment of his imagination. Who would have imagined it to be real? What is this? Have I acquired a reinforcement system, or perhaps a supernatural ability? Lin Yu's gaze suddenly became clear. This post-apocalyptic world seemed to be growing increasingly intriguing. Chapter 007. Continuing the reinforcement, Lin Yu remained motionless, quietly seated within the confines of the room. It was a stone dwelling, encircled by massive boulders, devoid of windows, with only a wooden door to serve as an entryway, resembling a cavern fashioned by human hands. The stone walls were not without their inevitable cracks, and during the frigid winter months, the room would turn into a veritable icebox. Some gaps had been sealed with mud, yet it proved ineffective. The air within the stone house was rather stale, but such was the reality of the situation. Were there windows? The spectral entities might not merely break through the door, but could instead enter through an opened window, for they possessed a degree of intelligence. Lin Yu glanced at his watch, silently awaiting the countdown. After the mysterious symbols appeared and disappeared, they never returned, leaving Lin Yu to bide his time until the countdown concluded. He had attempted to summon the system, but there was no response. It appeared he must wait until the axe's reinforcement was complete. Bored, Lin Yu nibbled on dry bread, with a few dried cockroaches lying on the table. He had never had an appetite for the latter, as they were simply too repugnant. However, their high protein content and low cost made them an indispensable choice for impoverished survivors. Time passed swiftly. After 52 minutes, the axe before Lin Yu underwent a transformation. The rusted implement suddenly became blurred, as if cloaked in a transparent substance. In the blink of an eye, that translucent haze vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, a brand new axe materialized before Lin Yu. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before his eyes. Item: Ice Blue Battle Axe. Quality: Beginner. Special effect: None. Would you like to continue enhancing? The text flashed by in an instant. Yet Lin Yu managed to absorb every detail. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon the ice blue battle axe. The previously rusted iron axe had vanished, replaced by a formidable weapon of exceptional craftsmanship. The pristine ice blue battle axe measured approximately 90 centimeters in length, with a blade reaching 20 centimeters and a thickness nearing 4 centimeters. Its blade was adorned with a golden sheen, shimmering with an icy blue radiance. The wooden handle was remarkably sturdy, featuring a thoughtfully designed spiral grip to prevent slippage. This weapon epitomized modern engineering. The blade glinted with a chilling light, capable of slicing through the air effortlessly, while also being easily concealable. Lin Yu had never possessed a weapon that suited him so well. Had he wielded this axe yesterday, he feared that Chun Sheng would have been unable to withstand his initial strike. Lin Yu could have effortlessly severed his arm, perhaps even beheaded him. Such is the significance of a powerful weapon. Excitement gleamed in Lin Yu's eyes as he grasped the ice blue battle axe, swinging it a couple of times, producing a resonant whoosh through the air. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally sharp axe, perfectly balanced in weight. The beginner's ice blue battle axe was exceedingly suitable for Lin Yu at this stage. He was thoroughly satisfied with both its dimensions and craftsmanship. He tucked the battle axe away, concealing it at his waist, perfectly hidden beneath his tattered trench coat. Lin Yu had just come across some hints. And in the final sentence, There was a prompt indicating the possibility of further enhancement. He drew forth his battle axe and inquired, "Continue enhancement?" Immediately after Lin Yu spoke, a line of text appeared before the battle axe. "Do you wish to continue enhancing the ice blue battle axe?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration, 7 days what?" "The first enhancement took merely 52 minutes. Why does the second enhancement require such an extended period?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu began to comprehend the rationale. The more exceptional the item, the longer the enhancement process, thus the system indicated a duration of 7 days. Moreover, the ice blue battle axe was currently at a beginner level. He feared that after 7 days, it would ascend to an intermediate level. Lin Yu had observed that the ice blue battle axe had displayed special effects. If it were to be upgraded to intermediate, it would undoubtedly trigger unique capabilities. Although Lin Yu was eager to discover what an intermediate ice blue battle axe would entail, he could not afford to wait for 7 days. That was simply too lengthy. And he had other matters to attend to. Never mind. I shall forego enhancing the ice blue battle axe for now. This axe already surpasses ordinary axes by several fold. It suffices for my needs. Perhaps I can enhance something else. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the wooden door. Now he understood that this wooden door must have undergone enhancement as well. Enhance the wooden door. This time, Lin Yu was noticeably more adept. As soon as he voiced his decision, another line of text appeared on the wooden door. "Do you wish to enhance the beginner wooden door?" "Yes." "Enhancement duration, 3 days, 22 hours. This, indeed, it has come to this. The next enhancement will take 3 days and 22 hours. However, it is far better than the icy blue battle axe, though the duration remains rather lengthy." Lin Yu once again gazed at the moldy bread atop the table. "Enhancement of the bread? Would you like to enhance the bread?" "Enhancement time, 25 minutes. 25 minutes. This is entirely acceptable. I have long grown weary of the moldy bread." Yet, Lin Yu did not proceed with the enhancement immediately. His gaze swept across the entire stone dwelling. "Enhance the stone house. Would you like to enhance the stone house?" "Yes." "Enhancement time, 35 days and 11 hours. Lin Yu. He looked at his hands. Since the wooden door, the axe, the stone house, and the food could all be enhanced, could it be possible to enhance his very organs as well? With a mindset of experimentation, Lin Yu inquired, "Enhance hands. Would you like to enhance your hands?" "Yes." "Enhancement time, 21 hours. Hiss. Lin Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment as he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. To his surprise, it was indeed possible to enhance his hands. A fervent light ignited in Lin Yu's gaze. Merely 21 hours. He could wait. Chapter 008. Anomaly Detector. At this moment, Lin Yu sat within the dim stone house. The moldy bread before him had vanished without a trace. In its place, several cream-filled breads appeared upon the table. The cockroach jerky beside it had mysteriously disappeared, supplanted by meat jerky. Both the flavor and quality were vastly superior to that of before. The 2 cream-filled breads and a small packet of meat jerky had consumed a total of 51 minutes of Lin Yu's time. Overall, it has not been too long. It is still quite acceptable. Lin Yu picked up a cream bun, and a sweet aroma wafted through the air. It had been quite some time since he last indulged in such a delight. As he took a bite, his mouth was instantly filled with a delightful sweetness. The cream was sweet without being cloying, and the bread was tender and delectable. Moreover, it provided a substantial sense of satiety, which was truly exhilarating. Lin Yu was overjoyed. He no longer had to consume moldy bread. At the beginning, he had nearly vomited several times, and his stomach had been extremely uncomfortable. With his sustenance resolved, it was now time to enhance his hands. Lin Yu gazed at his hands, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Enhancing his hands. Shall we enhance the hands? Yes. Enhancement duration, 21 hours. Enhancement begins. 20:59:58. At this moment, Lin Yu felt no particular sensation. All he could do was wait to see the results once the enhancement was complete. A span of 21 hours, a single night's time for enhancement, was not a daunting prospect for Lin Yu. He rose to his feet and retrieved Chun Sheng's backpack. One by one, he took out the radiant stones from the cavern and arranged them on the table. Lin Yu counted. He now possessed a total of 12 radiant stones. Yesterday, Chun Sheng mentioned that during the onslaught of the ghostly shadows, he had consumed 9 radiant stones. By this calculation, Lin Yu would still have 3 remaining when the ghostly shadows attacked tonight. Furthermore, today's tasks had yet to commence. It was still early, and there was ample time to begin crafting radiant stones. With diligent effort, he could produce 3 Azure-grade radiant stones in a single day. In other words, he still possesses 15 luminous stones, which is quite ample. Lin Yu emptied Chun Sheng's backpack, revealing a plethora of items within. Among them were some edibles and a few peculiar trinkets unfamiliar to Lin Yu. He spread the spoils across the table. After sifting through the chaotic assortment, he stumbled upon an odd object. It resembled an antiquated radio, complete with an antenna and a diminutive LCD screen, along with a battery compartment at the back. Lin Yu had never encountered such a device before, yet it appeared remarkably straightforward to operate, featuring only a handful of simple buttons. Upon inspecting the back, he noticed that the inscriptions had become quite indistinct from prolonged use. Curious, Lin Yu tentatively pressed the button, and the LCD screen illuminated to display a battery icon. There were only 2 bars of power remaining, indicating a dwindling charge. Furthermore, a numerical value appeared on the screen, 11. The significance of this number eluded Lin Yu, who contemplated its meaning for a moment before setting the device aside. Given that it belonged to Qin Sheng, it must hold considerable importance. Although Lin Yu was unaware of its function, he was confident that the postman at the street corner would possess the knowledge. The postman held a unique status and was seldom uninformed about anything. After completing his tasks with the luminous stones, he planned to inquire at the post office. As time was still on his side, Lin Yu removed his trench coat to reveal a gray linen sweater, which exhibited varying degrees of wear at the collar and cuffs. He rolled up his sleeves and gathered the carving knife and stone from the table. The radiant runes in Lin Yu's mind were indelibly etched. As he devoted himself to meticulously carving the luminous stones, the room resonated with the creaking sounds of his craftsmanship. After several hours, Lin Yu leaned back. Weariness etched on his features, his hands drooping at his sides. Before him lay 3 pristine luminous stones, a testament to his labor. At last, it was complete. He stretched languidly, deeming the day's task accomplished. He could not forge more luminous stones, for such creations required a wellspring of mental energy, which was now depleted. Lin Yu had often attempted this, discovering that he could produce no more than 3 stones in a single day. Having finished his work, Lin Yu carefully stored the luminous stones and donned his tattered overcoat, securing his icy blue battle axe at his waist. He pushed open the door, sunlight bathing his slightly pallid face, its chill a mere whisper against his skin. His dark eyes surveyed the small town with a tranquil gaze, his nostrils flaring slightly. With a jawline as sharp as a blade, he made his way toward the post office. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the post office, which was an unremarkable courtyard. Within the enclosure stood several stone houses, devoid of windows, their heavy doors firmly shut, each adorned with a lock. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, a narrow path carved by the passage of footsteps. Approaching, Lin Yu knocked on the door and called out, "Is the postman there? Is the postman there? Is the postman there? Quit shouting and come out," came an impatient voice from within the stone house. "What do you want?" A wooden door, marked with the scratches of wild beasts, opened a crack, revealing a pair of irritable eyes peering out. "Exchange goods," Lin Yu exclaimed as he retrieved the radiant stone from his pocket. "Wait a moment." The postman slammed the door shut with a thud. After a few minutes, he finally reopened it. The postman, in his 50s, was thin, with prominent cheekbones and disheveled hair, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He adjusted his trousers and cast an irritated glance at Lin Yu. "What do you intend to exchange?" "No need to come in. I haven't started restocking yet. Only leftovers." Yinda quickly interjected. Lin Yu's gaze drifted past Yinda and into the interior. He spotted an elderly man with gray hair lying on the bed. And it dawned on him he had interrupted a delicate situation for Yinda, hence the displeasure. "I have 3 radiant stones and wish to trade for some food." "Still the same rules. Your 3 green-grade radiant stones can only procure a loaf of bread and a small bag of dried cockroaches." "Nothing more," Yinda replied curtly. "All right. I understand." Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, knowing that he would never have to consume such items again. "Please wait a moment." With that, Yinda took the radiant stones from Lin Yu's hand. In a short while, Yinda emerged, handing Lin Yu a yellow leather pouch. "There you go. You can leave now. Remember to come in the morning next time. Don't come in the afternoon. I have other matters to attend to," Yinda reminded Lin Yu. "Understood, but Yinda, do you recognize this?" Lin Yu inquired, producing a peculiar device from his embrace and presenting it to Yinda. "Isn't this an old model of an anomaly detector?" "Anomaly detector?" Before the apparition manifests, the readings will fluctuate, escalating from the normal range to 50, signifying the presence of anomalous entities nearby. Should the reading reach 70, it indicates that the specter has indeed arrived. If it surges to 90, congratulations. The specter stands before you. With this anomaly detector, you can forewarn yourself. and it is capable of identifying other strange beings as well. Are you unaware of this? Yenda gazed at Lin Yu with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. Lin Yu was indeed oblivious to such matters. Are you willing to sell it to me? However, this is an outdated model. I can only offer you the equivalent of 9 luminous stones. Lin Yu was aware that the postman was a cunning individual, yet he had no alternative. He was the sole vendor in the vicinity, and price gouging was not uncommon. Nevertheless, Lin Yu certainly would not part with it. No, I shall not sell it. Very well, I have little interest in it anyway, but... Yenda suddenly fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Yu. What is it? I heard today that Qinsheng has perished, and his supply pack has mysteriously vanished. Inside that backpack were luminous stones and an anomaly detector. Let me give you a word of caution. The Qin brothers are not to be trifled with. They were mercenaries in the past. Chapter 009. His brothers are even more troublesome. Yenda regarded Lin Yu, a shadow of a sinister smile gracing his lips, insinuating that Lin Yu had pilfered Qinsheng's supply pack. The circumstances surrounding Qinsheng's demise remained shrouded in mystery. However, given his brother's ferocious disposition, this matter will undoubtedly be thoroughly investigated. In Lin Yu's hand was an anomaly detector, and Yenda, observing Lin Yu's demeanor, surmised that he was utterly clueless about its operation. A clever individual would readily connect the dots and comprehend the underlying events. The smile on Yenda's face grew increasingly pronounced. While he was indifferent to how the survivors interacted privately, it did not preclude him from sowing discord among them. If Lin Yu sought to silence Yenda, he would undoubtedly have to concede something of value. As the sole postman in the vicinity, Yenda wielded considerable influence over the local economy and was, in his own right, a formidable character. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world while holding absolute resources, Lin Yu could easily deduce his capabilities. Furthermore, as a postman affiliated with the Postal Service, Yenda was a person of significant standing, not one to be trifled with. He could effortlessly traverse between locations, transporting goods, and by this measure alone, he had already surpassed 80 of the local survivors. The possessions of others were not merely up for grabs. Sometimes, they could be akin to handling a hot potato. Yenda, with a beaming smile, regarded Lin Yu and issued a subtle reminder. Lin Yu met Yenda's gaze with calm composure, stating, I have encountered Qinsheng's brother once, yet I remain unaware of his true nature. Would you be willing to share your insights with me? If you do, I shall bring you 3 radiant stones tomorrow morning. Lin Yu's proposition caught Yenda off guard, and he stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. Could it be that this young man was seeking trouble? Yenda stroked the stubble on his chin and said meaningfully, I actually hold a certain disdain for the Qin brothers. After each murder committed by the Spectre, they resort to theft. On several occasions, I have caught them in the act. However, that is not the most despicable part. The most contemptible incident occurred when I witnessed a man who was still alive, despite having been ambushed by the Spectre. As you know, the Spectre must retreat with the dawn. That man could have survived. Yet I saw the Qin brothers take his life and plunder a considerable amount of luminous stones from his home. In this apocalyptic world, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction, yet I still find their actions to be utterly vile. The veracity of Yenda's words was difficult to ascertain, and Lin Yu maintained an air of skepticism. Nevertheless, Yenda's revelations were sufficient to indicate his acceptance of Lin Yu's promise for the following day. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Yenda continued, the Qin brothers were once mercenaries who had retired from the front lines. The primary distinction between them and regular soldiers lies in the fact that mercenaries are a band of unscrupulous individuals, driven solely by profit, lacking any sense of discipline. They serve whoever pays them. It is rumored that their previous employer perished in a bizarre incident, leading those mercenaries tasked with his protection to scatter like birds and beasts. It was during this tumultuous time that the Qin brothers arrived. Qinsheng's older brother possesses considerable skill. Had it not been for the demise of their employer, he would not have ventured here. His prowess in combat is remarkable, and his reconnaissance abilities are exceptional. This is why I felt the need to caution you. Furthermore, Qin Dahai is armed with a firearm, a gun. A glimmer of vigilance crossed Lin Yu's eyes. Yenda, noticing Lin Yu's gaze, became increasingly convinced that Lin Yu had pilfered Qinsheng's supplies. Indeed, a firearm. Surely you comprehend the potency it embodies? Lin Yu was acutely aware of what a gun signifies. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, one must still fear a kitchen knife, let alone a firearm. How could someone as formidable as Qin Dahai linger here? Lin Yu inquired tentatively, hoping to glean some secrets about Qin Dahai from Yenda's lips. Yenda scoffed dismissively, retorting, where is there an absolutely secure location these days? Are fortresses truly impregnable? Are bastions infallible? A person devoid of wealth and influence may fare no better within a fortress. In this apocalyptic era, merely surviving is a blessing. Lin Yu was evidently disinterested in such discourse. However, from Yin Da's words, he gleaned valuable insights. As the apocalypse descended, humanity constructed its own fortifications and strongholds. Within those walls, it was likely that more people gathered, with regular troops guarding the bastions. Yet, lacking wealth and power might lead one into a more pitiable existence. Given the current scarcity of resources, it seemed more prudent to remain in the wilderness rather than seek refuge in a fortress. It was only when this place became untenable that Lin Yu would contemplate venturing elsewhere. Indeed, you make a valid point. But does Chen Dahai possess no vulnerabilities whatsoever? Lin Yu pressed. Yin Da cast a sidelong glance at him. I doubt you possess the capability to contend with him. Beware of the folly of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose a rice grain. If Chen Dahai has not uncovered any clues, you would do well to live your life quietly. Should he discover something, I advise you to prepare an escape route post-haste. Understood. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. I hope to see you bring more luminous stones tomorrow, Yin Da remarked with a chuckle. All right, no problem. Lin Yu departed from the postman and returned to the stone house alone. It was now dusk, and the streets were devoid of any human presence. The specters would soon make their appearance, causing people to retreat into hiding. At this hour, Chen Dahai dared not venture out in search of trouble. No matter how formidable he might be, he was no match for the apparitions, which could effortlessly rend a human apart, rendering even bulletproof vests useless. Lin Yu arranged the luminous stones and then approached the wooden table, where he unfastened the ice-blue battle axe from his waist. In the dimly lit room, the remnants of daylight filtered through the cracks, casting intermittent beams of light. With half an hour remaining before nightfall, Lin Yu gazed at the ice-blue battle axe, where a glimmer of azure light danced upon the steel blade, honed to an exquisite sharpness. At this moment, Lin Yu pondered two concerns. First, there was a possibility that Chen Dahai might track him down. Yin Da had evidently noticed something amiss and could very well communicate intelligence with Chen Dahai, leaving him in a precarious position, vulnerable to a potential ambush. Second, if Chen Dahai failed to uncover any leads and Yin Da did not divulge anything to him. As long as Lin Yu kept the anomalous detector concealed, Chen Dahai would likely remain oblivious for the time being. Lin Yu's fingers drummed softly on the table, producing a faint tapping sound. He could not entrust his life to Yin Da. He needed to take the initiative. However, Chen Dahai was armed and highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, a rather troublesome adversary indeed. Chapter 010. The duration of reinforcement is shortened. Nightfall arrived as anticipated. Lin Yu meticulously arranged 9 luminous stones, placing 3 at the entrance and storing the remainder within the subterranean chamber. Should the specter breach the wooden door, he had an alternative refuge. Lin Yu understood that the luminous stones he had crafted were merely the most rudimentary azure variants, possessing limited defensive capabilities. To survive, he must forge stones of a higher caliber. He attempted to enhance the luminous stones, yet the system remained unresponsive. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned the reason. At this stage, he could only reinforce a single item at a time, leaving him uncertain if future opportunities would allow for simultaneous enhancements. Should he be able to fortify multiple items concurrently, his chances of enduring in this perilous post-apocalyptic world would significantly increase. Tomorrow would unveil the answer. Gazing at his hands, Lin Yu noted that they had undergone no alteration. The reinforcement process was still underway. He calculated that by dawn, his hands would reach completion. At that juncture, he would ascertain the results of the enhancement. Night enveloped the surroundings in profound silence, scarcely a sound to be heard. In the vicinity of the village, Lin Yu had yet to encounter any small creatures. Not a single bird or insect graced his sight. The world beyond the door lay as quiet as an abyss. Leaning against the bedside, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midnight. In the midst of Lin Yu's repose, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted at the entrance. The explosive sound jolted Lin Yu awake. Bang! A deafening crash resonated from the sturdy wooden door. Lin Yu instantly regained his senses. Swiftly drawing the icy blue battle axe from his waist, his gaze fixed warily upon the door. This wooden barrier had undergone system reinforcement, its weight and thickness surpassing that of an ordinary door crafted by human hands. Lin Yu held a firm belief in the door's resilience. However, the specter outside was far more terrifying. This assault was markedly more horrifying than the previous one. As the thunderous banging ceased, A second resounding crash echoed forth. Bang! Another ear-splitting sound reverberated. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact on the solid wood. Simultaneously, the screws adjacent to the door began to show signs of looseness. While the door remained robust, the screws on either side appeared to falter. If given the opportunity, it would be prudent to fortify the door completely. As Lin Yu contemplated this, the sound of a third impact rang out. The apparition at the threshold was relentless, seemingly unaccustomed to encountering such a formidable door. An even more terrifying noise erupted. In the next moment, fine cracks began to appear on the sturdy wooden surface. Lin Yu's pupils constricted as he sensed the impending danger. He swiftly crawled into the underground lair beneath his bed, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes, fixated on the movements at the door. Just then, another thunderous crash resonated. Bang! A force far more terrifying struck. The cracks on the door emitted a series of ominous creaks as they spread in all directions. Witnessing the door's imminent collapse, Lin Yu noticed the luminous stones at the entrance gradually dimming. Soon, the first luminous stone had exhausted its energy and transformed into mere rubble. At that moment, the ghostly figure at the door relentlessly battered the wooden entrance, as if it had formed an unyielding bond with the door itself. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu's gaze trembled as a fist-sized hole materialized in the sturdy wooden barrier. A chilling gust of wind surged in, splintering wood debris, rendering the door utterly defunct. Following the emergence of the gaping hole, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance. The ghostly figure seemed to have stilled, with not a sound to be heard. The frigid air billowed through the aperture, yet aside from that, an unsettling quiet prevailed, devoid even of the faintest footfalls. Lin Yu could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, and even his subtle breaths became strikingly clear. Despite the stillness of the specter at the threshold, Lin Yu dared not venture forth. He understood that the apparition was exceedingly cunning. Not only did it possess intelligence, but it also had the uncanny ability to mimic human voices, calling out to those inside the room. Initially, many had met their demise in this very manner. Akin to a real-life version of Little Red Riding Hood's wolf, Lin Yu fixated intently on the hole in the door. The luminous stone on the ground continued to emit a bluish glow, yet its brilliance was rapidly diminishing. In a short span, the second luminous stone also lost its potency, becoming entirely ineffective. Soon after, the third luminous stone began to gradually wane in its ability to ward off evil. Lin Yu glanced at it, fully aware that the ghostly figure at the door remained steadfast. In that fleeting moment, a blood-red ghostly eye suddenly materialized within the hole in the door, radiating a chilling and bloodthirsty gleam. Slowly maneuvering through the fist-sized hole, he searched for the occupants within the room. At that moment, Lin Yu dared not even breathe. Acutely aware of the malevolent gaze directed at him, should the specter discover him, it would unleash the most horrific carnage. The crimson orbs gazed for several seconds before averting their attention. Meanwhile, the third luminous stone had completely malfunctioned, rendered utterly useless. The frigid wind continued to howl through the hole in the wooden door, yet the specter did not reappear. 2 hours later, Lin Yu slightly shifted his body. He glanced at the luminous stone cradled in his arms. Its condition still fell within the normal range, indicating that no specter lurked nearby. Had it finally departed? Lin Yu exhaled deeply, still remaining vigilant, unwilling to emerge just yet. It was not until the sky began to brighten that he finally crawled out from the cave. A persistent ache enveloped his back. Indeed, spending an entire night in such confinement was quite uncomfortable. Lin Yu surveyed the cramped cavern, contemplating the possibility of enlarging it. Just as he stepped outside, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Your hands have been successfully enhanced. Enhanced already? Lin Yu examined his hands, noting that aside from the completion notification, no further messages appeared. This struck him as peculiar. Previously, when he had enhanced his battle axe, a notification had always accompanied the completion. Now, however, no prompt accompanied the enhancement of his hands. Was it possible that the level of his hands was too low to warrant a notification? Or perhaps organs lack a designated level, rendering them incapable of such alerts? Lin Yu pondered in confusion, his gaze shifting to the wooden door. At that moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to enhance the basic wooden door? Yes. Enhancement time, 48 hours 05 minutes. The duration has been reduced. Previously, enhancing the basic wooden door required 3 days and 22 hours. But now it only takes 48 hours and 05 minutes. This means that after just one night, the enhancement time has been shortened by 45 hours and 55 minutes. Lin Yu immediately declared, Enhance. Beginning enhancement of the basic wooden door. Enhancement in progress. Chapter 011. The insects left by the ghost shadow. Lin Yu glanced at his hands and noticed subtle differences. His skin had become more delicate and smooth. Previously, his hands were always grimy and dark, but now they exuded a sense of resilience. The calluses on his palms had vanished, and he felt that his hands had become more agile. However, these were merely slight changes that one might overlook. Most importantly, alongside the increased agility, his hand strength had significantly augmented, and that was the crux of the matter. The ice blue battle axe weighed approximately 5-6 pounds. Before, wielding it felt somewhat laborious, and prolonged use would cause a faint ache in his grip. Now, however, Lin Yu casually tested it, and found he could swing it hundreds of times without feeling fatigued in the slightest. Even more gratifying was the newfound hardness of his fists. With a spirit of experimentation, he stepped outside. Beyond the door stood numerous withered trees, some as thick as 2 palms, perfect for testing his strength. Lin Yu pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, he cast a glance back at the door. The previous night, a spectral entity had assailed it, and despite the door's robust construction, it could not withstand the terrifying force of the apparition. It bore a fist-sized hole and was marked with numerous claw-like scratches. These gashes were deep, akin to the size of a fingernail, leaving the door battered and bruised. Moreover, Lin Yu noticed that a wooden plank had been affixed to the door at some point unbeknownst to him. He stared at the plank in astonishment. This was certainly not his doing. What on earth? Raising his battle axe, he struck at the plank, which split apart effortlessly. In that instant, a swarm of tiny black insects, each no larger than a fingernail, erupted from within. With a buzzing sound, the concealed insects surged toward Lin Yu. Alarmed, he immediately recoiled and began to swing his axe wildly. His movements were swift, and the blade traced phantoms through the air. The insects plummeted, yet a few managed to land on his arm. Looking down, he saw the insects, each the size of a fingernail, with their sharp mandibles comprising nearly half of their bodies. As the pincers brushed against him, they bit down fiercely. Damn! Lin Yu vigorously swung his arm, flinging the insects to the ground, and raised his foot to stomp down hard. With a series of loud crunches, the creatures were reduced to mere remnants beneath his heel. This was a remnant of the spectral entity. A shiver ran down Lin Yu's spine. The receding specter grew increasingly bizarre, now even leaving behind these dark insects on the wooden door. This is a stratagem. Should anyone open the door, a moment's inattention could lead to an ambush by the black insects concealed behind the wooden planks. The mouthparts of these dark insects are quite sharp, and Lin Yu is uncertain if they carry any venom. In that brief instant, several small holes appeared in Lin Yu's clothing. If they were to bite the skin, it would undoubtedly result in a loss of flesh. If the black insects are venomous, the situation would be even more precarious. The specter is more perilous and cunning than I had envisioned. Lin Yu gazed at the black insects on the ground, his countenance somber. He must exercise even greater caution in the future. Indeed, Lin Yu is by nature a very circumspect individual. However, this incident has made him realize that he must be even more vigilant. The specter seems to be evolving. After dealing with these black insects, Lin Yu approached the withered tree near the entrance. At this hour, the dawn's light was faint, and the air was frigid. Inhaling it brought a unique sense of invigoration. He raised his battle axe, and with a gentle flick, the battle axe embedded itself firmly into the tree trunk. The keen edge of the axe penetrated nearly a third of the way in. Lin Yu took a deep breath, then wrapped his fist in his garment. Subsequently, Lin Yu raised his fist and struck the tree trunk, which was the width of 2 palms, with a forceful blow. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he observed the tree trunk, the width of 2 palms, had been directly shattered by Lin Yu's strike. The withered tree emitted a cracking sound, then crashed to the ground. I did not even exert my full strength, yet my power has increased so significantly. If I were to use my full strength, I wonder what the effect would be. Lin Yu was certain that his current strength was at least 4 or 5 times greater than before. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have no chance of shattering the withered tree with a single strike. It is important to note that these lifeless trees, devoid of leaves and seemingly on the brink of death, possess an astonishing hardness, far surpassing that of ordinary timber. Even with an axe, one could not sever them in a brief moment. Yet, Lin Yu, with nothing but his fist, effortlessly broke a withered tree that was as wide as his 2 palms, its diameter exceeding 20 centimeters. Lin Yu was quite pleased with this enhancement. He sheathed his battle axe and, with purposeful strides, made his way towards the fog-enshrouded town. Lin Yu chose not to craft today's radiant stones immediately, having 2 primary objectives in mind. First, the wooden door, fortified by Lin Yu, had successfully withstood most of the spectral harm, preventing the apparitions from breaching it last night, resulting in merely 3 radiant stones being consumed. Now, with 7 stones remaining, he found himself in a comfortable position. The second purpose was that, following the ghostly attack last night, there might still be others in peril, and Lin Yu felt compelled to investigate. However, the most significant reason was to seek out Qin Dahai. Given that the Chun brothers had a penchant for scavenging, it was likely that their first endeavor each morning involved pilfering. Should he encounter them, Lin Yu could directly assess Qin Dahai's combat prowess. Furthermore, he would ascertain whether Yenda had informed Qin Dahai of the events from the previous day. If he had, Lin Yu would be compelled to consider alternative choices. If not, it would indicate that Yenda was still trustworthy. In this apocalyptic world, Lin Yu placed his faith in no one. Despite Yenda's numerous assurances, Lin Yu remained skeptical. Many matters required personal verification before he could place his trust in them. In this world, the gravest dangers lie not only in the aberrant creatures, but also among our fellow humans. Thus, Lin Yu decided to postpone today's mission until the afternoon, as he now sought to locate Qin Dahai. However, he first retrieved 3 radiant stones from his quarters, a promise made to Yenda. Lin Yu has always been a man of his word. Having pledged to deliver them, he would ensure they reached Yenda without fail. He adjusted his tattered black trench coat and secured his battle axe at his waist. Gradually, he vanished at the threshold of the stone house, stepping into the mist-laden path ahead. The feeble morning light pierced through the fog, and with the passage of time, the surroundings became increasingly discernible. Chapter 012. Found you within the town. Stone houses were ubiquitous. Yet, apart from these structures, various other dwellings were visible, though they lay in ruin. Lin Yu observed with clarity the deep claw marks etched into many walls. The wooden doors had been forced open, emanating a foul odor of mildew. Scattered across the ground were remnants of white bones, marked with distinct bite impressions. In the early days of the apocalypse, a multitude of phantoms emerged from the darkness, leaving humanity with little time to react. Many inhabitants of the small towns perished as a result. Overnight, the streets were littered with corpses, a common occurrence not only in remote settlements, but also in larger cities. Due to the dense population, some cities suffered catastrophic losses overnight, with hundreds of thousands devoured by the malevolent apparitions. It was only later that humanity began to adapt, constructing fortifications and establishing organized military forces. The denizens of the wilderness gradually discerned patterns in the chaos. Habitations of stone were erected as a bulwark against the spectral incursions, followed by the Federation's promulgation of the Lumina glyphs. Imitation of this practice ensued, enabling a modicum of survivors to endure. Yet, humanity's plight remained perilous, as the specters exhibited a gradual augmentation in strength, seemingly capable of evolution. Many stone dwellings had already succumbed to disrepair, possessing no inclination to cast even a cursory glance. Lin Yu surmised that any items of value had long been scavenged. His immediate exigency lay in inspecting new stone dwellings, where, following the prior night's spectral assault, some inhabitants may have fallen prey. The specters, preying exclusively on humans, would leave the dwelling's contents untouched. Should Qin Dahai adhere to his past habits, he would undoubtedly venture out in search of provisions this day. Lin Yu need only locate him, for as yet, Qin Dahai remained unacquainted with Lin Yu, affording him a temporal advantage. Uncertain as to whether Yenda had divulged information to Qin Dahai, Lin Yu's paramount objective was to find him. If feasible, eliminate him. Such were Lin Yu's thoughts. For having extinguished Qin Sheng, retribution from his brother was inevitable. Lin Yu harbored no desire to awaken one morning to find Qin Dahai, fully armed, confronting him, at which point regret would be of no avail. The post-apocalyptic world had imparted a singular truth to Lin Yu: to survive, one's heart must be unyielding. Lin Yu trod warily along the thoroughfare. For the moment, no other souls were visible. Dawn had only just broken, and many remained indoors. Nor had the post office yet opened its doors. Inhaling the cool air, Lin Yu traversed the rubble-strewn path to the threshold of a stone dwelling. His gaze settled upon the edifice before him. The wooden door of the stone house lay utterly in ruins, the marks of clawed assaults starkly evident. Despite the dimness within the stone structure, Lin Yu was able to discern certain outlines. The interior was modest, cluttered with an assortment of random objects. A handful of radiant stones lay scattered at the entrance, already exhibiting signs of exhaustion. The surface of these luminous stones bore numerous cracks, indicating a clear invasion by the specter which had presumably resulted in the demise of the dwelling's owner. Lin Yu could not ascertain the precise time of death, perhaps yesterday, or the day before, but one fact remained indisputable. The individual had perished, the door was breached, and the radiant stones rendered ineffective. In the face of such horrifying apparitions, humanity stood no chance of survival. Cautiously, Lin Yu stepped inside, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. His hand remained poised, ready to draw his ice-blue battle axe at a moment's notice. The traps left by the specter alerted him to a troubling realization. Even if the specter had departed, it might still harbor intentions to ensnare humans. He examined the area meticulously, yet found no trace of the dark insects typically associated with the specter. Had they been left solely for him? No. If the specter had indeed killed someone, it would not have left traps, unless it was temporarily unable to eliminate its target. Lin Yu swiftly analyzed the situation and concluded that his wooden door was remarkably resilient. After its upgrade, it had managed to withstand the specter's onslaught. Although it had ultimately been breached, the specter had not entered, underscoring the critical role of the wooden door as the first line of defense. His decision to reinforce the door that morning had undoubtedly proven to be an astute choice. Lin Yu conducted a thorough search and discovered that the supplies within the stone house were exceedingly scarce, nearly devoid of anything useful. There was not a trace of the radiant stones, and only a single piece of moldy bread remained. Even without the threat of the sinister specter, the owner of this stone dwelling would likely find survival exceedingly challenging. Of course, succumbing to starvation is preferable to being devoured by the terrifying apparition. Lin Yu tucked the moldy bread into his pocket and hurriedly departed. Although he had no intention of consuming the spoiled bread himself, he could enhance it, transforming it into a delectable cream bread. Without the bread as a foundational element, he could not conjure such a transformation out of thin air, thus rendering the moldy bread still somewhat valuable. As Lin Yu emerged from the stone house, daylight had completely broken. He quickened his pace, knowing that Chen Dahai would surely be out by now, and perhaps their paths would cross. After a brief period of walking, he encountered no further scenes of tragedy. It appeared that the previous day had been relatively calm. However, this raised a concern. Would he be unable to locate Chen Dahai? Frowning slightly, Lin Yu pressed on, and soon he arrived at the postman's location. He contemplated that if he did not encounter Chen Dahai, he would proceed directly to find Yendo instead. He owed him the radiant stones he had promised, and perhaps he could gather some additional intelligence. At present, Lin Yu's knowledge was still quite limited, leaving many matters unclear. He felt akin to a ravenous infant, desperately in need of abundant information. Just as Lin Yu approached the postman's stone dwelling, he suddenly heard a wail in the distance. The moment he heard that mournful cry, he instinctively heightened his vigilance, quickening his steps to a near sprint. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of a stone house. The wooden door stood ajar, and within, the sounds of a struggle echoed, an intense quarrel seemingly between a man and a woman. Lin Yu stealthily approached, eager to uncover the truth. He crouched beside the partially opened door, his gaze wide with astonishment as he peered inside. There, a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce altercation. The man, broad-shouldered and imposing, wore a tattered military uniform. A gleaming long knife hung at his waist, and a filthy bandage was wrapped around his right leg. He was pinning a woman beneath him, who was vociferously cursing and letting out heart-wrenching screams. It was evident that the man was coercing the woman against her will, engaged in unspeakable acts. A piercing female voice rang out, "Chen Dahai, let me go, or I will haunt you as a ghost." The man responded with a coarse and exhilarated laugh. "Ha! You think you can threaten me? Wait until you become a ghost to say that. Damn it, behave yourself. I don't want to commit such atrocities. You want to live, don't you? If so, don't move. This is the apocalypse." Ha! Chapter 013, Assassination. So this is Chen Dahai, truly a beast. Yet, how could this woman be so careless as to allow him in? Lin Yu remained silent, still crouched in his position. However, his hand had already moved to grasp the ice-blue battle axe at his waist. If he were to launch a surprise attack, he must wait for the perfect moment. There would be only one opportunity. Failure was not an option. Previously, Yenda had spoken of Chen Dahai to Lin Yu. He was a mercenary who had just descended from the front lines, possessing formidable martial skills and carrying a firearm. Before Lin Yu had strengthened his hands, he naturally dared not confront such a formidable figure head-on. However, the circumstances had changed. Lin Yu had enhanced his hands and battle axe, significantly augmenting his strength, transforming the worn axe into a lethal weapon. At that moment, Chen Dahai was engaged in unsavory activities, and his vigilance would undoubtedly be considerably diminished. In the event of a surprise attack, Lin Yu felt a profound confidence. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Dahai, devising a plan to sever Chen Dahai's head with a single strike of his axe. Chen Dahai, with his back turned to Lin Yu, had a robust physique that exuded an intimidating presence. Clad in tattered mercenary garb, he likely bore hidden armor beneath. To ensure a decisive blow, Lin Yu needed to aim for a strike directly into Chen Dahai's skull. Chen Dahai's neck was exposed, devoid of any protection. With Lin Yu's strength and the sharpness of the axe, it was entirely feasible to decapitate Chen Dahai. With a sudden rustle, Chen Dahai discarded his trousers, pinning the woman against the bed, erupting into wild laughter. The woman's legs were trapped beneath his knees, rendering her immobile, her body trembling as she cried out in desperation. "Let me indulge. It has been ages since I touched a woman. I have forgotten what it feels like." Chen Dahai laughed just as triumph was within reach. Chen Dahai, in the throes of his assault, abruptly ceased his actions. He pivoted, casting his gaze behind him, only to behold a gleaming axe descending like a thunderbolt, aimed directly at his neck. A shiver of dread coursed through Chen Dahai as his countenance reflected utter astonishment. He could scarcely fathom how an ambush could occur at such a juncture. His mind, bereft of time for contemplation, reacted on instinct. Swiftly relinquishing his grip, he lurched away. However, the absence of his trousers severely hampered his agility, causing him to tumble like an overturned tortoise. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had arrived, his battle axe poised to cleave Chen Dahai's skull. The woman pinned to the bed watched in bewilderment, more incredulous at the sudden attack than at Chen Dahai's assault. With a resounding hum, the axe sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chen Dahai. Thud. Lin Yu channeled his might, his entire being converging upon his hand. The axe's descent lacked precision, perhaps owing to Lin Yu's angle or expertise. Nonetheless, the sheer force landed squarely upon Chen Dahai's arm. Though he had evaded the initial ambush, it came at the cost of a limb. The keen edge of the axe, coupled with the immense power, severed Chen Dahai's right arm. Lin Yu felt the axe encounter virtually no resistance. As if cleaving through butter, the axe effortlessly amputated Chen Dahai's entire arm. Crimson blood erupted forth, and his severed arm, its muscles still twitching, lay quivering on the ground. A copious spray of fresh blood erupted from his shoulder, staining the ground with each labored breath. Chen Dahai, despite being a mercenary, remained but a mere mortal. As his arm was severed, a wretched cry of agony escaped his lips. Success. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute as he regarded Chen Dahai. The fallen man lay pale upon the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes, nearly bursting with fury, bore into Lin Yu, bloodshot and wild, reminiscent of a beast. From his pupils emanated a venomous glare. Chen Dahai was engulfed in both terror and rage, bellowing, "Who the hell are you? Did Yinda not inform you?" Lin Yu let out a cold chuckle. This battle had indeed culminated in resounding victory. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Had Yinda divulged his secret to Chen Dahai? This was of paramount importance, as it would determine Lin Yu's future trust in Yinda. Chen Dahai, in disbelief, scrutinized Lin Yu. The youth donned a tattered trench coat, tall yet frail, wielding a battle axe that radiated a chilling luminescence, mirroring the intensity of his gaze. The blade was sharp, having undoubtedly struck Chen Dahai, yet it bore not a trace of blood. The steel gleamed with a cerulean light, far from an ordinary weapon. Even Chen Dahai had never encountered such a formidable axe. "You're that kid from the street corner." Chen Dahai gasped, his breath ragged. Lin Yu's eyes flickered, a tinge of disdain for Yinda creeping into his heart. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one could only ever truly rely on oneself. Yet, Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his chest. His choice had proven wise. Striking first was the key. While others were still scheming, he had unleashed a swift and thunderous assault. Only thus could one hope to survive longer. Knowing this, I shall grant you your final passage. As he spoke, Lin Yu advanced. Just as Lin Yu raised his battle axe, poised to end Chen Dahai's life, the latter, who had been cowering on the ground, suddenly erupted in a frenzied cry. His face, pallid from excessive blood loss, trembled violently, his eyes blazing with the inferno of hatred. In an instant, a black handgun materialized in Chen Dahai's grasp. A gun. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly evaded, fearing a counterattack from Chen Dahai that could lead to his own demise. Bang! A burst of flame emanated from the gun's muzzle, the bullet grazing Lin Yu's body and impacting the stone wall behind him. Before the echo of the gunshot had faded, Chen Dahai struggled to fire a second shot. However, Lin Yu was not about to afford him the opportunity for retribution. Having just evaded the first shot, Lin Yu charged forward with fierce momentum. The battle axe in Lin Yu's hand rapidly expanded in Chun Dahai's vision, then vanished, bearing down on his thick, engorged neck. The keen edge of the axe descended upon Chun Dahai's neck, Lin Yu having seized the moment with precise execution. Thud! The battle axe buried itself in Chun Dahai's neck, sinking into the ground, severing his head from his body. The 20-odd centimeters of the axe's blade completely cleaved Chun Dahai's head off. Lin Yu, who had been kneeling on the ground, rose to his feet, the battle axe in his hand dripping with viscous blood. Chapter 014. Keep Mum. The woman on the bed stared at Lin Yu with abject terror. She possessed a considerable beauty, appearing to be in her late 20s. Her raven tresses cascaded over her shoulders like seaweed, and two distinct tear tracks marred her delicate, oval face. Her eyes were bloodshot, her complexion pale and wan, and traces of blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Her trousers had been torn open, revealing her long, alabaster legs. The woman's shoulders still trembled slightly, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. She pondered how to speak, aware that the boy before her possessed a ruthless demeanor. Although she could not fathom the reason for his presence, it was evident that he was not here for her. The only plausible explanation was that he intended to ambush Chun Dahai. His target was indeed Chun Dahai. The woman's heart, which had been racing, now settled somewhat. If the boy before her were to take action, she truly lacked the strength to resist. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that the boy had not even cast a glance in her direction. He was likely uninterested in her. A modicum of beauty hardly mattered in the face of a formidable survivor in this post-apocalyptic world. Within the fortress, there were countless beautiful and charming women. As long as one possessed strength, one could indulge in any desire. Lin Yu crouched down, not sparing a glance at the woman on the bed, but instead began to rummage through Chun Dahai's corpse. His hands searched frantically over Chun Dahai's body. Lin Yu managed to find merely a key and a pistol. There was little else of value. It appeared that Chun Dahai had not even had the chance to gather his belongings, although he was indeed clad in a bulletproof vest. With a swift motion, Lin Yu tore the vest from Chun Dahai's body. He examined it closely. It was the most ordinary type of bulletproof vest. Black woven fabric encased two steel plates. The front and back of the vest showed signs of wear, with visible bullet marks and significant abrasions. This was likely a remnant from Chun Dahai's days as a mercenary. Yet it still held some utility. At least it was better than ordinary clothing and could provide some defense against ghostly apparitions. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the back of the bulletproof vest. A trace of a claw appeared, 3 profound scratch marks tearing through the bulletproof vest. The steel plate within also sustained damage. However, the claws left marks without truly penetrating the vest. This indicates that physical defense remains effective. Lin Yu picked up the bulletproof vest and secured Chun Dahai's handgun at his waist. The woman on the bed observed Lin Yu's movements intently, taking a deep breath. Her thick lashes quivered slightly as she wiped away the tears from her face, summoning her courage to speak. "Thank you. I never anticipated that Chun Dahai could be so inhumane. I will not divulge today's events to anyone." Lin Yu looked up at the woman, replying, "No need for thanks. I had no intention of assisting you initially. I was merely awaiting an opportunity. However, you must keep today's events to yourself, or else." The woman gasped, realizing that Lin Yu had long been aware of the situation. Her assumption was correct. Lin Yu had indeed come to ambush Chun Dahai. She was oblivious to the connection between Lin Yu and Chun Dahai, but she was resolute that she would never speak of today's incident. "Rest assured, I will remain silent. My name is Misha. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. I can help treat your wounds," Misha said cautiously, eyeing Lin Yu, tentatively inquiring. "No need," Lin Yu replied. "It's merely a superficial injury." He declined Misha's offer, glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, and inquired, "What shall we do with him?" Implicitly, Lin Yu wished for no one to discover that he had killed Chun Dahai. Though it may be difficult to conceal matters from Yenda, Lin Yu still prefers to keep others uninformed. Even if suspicions were to fall upon him, he could easily deny any involvement. The body of Chun Dahai must be buried. Discarding it carelessly could lead to it becoming a walking corpse. A walking corpse? Indeed, there is a certain probability of such an occurrence. While not particularly terrifying compared to other anomalies, it could still bring about calamity. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to inter it, thereby preventing their emergence. Are you suggesting that individuals who die in the wilderness might turn into walking corpses and summon disaster? Lin Yu had not previously encountered such claims. Misha nodded and replied, Yes, are you not aware? Walking corpses can attract other anomalous entities. Should a particularly fearsome one be drawn to us, we would all be in peril. Very well. Let us proceed as you advise. Lin Yu hefted Chun Dahai's lifeless form, at which point Misha interjected. Do you truly not require my assistance with the injury on your face? As a physician, I can offer you treatment at no cost, given that you saved my life. No need, Lin Yu dismissed, feeling indifferent. The wound on his face, inflicted by Chen Sheng, had been painful at the time, yet now it was scarcely felt. It was merely a superficial injury that would heal with time, provided it left no lasting repercussions. As Lin Yu dragged Chen Dahai's body, his gaze fell upon the bandage wrapped around the deceased's leg, and he seemed to grasp something significant. A fleeting glance revealed a wooden cabinet positioned beside the stone wall, filled with numerous bottles and jars containing unfamiliar potions. Mesa hastened over to assist Lin Yu in dragging the corpse, murmuring, Chen Dahai was assaulted by a specter yesterday. Yet he survived. This morning, he sought me out, imploring me to mend the wound on his leg. I pitied him and lent my aid, never imagining. Lin Yu responded placidly, you possess a virtuous nature. Mesa gazed intently at Chen Dahai's lifeless form, sighing, 3 radiant stones per treatment. I am no altruist, but merely collecting my due. It is just that I never anticipated Chen Dahai to be so debased. This week was supposed to be a lull, with diminished specter activity. But these specters during the lull seem even more dreadful. Chen Dahai mentioned he might depart from this place, though not before ending someone's life. As she spoke, Mesa discreetly observed Lin Yu, and upon seeing no reaction, she continued, it is becoming increasingly perilous here. If the specters during the lull are this terrifying, I shudder to contemplate what the forthcoming week will hold. Does this lull follow a specific pattern? Lin Yu inquired. Upon hearing Lin Yu finally pose a question, Mesa perked up immediately. It is intelligence disseminated by the Citadel. It has been accurate in the past, but I know not what ails it this time. As the frequency of specter attacks has not abated. The Citadel? Yes, the nearest one is Citadel 11, under the jurisdiction of the Red Rock Fortress. The official pronouncements are generally reliable, save for instances of aberrant evolution. So, you posit that the specters have evolved? Mesa nodded, her countenance grave. Once an anomaly evolves, even the authorities are unaware of its subsequent form. Many of the previously known patterns of anomalies were acquired at the cost of human lives. The evolution of the specter is an exceedingly perilous matter. How do you know so much? Lin Yu inquired of Misha, who gazed back at him in astonishment. I escaped from Yuqing, so I might know a bit more, but wasn't he what I just said common knowledge? Lin Yu remained silent. Chapter 015. A worthy death inside Misha's stone dwelling. Lin Yu dragged Chen Dahai's corpse to the entrance and glanced sideways at Misha. Is it permissible to bury him here? Yes, but there is another method that doesn't involve burial, dismemberment. In that case, Chen Dahai would not turn into a zombie, though it is somewhat troublesome. Lin Yu sensed that this suggestion might be Misha's deliberate act of vengeance. Never mind, let us just bury him. Do you have any tools? Yes, I will fetch them. All right, I will move him over. Although Chen Dahai was not very tall, he was quite solidly built, weighing approximately 170 pounds. This is considerably heavy for an ordinary person, especially a corpse. However, for Lin Yu, it was not an insurmountable burden. His strength was immense, allowing him to lift Chen Dahai's body effortlessly. With one hand grasping Chen Dahai's corpse and the other holding his head, Lin Yu strode purposefully outside. This sight left Misha utterly astonished. He could lift a 170-pound corpse with just one hand. It is sufficient to indicate that Lin Yu is either immensely strong or an extraordinary being. Soon, Misha approached, wielding a shovel. Lin Yu discarded Chen Dahai's corpse to the side and stepped onto the damp, soft earth. This will do, he declared, taking the shovel from Misha's hands. He drew a circle in the ground and began to excavate, the moist soil rolling away. In merely a few minutes, a pit large enough to accommodate a person emerged before him. He unceremoniously cast Chen Dahai's body into the pit and covered it with dirt. After completing this task, Lin Yu stepped on the grave twice, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Misha spoke softly. If you ever require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly assist you. By the way, here, take this as a token of my goodwill. With that, Misha produced a small cloth bag from behind her. Inside the bag glimmered radiant stones. Although they were merely low-grade azure radiant stones, there were at least 11 or 12 of them. This constituted a considerable reward. Lin Yu, who possessed few radiant stones at the moment, accepted the offering without hesitation. Very well, I shall accept. Seeing Lin Yu accept her gift, Misha finally felt a sense of relief. Her greatest fear had been that he would refuse it, for such a refusal would mean a lost opportunity to connect with him. Do you have any more? Lin Yu inquired casually. Misha nodded. There are more, an entire box. I can carve 5 radiant stones each day, and if others seek my medical assistance, they must offer me radiant stones in return. Therefore, I possess a substantial quantity. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform me, it will be complimentary. Misha endeavored to endear herself to Lin Yu, yearning to swiftly earn his trust. In this perilous apocalypse, finding a friend was exceedingly challenging. Not for the time being, but do you know the whereabouts of Chen Dahai's residence? Lin Yu retrieved a key from his pocket. It was evident that he intended to gather some supplies. With Chen Dahai deceased, his possessions served no purpose. It would be more prudent to collect everything. Chen Dahai had previously been a mercenary, and he might have left behind some valuable items. Misha replied, I know where he lived. Allow me to guide you. I am familiar with the residences of most people here. Very well. Lin Yu placed the shovel by the door and followed Misha as they proceeded southward. After approximately 20 minutes, behind a grove, Lin Yu beheld a stone house. Compared to Lin Yu's own dwelling, this stone structure appeared sturdier and was twice its size. They arrived at the wooden door, which bore numerous claw marks from wild beasts. A significant gash marred its center, revealing a glimpse of the interior. The previous day, a specter had breached Chen Dahai's wooden door, forcefully intruding. Yet, it remained a mystery how Chen Dahai had survived, enduring until he reached Misha's stone house. It seems that a key is no longer necessary. Lin Yu reached into the wooden door and unlocked it from the inside. As soon as the door swung open, a pungent, acrid odor assaulted his senses. The stone house had been remarkably well sealed, with the sturdy stone blocks fitting together seamlessly, leaving barely a noticeable gap. Thus, the stench within was hardly surprising. The Chun brothers had always lived together, and given the scarcity of water in this post-apocalyptic world, having anything to drink was a luxury. Who would have the leisure to bathe? Lin Yu frowned as he gazed into the dim interior of the stone house. Thankfully, it was daytime, allowing him to discern some outlines. He pinched his nose, for the foul smell wafting from within was overwhelmingly repugnant. Lin Yu had thought that the odor of his own stone house was bad, but the stench emanating from the Chun brothers' abode was positively nauseating. In comparison, his own place could be deemed fresh and inviting. Misha also covered her nose, for the scent here resembled that of hundreds of unwashed, damp socks piled together. How unfortunate! Lin Yu held his breath against the foulness and stepped inside, with Misha reluctantly following suit. Lin Yu, let us be quick. The odor here is unbearable. All right. Lin Yu responded with an affirmative gesture. The two began to search swiftly. The stone house was not particularly large, yet it was filled with a hodgepodge of items. Aside from the usual moldy bread and dried cockroaches, Lin Yu discovered several cans, which were treasures in this desolate world, and he hastily stowed them away. Additionally, he came across numerous tools, a hammer, a shovel, a sickle, and 2 relatively sharp daggers. Inside the stone house, a considerable amount of firewood was stacked, serving the dual purpose of providing warmth and warding off malevolent spirits. In a corner, Lin Yu also discovered a flashlight, a radio, and a rudimentary water filter. What a delightful find! Lin Yu picked up the water filter and placed it into the backpack he had found within the stone house. This is quite splendid. He then stumbled upon a brand new pair of combat boots, seemingly left behind by the Chun brothers, who could not bear to wear them. Upon trying them on, he found them to fit perfectly, as if tailor-made for him. Mei Sha looked at Lin Yu with astonishment. This fellow was not merely gathering supplies. He was practically relocating. He seemed to desire everything, big and small. Was he truly a man devoid of possessions? A peculiar thought arose in Mei Sha's mind. While rummaging around, Lin Yu suddenly paused. He flipped open the now darkened bedding on the bed and discovered a parchment scroll within. What is this? A map. Upon unfolding the parchment, it was as if he had uncovered a new continent. He had previously been oblivious to his location, and now the appearance of this map felt exceedingly precious. With a map in hand, any future endeavors would be significantly easier. Moreover, this map appeared to be quite detailed, likely a new one. What a marvelous find! Chen Duhai, I am grateful to you. Your death was not in vain, nor was it without purpose. Lin Yu was immensely satisfied. Chapter 016. An intelligence approximately half an hour later. Lin Yu emerged from the stone house, laden with bags of various items. Glancing back, the stone house resembled a site that had been ransacked. All valuable possessions have been thoroughly plundered by Lin Yu. Some items hold little utility, yet in Lin Yu's eyes, they are treasures. After all, he possesses the ability to enhance items, rendering the seemingly useless remarkably beneficial. Lin Yu is burdened with an overwhelming load, with Misha bearing a substantial share. Her frail form bending under the weight, her posture stooped. Is that all? Can we leave now? Misha inquired helplessly, observing Lin Yu, who was adorned with an array of packages resembling a mobile luggage cart. Yes, thank you. We can head back now. No need for thanks. Misha, resigned, followed closely in Lin Yu's wake, mirroring his steps. Thud. Lin Yu cast the supplies from his shoulder onto the ground. Misha, drenched in sweat, resembled someone who had just emerged from the rain. She wiped the perspiration from her forehead and, breathless, sank onto the ground. Let me help you organize all these items. No, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back? Well, all right. Misha recognized Lin Yu's dismissal. Not even a glass of water had been offered. However, she cast a glance at Lin Yu's stone dwelling. It was stark in its simplicity, almost entirely barren. In the center stood a dilapidated wooden table with 2 wooden stools. In the corner, there was a large water vat and a wooden bed. No wonder Lin Yu desired everything. It seemed he possessed nothing at all. How could someone like him survive? Misha gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. I'll take my leave now. If you need me, feel free to seek me out. Yes, goodbye. Lin Yu replied without turning back. All right. Misha, supporting her waist, stepped out of the door, resembling the battered appearance of a begonia flower ravaged by a fierce storm. Lin Yu continued to organize the supplies he had gathered. Among these items were many commonplace objects, yet to Lin Yu, they held significant value. After all, his financial situation was quite dire. After a rough sorting, Lin Yu concealed the parchment map, leaving the remaining items haphazardly to one side. As noon approached, a pang of hunger struck Lin Yu. He retrieved the hidden cream bread and devoured it voraciously. The rich aroma of cream spread throughout his mouth, satiating his hunger while providing him with ample nourishment. After washing it down with water that bore a rusty taste, he finally stepped outside. There remained a task he had promised to complete for Yinda. Lin Yu planned to deliver the luminous stone to Yinda, while also intending to gauge his intentions. This individual was not entirely trustworthy and could be quite difficult to deal with. The postman, not only possessing a unique identity but also formidable strength, was an adversary Lin Yu was not prepared to confront at this stage. With the most significant threat now eliminated, Lin Yu felt a temporary sense of safety. Upon arriving at the postman's stone house, Lin Yu successfully met with Yinda. This jovial man in his 50s regarded Lin Yu with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and remarked, I never expected your strength to be so formidable. I heard you paid a visit to Chundahai's residence and acquired quite a number of valuable items, am I right? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. It had only been a few hours, yet Yinda was already aware of his visit to Chundahai's home. After dispatching Chundahai, Lin Yu had not encountered anyone else. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that no one was present outside before burying Chundahai. To avoid detection, he chose a location not far from Mei Sha's residence. However, Yinda revealed this secret, demonstrating his unique abilities, which astonished Lin Yu. With Chundahai deceased, what purpose do material possessions serve? It would be far nobler to engage in charity. Did Chundahai confide in you? Lin Yu inquired, observing Yinda's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, eliciting a cold chuckle from Yinda. I did not intend to betray you. The offer was simply too enticing. Should you require information in the future, you may seek me out. You have now earned that privilege. After all, you are the one who dispatched Chundahai, Yinda added, grinning like a cunning fox. Lin Yu felt a deep-seated disdain for Yinda's inscrutable demeanor. Information, you say? How do you know I killed Chundahai? He asked bluntly, not attempting to conceal his curiosity. Yinda smiled amiably at Lin Yu. That is my secret. Do you wish to uncover it? You would need to provide me with a red radiant stone. I do not possess one. Then you may ponder it at your leisure. Let it be. This is the reward I promised you previously, and I honor my commitments. Lin Yu presented the 3 radiant stones he had prepared, which Yinda accepted without hesitation. Oh, you are quite trustworthy. Your elimination of the Chun brothers can be seen as a service to the public. I can provide you with one piece of information free of charge. However, I am not omniscient, so should I be unaware, I cannot assist you. Free intelligence? Lin Yu pondered, realizing that Yinda was exceedingly cunning. However, since he had agreed to offer a piece of intelligence without charge, it was imperative to make the most of it. Although Lin Yu understood that Yinda would not divulge any significant information, he still harbored numerous unanswered questions. Chapter 017. The way to survive. Lin Yu was acutely aware that Yinda would not extend his goodwill without a purpose. The primary reason for his willingness to provide information for free was to win Lin Yu over. Regardless of who stood before him, be it Lin Yu or Chen Dahai, Yinda would extend the same courtesy. He resembled a non-player character awaiting a victor, offering intelligence only to the ultimate champion. Thus, Lin Yu had no reason to feel gratitude towards Yinda. He merely needed to acquire the knowledge he sought. Observing Yinda, who resembled a wily old fox, Lin Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Yinda did not rush him. Instead, he casually scrutinized Lin Yu. In truth, Yinda was quite curious as to how Lin Yu managed to defeat Chen Dahai. The disparity in their combat prowess suggested that Chen Dahai should have emerged as the victor. Yet, reality often defies logic. Despite Chen Dahai's formidable strength, unforeseen circumstances can arise. The iron whistle merely relayed what he had witnessed to Yinda, unable to provide further analysis of the situation. The young man silently regarded Yinda, his piercing gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Yu wished to understand why the world had transformed in such a manner. Were there other anomalous beings besides the ghostly figures? Yet, Lin Yu pondered, what relationship does the transformation of the world bear to him? He was no savior. His sole imperative was to survive. If survival was his goal, he must ascertain the means to achieve it. This was not the first day of the apocalypse. There remained a multitude of survivors among humanity, suggesting that they possessed their own methods. Perhaps it was the radiant runes that warded off the specters, or perhaps some cutting-edge weaponry. Lin Yu was indeed curious about what other means existed for survival. In a moment of silence, Lin Yu inquired, "How did you become a postman? What qualifications are required to assume such a role? Are the radiant runes classified into levels?" Yinda, with a smile gracing his features, regarded Lin Yu and replied, "You have posed 3 questions, yet I shall only divulge the answer to one. Which would you prefer to know? You speak of intelligence, not inquiries. Intelligence encompasses numerous questions. Do you not realize this?" Faced with Lin Yu's subtle argument, Yinda refrained from countering, instead casting a penetrating gaze upon him. "In truth, the questions you ask are rather elementary. I had not anticipated such inquiries from you. Are you truly so curious? I can enlighten you. But do you not harbor some secrets of your own? Where do you hail from? Answer my question first." Yinda chuckled softly. "Very well. Becoming a postman necessitates a selection process conducted by the Postal Service, wherein only those deemed qualified may ascend to this role. The selection procedure is rather straightforward, comprising 2 principal components. First, there is a physical fitness assessment. One must achieve a level of physical prowess akin to that of a special forces operative, for otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging to contend with the anomalous creatures lurking in the wilderness. A robust physique is of paramount importance. Second, candidates must undergo a mental contamination test, the specifics of which elude my full comprehension. Perhaps it serves to evaluate one's mental fortitude. This world is not solely inhabited by the shadowy specters, but is also home to a myriad of far more terrifying aberrations. In the hierarchy of anomalies, the specter is classified within the 3rd tier. However, it possesses considerable potential. Initially, it was merely a 1st-tier anomaly, lacking substantial destructive capability. Moreover, there exist anomalies of even greater threat, such as the plague horse that previously laid waste to an entire city, resulting in the tragic demise of 300,000 souls. Then there are the truly dreadful fools. Did Misha not inform you? Yuqing became a city of death under the assault of these fools, with a populace exceeding 1 million. In addition to these, other aberrations lurk in the shadows. Thus far, we have only encountered the black insect tide and the specters, which is a stroke of fortune. Yinda's expression darkened, as if he were haunted by some unpleasant memories. Lin Yu silently committed Yinda's words to memory, safeguarding them within the palace of his thoughts. After a brief silence, Yinda continued, "Well, to answer your final question, the radiant runes indeed possess levels. The radiant stones you are currently able to produce emit only a bluish light, correct?" Lin Yu did not confirm nor deny. At present, he could only create bluish-level radiant stones, and even then, he was limited to producing a maximum of 3 per day, which paled in comparison to Misha, who could forge 5 daily. However, Lin Yu understood that the creation of radiant stones was significantly tied to one's mental prowess. As far as I know, radiant stones are categorized into 4 distinct levels. You may perceive them as blue for the primary level, white for the intermediate, red for the advanced, and the most formidable, golden level. From the primary to the advanced, each type of radiant rune is drawn with different techniques and patterns. Currently, I only possess the intermediate radiant rune. Should you desire it, you would need to purchase it. The intermediate rune is sufficient to fend off the specter's assaults, and it seems one would suffice for now. As for the advanced red radiant rune, I have only encountered it once, yet I am unable to inscribe it due to the immense drain it places on mental energy. The legendary golden rune remains beyond my sight, although I have heard it exists in the Red Rock Fortress. Yenda gazed at Lin Yu and inquired, I have elaborated extensively. Do you comprehend? Indeed, I understand. Very well, let us turn the discussion to you. I recall not having met you before. You have only recently arrived in this town. Your ability to slay Chunda Hai is a testament to your skills. Do you still remember who you are? Lin Yu certainly remembers who he is. He is not a denizen of this world, yet he must not divulge this to Yenda. This old fox remains oblivious to his thoughts. Engaging with Yenda does not require excessive seriousness. One need only consider the benefits. Lin Yu wore a contemplative frown, as if he were trying to recall something elusive. Yenda observed him for several seconds, yet could discern nothing from Lin Yu's expression. I suspect you are a veteran from the front lines, perhaps suffering from amnesia. After all, the collapse at the front was catastrophic, with abominable creatures claiming many lives. Could it be that the psychological strain has become overwhelming? This is a manifestation of war's aftermath. You imply that I am a coward? Lin Yu retorted. No, that is not my intention, Yenda hastily clarified. This cannot be deemed cowardice. By that point, the front had lost all combat capability. How could one be considered a coward then? Or perhaps you are a mutant. Or an amnesiac extraordinary. Yenda continued, lost in his own thoughts. Otherwise, Chunda Hai could not have fallen to your hands. Misha is merely a doctor, while Chunda Hai is quite formidable. Lin Yu took note of Yenda's words and promptly furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean by mutant? And extraordinary? Yenda gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Literally speaking, mutants and extraordinary beings, though differing in abilities, are both incredibly powerful, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Especially the extraordinary. Their mental prowess is immensely formidable, and their physical strength is equally terrifying. They are the true saviors. With that, Yenda's face lit up with admiration. Behind the yearning lies a hint of dread. That is undoubtedly a warrior far more formidable than a mere specter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu silently contemplated. Mutants and extraordinary beings. Two new types of human warriors? Yenda felt both a longing and a fear. It seems this world is vastly different from my imagination. Chapter 018. The Deserter? However, the likelihood of you being an extraordinary being is rather slim. Even if you have lost your memory, the Red Alliance will eventually locate you. After all, extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare. As for mutants, I have yet to encounter one who has lost their memory without undergoing any mutation, so Yenda chose not to elaborate further. It was evident that he suspected Lin Yu might be a soldier suffering from the aftereffects of war. Yet, these were merely Yenda's conjectures. When Lin Yu posed these questions, Yenda sensed something distinctly unusual about him. He could not quite articulate what it was, but he felt that Lin Yu was not a native of this place. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your information. In return, I can share a secret with you. What? Yenda stared at Lin Yu in astonishment, not expecting him to possess knowledge of anything unknown to him. With an expressionless demeanor, Lin Yu replied, I am neither a deserter from the front lines nor a mutant. This statement seemed devoid of significance, yet inexplicably. Yenda felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He gazed intently into Lin Yu's eyes. All right, I believe you. If you find yourself in need, we can make an exchange. I possess most of what you seek. Yes, should I require anything, I will reach out to you. At this moment, Yenda reminded. By the way, the radiant stones are not the sole currency. It is money that holds true value, specifically the federal currency. As he spoke, Yenda retrieved a silver coin from his pocket. The coin bore an engraving of a towering spire, while its reverse side displayed intricate patterns. Its purchasing power was equivalent to 3 radiant stones, making it exceedingly convenient to carry, but there were also coins of higher denominations. Ah, I understand, Lin Yu responded, retracting his gaze. The currency in this world differed from what he had encountered in his previous life. However, the purchasing power remained consistent, presenting no significant disparity. Lin Yu had other matters to attend to that afternoon, thus he did not linger. The supplies acquired from Chunda Hai's residence required organization. Due to the haste of his previous visit, Lin Yu had nearly emptied his home, and he needed to sort things out later that day. Once Lin Yu departed, Yenda entered the stone house. His dwelling was considerably larger and sturdier than that of an average person. The floor was inscribed with a massive radiant rune, designed to ward off specters. The sides of the stone house were adorned with an array of items: food, tools, clothing, and an assortment of ordinary swords and axes were visible. Yenda ventured into an interior room, where even more radiant runes were present, alongside numerous radiant stones emanating a soft azure glow. On a wooden table, a sparrow crafted from tin perched, its iron beak clinking against the surface. Yenda took a seat and gently stroked the iron sparrow, his gaze alternating between curiosity and confusion. Did this little creature sense that you were observing it? It is implausible. The iron whistle is not something that an ordinary person could uncover. The identity of this individual poses a significant dilemma. Yenda pondered deeply and retrieved paper and pen from the drawer. He intended to report the information he possessed, but just as he was about to put pen to paper, he hesitated. Was this fellow truly not a deserter from the front lines? Or could he be an amnesiac mutant? No, I cannot summon the task force without possessing sufficient knowledge. I must conduct further investigation. Yenda set down the paper and pen, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted him. A plump woman in her 30s emerged, her attire disheveled, clad only in a white shirt. Her bare legs exposed, she leaned against the wall, her voice tinged with hoarseness. Why have you been gone so long? You promised me. Yenda turned his gaze towards the woman, placing the paper and pen back into the drawer. A glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, aberrant beings abound, and desires have been suppressed to the utmost degree. This woman had come from another city and was said to be a teacher, possessing a commendable appearance. Yenda had promised to expedite the treatment of her son, yet the remuneration was not luminous stones, but rather her corporeal form. The woman, seemingly unfazed and fatigued from several days of waiting, confronted him. Hey, my darling, why the rush? Come, sit upon my lap. A mocking smile graced Yenda's lips as he patted his grimy thigh. Do not deceive me. If you lack the means to aid me, do not impede my affairs. The woman replied, her expression weary. I certainly possess the ability to save your son. At dawn tomorrow, I shall set forth to the fortress, and I will swiftly procure the medicine for your child. Your son is afflicted by the wretched skinwalker, a creature far more troublesome than a mere specter. However, there exists a means to eradicate it. No, you must depart today. The woman nearly implored, her composure unraveling. The journey will take several days, and I do not know if my son can endure. Yenda narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated upon the woman's ample bosom, seemingly indifferent to her words. Lily, you must heed my counsel if I am to assist you. The wilderness at night is perilous. Even as a mere postman, I must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, once the skinwalker manifests, those in this vicinity will gradually succumb to its influence and perish. Should they discover that your son is possessed, how do you think they would treat him? Lily gazed at Yenda in terror, hastening toward him in supplication. You did not say this before. And the skinwalker has not yet claimed my son's life. He is still salvageable. Indeed, which is why you must heed my words, Yenda replied, caressing Lily's lustrous dark hair. His hand gradually moved to her cheek, and witnessing her pleading expression only heightened his excitement. He forcefully pushed her down, as if mounting a steed. I shall take my pleasure. Lily struggled desperately against the weight of Yenda upon her. This lecherous old man possessed immense strength, and his actions were brutally coarse, each movement reminiscent of descending into hell. Yenda's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Tomorrow, I shall surely go, fortress. Your son, it's nothing. Yan's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes rolling as he let out a deep, guttural roar. Chapter 019. The enigmatic Skinner in the basement. In a dimly lit basement, surrounded by rugged stone walls, the atmosphere was stifling, barely accommodating 2 adult men. Within this confined space, a gaunt boy was shackled by 4 iron chains, the metal digging into his wrists and ankles, leaving raw, bleeding wounds exposed to the air. The boy, emaciated and slumped against the cold ground, revealed the sharp contours of his ribs, his head hanging low. Before him lay 3 luminescent stones, and at his feet sat a dilapidated iron bowl containing a viscous, unrecognizable substance that resembled pulverized food. Suddenly, the boy's body began to convulse violently. The luminescent stones before him rapidly faded. Within mere seconds, the energy of the stones dissipated entirely, transforming them into dull, lifeless pebbles. Roar. Please, do not torment me any longer, I beg you. I implore you. The boy trembled uncontrollably, his head snapping up, veins protruding on his forehead. A haze of gray enveloped his thin, pallid face, distorting his features into a grotesque visage. The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly as his body shook uncontrollably. The second luminescent stone began to dim swiftly, and a pair of gray hands emerged upon the boy's skin. The gray hands writhed beneath his skin, slowly inching toward his heart. Ah, pain, pain, the boy cried out in anguish. The hands within his flesh continued their relentless movement. Though their pace was slow, they were now mere centimeters from his heart. The hands, concealed beneath his skin, were on the verge of converging. Whoa, whoa, the boy emitted muffled anguish cries. The skin on his back appeared as though it had been scorched, marred by irregular burn marks. Yet, upon closer inspection, a shadow materialized on his back, a hazy figure that seemed to envelop him in an embrace. Its hands quickened their approach toward the boy's heart. The third luminous stone began to dim rapidly, its energy depleting at an alarming rate, faster than the previous two. Just as this sinister entity was about to clasp its hands around the boy's heart, the basement door burst open. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Lily rushed in, her expression fraught with panic, stooping as she spilled the luminous stones from her arms. Thud, thud, thud. The stones tumbled to the boy's side. Simultaneously, a surge of azure light flooded the cramped basement, illuminating the boy's terror-stricken face even more vividly. His features contorted grotesquely, his eyes rolling back to reveal the dreadful whites. His mouth gaped wide, almost capable of swallowing a fist. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. No, no. Lily gazed at her son in terror, engulfed in profound anguish. The moment the radiant stone appeared, the malevolent entity within the boy ceased its movements. The restraint had reached its zenith. Yet, just as Lily believed the danger had passed, the boy's profile began to writhe uncontrollably. A ghastly visage emerged upon his skin. Its contours were almost visible. The distorted features were palpable even in their obscurity. The temperature within the room plummeted rapidly, for sharp fangs protruded from the boy's cheek. Witnessing this, Lily trembled in fear, retreating until her back met the corner of the wall. Mom, save me. Mom, save me. The boy's throat emitted a pitiful whimper. Lily, paralyzed by fear, could only watch her son. The malevolent entity not only kills its host, but also entices others. Once one touches its hands, the entity immediately possesses them, akin to a parasite, silently and stealthily. By the time one realizes it, it is far too late. Though the number of these entities is limited, their methods of murder are uniquely sinister. Ordinary individuals possess no means of defense. When the entity's hands make contact with the heart, that is the moment death ensues. Previously, the town had not encountered such entities, which are classified as level 3 anomalous beings. The fortress has yet to discover a method to eradicate them, resorting instead to expelling or killing those possessed. As long as one does not touch it, it cannot take hold. Lily, terrified, covered her mouth, her pupils constricted, gazing at her son with an expression of profound despair. Son, wait a little longer. It will be all right in a few days. You must hold on. Lily spoke softly, her words laced with a desperate hope. Regardless of whether her son could hear her, Yenda had promised to set out early the next morning to procure the exorcising medicine, and she could only place her trust in him. There was no other recourse available to her. Mom, it hurts so much. Hug me, hug me. The boy on the ground cried out in anguish, his body writhing as the sinister entity within him continued to squirm. His features contorted in agony, a hidden presence lurking beneath his skin. Son, hold on. Lily mourned silently in her heart. Trembling, she stood up, but the boy reached out, desperately trying to grasp her, his hands flailing helplessly in the air. Unable to bear the sight, Lily cautiously retreated from the basement. Chapter 020. The precious map. Lin Yu swiftly entered the wooden cabin. With an entire afternoon remaining before nightfall, he could take the time to organize his supplies, categorizing everything for optimal use. Among the various items, he discovered a handgun with 3 remaining bullets, a flashlight, a radio, a sickle, a shovel, a bag of luminous stones, and a substantial supply of food. There were even cans and chocolate, rare delicacies. Finally, he could indulge in a change of taste. Eating bread and meat daily was becoming monotonous. Additionally, there was a considerable amount of timber, as gathering firewood was a tedious task. However, the 2 most vital items were the clean water filtration system and a parchment map. Lin Yu promptly placed the filter beside his large water tank, inserting a transparent tube into the apparatus. Beside him, a plastic bucket was placed, into which water dripped steadily. Although this filter was remarkably simple, it was a significant improvement over the previous situation. The filtered water bore only a faint hint of rust, unlike before, when Lin Yu could taste the metallic flavor even after boiling the water. Having consumed so much rusty water, he had almost forgotten what clean water tasted like. As he watched the water drip, Lin Yu stood up and arranged some commonly used tools neatly. He then placed a radio and a flashlight on the table. Lin Yu was puzzled as to why Chun Dahai had a radio, yet he knew it must serve a purpose. The radio appeared to be in decent condition, and it was likely that much information could be gleaned from it. However, its only drawback was the necessity of replacing batteries, a fate that also befell the flashlight beside it. While the radio seemed relatively new, the flashlight was rather worn, and Lin Yu was uncertain if it was even functional. He stacked the remaining wood to the side. Lighting a bonfire in the evening served not only to provide warmth, but also to ward off any specters and swarms of dark insects. By the time he finished these tasks, it was already past 5 in the evening. Lin Yu retrieved some bread and boiled the filtered water. Sipping the water while enjoying the creamy bread, he relished the absence of that rusty taste. He was finally savoring the long-desired boiled water. It was simply delightful. Lin Yu chewed heartily on the bread and then unfolded the map, the only item that Chun Dahai had hidden away, rendering it exceedingly precious. As he spread the map before him, Lin Yu examined it with great care. The map is depicted with remarkable clarity. However, it is adorned with numerous marks resembling ticks and crosses. It appears that Chun Dahai has previously conducted research in this area. The locations marked with crosses undoubtedly indicate places that Chun Dahai deemed hazardous and unsuitable for habitation. Lin Yu gazed at the map for several seconds, noting the multitude of crossed-out locations. It seems that the vicinity is indeed perilous. The map indicates Lin Yu's current residence, situated to the north of Fortress 11 and south of Yuqing, nestled in a small town on the right side of Mount Dafeng. Fortress 11 is approximately 60 kilometers away from the town, which Chun Dahai has marked as safe. Yuqing lies about 250 kilometers from the town, initially marked with a cross. Chun Dahai later inscribed a question mark beneath it. Flanking Yuqing are 2 cities, Zhaoshi and Yunjiang City, both conspicuously marked with red crosses. It appears that Zhaoshi and Yunjiang City have fallen completely. Yet why does Chun Dahai believe Yuqing remains unaffected? Did Misha not originate from Yuqing? She mentioned that Yuqing had been overrun by anomalous entities. Is there something peculiar at play here? Lin Yu pondered. Near the town, there exists a research base and a vast factory. The research base is marked with a red cross, whereas the factory is indicated as safe. After studying the map, Lin Yu gained a general understanding of the area. Thus, within an 80-kilometer radius, aside from this small town, other locations are deemed unsafe. Yuqing is also perilous, while the other 2 cities have entirely succumbed. As for Fortress 11, it is undoubtedly secure. The regular army of humanity stands guard near the fortress, warding off the aberrant creatures from the front lines. In other regions, various anomalous beings have emerged, with the ghostly apparitions being relatively commonplace. However, Lin Yu has discerned that these apparitions have undergone a transformation. Both Misha and Yin have expressed similar sentiments, and even Chun Dahai, upon recognizing the evolution of the ghostly figures, has begun to entertain thoughts of departure. This week marks a period of safety, yet the apparitions have still claimed numerous lives. As the safety period concludes next week, one can only fear that the evolved specters will become even more formidable. Lin Yu carefully stowed the parchment map. Casting a glance at the darkening sky, night had fully descended, and it would not be long before the ghostly entities made their appearance. Today signifies the final day of the safety period. As of tomorrow, the evolved apparitions are expected to exhibit enhanced strength. Nonetheless, Lin Yu believes that the transformation of the specters has reached its completion. Once the safety period elapses, their assaults may be exceedingly ferocious, potentially resulting in a significant loss of human life. Alas, there are scarcely any secure locations nearby, and the prospect of escape is far from straightforward. Lin Yu retrieved the luminous stones, leaving 3 at the entrance while storing the rest in the subterranean chamber, which hardly qualifies as a basement but rather a cramped space for a solitary individual. Subsequently, he ignited a bonfire, feeling the temperature gradually rise, bringing a sense of comfort to his body. However, Lin Yu faced another predicament. With the fire lit and no chimney in the stone dwelling, the smoke became overwhelmingly acrid. It took a good 15 minutes for the air to clear significantly. This presents a significant issue. Once the wooden door has been reinforced, I shall see if it can enhance the living conditions of the stone house, which are exceedingly rudimentary. Lin Yu completed the configuration of the defense system before turning on the radio. A crackling sound erupted as a somewhat indistinct female voice emerged. Yet, her tone was impeccably clear, indicative of a professional broadcaster. Despite the static interference, Lin Yu was still able to discern her words. Chapter 021. Intelligence from the radio. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Xiao. I believe many of you are already familiar with my voice. Nevertheless, I must reiterate. You are tuned into the Hongyan Fortress broadcast, and you are currently listening to Hongyan News. We now present the latest updates. Recent research indicates that the corpse demons have vacated the majority of fortifications nearby and have retreated into the Grey Domain. It is predicted by the Research Institute that their next appearance will occur in 2 months, rendering Fort 07 and Fort 13 safe for the time being. The spectral presence near Fort 11 has exited the safety period, and no new anomalous creatures have been detected. Thus, everyone may continue to address the situation as previously instructed. The front lines have relayed the latest information. The regular army has successfully maintained the defensive line north of Hongyan Fortress, preventing any incursions by the orcs for now. However, the Research Institute has discovered that the Fool has evolved once again, potentially heralding greater calamities. The following evacuation locations are now being announced. Just as Lin Yu was intently listening to the radio, Xiao Xiao's voice began to fade into indistinctness. Immediately, a crackling noise emanated from the radio. Her voice gradually faded away, and mere seconds later, Lin Yu could no longer hear her. Only intermittent static remained from the device. Was it out of power? Lin Yu promptly opened the radio and removed the batteries. After rubbing them together for a moment, he reinserted them into the radio. However, upon turning it on again, the radio was utterly silent. It seemed to be truly devoid of power. Batteries were indeed scarce. It appeared that Xiao Xiao was an official broadcaster, primarily aimed at informing survivors about the disaster news. It turned out that the safety period of the Ghost Shadow was announced by the Hongyan Fortress. Yet they seemed not to have anticipated that the Ghost Shadows had also evolved. It appeared that the phenomenon was not confined to his location. Other areas might also be experiencing similar occurrences. Alternatively, it could be that the Ghost Shadows in the town had evolved, while those in other regions had not. Their stages and timelines of evolution likely could not remain consistent. Lin Yu could only deduce these few points, having listened to the radio for just a few minutes. He was unable to obtain more substantial information. Nevertheless, Lin Yu also noted that aside from the Ghost Shadows, Xiao Xiao had mentioned 3 other anomalous creatures. The situation might be even more perilous elsewhere. This was likely why many people, once they settled in one place, were reluctant to leave. At the very least, they had grasped the killing rules of the Ghost Shadows. In contrast, the other anomalous beings could be far more bizarre and terrifying. Although the town was dangerous, it was relatively safe compared to other areas. Lin Yu had already discerned the killing rules of the Ghost Shadows. In contrast to the anomalous creatures found elsewhere, Lin Yu remains utterly oblivious. At present, it appears that this place is relatively secure. The period of safety has elapsed, leaving him to ponder the nature of the days that lie ahead. He sets the radio aside, as the clock now strikes the early hours of the morning. The specter has yet to materialize, providing Lin Yu with a momentary respite. He tosses 2 pieces of timber into the crackling campfire and leans beside it for warmth. The small town is exceedingly frigid at night, and Lin Yu struggles to discern the current season. It seems that nothing has changed in this desolate place. Outside, the silence is as profound as that of a tomb, devoid of any sound. Even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds are conspicuously absent. Since the onset of the apocalypse, ordinary animals appear to have mysteriously vanished. To date, Lin Yu has yet to encounter a single creature. As Lin Yu drifts into a brief slumber, he is suddenly startled by a faint sound of breathing emanating from outside the door. Instinctively, he jolts awake, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous stone beside the wooden door. Should the specter be lurking about, the stone would surely react. Although the azure luminous stone is of a lower grade, it can still serve as an effective warning system. The moment the specter appears, the stone will undoubtedly trigger its response. The soft breaths resonate with eerie clarity in the stillness outside. Lin Yu watches the luminous stone with mounting anxiety. Suddenly, a heavy breath echoes through the air. He can now ascertain with certainty that the presence outside is indeed that of the specter. The sound of breathing seems to reverberate in his ears. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous crash reverberates through the door. A forceful impact strikes the wooden barrier, causing dust to cascade from the beams above. The radiant stone at the entrance quickly dimmed. A tremendous thud reverberated as the heavy door trembled, as if it might be shattered at any moment. The force was greater than before. The first radiant stone on the ground rapidly faded. The azure light flickered a few times before losing its potency. Shortly thereafter, the second radiant stone also began to fail. Bang! The heavy thud at the door resounded once more. A sinister specter outside malevolently fixated on the wooden door, its cold, crimson eyes locked in a deadly stare. It's grotesque. Claw-like hands suddenly swiped downward, leaving 5 distinct claw marks on the door, splintering the wood. The claws not only etched clear imprints, but also gouged deep furrows into the surface. "Lin Yu, open the door," an ancient voice called out. Lin Yu felt as though his eardrums might burst. It was not the age of the voice that discomforted him, but rather the chilling fear that the specter was right beside him, as if it had materialized in his very vicinity. The specter's head hung low, its mouth, filled with jagged teeth, uttered words that penetrated Lin Yu's eardrums, reaching straight to his heart. He could almost hear the rapid pounding of his own heartbeat. Feeling the blood within him begin to chill, the flickering campfire offered no solace. A wave of goosebumps rapidly spread across his skin. Was this the evolved specter? Too terrifying. Lin Yu covered his ears, unwilling to endure any more, and cautiously made his way toward the pit. Just then, another horrifying thud echoed. Bang! A noticeable crack appeared on the door, spreading like a spider's web. It won't be long before this rudimentary wooden door becomes utterly obsolete. The luminous stones at the entrance have completely lost their efficacy. The 3 stones have transformed into the most mundane pebbles, and the radiant runes inscribed upon them have developed faint cracks. Just as Lin Yu approached the entrance to the crypt, the specter outside forcefully struck the wooden door once more. This time, the door could not withstand the impact. Spiderweb-like fissures erupted across its surface. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, materialized on the door. A scaled claw darted swiftly, and a blood-red eye nearly pressed against the aperture, locking its gaze upon him. The crimson orb, veined with blood, fixated menacingly on Lin Yu. Although he could not discern the expression of the specter, he could sense its malevolent amusement. "I have arrived." The aged voice echoed once more in Lin Yu's ears, causing his eardrums to thrum with a resonating buzz. The specter had developed the capability for auditory assault. Chapter 022. The arm of the specter opened the door. That frigid voice, chilling enough to freeze one's blood, resounded again. The blood-red eye flickered past, and then a horrific arm emerged from the hole. The claw began to probe, attempting to pry the door open from within. Witnessing this, Lin Yu's pupils constricted, and he trembled with fear. If the specter succeeded in opening the door, his demise would be inevitable this night. Lin Yu gazed in terror at the sinister claw extending from the aperture. It must not be allowed to open the door, otherwise I am doomed. A command surged through Lin Yu's mind. Despite his overwhelming fear, reason triumphed over panic. In a swift motion, Lin Yu drew his ice-blue battle axe from his waist and charged towards the arm reaching through the door. Only a few meters from the entrance, Lin Yu felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Overcome by instinct, he raised the battle axe in his hand. The specter outside remained oblivious to the fact that a survivor had charged forward. Its arm was still fumbling with the door lock. Just a few centimeters from the lock, Lin Yu surged ahead. He swung his arm, the sharp blade of the axe casting a colossal shadow in the flickering orange glow of the flames. His enhanced arm unleashed a terrifying force, and the axe came crashing down. With a thunderous impact, the blade glimmered with a deep azure light, akin to ice, and struck fiercely against the specter's arm. Although the axe struck true, delivering all its ferocity, it did not sever the arm entirely. The grim tidings were that the specter was now utterly enraged. The silver lining, however, was that the blade had cleaved the arm halfway through. Hardened scales shattered upon impact, and thick, inky blood gushed forth. Lin Yu's full-force strike was capable of felling a great tree, and coupled with the razor-sharp axe, the close-range assault was formidable. Yet, even so, he could not completely sever the specter's arm. Nevertheless, the arm was rendered utterly incapacitated by Lin Yu's onslaught, leaving it unable to open the door. A piercing shriek erupted from the specter outside, now consumed by fury. With relentless force, its other arm began to pound against the wooden door, reminiscent of a pack of frenzied beasts assaulting their prey. Lin Yu braced his shoulder firmly against the door, pressing down with his grip, channeling his strength into the axe, augmenting its power further. The specter sought to withdraw its arm. Now, It felt as if it were ensnared by a trap, unable to break free. Resorting to a frantic assault on the wooden door, the roles of the two had abruptly reversed. Lin Yu's body trembled violently. The wooden door began to loosen, showing faint signs of impending destruction. The specter's strength was immense, akin to a raging bull. Lin Yu's innards quaked in response to the tremors. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous force surged forth. The specter's arm hurled Lin Yu aside, severing like a lizard's tail. The colossal force not only sent Lin Yu crashing to the ground, but also caused the specter's arm to fall away completely. A roar erupted. The specter outside shrieked in furious agony, its cry resonating through the stillness of the night. Many, filled with terror, turned their gazes toward the wooden door, bewildered by the horrifying events unfolding. They had never before encountered such a terrifying wail. The survivors in the small town were oblivious to the fact that Lin Yu had severed an arm from the specter. Thick, black blood dripped onto the ground, while the specter's crimson eyes glared at the door with unyielding resentment. The wooden door was on the verge of collapse, marred with deep scars and gaping holes. Perhaps with a few more assaults, it would shatter completely. Yet, the specter chose not to continue its attack. It slowly retreated, heavy footsteps echoing on the steps outside. The specter cast a wary glance at the damaged door before vanishing into the mist. Lin Yu's back slammed heavily against the ground. He rolled once before springing to his feet. Unsure if the specter had truly departed, he swiftly retrieved the remaining light stones. Without hesitation, he dashed to the doorway and placed all the light stones on the ground. After engaging in battle with the specter, Lin Yu had gained a newfound understanding of its formidable power. Such an extraordinary force is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. It is truly terrifying. Lin Yu, hunched over, gasped violently, with hot breaths rolling out like an old bull. In his grasp was the ice-blue battle axe, his gaze sharply fixed on the wooden door. Minutes elapsed, yet the ghostly figure did not materialize, allowing Lin Yu to finally ease his mind. Although the specter was cunning, it would not cease its onslaught. The current stillness could only signify one thing. The ghostly presence had genuinely departed. A faint pain emerged in Lin Yu's tiger claws. The strength of the phantom was astonishing. Even his fortified hands struggled to resist. Fortunately, he remained behind the wooden door, avoiding direct confrontation with the specter. Otherwise, he would have surely met a grim fate. Besides his reinforced arms, Lin Yu felt fortunate to have enhanced his battle axe. This victory represented a remarkable amalgamation of strength and weaponry. Undoubtedly, it was his rationality triumphing over fear that led him to take the risk. Had the intact phantom fully entered, the outcome would likely have left him with naught but bones and scraps. The radiant stone on the ground remained unchanged, still emitting a bluish glow, clearly indicating that the ghostly figure had truly departed, unlike previous occasions when it lurked ominously at the threshold. It seemed Lin Yu had emerged victorious. Though he had not acquired anything of value, he had succeeded in surviving. He understood that the phantom was not insurmountable. As long as he continued to grow stronger, the specter would lose its terror. Physical attacks were indeed effective against the ghostly presence. Lin Yu surveyed the wooden door, now in tatters. Aside from the large hole in the center, the hinges on either side had been utterly destroyed. The steel nails were exposed to the air, giving the wooden door an appearance of imminent collapse. In this light, Lin Yu's decision to confront the situation head-on proved to be the most prudent choice. Retreat could equate to death. Exhausted, Lin Yu collapsed onto the ground, having expended a considerable amount of energy. Currently, only his arms had undergone enhancement, while the rest of his body remained unfortified, granting him merely a strength several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Lin Yu gradually rose to his feet. The bonfire behind him continued to flicker, casting a shadow that loomed several times larger than himself, rendering him a giant in the dim stone chamber. However, just as Lin Yu believed the danger had subsided, a sudden rustling sound erupted from the lawn at the entrance. The noise was dense, reminiscent of beans being fried. In the stillness of the night, any strange sound heralded peril. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu as he swiftly approached the gaping hole, his gaze alertly fixed on the outside. In the next moment, he stepped back, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. At the doorway, a mass of black insects surged into his line of sight like a relentless tide. Chapter 023. The swarm of black insects. This was the specter's revenge. Having lost an arm due to Lin Yu, it now summoned the swarm of black insects from the mist to assail him. Lin Yu quickly retreated and produced all the luminescent stones he possessed. With dawn still some time away, he could not afford to be complacent. As he arranged the luminescent stones, beams of azure light filled the stone chamber. Lin Yu tossed more wood into the bonfire to keep it ablaze, brandishing a torch while keeping a vigilant eye on the encroaching swarm of black insects. In no time, the insects appeared at the threshold. The sight of those densely packed black insects sent shivers down one's spine. They were no larger than a fingernail, adorned with menacing mandibles atop their heads. Emitting a cacophony of screeches, they crawled towards the battered wooden door, which was already in a state of disrepair. The black insects swarmed forth, emerging from the gaping holes. Just as they began to infiltrate the wooden barrier, the azure glow from the luminous stone annihilated the foremost of the black creatures. The damage inflicted by the luminous stone proved to be significantly more potent than that of the ghostly shadows. Hundreds of the insects succumbed to the stone's relentless assault. Yet, an even greater multitude of them materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Reflected in his gaze was the flickering image of a torch. Alongside the swarm of black insects that consumed his entire pupil, a dozen luminous stones activated simultaneously, momentarily preventing the horde from advancing. Lin Yu remained vigilant, then hurled the torch towards the mass of insects. Upon striking the ground, the torch ignited a deadly inferno, reducing the creatures to charred remains. An unpleasant and peculiar stench pervaded the air. The flames proved lethal to the black insects. It was no wonder that Chen Dehai had stockpiled so much wood in his home. Following suit, Lin Yu cast more torches at the entrance. With his luminous stones dwindling, he could not rely solely on them to fend off the insects. However, his supply of torches was limited, and only 4 or 5 remained in the campfire. The newly added wood required time to catch fire. Holding the torch aloft, Lin Yu crouched down. With a sweeping motion, he dispatched a multitude of black insects, intensifying the foul odor that hung in the air. However, as the minutes slipped away, the number of the black insects showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, they multiplied. This scene sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. The radiant stones were dwindling in number, with 3 of them already rendered ineffective, turning into mere rubble. What should he do? Cold sweat began to bead on Lin Yu's forehead. In addition to using a torch to incinerate the black insects, he also seized a shovel. He frantically struck at the insects crawling on the ground, the sound of chaos echoing in the stone chamber. Upon closer inspection, thousands of insect carcasses littered the ground beneath him. Some of the black creatures were charred, while others were reduced to pulp. A few, seizing the opportunity, climbed over the mound of corpses, advancing towards Lin Yu with malicious intent. With a sharp slap, Lin Yu brought his palm down heavily upon his arm, having been caught off guard by one of the black insects that bit into his forearm. In pain, he crushed the creature. Currently, the only effective means to harm the black insects were the radiant stones, torches, and a shovel. Yet, this was insufficient. The sheer number of insects was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, they fell in droves, only to be replaced instantaneously. They emerged from crevices, holes, and even corners, surging towards Lin Yu from all directions. Just as Lin Yu struggled to fend them off, praying for dawn's arrival, he made an uncanny observation. The black insects not only avoided the radiant stones and torches but also steered clear of the severed phantom arm that lay on the ground, which Lin Yu had cleaved with his battle axe. The severed limb, beginning at the forearm, was entirely black, adorned with scales resembling fish skin. 5 fingers, resembling the claws of a chicken, bore sharp nails that formed a menacing hook, exuding an ominous aura. Did these dark insects tremble at the sight of the ghostly arm? With no alternative in sight, uncertainty lingered about the safety of the ghostly arm, yet there was no choice but to attempt it. Lin Yu rushed forward, brandishing a torch in one hand and wildly striking with a spade in the other, dispatching a multitude of the black insects on the ground. He swiftly crouched down, cradling the ghostly arm with his sleeve, and retrieved it from the earth. The moment the ghostly arm manifested in Lin Yu's grasp, the dark insects noticeably began to exhibit trepidation. Their assault slowed significantly, as they dared not approach the radiant stone and the torch. However, they cunningly utilized the corpses of their comrades to sap the warmth from the radiant stone and the torch. In this ebb and flow, as long as the number of dark insects remained sufficient, both the radiant stone and the torch would ultimately deplete their energy, becoming mere remnants. The ghostly arm, however, was an entirely different matter. The dark insects did not even dare to draw near. They maintained a distance of 3 to 4 centimeters from the radiant stone. The range of the stone's radiation was limited, and the insects were unafraid. Yet, the moment Lin Yu grasped the ghostly arm, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The incessantly attacking dark insects began to retreat, encircling Lin Yu but halting their advance when they were still 30 to 40 centimeters away, too intimidated to invade further. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that the ghostly arm possessed a formidable suppressive power over the dark insects. Lin Yu held his ground against the dark insects for several hours. As the sky began to brighten slightly, the tide of black insects gradually receded, vanishing without a trace. At long last, it has come to an end. Lin Yu appeared weary. He cast a glance at the stone house, which had now transformed into a lair of insects. The ground was strewn with the corpses of countless bugs, layered upon one another in overwhelming numbers. Last night, his focus had been solely on repelling the onslaught of the black insects, and he had scarcely registered the sheer volume of the fallen pests. Now it was evident that there were at least tens of thousands. As the morning light pierced through the mist, heralding the dawn, Lin Yu let down his guard completely, collapsing onto the ground in utter fatigue. The luminous stones had been nearly depleted. He was left with merely 2 remaining. The others had been entirely rendered useless, their once vibrant azure glow extinguished, and the radiant runes now marred with cracks. A foul stench of decaying insects permeated the air, a scent unbearable to Lin Yu. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he grasped a shovel and began to clear the black insects from the premises, shoveling them outside. It took him over 20 minutes to restore the room to a semblance of cleanliness. Upon opening the wooden door, he welcomed the fresh air, which rushed in to dispel the acrid odor of burnt insect remains. Just as he completed his task, a faint glow suddenly emanated from the wooden door behind him. Lin Yu turned to observe as the damaged door was enveloped in a gentle light. A translucent, jelly-like substance appeared on its surface, rendering the door indistinct. In less than a second, the rudimentary wooden door vanished, replaced by a brand new one. Simultaneously, information about the door materialized in Lin Yu's gaze. Basic wooden door enhancement complete. Item: intermediate wooden door, quality, intermediate, special effects, reinforced wood, stainless steel layer, enhanced peephole. Proceed with reinforcement. Lin Yu gazed at the wooden door, which had grown significantly more formidable than before. It not only appeared considerably more robust, but also contained steel plates within. This enhancement rendered it impervious to ghostly assaults. Indeed, its strength was undeniable, yet it remained impossible for a mere hand to shatter the steel plate. The thickness of the door had also increased substantially, likely due to the presence of the steel, adding at least 3 to 4 centimeters to its dimensions. The overall thickness now reached an impressive 12 centimeters, and the strength of the wood had been notably augmented. Lin Yu tested the door by striking it twice, producing a deep, resonant echo. This was no ordinary timber. Its unique composition rendered it exceptionally resilient. A satisfied smile graced Lin Yu's face. The sides of the door had also been reinforced, fitting seamlessly with the stone house. Consequently, not only was the door itself remarkably sturdy, but it could also withstand powerful impacts without sustaining damage. Behind the door, there was a peephole connecting to the outside, allowing Lin Yu to observe the external surroundings while remaining unseen. This undoubtedly enhanced his capacity for emergency response. Witnessing the formidable nature of the intermediate wooden door, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He no longer intended to further reinforce the door with the current capabilities of the ghostly presence. It was incapable of breaching this barrier. Chapter 024, Strengthening the Legs, Enhancing Speed. Would you like to reinforce the intermediate wooden door? Before Lin Yu, the system's prompt remained unyielding. Intermediate wooden door enhancement time, 102 hours and 21 minutes. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu decisively chose to forego the enhancement. A duration of 102 hours was simply too protracted. He could not afford to wait, nor was it necessary at this juncture. The system allowed for the enhancement of only one object at a time, and the higher the level, the longer the enhancement required. Lin Yu preferred to achieve a balanced effect. The pressing matter at hand was no longer the wooden door. Having fought against the ghostly shadow yesterday, Lin Yu distinctly felt that physical prowess was the true foundation of strength. The ghostly figure was indeed vulnerable, but only if Lin Yu possessed a formidable physique. Beneath the biting cold wind, Lin Yu gazed at his hands, lost in contemplation. Based on his body's enhancement level, he could further fortify his hands. The hands seemed to symbolize strength. Thus, the legs must represent speed. Strength, speed, agility, endurance, and mental fortitude. These are the 5 essential energies defining human physical capabilities. Each one holds immense importance. Yet, to date, No individual has been witnessed elevating all 5 energies to their utmost potential. Such a feat is exceedingly rare. Lin Yu's strength could not be deemed extraordinary, yet when compared to an average person, it was more than sufficient. With a single punch, he could shatter a tree trunk the width of a palm, a feat that already placed him within the realm of martial arts. Tentatively, Lin Yu inquired, "Can I enhance my speed?" Leg enhancement, countdown, 20 hours and 01 minutes. Indeed, it was possible. If the legs represented speed, could he also enhance his agility and endurance? Or perhaps his mental strength? Agility enhancement, countdown, 31 hours. Strengthening endurance, countdown, 16 hours and 21 minutes. Strengthening mental fortitude, countdown, 35 hours and 22 minutes. After Lin Yu posed his question, data materialized in his pupils. Upon examining this information, Lin Yu realized that he could indeed embark on a path of enhancement. "Shall I strengthen my hands?" he inquired tentatively. He had previously augmented his hands once, resulting in a significant increase in strength. He pondered what the outcome would be if he were to enhance them again. "Are you certain you wish to strengthen your hands?" Strengthening hands, countdown, 51 hours and 43 minutes. Lin Yu still had the opportunity to fortify his hands, though the duration had more than doubled since the initial enhancement. This, he had anticipated. It was a common principle that after the first enhancement of any item, subsequent augmentations would necessitate an increased duration, possibly even doubling it. Although the system did not reveal the specific effects of further strengthening his hands based on prior experience, Lin Yu was confident that his augmented hands would possess formidable strength, certainly far surpassing his current capabilities. The wooden door served as a prime example, as it could nearly withstand the apparitions entirely. Though Lin Yu had yet to test this theory, he felt assured in its validity. The apparitions were not insurmountable anomalies. They too bore vulnerabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu concluded that he ought to pursue a more balanced approach. Even if he could not enhance all 5 key attributes simultaneously, striving for equilibrium was essential. Otherwise, he risked being severely compromised when confronting other anomalous entities in the future. Caught in a passive position, reduced to merely enduring blows, Lin Yu had heard of 3 extraordinary creatures from the radio. Along with one described by Misha and 2 he had encountered himself, he was now aware of 6 such beings. Lin Yu was convinced that there were even more anomalies yet to be discovered. Speed and strength were indeed paramount characteristics. An individual possessing immense strength or remarkable speed could wield considerable advantage. Moreover, enhancing speed required the least amount of time. Merely a day would suffice. Once the day had passed, he could proceed to fortify other attributes. Lin Yu promptly declared, "Enhance my legs." Confirming leg enhancement. Commencing enhancement. Leg enhancement, countdown, 20 hours 01 minute. The text before him gradually faded away. At present, Lin Yu felt no peculiar sensations. Only upon completion of the enhancement could he truly appreciate its effects. He gazed towards the stone house behind him and silently mused. The possibilities for enhancement are increasing, but there exists a prerequisite. Only tangible entities may be strengthened. Inside his stone abode lay a myriad of items. Compared to his previous state of destitution, Lin Yu had grown significantly stronger. He partook of a modest breakfast, consisting of a bit of cream bread and some jerky. After boiling, the filtered water lost its unpleasant taste. This breakfast left Lin Yu immensely satisfied. He no longer needed to procure sustenance, for his provisions were originally only sufficient to last until today. However, he had previously acquired a considerable amount of supplies from Chundahai, which included a variety of food items. Lin Yu made a rough calculation and realized that the provisions left by Chundahai would suffice for him to sustain himself for an entire week without issue. This was under the assumption of indulging freely. If he were to practice frugality, he could stretch it to half a month. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the ghostly arm resting on the table, which emanated a faintly sinister aura. For reasons unknown, it instilled a profound sense of discomfort. Perhaps it was simply due to the arm's terrifying appearance. The limb had been severed by an ice-blue battle axe, its surface adorned with scales the size of fingernails, while the flesh within was an ominous shade of black. The blood had long since dried, revealing a segment of white bone. 5 sharp claws, curved like hooks, bore a striking resemblance to those of a chicken, albeit significantly sharper. Lin Yu grasped the ghostly arm and sought a rag to cover it. At this moment, he remained uncertain whether the arm could be retained. Although it possessed an exorcising effect, he was unsure if keeping it would invite disaster. Furthermore, having severed the arm of this eerie entity, Lin Yu pondered whether it would seek vengeance during the night. He was oblivious to the fact that the ghost was intelligent. It could not only masquerade as a human knocking at the door, but also employ cunning tactics, such as lurking behind the door or unleashing black insects to attack. Currently, the only individuals Lin Yu was acquainted with were the postman Yin Da and the doctor Mei Sha. Yin Da undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than Mei Sha, yet he was rather treacherous. Lin Yu had no desire to disclose to him that he had severed the ghost's arm. One could only speculate what Yin Da might do upon learning this information. Lin Yu believed it would be more prudent to seek out Mei Sha for clarification. He approached the door and securely locked it. The key to the intermediate wooden door was distinctively crafted, and the lock mechanism had undergone significant enhancement. At first glance, Lin Yu's intermediate wooden door appeared remarkably similar to an ordinary wooden door. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the differences were as vast as the heavens and the earth. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure incurs suspicion. Lin Yu was exceedingly pleased with the fortified wooden door, robust yet inconspicuous. There was scarcely a more perfect door than this. Chapter 025. The priceless hand. Lin Yu was still clad in his black trench coat, with a battle axe secured at his waist and in his hand. He carried the ghostly arm wrapped in tattered cloth. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Mei Sha's stone abode. On his way, he noticed that no other stone houses had their doors ajar. Yesterday had seemingly been quite tranquil. Standing before the stone house, Lin Yu knocked on the door. "Is Dr. Mei in?" he called out. Soon, Mei Sha's voice echoed from within. "Is that you, Lin Yu? Please wait a moment. I will be right out." "All right, no hurry," Lin Yu replied. After a few moments, the wooden door finally creaked open. Mei Sha stood gracefully on the steps. Her hair carefully styled and her brows artfully drawn with pencil. Her lips were adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, and she exuded a refreshing floral fragrance. She had evidently taken the time to prepare herself before opening the door. "Lin Yu, you've come. What brings you here? Please, come inside." Mei Sha greeted him with a warm smile. "Yes, I have a few matters I would like to inquire about." "Not a problem. Please come in. It's cold outside." Lin Yu stepped inside, noticing that the stone house had been tidied up. Though modest, it exuded a sense of cleanliness. In the corner, a campfire crackled, releasing a faint aroma of smoke. On the table lay remnants of breakfast, and a porcelain cup contained a thick, gray liquid. Lin Yu could not discern the nature of the food, but it was certainly not cockroach paste. "Have you not finished your breakfast? Please, go ahead. I'll wait for a moment." "It's all right, I will finish shortly. The food is rather unappetizing." "What brings you to me?" Mei Sha, with thoughtful consideration, shifted a wooden stool beside Lin Yu, inviting him to sit. Once seated, Lin Yu inquired, "Did you hear any strange sounds last night?" Upon hearing this, Mei Sha furrowed her brow and replied, "Indeed, I heard a terrifying shriek, as if something had provoked the specter. The sound was truly dreadful. I believe everyone must have heard it." With a shiver, Mei Sha instinctively touched her neck. Recalling the ghostly wail from the previous night sent chills down her spine. She pondered who might have angered the specter. Nevertheless, after the wailing ceased, the night remained eerily calm, devoid of any further strange occurrences. "Yes, I heard it too, which is why I wish to ask you a few things." Lin Yu sighed, placing the specter's arm upon the table. "What is this?" He gazed at Mei Sha and whispered, "It is the arm of the specter. Last night, it attacked me, and in a moment of unexpected action, I severed its arm." "What?" Mei Sha stared in astonishment at Lin Yu, her eyes wide with disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, as if she had been struck by a sudden fright. "Impossible. I have never heard anyone speak of severing the arm of a ghostly figure. How did you manage to accomplish that?" Lin Yu unfurled the tattered cloth, revealing indeed an arm of a ghostly apparition. Many had encountered such specters, particularly Mei Sha, who possessed a greater understanding of them. Upon witnessing the grotesque limb, even though she had steeled herself for the sight, she instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes shimmered with terror, and her thick eyelashes quivered slightly. "You truly did sever the arm of a ghostly figure. How on earth did you achieve this?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "It was merely luck," Lin Yu replied, half-truthfully. "At that moment, the ghost was ensnared by the wooden door, allowing me to strike its arm with an axe, thus severing it. Its arm was incredibly tough, as hard to hack through as stone. That is still quite terrifying. I have yet to hear of anyone who could sever the arm of a ghostly figure. With such abilities, you could likely enlist in the regular army," Mei Sha remarked. "That is of little consequence. However, I do have several inquiries I wish to pose to you." "Please, go ahead," Mei Sha urged eagerly. "What purpose does the ghostly arm serve?" After being attacked by the apparition, could any form of virus emerge? I dared not grasp its arm directly, hence I wrapped it in cloth. Furthermore, I discovered that the black insects seemed to fear the ghostly arm. Last night, my home was overrun with these insects, and upon seeing the ghostly arm, they dared not approach. Misha furrowed her brows and reassured, rest assured. The specter's attacks are purely physical. Even if one is struck by a specter, as long as they do not perish, they will not be infected. I have previously assisted a few individuals who were attacked, and fortunately, dawn was approaching. They merely sustained injuries. She continued. The anomaly level of the black insect tide is somewhat inferior to that of the specter. They indeed harbor a fear of the specter, though I cannot ascertain the reason. However, the specter's arm is immensely valuable. Immensely valuable. Lin Yu observed Misha's gaze, noting the absence of any glimmer of greed. It seemed she had not contemplated that angle. Indeed, I am not entirely certain of its specific applications, yet the fortress is particularly interested in acquiring specters, specifically, deceased ones, not the living. You must safeguard this arm. It cannot be discovered by others, for its worth is substantial. You may sell it to the courier, who could transport it to the fortress for sale. But you are aware of Yenda's character. He is no benign individual. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Not at all. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. I recently arrived from Yuqing, a large city, and I possess a wealth of knowledge. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance regarding the previous matter. Misha referenced the incident involving Chindahai. From that moment on, she dared not open her door lightly. Even if injured patients appeared, she would retreat at least 10 meters away. Concealed within her possession was a pair of scissors. And only upon hearing Lin Yu's voice did she feel a semblance of security. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with indifference. Misha seemed to have something to express, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. She pressed her lips together in silence for a brief moment. Before her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Last night, the phantom attacked you, so your radiant stones must have diminished significantly, right?" Lin Yu responded ambiguously, nodding slightly. "I have some extra here. Allow me to share a portion with you." With that, Misha swiftly produced a cloth bag and handed it to Lin Yu, revealing no less than 10 radiant stones inside. This quantity was equivalent to what Lin Yu would typically require over 3 days to gather. Such an abundance would surely suffice to fend off the phantom's assault. "This is rather excessive. I cannot accept it," Lin Yu declined. "It's perfectly fine. I possess plenty more. And I've noticed a marked enhancement in my abilities lately. I can now inscribe 6 radiant stones in a single day. My mental fortitude appears to have significantly increased." Misha responded with a beaming smile. Chapter 026. The vanished postman Lin Yu found himself with dwindling radiant stones. Having gone sleepless the previous night, he was uncertain if he would have the energy to create more in the afternoon. Observing the radiant stones in Misha's possession, he pondered for a moment and said, "Consider this alone. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises, if that is agreeable." Misha understood that Lin Yu was not one to easily owe favors. She gazed at him and sighed. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, I truly do have plenty. Your arm? And your trousers?" Misha's gaze fell upon Lin Yu's arm and pants, both marred by bites from the dark insects. Particularly, Lin Yu's trousers were riddled with marks, nearly rendered unwearable. The mandibles of these black insects are laced with toxins capable of paralyzing the nerves. However, it is not a grave concern. Allow me to administer some anti-inflammatory medication. Lin Yu lowered his gaze and discovered numerous holes of varying sizes adorning the hems of his trousers. As he pulled up the fabric, he noticed many wounds on his calves, densely clustered and now swollen. Initially, he had overlooked these injuries, as his focus was entirely on the shadowy arm. Only now did he perceive the pain, yet fortunately, the black insects had not gnawed away at his skin. This fortunate outcome was attributable to the shadowy arm resting upon the table. Without a moment's hesitation, Misha crouched down and lifted Lin Yu's pant leg, meticulously inspecting the wounds on his calves. She then darted over to the cabinet and retrieved some anti-inflammatory ointment. Kneeling on the ground, she delicately applied the medication to Lin Yu's calves with a cotton swab. It stung slightly. Lin Yu sat on the stool, observing as Misha tended to his injuries. After several minutes, having consumed nearly half a bottle of ointment, she finally completed the task. Lin Yu glanced down at his calves, where the red solution was evenly distributed across the myriad of small wounds. "You must avoid water for the next couple of days, but it will heal soon. You'll be fine," Misha exhaled in relief. "Thank you," Lin Yu replied. There's no need for gratitude. I have expressed it several times already. You saved my life. So I consider this a minor favor, Misha said, sealing the ointment bottle and then looking at Lin Yu. Are you planning to sell this shadowy arm? Yinda is quite a perilous individual. I suggest it would be prudent for you to conceal yourself for the time being and seize the opportunity to sell later. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Is Yinda truly formidable? Lin Yu inquired seemingly nonchalantly. He had never witnessed Yinda's prowess. Yet his role as a courier implied he possessed unique abilities. When Lin Yu eliminated Chun Dahai, Yinda inexplicably became aware of the incident, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin Yu. He needed to ascertain Yinda's capabilities. In this small town, Yinda's combat strength was undoubtedly the most formidable. Misha nodded in agreement, stating, Yinda is a courier who hails from Fortress 11. The personnel at the post office are exceptionally skilled, often possessing some form of martial arts. Furthermore, having served as a courier for such an extended period, Yinda has amassed numerous benefits for himself. He possesses white-level radiant runes, and I believe I can now inscribe white radiant runes myself. However, acquiring them from Yinda will not be a simple task. Are not the radiant runes supposed to be freely distributed by the Red Rock Fortress? Lin Yu continued to question. Misha sighed. You are correct. But Yinda is rather despicable. He has concealed the white radiant runes, claiming they are flawed and cannot be released at the moment. In truth, he is merely hoarding them for his own gain. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. In this world, especially during apocalyptic times, there are truly no free lunches. And such occurrences are certainly not uncommon. Although Lin Yu was not well acquainted with Yinda, he had discerned his poor character after merely a couple of encounters. He exhibited not a trace of concern for the lives and deaths of others, consumed by selfishness and self-interest, solely contemplating how to secure a comfortable existence amidst the apocalypse. Although Lin Yu was fully aware of Yinda's true nature, he did not perceive any wrongdoing in Yinda's actions. In fact, the self-serving individual appeared more straightforward. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one must look after oneself or face dire consequences. Lin Yu's only concern lay in Yinda's strength. Yinda had once informed Lin Yu that among humanity existed both mutants and extraordinary beings. These two categories of individuals operate within different frameworks, yet both transcend the physical limitations of ordinary humans. Though Lin Yu was unaware of what an extraordinary being might resemble, he believed it was not beyond his reach to become one. Since such a classification existed in this world, there must surely be a method to cultivate it. With a profound gaze, Lin Yu resolved to procure some items from the courier. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for the luminous stone and medicine. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out, and I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Very well, I am currently safe. You may attend to your matters. I can see you have not slept all night and appear quite fatigued. I will commence carving the luminous stone. Lin Yu nodded and turned to depart. Misha watched as Lin Yu vanished into the woods before finally rising from her seat. She cautiously peered outside, ensuring no one was nearby, before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lin Yu, clutching the luminous stone Misha had given him, arrived at the doorstep of the courier's stone dwelling. Yinda's abode was notably larger and sturdier than those of others. As Lin Yu approached, he discovered that Yinda's door was firmly locked. Lin Yu had intended to purchase a pair of trousers. His current trousers are quite unwearable, being tattered and threadbare. Furthermore, Lin Yu intends to procure some sundry household items. As Lin Yu was proceeding towards the stone dwelling, a woman emerged from the vicinity. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, possessing comely features and skin of fine texture, albeit with a pallor indicative of malnutrition. Her countenance was wan, and her hair disheveled. Lin Yu, upon closer inspection, recognized her. Was this not the very woman he had observed within Yinda's chamber that day? Though Lin Yu was unacquainted with her name, he surmised that the woman shared an intimate rapport with Yinda, though assuredly not that of matrimony. The woman's gaze met Lin Yu's, then swiftly averted. After a moment, she lifted her head, directing his attention to the note affixed to the wooden door. Yinda has departed, possibly to return in a couple of days. Perhaps you could revisit the premises the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu's eyes fell upon the note, and he discerned that Yinda had indeed ventured forth to procure merchandise, rendering his visit fruitless. As the sole postman in the township, Yinda would occasionally journey to the fortress to acquire goods, which he would then vend to the townsfolk. At times, Yinda would also bring back novel victuals and armaments, though at exorbitant prices, beyond the means of a pauper such as Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, intending to depart. Yet, As he turned, he perceived several individuals behind him, seemingly also intent on making purchases. Chapter 27. Bartering. Lin Yu cast his gaze upon them. Several figures materialized along the tranquil path, 2 men and a woman. The foremost man was of burly stature, nearly as tall as Lin Yu himself. Clad in a tattered vintage jacket, with a machete dangling from his waist and a thick stubble adorning his face, he appeared to be in his 30s. Trailing behind him was a corpulent woman, donned in a grimy floral dress, surprisingly wielding a shotgun. Following them was a gaunt middle-aged man, of modest stature with a balding head, carrying a backpack, though Lin Yu failed to notice any weaponry on him. The trio approached swiftly. The burly man cast a glance at Lin Yu and nodded with a smile. "Is the postman not here today?" Zhang Zhihui inquired. Lin Yu nodded in response, stating, "Yes. I heard he left this morning and will return in a couple of days." "What a pity. I have some fine items for him." Zhang Zhihui sighed in resignation. He then turned to the shotgun-wielding woman. "Li Qi, I told you. Yinda has already left, yet you refuse to believe it." The stout woman appeared formidable. She snorted disdainfully and glared at Lily beside the stone house, taunting, "You wretched creature, did you send Yinda to procure goods? Knowing full well I intended to buy something. You let him leave. Damn it." As she spoke, Li Qi spat a thick phlegm, glaring fiercely at Lily. Lily looked on in fear, seemingly wary of Li Qi. Lin Yu was oblivious to their grievances and had no desire to intervene. He circumvented the imposing Zhang Zhihui and proceeded down another path. Zhang Zhihui, evidently intrigued by Lin Yu, scrutinized him and asked, "Young brother, what brings you here to purchase?" "In truth, we need not rely on a courier. If we were to engage in barter, it could indeed facilitate our mutual convenience." Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Zhihui and remarked, "I wish to procure a pair of trousers and inquire about certain matters." Zhang Zhihui turned his gaze to Lin Yu's pant leg and quickly grasped the situation. The inhabitants here had all suffered the torment of the vile black insects. Those repugnant creatures that truly posed a nuisance. "I have some trousers at home. If you do not mind, I can sell them to you. Our builds are quite similar. And trousers are hardly scarce in the city. What is your asking price?" Seeing the opportunity unfold, Zhang Zhihui smiled and replied, "An inconsequential item. You may decide its worth. How about a radiant stone?" Lin Yu found this to be quite a bargain, as the trousers he currently wore were nearly beyond repair. The fabric below his knees was riddled with holes, and the entire garment was filthy, with a tear at the back that would soon expose his undergarments to the air. Lin Yu was not keen on having others gaze at his backside. "Very well, no objections. You go fetch them. I shall await your return." Zhang Zhihui chuckled. "Wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Why don't you accompany me? With Yinda absent, it would be more prudent for us to conduct a trade together. I possess some items. What do you have? Let us barter." Zhang Zhihui articulated his proposal. Lin Yu nodded. Seizing the opportunity to learn more about the survivors in this quaint town, the stout woman huffed softly, giving a nod. Lin Yu glanced at her, noticing that Li Qi harbored a strong aversion towards Li Li. Those small, piercing eyes remained fixed upon Li Li. If her eyes possessed the power to kill, then Lily would have perished long ago. The bald man raised his hand, his voice grating as he stated, "Indeed, I have been accumulating luminous stones for several days. My bag contains nothing but these stones. Let us see what you all have to offer." "Very well," Zhang Zhihui replied. "Let us proceed as decided. Each of us shall express our desires, and we shall exchange accordingly. If the terms do not align, then so be it. Let us avoid any discord." "Agreed," Lin Yu nodded. Zhang Zhihui continued, "I shall begin. I seek food, nails, and a jug of oil, as I have exhausted my cooking oil." He then turned his gaze to Li Qi, who was beside him. The plump woman pouted, "I, too, require food. Similar to your request, yet I refuse to accept cockroach jerky. It is far too unpalatable. For everything else, I can offer a bit more money, or of course, luminous stones will suffice." "And you, old Zhang?" Zhang Zhihui inquired, looking at the bald man, with whom he appeared to be quite familiar. Old Zhang replied, "I am in need of an axe, as my previous one has broken, along with a carving knife and some bandages. As for food, I am not particular. Anything will do." "All right, young man, I am not yet familiar with your name. What do you desire, aside from trousers?" Lin Yu introduced himself. "I am Lin Yu." After stating his name, the others silently noted it. "I wish to know how to deal with those black insects. Besides luminous stones and torches, are there other methods?" Lin Yu's wooden door had already been reinforced into a mid-grade wooden door. He no longer feared the specter, yet Lin Yu had established a conflict with it. making retaliation a likely prospect. The black insects were exceedingly troublesome, and Lin Yu sought to discover the methods other survivors employed to manage these pests. It's quite simple. Let me share this information with you. How about 2 luminous stones? Zhang Zhihui inquired. That's acceptable, Lin Yu replied. A mixture of lime and wood ash will suffice to deter the black insects. This method is my own invention. You might not have lime, but wood ash is ubiquitous. Simply burn some yourself. However, after it rains, you will need to reapply it. Of course, if you encounter a swarm of black insects, there's little that can be done. A small quantity is manageable, though it may be cumbersome. It is both simple and inexpensive. All right, that information is valuable. Along with the trousers, that totals 3 luminous stones. Indeed, I have what you requested, old Zhang. However, I have no food. An axe and bandages, perhaps? How about 10 luminous stones? After Zhang Zhihui pondered for a moment, he remarked, your prices are more reasonable than Yin Da's. It's a deal. I'm sorry, Lecky, but I too lack food, Zhang Zhihui sighed. At that moment, Lin Yu interjected, I have some bread and jerky. It's not the roach jerky. You can sample a bit of the meat jerky, which is undoubtedly superior. The enhanced roach jerky was remarkable in both flavor and texture. A fact Lin Yu could attest to from personal experience. Thus he was confident that his jerky could fetch a high price. Naturally, Lin Yu's creamy bread commanded an even higher value. Yet, Lin Yu was hesitant to take action. After all, this was the end of the world. And even ordinary bread was a rarity, let alone the luxurious cream bread. Can we sample it? A spark of excitement lit up Lu Qi's face as she smiled and spoke. Of course, go fetch it. We shall wait for you here, old Zhang chimed in. Young brother, you stand to earn quite a bit today, Zhang Zhihui added with a grin. All 3 were eager to acquire food, despite each having their own supplies. As long as Lin Yu's prices were not higher than Yin Da's, they were certain to sell everything. Lin Yu was confident they would enjoy the jerky, for its taste was truly delightful. While Lin Yu and the others discussed, Lily suddenly approached. She eyed Li Qi warily, then positioned herself behind Zhang Zhihui. I too desire food and shining stones. I possess all that you seek. With that, Lily produced a set of keys. The others exchanged glances. These were Yin Da's keys, and she held them with such ease. It was evident that Yin Da held a deep trust in Lily, or perhaps she had acquired them through some extraordinary means. Regardless, it appeared that everyone would obtain what they desired. Chapter 028. The envy of survivors. Lily clutched the keys tightly, her expression betraying a palpable fear of others attempting to seize them. In truth, no one dared to approach, for these keys belonged to Yin Da, not to her. Whatever method Lily employed to obtain them was her own skill. Others were reluctant to act rashly, for it was well understood that Yin Da was out procuring supplies, not deceased. To snatch the belongings of a messenger was tantamount to inviting one's own demise. Yin Da would certainly retaliate. Several individuals exchanged glances, each intuitively sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. A profound silence enveloped the group as they refrained from speaking. Lily seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter and hurriedly asserted, should any complications arise, I shall take full responsibility. Yin Da will not trouble me. However, there are certain things that must remain untouched. Yet, rest assured, everything you desire is attainable. You may barter among yourselves. I only wish for what I seek. Upon her declaration, a collective sigh of relief resonated through the group. With her assuming responsibility, the transaction could proceed, and should Yin Da indeed cause trouble later, it would be directed at Lily. Moreover, all present were acutely aware of the relationship between Lily and Yin Da. Lu Qi cast a disdainful glance at Lily, spitting in contempt. You wretched creature, selling yourself. Be careful, or Yin Da might torment you to death tonight. Lily inhaled deeply, refusing to yield, retorted, that is my affair and has nothing to do with you. If you do not wish to participate, you are free to leave. What the hell did you just say? With a sudden motion, Li Qi leveled her hunting rifle at Lily's forehead. The dark muzzle loomed ominously, draining the color from Lily's face. Do you dare to challenge me? I could end your life right now. Lu Qi threatened fiercely. Zhang Zhihui, witnessing the escalating tension, furrowed his brow and admonished, Li Qi, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? If Yin Da learns you have killed Lily, you are finished. I have long since grown weary of life. Lu Qi retorted angrily. That shameless hussy is merely trying to seduce Yin Da. Lin Yu observed Li Qi's intense fury, sensing that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Why was Li Qi exhibiting such rage? Even if Lily acted improperly, what does it concern her? Her demeanor is akin to that of a wronged wife confronting her husband's mistress. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lin Yu. His eyes narrowed, and he subtly retreated a step, contemplating the possibility of the deranged woman actually discharging the firearm. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui swiftly seized the barrel of Lecky's gun, forcefully deflecting the hunting rifle from her grasp. Bang! A gunshot reverberated through the air. The bullet struck the ground near Zhang Zhihui's feet, instantly erupting in a spray of dirt. Lecky had indeed pulled the trigger, whether intentionally or inadvertently remained uncertain. A wisp of bluish smoke emanated from the muzzle of the hunting rifle. Zhang Zhihui was instantly incensed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lecky. His thick arm shot out, seizing Lecky's neck with a menacing grip. The obese Lecky immediately experienced a suffocating sensation. In his rage, Zhang Zhihui possessed the strength to potentially kill Lecky. The corpulent woman's face rapidly flushed crimson. Blood rushed to her head, transforming her countenance into that of a scarlet apple. Her eyeballs bulged, and she glared at Zhang Zhihui with a ferocious intensity. "If there's a next time, I'll kill you," Zhang Zhihui exclaimed, shoving Lecky away with a scowl. Lecky stumbled to the ground, rolling in the dirt. Humiliated and enraged, she scrambled to her feet, bellowing, "You'll all regret this." With that, Lecky fled in terror. Zhang Zhihui exuded a formidable aura, seemingly unfazed by the gun in Lecky's possession. Lin Yu remained silent throughout the ordeal, observing everything. The bald old Zhang beside him appeared visibly frightened, clutching his backpack with a worried expression. "Humph, what a collection of despicable things," Zhang Zhihui exclaimed. Then turned to Lin Yu, his tone softening slightly as he said, "Lecky had been with Yinda for a while. Naturally, after you arrived, Lecky was cast aside. Did Yinda not mention this to you?" Lily, bewildered, shook her head. She had no idea that Lecky was once Yinda's mistress. It was hardly surprising. Yinda would never admit to having had an affair with Lecky. The disparity between that plump woman and Lily was akin to that of a toad and a swan. It was evident that during that time, Yinda was truly desperate. However, Lin Yu discerned that Lecky had undoubtedly reaped significant benefits from her association with Yinda, which explained her seething anger. Nevertheless, it was all sordid business that was perhaps best left unspoken. Zhang Zhihui appeared quite agitated, while Lily, fearful, interjected, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huaj has caused you trouble." Zhang Zhihui glanced at Lily, dismissively waving his hand. Forget it. Though Lily was over 30, she still possessed an undeniable charm, particularly in her demeanor, having once been a teacher. With her tearful appearance, how could any man remain unmoved? How could Lecky not realize that from the moment Lily stepped into this place, she had lost utterly? Lin Yu mused, "Huaj, you two harbor secrets." Lily led Lin Yu and the others into the stone house, retrieving everything they required for their transaction. At that moment, Lin Yu grasped the reason behind Lily's request for the radiant stones. It turned out that Yinda kept the radiant stones in the cabinet within this very stone house. The stone dwelling also featured a more robust wooden portal, which was secured with a lock. Presumably, Elle was unable to procure the key to said portal. The outer confines of the stone dwelling contained only rudimentary articles. Valuables had long been sequestered by. Procured a modicum of sustenance, resolving to acquire trousers directly from. The adjacent also purchased several items, compensating at the standard rate. At this juncture, remarked, "I've been apprised of your possession of meat morsels. Also has some, albeit at marked prices. Should yours be more economical, I would not be averse to acquiring them." Standing nearby, nodded in fervent agreement, regarding with anticipation. "Indeed I do. Pray, await my return." Retraced his steps, retrieving the meat morsels from his stone dwelling. The individuals sampled the fare in small portions, their countenances reflecting Epicurean delight. Observed with contentment, for their predilection was directly proportional to his pecuniary gain. However, the corpulent woman was absent, else he could have augmented his earnings further. Savoring the meat morsels, inquired with satisfaction, "What is this substance? Its flavor is exquisite. Pray, what is the price?" Responded, "I have no desire to profiteer excessively, therefore, I shall offer it at cost, 3 luminary stones per pouch." Had previously apportioned the quantities within his abode. A single pouch could sustain an ordinary individual for 3 diurnal cycles, with a mere 1 luminary stone expended per diem. However, the pouches contained desiccated cockroaches that had undergone enhancement, the value of which was approximately half a luminary stone. Thus, was realizing a 6-fold profit margin. "Very well. I will purchase it. Is there any left?" "I shall buy all," Zhang Zhihui stated without hesitation. "So will I?" Old Zhang quickly raised his hand. Having just tasted a small piece offered by Lin Yu, the flavor was exquisite. Both Zhang Zhihui and old Zhang were left with an enduring aftertaste. Lin Yu responded with a hint of helplessness. There isn't much left. My apologies. This is actually all my stock. In that case, it's all right. But if you have more in the future, do make sure to sell it to me first. Zhang Zhihui replied with a smile. Certainly. No problem. Chapter 029, The Alliance. Yuqing half an hour later, they had completed their barter. Each person acquired the items they desired. Lin Yu not only obtained a brand new pair of pants but also secured 6 radiant stones. Together with the 10 he borrowed from Misha, he now had 2 remaining, totaling 18 radiant stones. He felt confident that nothing untoward would occur that night. Even if a phantom appeared, he could handle it. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui approached Lin Yu, smiling as he said, "If you have the time, we could form an alliance and venture to Yuqing together." Yuqing? Lin Yu recalled hearing Misha mention Yuqing before. She had fled from there seeking refuge. This indicated that Yuqing was currently in a perilous state. Lin Yu was puzzled as to why Zhang Zhihui brought this up again. Observing the confusion on Lin Yu's face, Zhang Zhihui quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, the current situation in Yuqing is undeniably perilous. However, venturing there during daylight hours should pose minimal risk. Furthermore, the prices at Yanda are exorbitant. As denizens of the wilderness, we are unable to access the fortress due to the absence of identification. Should you desire to acquire additional supplies, a journey to Yuqing is imperative. As you are aware, Yuqing is an expansive metropolis, replete with a myriad of commodities. Nevertheless, with opportunity often comes danger. To obtain more, one must inevitably confront risk. What have you procured in Yuqing? Lin Yu inquired. Zhang Zhihui replied, everything you seek can be found there. Yuqing boasts supermarkets, shopping malls, and factories. It depends on your desires. Of course, the journey is fraught with certain dangers. A day is scarcely sufficient. Even if we set out during the day, we would arrive in Yuqing only by nightfall. Our protection relies solely on the radiant stones. Contemplate this. If feasible, we can deliberate further. However, if you wish to abstain from going, that is acceptable as well. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, committing the matter to memory. It seems that the means of acquiring supplies transcends merely purchasing from the courier. One can also seek out resources in other cities. This is evidently not a secret. Yet, the majority still opt to procure goods from Yanda. The rationale is clear. Most individuals are averse to taking risks. The specters haunting the town are already terrifying enough, and no one wishes to encounter even more fearsome anomalies. Well then, let us return. The hour is late. After Zhang Zhihui spoke, he cast a deep glance at Lily beside him and then departed from the scene. The bald man followed Zhang Zhihui as he left. Lin Yu found no further purpose in remaining there and returned to his stone house. At that moment, Lin Yu clutched a bag in his hand, filled entirely with radiant stones. Previously, Zhang Zhihui mentioned that a mixture of lime and wood ash could repel certain black insects, prompting Lin Yu to procure some from Yanda. He possessed an ample supply of lime, and Lily had not requested any money from him. Upon returning to his stone abode, Lin Yu set down the lime, then proceeded to cut a substantial amount of wild grass. After setting it ablaze, he waited for the wood ash to form before combining it with the lime. He then placed the mixture into an old iron canister, preparing to scatter it around his stone house later that evening. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu felt utterly fatigued. Although it was merely midday, he had gone an entire night without sleep. Coupled with the previous day's exertions, he had now been awake for 26 hours straight. He secured the intermediate wooden door and approached his bed. Many individuals tended to forego sleep at night, choosing instead to rest during the day. At night, the shadows of malevolent spirits would manifest, and those terrifying aberrations often knocked at the door, even if they did not enter. The sound of their knocking was sufficient to keep one alert and trembling throughout the night. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Lin Yu lay down on his bed and soon succumbed to a gentle snore. When he eventually awoke, it was already afternoon. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and realized he had slept for over 3 hours. Fortunately, the time was still early. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he still had time to carve the radiant stones. Lin Yu sat up, splashed some water on his face, and then approached the wooden table, ready to commence today's task. He retrieved a pebble and took out a small carving knife. Drawing upon the azure luminescent rune that lingered in his mind, Lin Yu began to carve with utmost seriousness. He was exceedingly meticulous, with each stroke resonating as the hard blade scraped against the pebble, producing a crisp sound. Gradually, the intricate lines became clearer, and a fine layer of dust accumulated on his fingers. Slowly, the luminescent rune manifested upon the stone. This rune was not overly complex. Its lines were simple, and its patterns distinct, forming an azure glowing luminescent rune upon the pebble. Lin Yu found it perplexing that although the rune appeared straightforward, the act of carving it demanded considerable mental fortitude. A moment's distraction could render his efforts futile. In Lin Yu's recollection, the luminescent rune could only be carved by humans. Those produced by machines were utterly ineffective. Only when infused with human mental energy did the rune on the pebble emit its azure glow, which served as the true weapon against ghostly apparitions. After taking a sip of water, Lin Yu steeled himself and continued his intricate work. 2 hours later, the sky had darkened completely. At last, Lin Yu completed his task for the day. He gazed at the 3 azure luminescent stones on the table, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. His mental energy was drained, and a dull ache throbbed in his head, but after a brief 10-minute respite, he felt somewhat rejuvenated. Stretching his limbs, he placed the carved luminescent stones into his bag. Now, Lin Yu possessed 21 luminescent stones, a formidable arsenal against the specters. He retrieved the lime grass powder from the corner and evenly scattered it across the ground, enveloping the stone dwelling in a protective layer. The stone house where Lin Yu resided was exceedingly simple, constructed from massive stone blocks, exuding a rugged charm. In this vicinity, there were no towering mountains. The inhabitants relied on these large stones to build their homes. In other regions, some survivors found refuge in caves, which offered a semblance of safety compared to the stone houses. However, residing in a cave did not guarantee absolute security. The methods of the anomalous creatures were diverse and unpredictable, making them difficult to evade. Only by comprehensively understanding the killing patterns of these entities could one identify vulnerabilities and survive safely. Chapter 030. It called for companions as night fell. An eerie silence enveloped the exterior, akin to a tomb, devoid of any sound. Here, the chirping of insects and the calls of birds were absent, and it was unlikely that anyone would venture out after dusk. Lin Yu ignited a bonfire and placed a luminous stone at the entrance. His gaze wandered within the stone house, where the surrounding area was still sprinkled with lime grass powder. The luminous stone served not only as a deterrent against phantoms, but also as an early warning system. Yet, the phantoms had evolved, significantly diminishing the efficacy of the azure luminous stone. To genuinely repel these entities, a minimum of 10 luminous stones would be required for a single night. Of course, some fortunate individuals had experienced nights devoid of any phantom encounters. Nevertheless, Lin Yu dared not rely on luck, especially after severing one of the phantom's arms the previous night. It had not perished. Thus, it was highly probable that it would seek vengeance. An instinctive feeling warned Lin Yu that the phantom would surely pay a visit that night. However, he remained uncertain of its approach. Leaning against the bonfire, Lin Yu squinted his eyes, seeking a brief respite. At his feet lay a bag of luminous stones, and at his waist hung an ice-blue battle axe. The newly purchased trousers, fashioned from soft, thick linen, provided a comfortable fit, keeping the chill of the night at bay. He had just taken out the anomaly detector. Initially, it proved somewhat useful, but after a few minutes, the needle fell back to 0. Lin Yu attempted to give it a few taps, only to discover that the device had completely run out of power. In truth, the anomaly detector had its merits, as it could monitor unusual creatures within a certain range. However, Chen Dehai's belongings were either antiquated, nearly obsolete, or simply out of battery, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat exasperated. Earlier that morning, he had overheard Zhang Zhihui discussing the Alliance's endeavors, which involved forming teams to procure supplies from other cities. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu speculated that the Chun brothers not only scoured their neighbors for resources each morning, but might also have ventured into other cities to scavenge. Otherwise, how could he possess that well-preserved map, which marked certain routes evidently verified for safety by Chen Dehai? As time slipped away, the clock struck midnight. Lin Yu continued to rest beside the flickering campfire. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the space, stirring the powdered lime and vegetation in the corner of the stone hut. Microscopic particles danced in the air, causing the flames to flicker and the shadows within the hut to waver. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. After the cold wind passed, a profound silence enveloped the entrance. This peculiar situation heightened Lin Yu's vigilance. The likelihood of a vengeful specter has significantly increased. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the luminous stone at the entrance. Should the specter make its appearance, the stone would undoubtedly react. However, Lin Yu observed no signs of the stone fading. The sudden gust of cold wind did not seem to emanate from the specter. After a prolonged moment of vigilance, he still detected no anomalies. Just as Lin Yu was intently focused on the wooden door, an immense crashing sound erupted. Bang! The deafening noise jolted Lin Yu into immediate alertness. His brow furrowed deeply as he grasped his battle axe and rose to his feet. An unprecedented force of impact surged forth. The specter seemed intent on breaching the door. Its ferocious assault was terrifying. This was no mere pounding on the door. It resembled the force of cannon fire. A colossal sound reverberated from the wooden door. Yet, to Lin Yu's relief, the door showed no signs of damage, not even a single crack. The formidable defense of the intermediate wooden door was astonishingly resilient. The specter appeared to be at a loss. The luminous stone at the entrance had lost its efficacy. As the specter collided with it, the first luminous stone had already extinguished, rendered completely useless. Yet the two adjacent stones continued to emit a steady azure glow, maintaining their normal state. Lin Yu swiftly approached, peering through the peephole to glimpse what lay beyond the door. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Standing before the wooden door were three specters, with one bearing a severed arm glaring malevolently at the entrance. Beside this specter stood two others of equal size, allies summoned by the one with the severed limb. If one cannot prevail, summon reinforcements. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, taken aback by the treachery of the specter, which had even summoned assistance. Little did the specter realize that the wooden door it had nearly shattered the previous day had undergone a transformation overnight. The rudimentary wooden door had been fortified and upgraded to a superior grade, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The upgraded door featured a steel plate for added support. Although the specter's strength was formidable, it would be utterly incapable of breaching this door. The commotion just now, could it possibly be the result of the three specters colliding together? Lin Yu surmised this to be highly plausible, for a single specter lacked such overwhelming power. The trio of specters fixated malevolently on the door, oblivious to the fact that, behind it, a vigilant figure was observing them intently. The specters were cloaked in dark feathers, reminiscent of crows. Their elongated arms dangled down to their knees, covered in a dense array of scales. Their claws glimmered with an unsettling coldness, curving like hooks, while their legs were slender and bent, akin to those of birds. The specters' heads were bare, their pallid skin stretched tightly over their skulls. Two crimson eyes glared with malice at the door, exhaling wisps of frosty breath. Lin Yu drew a sharp breath, tightening his grip on the battle axe. At that moment, the three specters suddenly retreated, their speed astonishing, truly the essence of a specter. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the outer courtyard. Lin Yu maintained a wary gaze on the three specters outside the door, with the distance widening. His view through the peephole was limited, yet he could still discern the silhouettes of the three specters. With a swift whoosh, the trio lunged forward like lightning, crashing violently into the wooden door. A resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that surged forth. A chilling breeze manifested beneath Lin Yu's feet, and he felt the terrifying force, as if it had seized his heart with a vice-like grip. The wooden door displayed a slight curvature, only to swiftly revert to its original form, exhibiting no signs of fracture. Once more, the formidable defense of the intermediate wooden door unfolded before Lin Yu's eyes. Its strength was astonishing, even more so than before. His breath quickened in response. The speed of the ghostly figures was remarkable. Had they collided head-on, Lin Yu would have had no chance to flee. Yet, the intermediate wooden door withstood it all. A chilling sensation crept beneath his feet, and the eerie wind dimmed another luminous stone on the ground, robbing it of its protective efficacy. You may be powerful, but I shall remain indoors and see how you fare. The resilience of the intermediate wooden door made it evident that these three specters could not breach its defenses. At that moment, the ghostly figures were equally perplexed, wondering how a dilapidated wooden door from yesterday had transformed into this formidable barrier today. Such terrifying fortitude. Could this truly be a mere wooden door? The attacks of the three specters proved futile as they reappeared before the door. Lin Yu regarded them with a frigid gaze. He felt an urge to taunt them. Are you angry? Yet, he dared not utter a sound. Who could fathom the wrath that would be unleashed should these three specters become truly enraged? It was entirely possible that they had already reached that boiling point. Chapter 031. The Spectre's Revenge. A ground of corpses. The dismembered spectre harbored the greatest resentment, as Lin Yu had severed one of its arms, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Consequently, it had summoned the other two specters, anticipating a feast that night. Little did they expect that this cunning human would preemptively replace the door. Why did you not possess this ability sooner? If you had, I would not have come here at all. The vengeful spirit could not comprehend. Yet its resentful glare conveyed its intentions to Lin Yu within the stone dwelling. It had no intention of departing, fueled by an overwhelming desire for retribution. The spirit, now missing an arm, approached the wooden door, seemingly venting its frustrations. One of its sharp claws raked furiously against the door, producing a cacophony of shrill sounds in the otherwise silent night. Despite the efforts of 3 spirits, none could breach the door. And this particular one was equally incapable of tearing through the wood with just one claw. It was merely a futile expression of rage. After several minutes of assault, only a few shallow scratches marred the surface of the sturdy door, akin to the marks left by a small knife, causing no significant damage whatsoever. Lin Yu remained steadfast behind the door, observing coldly. At that moment, the other 2 spirits suddenly vanished. Lin Yu swiftly turned his gaze to the flanks of the stone house. The lime and wood powder in the corner seemed to be stirred by an unseen breath, swirling into the air. In the next instant, the other 2 spirits commenced a frenzied assault on the walls. They raised their arms like 2 formidable hammers and struck the stone wall with a resounding crash. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their relentless pounding echoed against the solid, weighty stone. Lin Yu hurried over, noticing the wall beginning to tremble slightly. Clumps of dirt cascaded from the fissures, and larger gaps emerged, nearly revealing the forms of the spirits outside. The dark feathers of the spirits quivered as their claws relentlessly battered the stone. Though the wall was robust, it could not withstand the frenzied assault of the spirits. Lin Yu promptly retrieved a radiant stone and pressed it against the gap, a blue luminescence glowing upon its surface. At the moment Lin Yu bent down, he caught sight of a ghostly figure stealthily peering through the crevice. It seemed to ascertain that a survivor was hidden within. In that fleeting exchange of glances, Lin Yu was drenched in cold sweat. He had yet to see the ghost's eyes up close. The frigid, malevolent gaze that fell upon him emanated a ghastly crimson light from its enormous pupils, an eerie and utterly emotionless sight. Truly a monster. With a sudden motion, Lin Yu pressed the radiant stone against the crevice, and the ghostly figure immediately sensed the energy radiating from it, though it yearned to continue its assault. The greenish glow from the radiant stone caused it considerable discomfort. After positioning the first stone, Lin Yu proceeded to extract the remaining ones, filling every gap with care. In mere minutes, all the crevices were sealed with the radiant stones. Upon witnessing this, the ghostly figure displayed a countenance of disdain and hatred. Lin Yu still possessed a considerable number of radiant stones. He was unperturbed by the ghost's attempts to breach the wall, nor did he fear its efforts to break through the sturdy wooden door. Thus, he remained locked in this stalemate with the ghost, for he had no intention of opening the door. Several hours later, the 3 ghostly figures ceased their relentless assault. Their persistent efforts proved futile against the sturdy wooden door and the solid stone walls. Ultimately, the 3 specters cast a lingering glance at the humble stone abode before mysteriously vanishing. Lin Yu glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 12 when they arrived, and they departed at 3. These 3 phantoms had entangled him for nearly the entire latter half of the night. Once the apparitions left, Lin Yu was still uncertain whether they had truly departed. The night belonged to the extraordinary beings, and humans dared not venture out lightly. Lin Yu retrieved the radiant stones from the crevices, many of which had already become useless remnants. Over the span of 3 hours, he had expended a total of 9 radiant stones. While 9 may seem substantial, it is, in fact, a modest toll considering that 3 vengeful specters had emerged. If all 3 specters had simultaneously manifested within the stone chamber, one could surmise that even dozens of radiant stones would prove inadequate for defense. The remaining hours passed with a tranquil demeanor. The campfire continued to burn steadily, emanating a warm glow that illuminated the modest confines of the stone abode. The anticipated surge of black insects failed to materialize, and the lime grass powder in the corner did not serve its intended purpose. As 3 hours elapsed, dawn began to break. With the crisis averted, Lin Yu awakened, having gained a deeper understanding of the specter's combat prowess during the previous night. Approaching the water vat, he retrieved water from the filtration system to wash his face, followed by a modest meal of jerky. He then poked at the campfire to sustain its flames, facilitating the boiling of water. Upon opening the wooden door, he immediately examined the marks left by the specter's assault. To his relief, the door bore no cracks, only a multitude of scratch marks that were not particularly severe, akin to the traces left by a feline's claws, with the underlying steel plate remaining concealed. The thickness of the intermediate wooden door was substantial, roughly the width of a palm. The wood itself was not ordinary. It possessed remarkable hardness and resilience. The specters lacked the capacity to breach this formidable barrier. Just as Lin Yu completed his inspection, he suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid odor. Instantly, his senses heightened, and his gaze darted toward the entrance. Lin Yu gasped in shock, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Before the stone house, a multitude of corpses lay strewn across the steps, resembling a heap of refuse. These human remains, exuding a putrid stench, were scattered haphazardly on the ground, reminiscent of a grotesque rubbish pile. It was unclear how long they had been deceased. Some were cleaved in two, others headless, and still others eviscerated. Their bodies caked in mud, releasing foul odors into the air. A common trait among these corpses was their advanced state of decay, emitting a nauseating reek. This was the malevolent prank of a ghostly presence. It served as a harbinger, signaling that they would return. It was as if the specter sought to convey to Lin Yu that, sooner or later, he too would meet such a fate, becoming a discarded, trampled corpse. The depth of this vengeance was alarming. Did his mother know of it? Damn it! Lin Yu shouted in anger. What had initially seemed like a straightforward task of repairing the house and continuing to carve the luminous stone had now escalated in difficulty. He now had to clear the corpses from the entrance. Fuming, Lin Yu slammed the wooden door shut. The nauseating stench at the threshold was utterly revolting. Fortunately, he had eaten very little that morning. Otherwise, he might have vomited. Anyone who opened that door to witness such a horrific sight of decaying corpses would surely feel a wave of nausea. Someday, I will ensure your demise. With determination, Lin Yu retrieved a shovel from within the stone house, tearing a rag to cover his face as a makeshift mask. His eyes glinted with a mix of fury and helplessness as he opened the door, embarking on the first task of the day. Chapter 032. The commencement of reinforcing the stone wall. As Lin Yu stepped outside wielding a shovel, a warm sensation enveloped his legs. This feeling resembled the comforting embrace of weary limbs immersed in a hot spring, bestowing upon him an exquisite sense of relaxation. The warmth arrived swiftly, yet it departed just as quickly. When this peculiar warmth dissipated, Lin Yu perceived a revitalization coursing through his legs, as if he had been reborn. A potent force surged within him, affirming that the enhancement of his legs had reached its conclusion. Simultaneously, he experienced an elevation in speed. Indeed, once the extraordinary sensation faded, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward other objects, and his eyes were met with prompts indicating potential enhancements. However, he refrained from initiating the reinforcement immediately. Instead, he scrutinized his legs. At first glance, they appeared unchanged, yet upon closer examination, he discerned that the muscles had become more robust and well-defined, exuding an aura of explosive strength. Furthermore, the skin on his legs had transformed, becoming smoother and more refined, radiating a healthy, sun-kissed hue. The power emanated from his thighs, swiftly coursing throughout his legs, imparting a remarkable boost in both speed and strength. Previously, after enhancing his hands, Lin Yu had felt an overwhelming surge of power. Now, with his legs fortified, he was eager to test this newfound prowess. Setting the shovel aside, he bent at the waist, and in the next instant, he summoned his strength. A tremendous force propelled him forward, and he shot forth like an arrow. In a matter of seconds, he burst through the courtyard and found himself standing before a grand tree. Although Lin Yu did not time himself, he could distinctly feel that his speed had surpassed the world record for sprinting. Remarkably, he felt no trace of fatigue. He attempted to run several laps. Swift as a galloping cheetah, the cold wind whipped against him, causing his garments to flutter audibly. My speed has increased at least 3- or 4-fold, he mused. And this is merely the effect of a single enhancement. If I continue to strengthen myself, I might even rival mutants or extraordinary beings. Lin Yu felt a surge of formidable power, and the shadows of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. Glancing at the corpses strewn across the yard, he no longer felt agitated. With both his hands and legs enhanced, Lin Yu realized that the effect was not merely additive. It was a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. The augmentation of his limbs allowed for a harmonious coordination, imparting this extraordinary sensation. Upon this realization, he approached a towering tree, its trunk wide enough to be embraced by a single person. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he gathered his breath. The enhancement of his legs was not solely a matter of increased speed. It also endowed him with greater strength, indicating that this was no ordinary enhancement. He slightly bent his knees, repositioned his right foot behind him, and assumed a sidekick stance. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength, channeling it from his hips through his thighs, concentrating all his might into his calves. With a resounding impact, Lin Yu delivered a powerful side kick to the tree trunk. A tremendous force surged from his calf, crashing into the tree. The resilient bark shattered with a loud crack, revealing the white core within. Leaves cascaded down in a flurry. As though it were raining, a spark of delight flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Though the kick he delivered did not inflict tons of damage, it was undoubtedly capable of shattering human bones. However, Lin Yu also realized that both his strength and speed had been augmented. Yet, he possessed no combat techniques or lethal skills. This realization left him contemplative. Possessing immense power without the finesse of skill was insufficient. Lin Yu resolved to acquire a manual on combat techniques to enhance his fighting prowess. His mind was cluttered with merely rudimentary fighting skills. Lacking systematic training, he could not manifest the ultimate potential of these techniques. To truly unleash the full extent of his physical capabilities, he needed to learn authentic martial arts. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, free from constraints, maximizing one's combat skills was of paramount importance. Human life had become cheap, and the law had lost its efficacy to survive. One must act with ruthlessness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu approached the entrance of the stone dwelling. He ignored the decomposing corpses on the ground, reeking of decay, and stepped inside the stone house. Before him, a prompt indicating potential enhancement materialized. Enhance the stone walls. Confirm enhancement of the stone walls. Enhancement duration, 17 hours and 22 minutes. The enhancement time was relatively brief, which was acceptable. Could it be that the cost of enhancing the stone walls was low, hence the short duration? Lin Yu recalled that he had previously attempted to reinforce the stone house, but the process had taken much longer. As the stone house had yet to be fully reinforced, it was possible that he might perish there. Thus, at that moment, Lin Yu abandoned this notion and chose to first reinforce the wooden door. Once the enhancement of the wooden door was completed, the subsequent reinforcement time inexplicably diminished. Lin Yu speculated that perhaps he had grown stronger, resulting in a corresponding reduction in reinforcement time. This was merely a personal observation, and its veracity remained uncertain. However, if it indeed held true, then continuous improvement of his abilities would further shorten the reinforcement duration. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the food on the table, which included some moldy bread and desiccated cockroaches yet to be enhanced. He vividly recalled that the initial reinforcement of the bread and cockroaches had taken 25 minutes. He wondered if that time had lessened. If it had, it would validate his theory. Without delay, Lin Yu approached. His focus intensifying on the bread and cockroaches on the table, reinforced the moldy bread and cockroaches. Upon uttering those words, a prompt for reinforcement materialized before him. Would you like to enhance the moldy bread and cockroaches? Yes. Reinforcement commencing. Reinforcement time, 17 minutes. A glimmer of excitement sparked within Lin Yu's eyes. Indeed, the time had significantly decreased. Previously, it was 25 minutes, and now it was merely 17 minutes. A reduction of 30. The 17 minutes passed swiftly, and the moldy bread and cockroaches underwent a transformation. One became a creamy bread, while the other turned into jerky. Lin Yu cautiously glanced at other items and discovered that the time required for all enhancements had been reduced by 30. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Although the enhancement time for the moldy bread was only shortened by 7 minutes, this was merely due to the relatively brief duration of its enhancement. Had the time-consuming items experienced a similar reduction, it would have undoubtedly saved Lin Yu a considerable amount of time. His rate of advancement was poised to enter a new threshold. Lin Yu's stone house lacked windows, necessitating only the fortification of its walls and roof. Moreover, since the roof also functioned as a wall, they could be enhanced simultaneously, which could be considered a cohesive whole. The immediate priority was to elevate the defensive capabilities of his safe haven. The ghostly specter would not relent easily. Once my defenses are fully upgraded, I shall confront the specter. Enhance the walls of the stone house, Lin Yu declared decisively. The system prompt appeared before him once more. Confirm enhancement of the stone house walls. Enhancement time, 17 hours and 22 minutes. Confirmed. Enhancement in progress. 17 hours and 22 minutes was not an excessively long duration for Lin Yu, as it was currently 6:45 a.m. This meant that by around midnight, the enhancement would be complete. If the specter were to arrive this evening at the stroke of midnight, it would undoubtedly face utter defeat before Lin Yu. As he envisioned a direct confrontation with the specter, thoughts of slaughter filled his mind. The specter was not an inconsequential anomaly. Eliminating it might yield significant rewards. In Lin Yu's mind, a conspiracy gradually surfaced. Chapter 033, The Gunfire of Dawn. Lin Yu arrived at the doorstep wielding a shovel. The crime scene required attention. He could not allow the corpses to linger at his threshold. The stench emanating from the decaying bodies could potentially bring calamity during the night. Thus, Lin Yu needed to act swiftly, for he had other matters to attend to. Clad in a tattered black coat and wearing a mask, he rolled up his sleeves and began his grim task. The bodies were in a state of advanced decomposition, their true forms obscured. Only darkened skeletons and severed limbs were visible, their garments stained with mud and dark blood. Lin Yu did not linger on their appearances. His sole focus was to expeditiously clear away the putrid remains. His strength and speed had been enhanced, and he worked with the efficiency of a machine, moving rapidly. As he busied himself with the grotesque task, a hurried figure approached from a distance. Mei Sha was making her way towards Lin Yu's stone house. As she drew within 100 meters, a foul odor assaulted her senses. Covering her nose, she furrowed her brow in disbelief at the sight of Lin Yu toiling away. She sprinted towards him, and upon seeing him still engrossed in his work, she called out, "Lin Yu, something has happened." "What?" Lin Yu lifted his head to meet Mei Sha's anxious gaze. Their eyes locked, and Lin Yu could see the urgency in her expression. He wished to inquire further, yet the overwhelming stench stifled his words. "There has been an incident at Lily's house. Zhang Zhiwei and the others have already rushed over. There were gunshots this morning." "It could be an anomalous creature." Mei Sha spoke swiftly. "An anomalous creature?" Lin Yu came to a halt, gazing at Misha in confusion. There were only two anomalous creatures in the small town. One was the ghostly figure that launched nocturnal assaults, and the other was the tide of black insects. These two entities had been present for quite some time, and he had yet to hear of any other peculiar beings. "Indeed." Misha nodded emphatically, approaching Lin Yu with urgency. "That's precisely why I came to speak with you. If the situation worsens, we must evacuate. It is becoming increasingly perilous." "What has transpired here? Why are there so many corpses?" Misha inquired, her gaze sweeping over the small courtyard, which was strewn with highly decomposed bodies. Lin Yu's ability to function in such an environment was commendable. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "Last night, the ghostly figure ambushed me. It spared my life, perhaps as an act of vengeance. Such is the nature of these specters. They often engage in such behavior. Yet this is the first time I have witnessed a ghost disposing of bodies. I shall assist you." With that, Misha stepped past Lin Yu and headed towards the entrance of his stone dwelling. As she reached the threshold, she was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Even her hand that had been raised to her face fell away unconsciously. Her fair visage was marked by astonishment as she stared incredulously at the wooden door before her. At first glance, the door appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, its true nature was revealed. The mid-grade wooden door exuded a sense of solid heft. It seemed ordinary yet was, in fact, indestructible. Fresh claw marks adorned the surface, resembling scratches made by a cat, which inflicted almost no damage upon the sturdy door. Misha could not help but reflect upon the mid-grade wooden door before her. Her wooden door had undergone numerous reinforcements, and she believed it to be quite impressive. However, compared to Lin Yu's wooden door, hers seemed like child's play. Not only did it appear dilapidated and patched up, but it also lacked the solidity and reliability of Lin Yu's door. Mei Sha gazed at the center of the door, where a peephole was situated. The lower lock had been upgraded, resembling a security lock. Such a level of craftsmanship in a wooden door was certainly beyond the capabilities of survivors in this post-apocalyptic world. While Mei Sha marveled at the door, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Wisely, she chose silence amidst her curiosity and uncertainty. Since Lin Yu had not spoken, she felt it inappropriate to ask. Their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy where such inquiries were permissible. Mei Sha was aware that Lin Yu harbored secrets, yet she had not anticipated the extent of them. Lin Yu observed Mei Sha's retreating figure, recognizing that she must have discovered something. He remained silent. Eventually, the truth would come to light, and there was nothing peculiar about it. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Yu would accumulate even more formidable items. One day, the truth would be undeniable, and everyone would come to know it. However, by then, Lin Yu would possess the ability to silence any curiosity. Lin Yu had already devised a plausible explanation. Should Mei Sha inquire, he would claim to have studied woodworking pre-Mesa did not inquire about the wooden door, indicating a certain level of intelligence, which elevated Lin Yu's estimation of her. 15 minutes later, Lin Yu had completed the cleanup. He used a shovel to transfer the putrid corpses to a remote wasteland, where he excavated a large pit and buried all the remains. Among these decaying bodies, Lin Yu encountered a familiar face. Whether by design of the phantom or not, Chen Dahai's corpse was among them. His head had been severed by Lin Yu, and his body was largely decomposed, but Lin Yu distinctly remembered the jacket he was wearing, confirming Chen Dahai's identity. After disposing of the corpses, Lin Yu approached the wooden door. He produced the key, unlocked the door, and invited Mesa to enter with him. Upon entering, Mesa observed that the stone house remained largely unchanged, resembling her own dwelling, save for the addition of several items. Mesa recognized these objects as having been taken from Chen Dahai, now repurposed by Lin Yu. Please wait for me a moment while I wash my face. Yes, there's no rush. Mesa sat uneasily on the stool, uncertain of what to do, her mind wandering aimlessly. Lin Yu washed his face and shook off his clothing. Fortunately, Lin Yu had used a shovel to handle the corpses, preventing any lingering odor of decay from clinging to his person. After a while, Lin Yu approached Mesa. You mentioned that a new anomalous creature has emerged here. Could you elaborate on the details? Upon hearing this, Mesa recounted all that she knew to Lin Yu. Her purpose for coming here was not solely to inform Lin Yu about these matters. She also hoped that he would leave the town. Mei-sha keenly observed that the town had grown increasingly perilous. Although the specter had not troubled her in recent days, she had crafted numerous luminous stones. However, the specter had evolved, and the aberrant creatures had become even more terrifying and bizarre. For survivors, the best course of action against such monsters was to evade them. There was no other viable strategy. Even the regular military frequently suffered defeats, let alone them, considering that the regular army wielded the most advanced weaponry. Chapter 034. The Skinwalker. Let us first ascertain what has transpired. When will Yinda return? Do you know? Yinda will not be back for at least 2 more days. His supply runs typically take about 5 to 6 days, sometimes even longer, up to a week. Tell me, if Yinda were here, what would he do? As the sole postman in the town, Yinda not only managed the resources here and assisted the inhabitants, but also monitored the aberrant creatures. Lin Yu discerned why the post office stationed these postmen in the town. Was it merely for the convenience of the survivors? Lin Yu suspected the situation was far more intricate. Yinda's presence here likely served to observe the aberrant beings and report back to the post office, compiling valuable intelligence. Only through such meticulous assessments could the post office classify the levels of these creatures. Understanding these anomalies was essential to uncovering their weaknesses. None would dare to recklessly charge into the unknown without knowledge. Lin Yu's question left Mei-sha momentarily stunned. She had not truly considered what Yinda might be doing in this situation. Based on her understanding of Yinda, this old fellow was exceedingly cautious and timid. Once he discovered that an anomalous entity exceeded his control, he would undoubtedly be the first to flee. I cannot predict Yinda's actions. You know him well. He would never take risks. Lin Yu nodded and remarked, You are correct. However, have you contemplated the possibility that Yinda might fabricate a report? Fabricate a report? Mei-sha furrowed her brow and looked at Lin Yu, perplexed by his assertion. The Postal Service enforced strict regulations regarding internal affairs. Misreporting military intelligence was met with lethal consequences. This was a principle even the survivors were aware of. If a low-level yet previously unseen anomaly emerged, the Postal Service would promptly dispatch an investigator. Sometimes, these investigators would not necessarily eliminate the anomalous entity, but would conduct a risk assessment and classify its level. Even some low-level anomalies were not easily dispatched. Otherwise, there would not be such a proliferation of anomalous beings worldwide. Humanity served as the fertile soil for the proliferation of these entities. Unless all humans were eradicated, these anomalies would only grow stronger. If the Postal Service failed to report, or if the intelligence was erroneous, resulting in the death of an investigator, the Postal Service would impose penalties on the messenger, most likely resulting in their permanent erasure. As Mei-sha pondered this, she remained uncertain of what Lin Yu meant by fabricate a report. Why would Yinda resort to deception? Did he not fear the wrath of those above in the Postal Service? Lin Yu remarked, This is merely my conjecture, and with Yinda absent, he cannot feign a report. Let us proceed to investigate. He gestured ahead. It is just up ahead. I shall lead the way. Misha and Lin Yu traversed the narrow path, with the small town revealing itself as modest in size, yet the residences were scattered. It would take approximately half an hour to reach Lily's abode. Previously, a portion of survivors had inhabited the town, but the relentless assaults of the specters had claimed many lives. Open wooden doors adorned the stone houses, emanating a chilling aura akin to that of a sepulchre. Some wooden cabins remained, once homes to the early survivors, now rendered unusable, unable to withstand the onslaught of the specters. The pervasive desolation evoked a profound sense of melancholy, an inexplicable sorrow rising within. The stone houses stood abandoned, resembling solitary graves from a distance. Before long, Lin Yu and Misha arrived at Lily's doorstep, where Zhang Zhihui and old Zhang stood, tense and grim-faced, as if bracing for a formidable challenge. Zhang Zhihui wielded a shotgun, while old Zhang bore a backpack that seemed to conceal some weaponry. On one side, Lily knelt on the ground, her face stained with tears. Despair etched in her eyes as she gazed at the tightly locked stone house. It appeared Zhang Zhihui possessed a firearm, which he had not previously revealed. No wonder he showed no fear of Lecky. It seemed he was quite capable in his own right. The audacity of Zhang Zhihui to confront danger unarmed spoke volumes of his true prowess. Lin Yu remained oblivious to Zhang Zhihui's genuine identity. However, observing his gun-handling motion, Lin Yu had already begun to surmise. He held the firearm in his right hand, maneuvering the barrel side to side, his index finger poised beside the trigger, his feet positioned in a V-shape. He appeared to be a person of professional training, embodying a readiness to fire at any moment. The sound of shuffling footsteps emerged from the mud. Zhang Zhihui cast a glance behind him, and upon spotting Lin Yu, he offered a slight nod as a gesture of camaraderie, before his gaze returned to the stone house with heightened vigilance. Lin Yu approached Zhang Zhihui and inquired, "What has transpired?" Zhang Zhihui shook his head. "I am uncertain, but there are anomalous creatures within this dwelling. What they are, I cannot ascertain. Lily, can you now disclose the details?" Misha hastily added, "The gunfire this morning was distinctly audible. We all heard it, emanating from your location. Lily, what exactly has occurred?" With a grim expression, Zhang Zhihui replied, "Now is not the time to discuss it. It will become troublesome once Yenda returns, and moreover, the anomalous creatures may emerge at night. You understand better than I the dangers of such entities, do you not?" I. Woe is me. It is all my fault. I have wronged my son." Lily lamented, covering her face as she wept. Lin Yu observed her plight, silently pondering within himself. Though he bore no firearm, a battle axe was secured at his waist. During the daylight, anomalous creatures were not known to appear, at least in this town, which was why Zhang Zhihui and the others dared to approach. If the situation remained unclear, no one could predict what the anomalous beings within the stone house would do come nightfall. "Please, do not weep." Misha knelt down and gently patted Lily's trembling shoulder, offering solace to her wounded spirit. "My son is afflicted, yet the malady within him remains unmanifested. The radiant stone can restrain the entity dwelling within his body. Yendo assured me that as long as I procure the medicine, my son's ailment can be cured. Why did I shamelessly share a bed with Yenda? Was it not all for the sake of my son? Oh, what have I done?" Lily burst into tears, her pent-up resentment ignited in an instant. She gazed up at the stone house, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Lecky visited me this morning. I presumed she had something urgent to discuss. To my dismay, after deceiving me into opening the door, she attempted to take my life. A confrontation ensued. But I was no match for her, swiftly bested and brought to the ground. It was not merely my life she sought. She also aimed to eliminate my son. She went after him, and to my astonishment, she too had succumbed to the infection." Lily recounted the truth in fragmented phrases. Upon learning of Lecky's affliction, Lily's tone noticeably lightened. Lecky wished to kill Lily. How could Lily not harbor the same desire towards Lecky? Chapter 035. The murderous code of the anomalous beings. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. This indicated that within the stone house, aberrant entities had emerged, infecting 2 individuals. The methods of murder employed by these anomalous beings are manifold, and their rules of engagement vary significantly. Not all aberrant entities arise from the shadows of night and retreat at the break of dawn. Some are active during the day, roaming freely to commit their heinous acts. There exist certain anomalous entities that resemble parasites, residing within the bodies of humans or animals. They only claim lives when the opportune moment arises. Furthermore, these aberrant beings can also infect humans. Regardless of the method, the ultimate outcome remains singular: death. The expressions of several individuals grew stern. Zhang Zhihui inquired, "What kind of anomalous entity is present in your son? Are you aware?" Lily, with a hint of trepidation in her gaze, replied softly, "Yenda has encountered it. He said it is a skinwalker." Skinwalker. The attendees gasped in shock, save for Lin Yu, who regarded them with confusion, as though there were matters they understood that eluded his grasp. Among those present, only Zhang Zhihui possessed broad experience. He had the keenest understanding of the hierarchy of anomalous entities. At this moment, his countenance darkened considerably. Damn it, Yinda knows why he hasn't reported it. Damn. The Skinwalker is a level 3 anomalous entity, equivalent to the evolved shadow ghost. Lin Yu was aware that anomalous entities were categorized into levels. Level 1 entities were akin to black insects, posing minimal threat to humans, easily managed with certain methods. Level 2 entities, however, were considerably more perilous, resembling the shadow ghost. Level 3 entities were quite rare. It took the shadow ghost an extended period to ascend from a level 2 to a level 3 entity. In contrast, the Skinwalker was classified as a level 3 entity from the outset, indicating its superiority over the shadow ghost in terms of rank and, consequently, its terrifying strength. At that moment, Lin Yu inquired, "How long has the shapeshifter been present in your son?" Lily gazed at Lin Yu, her voice trembling with fear. "It has been over 10 days. Yinda mentioned that the shapeshifter seems to be in the process of hatching. He went to Fortress 11 to fetch some medicine. And once he returns, everything will be fine. Yinda will be back tomorrow. He will come back soon. It's all Luqi's fault." Still in the hatching phase? Lin Yu glanced at Zhang Zhihui, perplexed. Zhang Zhihui elucidated. Indeed, some anomalous beings behave in such a manner. Once the hatching concludes, they commence their killing spree. The duration of the hatching process is uncertain, but the host is bound to perish. With a sigh, Zhang Zhihui continued, "Lily, you must have known this long ago. Why didn't you confide in me? Yinda may have deceived you." He left his statement unfinished, yet the others seemed to grasp the implication. Yinda might not have gone to procure medicine. He could be calling for help. Once the investigators arrive, it would signify the demise of Lily's son. A shapeshifter that has merely begun to hatch has yet to embark on its murderous rampage, even if it is a level 3 anomalous entity. The Postal Service should possess the means to handle it. What are you implying? Lily was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Zhihui, having lost interest in Lily, turned his attention to Lin Yu beside him. Luqi is likely infected already. The method by which the shapeshifter kills is exceedingly peculiar. I have only heard whispers of it before. What is this method of killing? None present had encountered a shapeshifter before. Lily had, yet she remained unaware of how to confront it. Zhang Zhihui directed his gaze toward the tranquil stone house. It seems that a terrifying creature lurks within, filling his eyes with vigilance. The chimeric being has previously obliterated an entire city, claiming the lives of countless individuals. Its method of killing is through response. Response? Zhang Zhihui nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the chimeric being can parasitize the human body. Once the host responds, it immediately takes over. The original entity within the host does not perish. Akin to a reproductive cycle, one divides into two, two into four, and thus the proliferation continues, ultimately resulting in an entire city overrun by chimeric beings. Once they mature, they will eliminate their hosts and achieve evolution. Lily, your son did not perish due to the radiant stone. Rather, it is because you did not respond to it." Lily hurriedly nodded. Yinda had previously warned her never to engage with the chimeric being. No matter what it says, one must not respond or touch it. This is also a condition for reproduction. Zhang Zhihui stated, "We are now in a predicament. There are 2 chimeric beings in the stone house. We cannot remain here. The reproductive capacity of the chimeric being is exceedingly potent. Once it has infested a body, unless completely eradicated, survival is impossible. I have seldom encountered survivors capable of eliminating the chimeric being. What shall we do now?" Old Zhang finally spoke up, his face tense with concern. The outside world is teeming with anomalous creatures, yet the town is momentarily only haunted by shadows. Compared to other places, it is relatively safe. And he hesitates to leave. "Eliminate them," Zhang Zhihui declared without hesitation. "How can we eliminate them?" Zhang Zhihui inhaled deeply. The grotesque skin changers were vulnerable to fire, yet they remained ensconced within the stone dwellings, impervious to flames. Furthermore, under the cloak of night, these entities emerged, they're signaling the culmination of their incubation. They commenced their unrestrained activity, seeking out the remaining survivors, and extinguishing more human lives to secure their evolution. The group was at an impasse, their gazes fixed on the stone structure. Unlike wooden doors or conventional houses, it was not susceptible to incineration. Zhang Zhihui's proposition to employ fire implied a strategy far more intricate than simple ignition. one that involved subjecting the skin changers to intense flames, akin to roasting them alive on a pyre. This meant incinerating Lily's son and Lecky while they were still alive. Old Zhang, procure the gasoline. Misha, gather the firewood. Lin Yu, we shall encircle this place with the wood and ignite it at nightfall. We must maintain the blaze throughout the night to prevent the skin changers from emerging, and Lin Yu concurred. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing this, Lily clutched Zhang Zhihui's leg, weeping profusely. Please, I implore you, do not incinerate my son. He can be saved. Yendo assured me that the medicine would save him. I beg you. Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brow. It is futile. Yendo deceived you, merely seeking to exploit you. Do you genuinely believe that a remedy exists to save your son? Please, I beseech you, Brother Hui, do not do this. What do you desire? I will grant you anything. I implore you, I truly recognize my error. Come sleep with me. You can do as you wish. Just spare my son, I implore you. Wait for Yenda to return. I beg you. Lin Yu glanced at Zhang Zhihui, who had cast a peculiar gaze at Lily the previous day. Perhaps Zhang Zhihui harbored some affection for Lily, merely constrained by pride. Otherwise, why would he have intervened when Lecky sought to harm her? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Zhang Zhihui struck decisively, delivering a precise blow to Lily's neck. Her body crumpled instantly, collapsing at his feet. Zhang Zhihui turned to Lin Yu and whispered, "There is no saving her. It is hopeless." Lin Yu regarded Zhang Zhihui with a measure of admiration. His actions were swift, ruthless, and devoid of hesitation. Despite Lily's desperate pleas, Zhang Zhihui remained unmoved, a quality Lin Yu found commendable. In the face of impending doom, one must eliminate the self-righteous. Lily's words left Lin Yu entirely unfazed. The only concern was the eradication of the aberrant creature. Lily's son was of no consequence to him. Even though he had clearly been infected, she failed to disclose it. Her son must perish. Chapter 036. The second aberrant creature. It was uncertain whether the commotion at the door had drawn the attention of the aberrant being. This marked Lin Yu's first encounter with such a creature, classified as a level 3 anomaly. The heavy wooden door emitted an eerie creak before it swung open, revealing a small boy. He was clad in tattered, filthy garments, the stains obscuring their original color. The boy's complexion was ghostly pale, reminiscent of a corpse, devoid of any trace of color. His twin eyes emitted an eerie crimson glow, resembling two gleaming garnets. Even during daylight, the brightness of his gaze evoked a profound discomfort, particularly when directed at human beings. The boy, radiating a sinister red light, cast his gaze toward Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui, who stood at a considerable distance from the stone dwelling. At that moment, Zhang Zhihui grew increasingly vigilant, leveling his shotgun at the boy standing at the entrance. Lin Yu, positioned nearby, could sense the chilling aura emanating from the child. Although they were quite far apart, the frigid energy still caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow, prompting his hand to instinctively reach for the battle axe at his waist. Should the boy, possessed by the malevolent entity, make any sudden move, Lin Yu would be ready to act swiftly. The boy, however, remained motionless, instead directing his attention to Lily, who lay unconscious at Zhang Zhihui's feet. "Mom," he called out. Lily, already in a state of unconsciousness, was oblivious to her son's desperate cry. "What have you done to my mother?" The boy's expression was devoid of emotion as he looked at Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood that he could not respond to the child's inquiries. Even an inadvertent reply, if illogical, would pose no issue. Lin Yu nodded cautiously, aware of the peculiar creatures that had emerged in broad daylight, which heightened his wariness. "Uncle, speak to us. What is happening?" The boy's voice reached Lin Yu's ears, sounding less like that of a human and more as if some creature were constricting the boy's throat while articulating those words. Strangely, Lin Yu did not observe the boy's lips move, yet the haunting childlike voice resonated clearly. "What have you done to my mother?" An unsettling childlike voice echoed once more, as the grotesque figure fixated intently on Zhang Zhihui. "Be cautious. I am about to discharge." Zhang Zhihui had barely uttered the words when the boy was abruptly pulled into the stone structure. A corpulent, pallid hand materialized upon the boy's shoulder, and with a swift tug, he vanished from Lin Yu's sight. Instantly, the dark aperture of a firearm manifested in the doorway, and within the shadows, a stout woman glared malevolently at Zhang Zhihui. Lecky's hunting rifle was trained upon Zhang Zhihui's chest. In a fleeting moment, the resounding report of a gunshot emanated from the stone dwelling. The projectile, accompanied by a wave of heat, hurtled forth. The gilded bullet was directed precisely at Zhang Zhihui. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zhihui deftly sidestepped, and a spray of mud erupted at his feet. Immediately thereafter, he raised his shotgun and commenced a furious counterattack. Zhang Zhihui, wielding the shotgun, scarcely needed to aim as he unleashed a series of rapid shots. The concentrated projectiles pummeled the dilapidated wooden portal, leaving behind a dense array of perforations. The shotgun's close-range assault was formidable. Zhang Zhihui's marksmanship was seasoned, indicative of one who had experienced the theater of war. After several volleys, Lecky, positioned within the doorway, was riddled with holes. Lin Yu observed the unfolding scene with unwavering attention. Abruptly, the wooden portal swung open once more. Lecky, or rather, the grotesque figure, had not perished. In a flash, the portal was flung wide, and the corpulent Lecky charged directly towards Zhang Zhihui. Her velocity was remarkable, her flesh quivering wildly. With arms outstretched, she generated a gust of wind. The fat upon her visage undulated violently. Her ashen face remained devoid of expression. A pair of crimson eyes bore into Zhang Zhihui with unnerving intensity. Lin Yu, exercise caution. Zhang Zhihui cautioned once more, swiftly increasing the distance between them as his shotgun erupted in a furious barrage. The buckshot rained down upon Liqi's form. Her corpulent frame became riddled with holes, blood splattering forth, transforming her into a macabre, sanguine spectacle. The earth trembled as thunderous footfalls emanated from beneath Liqi, her tank-like physique inspiring dread. Just as the grotesque Liqi was about to seize Zhang Zhihui, he evaded her grasp with uncanny agility, circumventing her assault with remarkable speed. Her arms outstretched, she clapped her hands together with a deafening sonic boom. Zhang Zhihui dodged the blow, then deftly produced a curved blade from his waist. Seeing this, Lin Yu crouched low, poised like a predator ready to pounce, his icy blue battle axe radiating a frigid azure glow. At that moment, Liqi launched a frenzied attack upon Zhang Zhihui. The well-trained and robust man dodging with practiced ease. Though seemingly disheveled, he appeared to be handling the situation with effortless skill. In the instant that Liqi confronted Zhang Zhihui head-on, Lin Yu launched a sudden assault, appearing behind her with superhuman speed. Raising his battle axe, Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Liqi's neck, his arm coiling with formidable power. The axe descended from above with lightning-like velocity, aimed squarely at Liqi's neck. Though lacking formal martial arts training, Lin Yu compensated with speed, precision, and ruthless efficiency, his angle and force sufficient to sever a human head. Even the mightiest tree could not withstand Lin Yu's offensive prowess. His hands and axe were enhanced implements, far surpassing ordinary capabilities. As Lin Yu's battle axe was about to descend, a ghastly human visage materialized on Leki's back. The face seemed to be concealed within Leki's skin, now appearing as a vengeful spirit striving to break free from its confinement. This face was on the verge of tearing through Leki's back, and Lin Yu distinctly perceived the tusks on the face's mouth. Thud! The axe blade fell. But the anticipated scene did not unfold. Leki's head remained intact. The sharp edge of the axe struck the ghastly face instead. Lin Yu felt a jolt in his tiger's mouth. A backlash of power emanated from the skin ghoul. Such formidable resilience. Lin Yu exclaimed inwardly. Again, in an instant, Lin Yu raised his battle axe once more, and then ferociously struck at the skin ghoul before him. Bang! Another terrifying collision resounded as Lin Yu's axe once again impacted the skin ghoul's face on Leki's back. This time, the axe blade unleashed even greater force, cleaving through Leki's skin and exposing the human face beneath. Copious amounts of blood gushed from Leki's back, splattering onto the ground, as she emitted a heart-wrenching shriek. 2 axe blows had only managed to rupture Leki's skin, creating an arm-length gash without damaging her spine. This astonished Lin Yu at the skin ghoul's defensive capabilities. One must know that these 2 axe blows from Lin Yu would have been sufficient to bisect a person at the waist. Roar! The skin ghoul concealed within Leki's body finally revealed its true form. Before him stood a visage of pure horror, a face flayed of skin, revealing a topography of raw, cratered flesh. Empty sockets gaped where eyes should have been, and a maw split open to reveal a menacing array of fangs. Once more, Lin Yu raised his battle axe, bringing it down upon the grotesque figure before him with redoubled force. In that moment, a bizarre transformation seized Liqi. She dropped to all fours, scurrying towards the stone house with canine agility. Run! With a swiftness born of urgency, Lin Yu pursued her, his axe descending in a ferocious arc thud. The brutal blow landed squarely on Liqi's calf, sending tremors through her corpulent frame. A cry of agony escaped the creature clinging to her back. At the doorway, The young boy's expression underwent a dramatic shift. His pallid countenance twisted into a mask of savage fury, his pupils blazing with crimson light. Crouching low like a hyena, he emitted a series of guttural growls. Roar! The boy unleashed a piercing shriek as he lunged at Lin Yu, who, wary of a direct confrontation, retreated swiftly. He had no desire to engage the grotesque creature head-on. Chapter 37. Taking Precautions. Bang! 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 Zhang Zhihui unleashed 3 shots in rapid succession. The buckshot finding its mark on the boy's body with deadly accuracy. Crimson mist erupted from the wounds, enveloping him in a macabre cloud. Roar! Roar! Both the boy and Lu Qi howled in defiance, their voices chilling and feral. With the echoes of the gunshots still ringing in the air, they retreated into the stone house, unwilling to face further assault. Zhang Zhihui swiftly approached Lin Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Yu, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Zhihui exclaimed earnestly. Remarkable, my foot. I nearly fell into the clutches of that grotesque creature. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, blood droplets trickling from the battle axe in his hand. His countenance was fierce, and as the boy, ensnared by the grotesque being, lunged at him, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Just as he prepared to retreat, Zhang Zhihui fired 3 shots in quick succession. These shots seemed to provide a soothing effect, halting Lin Yu in his tracks. Observing the ferocity etched on Lin Yu's face, Zhang Zhihui pondered deeply. Lin Yu appeared unafraid. Instead, he emanated a distinctly violent aura. Was it possible that Lin Yu did not perceive the grotesque creature as a threat, but rather sought to retaliate? This thought flickered in Zhang Zhihui's mind, leaving him astounded. It was exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to remain so composed in the presence of an aberrant being. After all, Lin Yu was neither a seasoned soldier nor an extraordinary individual. His remarkable composure suggested a formidable background, perhaps a certain influence or sheer might. Zhang Zhihui found himself unable to decipher the enigmatic youth before him. At that moment, a severed leg lay quietly in the pool of blood at Lin Yu's feet. The leg, cleaved at the knee, bore a smooth incision, with exposed bone laid bare to the air. Lin Yu gazed at the no. This is Lu Qi's leg. However, one of her legs has been severed, resulting in real harm. The puppeteer's control over Lu Qi has diminished significantly, rendering her unable to walk. Is this leg still of any use? Zhang Zhihui, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. It is of no use. It is merely a leg. We should burn it later. What purpose does it serve? It cannot be consumed. I did not mean that. Lin Yu felt that Zhang Zhihui had misunderstood him. He clarified. What I meant is, can't the bodies of anomalous beings be reclaimed? I have heard they fetch a handsome price. Only then did Zhang Zhihui grasp the implication. A smile graced his face. My brother, not all anomalous beings' corpses are of utility. Only those made public by the Research Institute can be reclaimed. Others might even bring about misfortune. Hence, swift destruction is indeed the right course. Of course, if you manage to glean something from it, that is acceptable, but such matters pertain to the Research Institute. The body of a ghostly shadow is undoubtedly valuable, with a rather attractive price. I see. Lin Yu nodded silently, now comprehending that not all anomalous beings' corpses are beneficial. Only those released by the Research Institute hold value. In essence, it means that humans have slain certain anomalous beings, and the scientists at the Institute have studied these corpses. The useful ones are then publicized. By killing anomalous beings, one can acquire their bodies, which can subsequently be sold to official organizations. If the Research Institute has not derived any findings, it is either truly worthless or of no significance. Either the current technological means are inadequate to comprehend it, or it is indeed of no use. Thus, relying on the extermination of anomalous beings for wealth appears to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Misha and old Zhang have gathered a considerable amount of firewood. Upon witnessing the alarming scene before them, both expressed astonishment. What could this possibly mean? Has the skinwalker emerged? During the daylight as well? Zhang Zhihui remarked. Who said anomalous beings do not appear in daylight? Rarity does not equate to absence. This is my first encounter. Misha exclaimed in horror. Mine as well, old Zhang sighed. His eyes filled with concern. The emergence of anomalous beings during the day further constricts the survival space for survivors in the wilderness. The skinwalker has taken possession of Lecky's body. To be precise, it is Lecky who has emerged, while the true skinwalker is coiled within her. This may elucidate why the skinwalker is able to appear in daylight. Zhang Zhihui attempted to clarify, but observing the expressions of Misha and old Zhang, It was evident that fear still lingered. At this juncture, Lin Yu interjected, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. They have indeed emerged. Just moments ago, we engaged in battle with them, and I believe they are not as formidable as the shadow ghosts, which possess superior speed and strength compared to the skinwalker." Zhang Zhihui nodded and said, "Indeed, however, the skinwalker is far more insidious. Its responses and caresses may indicate its presence, and in the beginning, you might not feel anything at all. By the time you realize, it is already too late. Thus, its rank surpasses that of the shadow spirit, after all. It is an anomalous entity responsible for the deaths of 20,000 people." Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Zhihui's words, understanding that the classification of anomalous beings is not solely based on strength and speed, but rather a comprehensive assessment. The methods of the skinwalker are more covert and terrifying than those of the shadow spirit. Moreover, the skinwalker possesses the ability to split, a trait that greatly enhances its threat compared to the shadow spirit. Undoubtedly, this is not a favorable development. The emergence of a new anomalous being in the town is an exceedingly perilous matter. Come, let us pile the wood at the entrance of the stone house. Hoping to incinerate it, Zhang Zhihui commanded, directing Misha and old Zhang to work. He remained vigilant at the door of the stone house, poised to fire at any moment. The two skinwalkers were within the stone house, capable of hearing the sounds outside. Since they dared to emerge and kill earlier, they might not hesitate to do so again. However, both skinwalkers were injured, particularly Lecky, who had lost a leg to Lin Yu's strike and was now glaring at the wooden door with intense malice. Lin Yu approached Zhang Zhihui's side and whispered, "Be cautious. Is there enough dry wood? If not, I can fetch more." Zhang Zhihui replied, "It should suffice. But I have more at my home. Let us use that. Gasoline is also crucial. I will prepare it in a bottle. Once the wooden door is breached, we can toss it inside. We seek to incinerate the elusive shapeshifter, and to accomplish this, we must breach the wooden door, casting in petrol bombs and timber. The shapeshifter, should it wish to escape, can only emerge from this door, for it harbors a profound fear of flames. This is its singular vulnerability." Zhang Zhihui concurred, stating, "Indeed, the wooden door will soon succumb to the fire. It is still early. We shall commence our efforts in the afternoon. If we fail to vanquish them tonight, we must ensure the timber burns until dawn." Lin Yu replied, "Yes, I have heard that Yinda will return tomorrow. Do you believe his words to be true or false?" Zhang Zhihui shook his head. At this juncture, discerning the truth holds little significance. Eliminating the shapeshifter is paramount. Even if I am mistaken, I shall harbor no regret. Lin Yu smiled, realizing that Zhang Zhihui harbored doubts about Yin Da's potential to procure the necessary medicine. What he was certain of was that if the shapeshifter remained alive, it would likely come knocking at night. Word would spread like wildfire, and all within these walls would meet their doom. None would escape. Zhang Zhihui's thoughts were solely for the safety of the group. Lin Yu picked up a severed limb from the ground and cast it beneath the timber, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the stone house. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Chapter 038. Lin Yu's reward with Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui standing guard before the stone house. The shapeshifters within dared not emerge. Misha and old Zhang tirelessly transported timber, and before the noon hour had passed, a small mountain of wood had accumulated before the stone edifice. Numerous additional logs lay piled nearby. As Lin Yu contemplated the moment when the wooden door would be consumed by flames, allowing him to hurl the timber inside and engulf the entire stone house in fire, he aspired to incinerate the eerie skin-clad entities through this method. During this interlude, Lily briefly regained consciousness. Before she could ascertain the verity of the situation, Zhang Zhihui swiftly rendered her unconscious with a single, well-placed strike. Lin Yu held a profound admiration for Zhang Zhihui's technique, appreciating the precision with which he applied force, sufficient to induce unconsciousness without inflicting injury. Lin Yu resolved to avail himself of an opportunity to learn this skill from Zhang Zhihui. The quartet maintained their vigil, with Misha distributing dried cockroaches and water for sustenance. Lin Yu, having abstained from consuming dried cockroaches for several days, now found the experience to be imbued with a peculiar sentiment, utterly unpalatable. Having finished their meager repast, the group persisted in their vigil. At this juncture, Lin Yu inquired, "Nightfall descends at 6:30. We must return home. At what hour shall we ignite the conflagration at the portal? This timing must be meticulously calculated. Given our intent to cremate the eerie skin-clad entities, punctuality is paramount." Zhang Zhihui glanced at the electronic timepiece adorning his wrist, his gaze then shifting to the stone edifice before them. This wooden portal has already been perforated by my shotgun blasts. By my estimation, approximately 40 minutes will suffice to burn through it, whereupon we may hurl timber within, engulfing the entire stone structure in flames. Lin Yu, with your prodigious strength, how would you fare as a grenadier? Lin Yu nodded in assent, indicating his readiness. Subsequently, Lin Yu declared, "It is yet early. I shall return presently. My tasks for the day remain incomplete. I must sculpt the glimmering stones, lest spectral entities seek to bedevil me this evening." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhihui inquired, "How many can you sculpt in a day?" Lin Yu replied, "3 perhaps." Upon this utterance, the others regarded Lin Yu with undisguised perplexity. In theory, given Lin Yu's capabilities, he should be able to produce more than 3 luminous stones in a single day. Zhang Zhihui had assumed that Lin Yu could carve 7 or 8 stones daily. However, it now appears he was mistaken. Misha, on the other hand, is capable of crafting 6 luminous stones each day, which is double Lin Yu's output. How about this? I will provide you with 6 luminous stones, and you can guard this spot this afternoon. Is that acceptable? That would be too much. 6 luminous stones represent 2 days' worth of my tasks. Lin Yu hastily declined. Zhang Zhihui chuckled. No worries, I can carve 9 luminous stones daily, and I believe my mental strength has recently improved, so perhaps in a few days, I will be able to produce even more. These luminous stones rightfully belong to you. You are here for everyone's benefit, so please accept them. If you leave and the trickster appears, we are all doomed. Misha's eyes lit up, agreeing. Yes, Lin Yu, you should take them. I will give you 3 more as a reward. Old Zhang hurriedly added, I will also contribute 3. It's a reward, so please accept it. To be honest, I feel quite anxious being left here alone. Zhang Zhihui said with a smile. Yes, take them all. It's your reward, so do not hesitate. Lin Yu, though somewhat reluctant, smiled and replied, How can I accept this? 12 luminous stones. It would take me 4 days to produce that many. No worries, no worries. The group was eager for Lin Yu to remain here. Both Zhang Zhihui and Misha had witnessed Lin Yu's exceptional abilities, particularly Zhang Zhihui, who had seen Lin Yu in action against the trickster. He pondered carefully and realized that Lin Yu bore a striking resemblance to an officer he had encountered during his military service. That individual also had a penchant for wielding an axe, possessed formidable combat prowess, and frequently charged into the fray. By now, he would likely have attained the rank of major. However, Zhang Zhihui did not personally know that man. He merely felt that Lin Yu, when wielding the axe, embodied the same essence. Gazing at the battle axe in Lin Yu's hands, he noted its razor-sharp blade, capable of severing hair with ease. The axe's surface shimmered with a deep azure glow, reminiscent of a polished mirror. While not overly large, it resembled a mountain-cleaving axe, a veritable instrument of death in this apocalyptic world. In comparison to swords and blades, the axe held a unique advantage. To wield such a formidable weapon, one must possess a fierce heart. Otherwise, one could never master such a lethal instrument. Historically, those who wielded axes were invariably fierce and formidable figures, creators of their destiny. Lin Yu had not anticipated this unexpected boon. Today had proven fruitful. The group engaged in casual conversation, while Zhang Zhihui prepared several petrol bombs nearby. He set them aside, and then stood to check the time. It's nearly time, we can begin. The trickster may charge out at any moment. I cannot say for certain, so please exercise caution. Understood. The wooden structure at the entrance of the stone house was deliberately arranged in a mountain-like formation, designed to ignite a fierce blaze. The group stepped back as Zhang Zhihui ignited the wood shavings, setting the bonfire ablaze. Once the flames grew larger, he tossed the wood into the pile. Immediately, he seized a homemade petrol bomb and hurled it with great force. The glass bottle shattered upon impact, showering gasoline across the pyre, which instantly roared to life with a vigorous blaze. In but a fleeting moment, the volcano had formed. The searing heat surged incessantly. The wooden door began to ignite, sparks flying in all directions as a towering serpent of flames writhed voraciously. The inferno consumed the entire entrance. Within, the grotesque figure emitted a piercing shriek. Zhang Zhihui had anticipated this. He swiftly raised his shotgun. The dark muzzle was aimed squarely at the wooden door, ready to fire the instant the grotesque creature emerged. The bullets would not extinguish the flames, allowing him to shoot without restraint. After several minutes, the door had been charred to a crisp. Lin Yu seized a log as thick as his arm, leaning back, his muscles taut as if preparing to hurl a javelin. He was not far from the door, making it relatively simple to strike accurately. The true challenge lay in the force required. Lin Yu had to smash the door open with the log, and then toss the remaining wood inside to achieve the goal of incinerating the grotesque being. With a low hum, the log resonated in Lin Yu's grasp, and the next moment it struck the door like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the door was breached, revealing the pitch-black interior beyond. At that instant, Lu Qi, in a fit of exasperation, let out a furious roar and charged toward the entrance. Mei Sha glanced at Lu Qi, now transformed into a monstrous figure, a sight that sent chills down her spine. Lu Qi's corpulent form sprawled on the ground, resembling a beast. Her head lifted, the pallor of her face quivering grotesquely, her features twisted in fury. Her eyes had turned a vivid crimson, fixated malevolently on Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zhihui fired a shot. The projectile pierced through the conflagration, impacting squarely upon Leki's corpulent form. While the penetrative force of a shotgun is typically moderate, its area of effect is substantial. This particular shot found its mark with precision, unleashing a multitude of pellets upon Leki's person. She convulsed, emitted a mournful cry, and promptly sought refuge within. Observing this, Lin Yu gathered the wooden debris from the ground. These arm-thick timbers, in Lin Yu's grasp, were launched with the ease of discarded paper airplanes, hurtling towards the stone structure. The two grotesque figures within the stone dwelling erupted in frenzied shrieks. One vocalized its piercing cries, while the other forcefully discharged the wooden projectiles. A cacophony of shrieks and a barrage of wooden missiles filled the air. Chapter 39. They have ensnared us. The group alternated in their assault, expending the remaining wooden fragments into the stone enclosure. Zhang Zhihui then hurled his improvised incendiary devices into the fray. Instantly, the flames within the stone structure intensified, engulfing the entire edifice in a ravenous inferno. The blaze raged with ferocity, resembling a grotesque, fiery visage, incessantly consuming and leaping. Dense plumes of smoke billowed forth from the engulfed structure, signifying its utter immolation. Lin Yu observed the flame-engulfed stone dwelling, wherein the two grotesque figures initially emitted piercing cries. Gradually, their vocalizations diminished, suggesting their demise. These entities harbor an acute aversion to fire, a lesson gleaned from the sacrifices of frontline soldiers. Each anomalous entity possesses unique homicidal protocols, and understanding these protocols may offer a chance for survival. Certain anomalous entities exhibit vulnerability to specific elements, such as radiant stones or intense luminescence. By mastering these vulnerabilities, their eradication becomes feasible. However, the spectral apparitions haunting the township seem impervious to any known deterrent. They emerge at night, knocking on doors, in search of survivors to devour. The azure luminescent stones can repel the phantoms but cannot vanquish them, which is their greatest flaw. Yet, no superior weapon exists at present. The plight of the survivors grows increasingly dire. Confronted by a stone house engulfed in fierce flames, Zhang Zhihui remains uneasy. With a grave expression, he states, "I have spent some time on the front lines. These aberrant creatures are cunning and exceedingly difficult to eliminate. We must prepare more timber. It is imperative that this stone house burns throughout the night. Will that truly be enough to incinerate them?" Lin Yu inquires, glancing at Zhang Zhihui. "It may succeed, or it may not. I am uncertain, and uncertainty yields no answers. It is prudent to err on the side of caution." "Very well, there is plenty of wood here. I shall take it upon myself to add more." Lin Yu volunteers. Among those present, he possesses the greatest strength. Furthermore, he has taken 12 luminescent stones from others and consumed Misha's cockroach jerky. He perceives this task as well within his capabilities. Lin Yu hurls the nearby wood into the flames, additionally placing some outside to allow the fire to spread further. By the time all is accomplished, it is already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Their plan to incinerate the shape-shifting fiends is thus well underway. A sense of relief washes over the group, and they appear considerably more at ease. Zhang Zhihui remarks, "I will take Lily home. I hope she finds solace by morning." Lin Yu nods in agreement. In extinguishing the shape-shifting fiend, they have also extinguished Lily's son. Her child must perish, for should he survive, it is unimaginable how many lives would be lost. The enigmatic entity known as the Strange Skin is indeed terrifying. Any response or contact may lead to its silent possession, transforming one into a mere puppet of its will. Lily serves as an apt illustration of this phenomenon. Lin Yu separated from his companions and returned to the stone dwelling. Thus, an entire day elapsed, during which he acquired 12 luminous stones, yet engaged in no other pursuits. Observing that the hour was still early, approximately 2 hours remained until nightfall, Lin Yu ventured into the jungle with his axe in hand. He felled numerous trees, his arms now fortified, and his speed considerably enhanced. Masterfully wielding the battle axe, he effortlessly brought down a large tree, which he subsequently disassembled into logs of arm's thickness, binding them together to drag back home. The specters of the night would likely seek vengeance. Thus, he needed to prepare ample firewood. Flames possess a certain purifying quality that could vanquish those sinister insects, compelling Lin Yu to gather in abundance. Having completed these tasks, the clock indicated 6 o'clock. The sky began to darken, and a thin, eerie mist materialized at the threshold of the stone house. The light from outside started to fade, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yu secured the wooden door and, as usual, placed the luminous stones at the entrance, followed by igniting a campfire. He fetched water from the barrel to wash his face, then boiled some for tea, before consuming a creamy roll and a piece of jerky. The temperature within the room began to drop. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was 8:30 in the evening. Leaning against the bedside, with his elbow propped on his forehead, he began to doze off. The campfire crackled softly beside him, emanating waves of warmth that caressed his weary body. There remains a considerable time before midnight, after which Lin Yu's stone abode will be fully reinforced. The surrounding stone walls and ceiling will be fortified, rendering him impervious to the specters that haunt him. As the clock strikes midnight, eerie footsteps echo outside. Soft and stealthy, they tread upon the ground. The specters do not launch an immediate assault on the stone dwelling. Instead, they linger outside, circling like predators. Lin Yu, attuned to the faintest sounds, awakens instantly. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity's vigilance has heightened significantly. Many have developed the habit of waking in the dead of night, sensing even the slightest disturbance. Undoubtedly, those with lesser awareness may have already succumbed to the grasp of the specters. Lin Yu slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within them. He had anticipated the arrival of the specters. They have ensnared him. The rustling footsteps converge from all directions. It is evident that an unexpected event is imminent. Today, there is not merely one specter. Suddenly, a grotesque arm crashes violently against the stone wall. This time, they have wised up, opting not to assault the wooden door, whose defenses are too formidable for them to breach. Instead, they target the more vulnerable stone walls. Composed of stones, the walls are riddled with numerous cracks, resembling a spider's web. Some gaps are relatively large, filled with fragments of stone and clay, while others are smaller, merely packed with mud. When the specters attacked the stone dwelling yesterday, the fissures had widened. Now, one particularly large gap reveals the emergence of a specter. The specters, having identified the vulnerabilities, have chosen their point of attack. This gap, 2 fingers wide and over half a meter long, constitutes a significant breach. If the relentless assault on this place continues, it won't be long before the stones succumb to the violence and begin to fall. At that moment, a fissure will manifest in the stone edifice, through which the malevolent specter might infiltrate. Lin Yu gradually rose to his feet, having comprehended the specter's intentions. Grasping the ice-blue battle axe that lay on the ground, Lin Yu advanced with a piercing gaze. Peering through the narrow gap, he could discern the grotesque silhouette of the specter lurking just beyond the stone wall. Bang! Another chilling thud reverberated through the air. The specter's hand successfully breached the barrier, emerging as a shadowy appendage, adorned with menacing scales and 3 razor-sharp, curved claws. Twisting in the confined space as it endeavored to force its way through the stone, Lin Yu remained motionless, his icy gaze fixated on the lethal claws before him. The 3 fingers were contorted and pressed together, the arm exerting tremendous effort, while the gap emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds. Chapter 040. Return my arm. At this juncture, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination as he surveyed the specter's fingers. The entity persisted in its efforts to demolish the stone wall. With the battle axe raised high, Lin Yu calculated the angle of his impending strike. He needed to sever the specter's hand instantaneously without compromising the integrity of the stone barrier. Presently, only 3 fingers had emerged, and Lin Yu intended to wait until the opening widened before launching his attack. This strategy would not only sever the specter's hand, but inflict irreparable damage upon it. Lin Yu had already discerned that once wounded, the specter could not recuperate, a truth exemplified by the severed arm of the previous specter. Just as Lin Yu remained fixated on the specter's 3 fingers, they abruptly retracted. A mournful wind wailed through the crevices of the stone wall, while Lin Yu stood nearby, observing. Outside the stone dwelling, silence once again enveloped the surroundings. The ghostly figures seemed to have vanished, yet Lin Yu sensed their presence, as if they were awaiting something. Outside the stone house, 3 spectral apparitions congregated by the narrow gap, emanating a chill that permeated the air. The central figure, missing an arm, bore a pallid visage illuminated by a malevolent glimmer. The 2 figures flanking it stood motionless like zombies, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the fissure. A faint light emanated from within the gap, sufficient to indicate the presence of life inside. At that moment, the figure with the severed arm gradually bent forward. Its blood-red eye began to shift, scrutinizing the survivor concealed within the crevice. Its grotesque face pressed against the stone wall, its tusks glinting ominously in the dim light. The tip of its nose quivered, detecting the scent of humanity in the air. The relentless apparition engaged Lin Yu in a fierce confrontation, embodying an unyielding resolve. The ghostly mouth gaped wide, devoid of lips, revealing fangs that jutted into the air. Its scarlet tongue was vividly visible, the fangs not merely stark white, but marred with dark fungal stains. The crevice also harbored nameless decaying flesh. A putrid stench erupted from the apparition's maw. "Return my arm." The hoarse, emotionless voice echoed from beyond the wall. Lin Yu leaned against the side, gripping his battle axe tightly. Hearing the ghostly figure speak at such close range was a profoundly terrifying experience, instilling a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Lin Yu was perplexed as to how the specter knew his name. Such bizarre occurrences defied explanation. "Return my arm, Lin Yu. Return my arm." The ghostly figure outside the stone house incessantly lamented, yet Lin Yu remained unperturbed within. He refrained from utilizing the radiant stone. Even if he dispelled the specter, it would return on the morrow. Lin Yu resolved to impart a lesson, to deter its relentless pursuit. After all, it was merely a severed arm. Inside the stone dwelling, tranquility reigned, save for the crackling of the campfire. The glowing wood emitted a symphony of pops and hisses as embers danced in the air. "I know you are home." Suddenly, a grotesque arm slithered through a crevice, lunging towards Lin Yu with unerring speed. The fissure in the stone wall erupted instantaneously. The horrific limb twisted in an eerie manner, locking onto Lin Yu's position without having visual confirmation. As the specter's arm neared its target, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He raised his axe and struck at the ghostly appendage. Clang! The battle axe collided squarely with the specter's arm. Both entities were driven by malice, each intent on eliminating the other. However, Lin Yu's advantage was palpably greater. He stood within the stone house, his movements more liberated while maintaining a heightened state of vigilance, poised to counterattack. The ghostly figure, constrained by a narrow gap, faced limited angles and avenues for assault. The battle axe struck fiercely against the specter's arm. Yet to Lin Yu's astonishment, the limb remained unsevered. Perhaps it is a matter of perspective. The battle axe merely severed half of the specter's arm, failing to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, this was sufficient to incite the specter's wrath. With only one arm remaining, the injury to its other limb ignited its fury. A piercing shriek emanated from outside the stone dwelling. "Ah?" The specter, now enraged, unleashed a wail that pierced Lin Yu's eardrums, causing his head to thrum painfully. This was a sound he hoped never to encounter again. The shrill cry, akin to a frantic whistle, possessed an incredible penetrating quality, causing his eardrums to throb agonizingly. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and turned to the side. His position had been compromised. The specter had somehow discerned his whereabouts through some arcane means. At that moment, lingering near the crevice was no longer an option. Outside the gap, the specter was consumed by fury. Lin Yu crouched down, finding himself eye to eye with the specter through the narrow opening. Once more, he beheld the specter's grotesque, unsettling visage. Their gazes locked, one filled with rage, the other shadowed in trepidation. The specter materialized vividly within Lin Yu's pupils, its face contorted into a horrific grimace. The pallid countenance was marred by grotesque veins of crimson. It lacked lips, revealing a mouthful of menacing fangs, exuding sheer terror. 2 blood-red orbs fixated on Lin Yu, as if longing to consume him alive. A chilling aura radiated from the specter, delivering a visceral sense of impending death that pounded against Lin Yu's heart. Yet, he felt no fear. The specter could not breach his sanctuary. Its power was not so formidable, and time was swiftly running out. In the face of terror, Lin Yu experienced the same dread as any survivor, a shiver enveloping his limbs. However, Lin Yu no longer experienced such sensations. An invisible sense of security enveloped him. allowing him to gaze directly into the face of the specter, something other survivors could not accomplish. The specter's other arm was nearly rendered useless. It had merely escaped being severed by Lin Yu's blade, yet its continued functionality seemed utterly impossible. The arm dangled in midair, reduced to a mere half, with the stark white of bone starkly visible. Thick, dark blood dripped steadily onto the ground, filling the air with the metallic scent of blood. Lin Yu glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained until the fortification of his stone dwelling would be complete. At that moment, the specter would be devoid of alternative options. Outside, the specter refrained from pressing its attack, maintaining a distance from Lin Yu that was neither too close nor too far. Even if the other two specters reached in, their arm length would be insufficient to grasp him. Both entities remained locked in a fierce gaze. Time trickled away. Moments later, a notification appeared in Lin Yu's vision. Basic stone wall enhancement complete. Item, basic stone wall. Quality, basic. Special effect, sturdy. Sturdy. Still sturdy. Would you like to continue enhancing the basic stone wall? As the notification materialized, the stone walls within the dwelling began to undergo rapid transformation. A hazy luminescence flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, enveloping the walls like a translucent jelly. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him shifted. The stones within the wall began to merge, each piece binding closely together, erasing all gaps in their unity. Like melted plastic, only curved or straight lines could be discerned. Simultaneously, the stone wall grew increasingly robust. Lin Yu discovered that the thickness and hardness of the stones had been enhanced to varying degrees. The once ubiquitous cracks had completely vanished. The stone wall had become smoother, exuding a chilling touch. When Lin Yu struck it, a deep echo resonated from the wall. The specters could not easily breach even an ordinary stone wall, let alone one that had been reinforced and upgraded. At this moment, both inside and outside the stone house fell into silence. The shadows outside the door were mute. Their silence was deafening. Chapter 041, Man-Eating Man. Ghost-Eating Ghost. Lin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him, allowing him to relax considerably. He was aware that the specters outside had not departed, yet they were now at an impasse. Both entrances of the stone house had been sealed. The intermediate wooden door rendered them powerless to break through, while the fortified stone wall left them to ponder their predicament. At this moment, Lin Yu approached the wall, straining to listen for any signs of continued assault from the specters. If they possessed any intelligence, they would refrain from further troubling him. Lin Yu sat cross-legged, attentively listening. Outside the door, the three specters exchanged perplexed glances. They too were baffled as to why the stone wall had suddenly become so formidable, even exhibiting a flawless finish. The previously visible cracks were no longer present, and the hard stone wall extinguished any desire they might have had to engage. The specters were aware of pain. Each attack against the wall was laborious. Amidst the spectral figures, the dismembered wraith fixed its gaze upon the stone facade before it, the fissure having vanished. It could no longer perceive the detestable, merciless, frigid human. It had intended to devour him, yet now, no opportunity remained for its anthropophagy. At this juncture, the adjacent specters observed it. This particular wraith was virtually crippled, an arm severed, the other reduced to half its former length, swaying in the frigid breeze, its sable plumage quivering slightly. Suddenly, the central wraith seemed to apprehend something. It turned toward one of the specters beside it. Within its eternally crimson eyes, a subtle tremor manifested. Fear. It was terrified. An all-consuming chill permeated its being, and the dismembered wraith sought to flee. Just as it was about to retreat, the specters flanking it seemed to perceive its intent. With unspoken accord, they lunged at the central wraith. A resounding crash ensued as the two specters assailed it in unison, directly felling the central wraith to the ground. Grotesque visages emanated terrifying miasma, the lipless maws agape. The fangs within their sanguineous gullets unfurled, then clamped firmly onto the wraith's neck. The prone wraith writhed violently as the adjacent specters grew ever more ferocious. Acute fangs pierced its neck, while the other wraith seized its abdomen directly. With a rending tear, the wraith's abdomen was lacerated, exposing crimson flesh to the air, a pungent odor of blood permeating the surroundings. The entrails and viscera within quivered grotesquely. The wraith's head slumped, and it opened its rent maw to tear and devour. The specter pinned to the ground writhed vehemently. Its trachea, severed by the bite of another specter, emitted only a sibilant rasp. After several minutes, the specter ceased its struggles, and the other two began to feast voraciously. Flesh was torn asunder as they cannibalized their comrade with unrestrained frenzy. Within the stone dwelling, Lin Yu listened to the sounds emanating from beyond the stone walls with appalled consternation. Sounds akin to wild beasts tearing flesh, the shuddering impact of bodies against the earth, the grating of teeth against bone, the final expiring sigh of a desperate struggle. The specter crippled by Lin Yu had been devoured by its own kind. Lin Yu frowned, listening in silence to the sounds of carrion consumption outside the stone dwelling. Specters would collaborate to slay humans. Yet specters devoid of utility would also turn upon one another in internecine slaughter, devouring their comrades. Man consumes man, specter consumes specter. This apocalyptic world struck Lin Yu as all the more merciless. Lin Yu glanced at the time on his wrist. 1:25 a.m. The two specters at the entrance had already devoured their comrade and departed, sated. Lin Yu rose to his feet. Now that the wooden door and stone walls had been fortified, it would be arduous for specters to breach the stone dwelling. He could proceed to fortify other items. At present, Lin Yu was confronted with several exigencies. 1. A greater abundance of sustenance and provisions was required. 2. The fortification of his physical form remained incomplete. His current combat prowess was less than formidable. 3. The remaining items also required fortification. The items obtained from Qindahai, while useful, were dilapidated and time-worn. Lin Yu commenced by collectively fortifying the remaining bread and jerky. After a relatively brief interval of approximately 27 minutes, the remaining provisions were sufficient to sustain Lin Yu for a fortnight. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Lin Yu remained awake. His gaze fixed upon the water filtration system. Acquired from Qindahai, it offered merely rudimentary filtration, yielding rather mediocre results. Lin Yu contemplated the water filter and initiated an enhancement process. Enhance the water filter? Yes. Enhancement commenced. Duration, 2 hours and 31 minutes. 2.5 hours was not overly long. By the time it concluded, dawn would nearly break. I shall rest for a while, he thought. With one last glance at the water filter, he awaited the completion of the enhancement. At this juncture, Lin Yu's concerns regarding sustenance and shelter were largely resolved. With food and clean water secured, his situation had significantly improved. He had no desire to subsist on dried cockroaches and moldy bread, nor to drink water tainted with the taste of rust. Time swiftly passed, and as daylight emerged, Lin Yu awoke, finding that the remaining hours had unfolded without any unusual incidents, allowing him a peaceful slumber. Upon rising, his immediate focus was on the water filter. After the system's enhancement, the entire apparatus had undergone a dramatic transformation, distinctly unlike the changes observed in the wooden door and stone walls. Lin Yu could scarcely recognize it as a water filter. Beside the tank stood a machine nearly human height, featuring an oval stainless steel body, roughly the size of a suitcase, supported by 4 iron pillars. 3 water pipes, each as thick as a thumb, were inserted into the tank, continuously supplying filtered clean water, while an additional pipe awaited activation for direct use. The filter bore no labels or manufacturer markings. It was crafted by the system itself, and the welding was executed with exquisite precision, revealing no imperfections. Lin Yu approached and pressed a switch, prompting a continuous flow of pristine water from the pipe. He filled a cup and inhaled deeply, discerning no trace of unpleasant odor. The water was crystal clear, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of spring water. Lin Yu savored a gulp, finding the taste refreshingly delightful, indistinguishable from natural spring water. The metallic tang of rust had long vanished. In comparison to the previous water filter, the current one was simply exceptional. Beside the circular stainless steel barrel, a rudimentary indicator displayed the remaining capacity of the water filter, 5,000 liters. With such a generous reserve, he need not worry about filtered water for several years to come. A sense of joy filled Lin Yu's heart. Now, the only concern was the water source itself. As long as there was ample water available, he would no longer fret about water quality. The enhancement of the water filter took merely 2 minutes and 31 seconds, a time frame that was quite acceptable. Should the filter reach capacity, the next enhancement could be undertaken without excessive delay. Chapter 042. The murderous fiend Lin Yu retrieved other items from his collection. Before him lay a defunct anomaly detector, a powerless radio, 3 remaining bullets from an antique pistol, a sheepskin map, and a flashlight with a drained battery. Lin Yu scrutinized the items on the table, engaging in thoughtful analysis. The pistol holds little utility for me. I am not skilled in firearms, yet I shall retain it, for it may prove useful in the future, though there is no need for enhancement at present. The flashlight is of limited use as well, for I do not venture outdoors at night. At this moment, It appears that only the anomaly detector and the radio possess significant value. After all, the anomaly detection capabilities of the luminous stone are exceedingly restricted, lacking any numerical display. It only reacts when anomalous creatures draw near, by which time the monsters have already arrived. As for the map, Lin Yu has no intention of venturing outside just yet. He can upgrade it later when he decides to step out. Lin Yu believes it is prudent to enhance the anomaly detector and the radio now, one to assist him in detecting nearby anomalies, and the other to help him acquire information from the outside world. Naturally, he must also reinforce his physical capabilities, and he plans to utilize the nighttime for this purpose. Strengthening both power and speed is a time-consuming endeavor, and the night's rest provides an opportune moment to make use of this time. He does not wish to endure sleepless nights. Once the specter no longer appears, Lin Yu can finally enjoy a sound slumber, something he has not experienced in recent days. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu glanced at the anomaly detector. At that moment, a prompt appeared in his vision. Would you like to enhance the anomaly detector? Yes. Enhancement time, 6 hours. 6 hours is not too long. Let us commence the enhancement. Enhancing. Lin Yu confirmed his choice, and the anomaly detector began its enhancement process. It is now 7 a.m. Lin Yu calculated that by 1 p.m., the enhancement of the anomaly detector would conclude. At that time, he could proceed to enhance the radio, estimating that it would not take too long either. Emerging from the dwelling, Lin Yu circumambulated to the edifice's flank. He cast his gaze downward, observing that the spectral limb lying on the ground had completely perished, now merely a heap of osseous remains, each bone bearing the imprints of mandibles. It had indeed been devoured by its conspecifics the previous day. Upon the ossuary, a multitude of sable insects feasted upon the scant fragments of flesh. In its corporeal existence, the specter had inspired trepidation in the insects, yet in its demise, the inexterminable creatures no longer harbored fear. Having completed his preparations, Lin Yu proceeded directly toward Lily's stone house. As per their accord the previous day, they were to reconvene. Should the uncanny-skinned entity not have succumbed, the task of immolation would persist. Should it have perished, all would be resolved. Lin Yu, having traversed the path the previous day, arrived at Lily's abode 20 minutes hence. At this juncture, Misha and Zhang Zhiwei had arrived prior, accompanied by an elderly gentleman who was vociferously expounding upon some matter. Lin Yu scrutinized the figure, discerning it to be none other than Yin Da, who procured provisions from the fortress. As the sole purveyor of correspondence in the vicinity, his authority was considerable. Lin Yu had not anticipated Yin Da's expeditious return. Lin Yu quickened his pace, his gaze directed toward the diminutive stone structure, its entrance adorned with the vestiges of combustion. The wooden portal had long since been reduced to ashes, its frame entirely blackened by soot. Embers were still visible within, and acrid fumes emanated from the interior. Zhang Zhihui's calculations had proven accurate. The timbers had burned throughout the night, rendering the emergence of the uncanny-skinned entity improbable, likely having perished in the conflagration. As Lin Yu approached, he observed Zhang Zhihui and Yinda embroiled in a heated altercation, with Misha standing beside them, her neck craned, evidently incensed. By whose authority did you set it ablaze? By what authority do you presume to meddle with Lily's stone house? Roared Yinda, his voice ablaze with fury. Now that you've reduced it to ashes, how do you propose to rectify this? Undaunted, Zhang Zhihui retorted, his visage contorted with indignation. Do you imagine I desired this conflagration? It was necessitated by the presence of the grotesque skinwalkers within. I conveyed that I had procured a newly developed pharmaceutical agent capable of curing the afflicted, Yinda rebuked, gesticulating vehemently between Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu. Zhang Zhihui, and you too, you are naught but murderers. Lin Yu observed Yin Da's wrathful display, the elder's ire palpable. To the uninitiated, his impassioned remonstrations might have seemed born of righteous indignation, a fervent defense of Lily's son. Yet, Lin Yu suspected ulterior motives at play. With the grim deed done, the incineration of 2 skinwalkers, one being Lily's son, the other, Lecky, Yinda was free to weave his narrative unhindered. Approaching, Lin Yu furrowed his brow and stated, Yinda, you are aware that Lily's son had already succumbed to the skinwalker's possession. To allow it to roam unchecked would have condemned us all. None are more cognizant than you of the havoc wrought by these creatures, classified as aberrant life forms of level 3, surpassing even the nascent phantom in threat. Surely, you grasp the implications? Yinda fixed Lin Yu with a disdainful gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So, you possess such knowledge, do you? Do you presume I am ignorant? I had my own means of salvation. You, however, have extinguished her son. Confess, was it a deliberate act? Zhang Zhihui's face instantly flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "What do you mean by deliberate? We are acting for the greater good. Do you wish to see the plague spread further? Are you content with the notion that everyone should perish?" Yinda dismissed him with disdain, retorting, "If you all die, what significance remains for me here? I have already stated that I possess the antidote." Zhang Zhihui, are your ears deaf? As he spoke, Yinda retrieved a transparent plastic bag from his pocket, within which lay an unidentifiable glass vial containing a yellow liquid, accompanied by a syringe. "This is the medicine. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, both Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha fell silent. A heavy dread settled in their hearts. If Yinda spoke the truth, it would indeed confirm their roles as murderers. Regardless, if they could only wait a day, Yinda could save Lily's son. And perhaps even Lecky. Lin Yu observed Yinda, who appeared utterly sincere, bearing the unmistakable demeanor of someone armed with irrefutable evidence, casting them as villains. Yet, Lin Yu sensed that the situation was inherently suspicious. Yinda was not that kind of person. He could not possibly care for Lily's son's life. He seemed indifferent to the fate of those present. Yinda must harbor other secrets. His actions were intentional, but the purpose behind them eluded Lin Yu, shrouded in enigma. Lost in thought, Lin Yu pondered when suddenly, Yinda angrily shook his sleeve. "You three, no, including that old Zhang. You four will see your prices double from today onward. This is your punishment. Should you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to lodge a complaint at the post office. What gives you the audacity to raise the price?" Misha was immediately displeased. Life in the apocalypse was already fraught with difficulties, food was scarce, and the nights were plagued by the specter of attacks. Now, with Yinda's sudden price hike, their already dire existence had become even more unbearable. It was not only Misha who was reluctant. Nearby, Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu also wore expressions of discontent. "What? Raising prices arbitrarily? Damn it, you four are murderers. Do you even understand the meaning of a murderer? Damn it." Chapter 43. The Ascension of Yinda. Do you possess no sense of righteousness or morality? I have stated that our intentions are for the greater good, not for personal gain. I harbor no animosity towards Lily. Why would I want to harm her son? Zhang Zhihui retorted vehemently. Yinda regarded Zhang Zhihui with a mocking glint in his eyes, saying, "How would I know? Could it be that you have harbored feelings for Lily from the start? Yet, being an incapable man, you harbor resentment? What do you mean by that? Given Lily's current state, are you still trying to sow discord?" Zhang Zhihui was instantly enraged, his blood boiling. He rolled up his sleeves, brimming with indignation. Lin Yu glanced at Zhang Zhihui, recognizing the depth of his anger. Regardless of whether Zhang Zhihui truly had feelings for Lily, if she were to discover that he orchestrated everything leading to her son's demise, she would undoubtedly hold a grudge. Who knows what reckless actions she might take in retaliation. Zhang Zhihui was of robust build, clearly a man of physical prowess, while Yinda appeared as a diminutive elderly figure. The stark contrast between them suggested that if Zhang Zhihui were to unleash his fury, it would not be surprising if he were to physically overpower Yinda. However, Yinda regarded Zhang Zhihui with a mocking expression, exuding an air of fearlessness. "Yinda, I warn you not to sow discord. My relationship with Lily is not as sordid as you presume." Zhang Zhihui raised his fist, poised to strike at any moment. Opposite him, Yinda appeared to be listening to a joke. Lin Yu stood nearby, intently observing the confrontation between Yinda and Zhang Zhihui. He had no desire to partake in their conflict, yet if it came to blows, Lin Yu would lean toward aiding Zhang Zhihui. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a surge of danger. Without warning, Yinda launched his attack. He retreated a mere half-step, akin to a bull's hoof entering the sea, stirring up a cloud of mud. His left fist struck with lightning speed. The movement was minimal, rendering it nearly impossible to evade, yet the force was astonishing. Startling Lin Yu. With a resounding thud, Yinda's fist connected squarely with Zhang Zhihui's chest, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that cascaded through Zhang Zhihui's entire being. He was propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle, crashing to the ground with a thud, covered in dirt and utterly disheveled. Struggling to rise, Zhang Zhihui clutched his chest, looking down to find a massive bruise forming. This blow had struck true, had Zhang Zhihui not possessed such robust resilience. He might have been killed outright by Yinda's punch. Yinda cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Zhang Zhihui. "Do not think that just because I am older, you can bully me. Remember, I am the postman here." With that, Yinda turned on his heel and walked away. Misha hurriedly helped Zhang Zhihui to his feet, her expression one of astonishment. Are you all right?" Zhang Zhihui waved his hand dismissively. His gaze filled with indignation as he stared at Yin Da's retreating figure, yet he dared not pursue him. The blow he had just received was far beyond what he could withstand. To confront Yin Da in an attempt to salvage his pride could very well result in his demise. Yin Da's strength and speed had transcended that of an ordinary individual. Such damage was not something a 50-year-old man could inflict. Coughing violently, Zhang Zhihui's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Yin Da has advanced, he lamented, clutching his chest with a look of despondency. What do you mean? Lin Yu inquired. Has Yin Da become that formidable? Zhang Zhihui shook his head helplessly. He wasn't this terrifying before. I have no idea what he has gone through. In any case, I am no match for him. Let's leave. The strange-skinned creature should be dead by now. With that, Zhang Zhihui turned to exit, clutching his chest. Lin Yu followed closely, remarking, Yin Da's earlier attack was a surprise. You were caught off guard. He is certainly not acting solely for Lily's son. He must have other motives. At this, Zhang Zhihui cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, a flicker of melancholy in his eyes. You are right, but what can we do? The strange-skinned creature is a monstrous entity that could obliterate us all. Yin Da is fully aware of that. Indeed, he is merely seeking to possess Lily, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Yes, Lily has already gone to Yin Da's home. I suspect they are together now. Brother, let it go, it is not worth our concern. Lin Yu discerned that Zhang Zhihui harbored feelings for Lily, yet he lacked the capacity to protect her, whereas Yin Da possessed that very ability. I couldn't care less. Zhang Zhihui lamented, his voice tinged with despondency. Sighing, Lin Yu patted Zhang Zhihui's back. In comparison, he deemed Zhang Zhihui to be far superior to Yin Da. However, Lin Yu had been unable to intervene earlier, as Yin Da's sudden surge of power was formidable. Had it not been for Lin Yu's enhancements, he would have been unable to comprehend Yin Da's movements. Fortunately, Yin Da had merely given Zhang Zhihui a lesson without inflicting mortal harm, suggesting he harbored some reservations. It's nothing. A bit of red flower oil will suffice. I'm not so fragile. I'll head back now. You should all return home as well. All right. Make sure to rest well, Lin Yu replied, knowing that Zhang Zhihui would likely dwell in melancholy for the day. This was an unavoidable situation, as Yin Da had treated him like a despot, exerting his will as he pleased. After the forlorn Zhang Zhihui departed, Misha approached Lin Yu, her expression laden with concern. Should we go in and take a look? Misha still feared that the shapeshifter had not perished in the flames. Should it revive, it would pose a significant problem. Lin Yu cast his gaze towards the billowing smoke emanating from the stone house. Yin Da had come merely to reprimand Zhang Zhihui, showing no interest in the shapeshifter inside the dwelling. Now that Zhang Zhihui had left, it seemed he had no intention of intervening further. Do you think it is still alive? Lin Yu inquired. Misha turned her attention to the smoke-filled stone house. If the shapeshifter were alive, it would surely make an appearance. At least show its head. I feel it must be dead. I concur with your assessment, Lin Yu stated, yet let us investigate nonetheless, for peace of mind. Whereupon, Lin Yu and Misha proceeded towards the smoke-filled stone dwelling. Lin Yu, shielding his nose, brandished his battle axe in the other hand, cautiously approaching the structure. The acrid stench of smoke permeated the air, obscuring all within a dense, black haze. Lin Yu persisted in his search for the remains of the two grotesque-skinned beings. Through the murky haze, Lin Yu discerned a charred cadaver, one leg severed, the other reduced to cinder. It lay prone, emanating the pungent odor of burnt flesh. Deceased. Beyond any doubt. Relief washed over Lin Yu. He patted Misha's shoulder, signaling her to follow him from the stone dwelling. Once they were clear of the structure, Lin Yu lowered his hand. It is done. The grotesque-skinned beings are no more, and this place is, for now, secure. Misha exhaled deeply. Indeed, despite our benevolent deed, Yin Da deems us to be in the wrong. He is truly malevolent. Lin Yu nodded, lost in contemplation. He harbors a secret, assuredly. Chapter 44. Departure and Covenant. Lin Yu, what clandestine motive do you believe Yin Da possesses? Misha inquired as they retraced their steps. Lin Yu's gaze followed the winding path. In truth, he was presently unaware of Yin Da's true aims, yet he sensed something amiss. This time, Yin Da's errand was likely more than a simple procurement of goods. I am uncertain, Lin Yu responded, refraining from voicing his inner doubts. Misha nodded thoughtfully, falling into silence for a few moments before speaking. Have you ever considered leaving this place, Lin Yu? Leaving? Misha gazed at Lin Yu, nodding emphatically. Yes, to live in the fortress. Lin Yu responded. Is the fortress truly suitable for us? Besides, we are not exactly individuals of status who can freely enter a fortress. Misha countered. Why not? We are merely wilderness dwellers, not aberrant creatures. Why should we be barred from the fortress? True, once there, we may not enjoy the same freedoms we have here, and we will have to adhere to their regulations. But is that not preferable to perishing in this place? What do you mean? Are you contemplating a move to the fortress? Misha refrained from articulating her intentions directly. She paused, locking her gaze with Lin Yu's, and earnestly declared, "Let us journey to the fortress together. I possess a means to ensure our survival. You are aware that I am a surgeon, not an untrained individual. I hold a diploma and have clinical experience. They require someone of my expertise, and I am confident I can secure our lives." Lin Yu remained silent, and Misha assumed he was hesitating. However, what perplexed her was why he would hesitate at all. The specters in the town had evolved, manifesting a terror far greater than before. It was only a matter of time before this place fell. Once the specters reached level 4 aberration, none would stand a chance against them. Not even Yinda ordinary radiant stones would become ineffective. It was imperative to elevate their level. There was nothing here for Lin Yu to cling to, no family, no safe haven. In fact, he possessed only an axe as a means of defense. Lin Yu harbored a secret. He possessed the ability to enhance all things. This secret, however, was one he could not divulge to anyone. He was acutely aware that should his secret be discovered by others, his fate would be dire. Currently, Lin Yu did not consider himself powerful. There were entities in this world far more terrifying than he. He could not afford to seek refuge in the fortress. As he contemplated how to refuse Mesa's offer, he remained silent. Indeed, the fortress would provide Lin Yu with a semblance of safety, but it would also heighten the dangers he faced. Was his reluctance to leave rooted in the fear of unforeseen calamities should he enter the fortress? Yet, the peril of remaining here was palpable. Mesa continued to press him for answers. Lin Yu cast a glance at Mesa beside him and replied, "I am not ready to depart from this place just yet. The ghostly shadows are undeniably evolving, but can we truly guarantee safety within the fortress? Look at Zhang Zhihui. He hasn't left, nor has Yinda. Others in the town remain as well. Lin Yu, that is not a valid reason. Do you harbor some reservations?" Mesa inquired. "I do not wish to go to the fortress. I believe that areas crowded with people may pose an even greater risk. Did you not come from Yuqing? You ought to comprehend the terrifying nature of humanity." At these words, Mesa fell into contemplation. Lin Yu's assertion held merit. At times, humanity could be more perilous than aberrant creatures. While aberrations sought merely to consume humans, the actions of humanity could sometimes be far more horrifying than death itself. After a moment of hesitation, Mesa proposed, "In that case, I shall first head to Fortress 11 and leave you an address. Should you wish to join me, you may come find me at any time. How does that sound?" "That sounds agreeable," Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Misha revealed a radiant smile, and with that, an agreement was forged. "I no longer wish to linger here," Lin Yu contemplated inwardly. The journey was silent, and by the time Lin Yu returned to the stone abode, it was still before noon. The anomaly detector had yet to complete its enhancement, thus Lin Yu commenced his tasks for the day. This humble stone dwelling was modest in size and sparsely furnished, with only an antiquated wooden table at its center. Upon the table lay a few smooth pebbles and a carving knife. Although Lin Yu possessed a sufficient supply of radiant stones, the intensity and quantity of the ghostly shadows were on the rise. It was crucial to amass a considerable reserve of radiant stones. Moreover, these stones could be exchanged for goods at Yinda's establishment, and Lin Yu sought to acquire even more. Though he had the ability to enhance items, it could not be done out of thin air. For instance, Lin Yu could enhance moldy bread, yet the moldy bread must exist for the enhancement to occur. Thus, he needed to procure it. Hence, Lin Yu resolved to carve a greater number of radiant stones before venturing to Yinda for additional supplies. "Let us begin." Lin Yu grasped the pebbles from the table and envisioned the form of the radiant runes in his mind. He then set to work, meticulously inscribing upon the pebbles. The hardened carving knife traced intricate patterns as dust continued to fall. Lin Yu remained utterly focused on his task, and gradually, the pebbles began to bear the initial traces of radiant rune designs. The rugged lines, whether straight or twisted, slowly coalesced into an enigmatic tapestry of symbols. Upon completing the final stroke, the pebbles shimmered with brilliance, a verdant glow dancing upon the runes. The first radiant stone has been completed, and Lin Yu has discovered that his speed in carving these luminous stones has significantly increased compared to before, perhaps due to a surge in his mental fortitude. Lin Yu feels capable of surpassing the creation of 3 stones today, directly embarking on the 4th. After a brief moment of rest, he resumes his meticulous work. His movements grow increasingly deft, the pebble in his hand turning and twisting as rough, bold lines gradually take shape. Minutes later, the second radiant stone is successfully carved, emitting a shimmering azure light that signifies Lin Yu's triumph. Sighing with relief, he glances at his watch, realizing that an hour has unwittingly slipped away. Time seems to fly when one is engrossed in concentration, and Lin Yu barely noticed its passage. In just this hour, he has skillfully crafted 2 radiant stones. At this rate, he muses, he could potentially carve dozens in a single day. Yet, he is acutely aware that with his current mental capacity, such an output is unattainable. Carving radiant stones demands not only physical stamina, but also immense mental strength. This process cannot be mechanized. During the carving, it appears that the radiant stone can absorb a portion of one's mental energy. Overexertion could lead to excruciating headaches, necessitating a halt in his efforts. However, at this moment, Lin Yu feels no such discomfort and believes he may still be able to carve additional radiant stones. Resolutely, he resumes his task after a brief pause, beginning to sculpt the 3rd radiant stone. As he commences his work, the bold lines before him begin to twist and distort gradually. As Lin Yu's vision blurred, a dull ache began to throb at the back of his head, reminiscent of the world spinning uncontrollably around him. He understood that the backlash was upon him. His previous limit had been 3 radiant stones. No matter the circumstances, he could never carve a 4th. Despite the throbbing pain, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and resumed his meticulous carving. His demeanor turned serious, his gaze unwaveringly following the chisel, his fingers exerting considerable force. The lines of the radiant runes multiplied, and after several minutes of intense focus, Lin Yu finally completed the 3rd radiant stone. The headache had intensified, and his mental energy had been significantly depleted. However, compared to before, it was relatively manageable. He was determined to achieve the creation of the 4th radiant stone today. With a resolute gaze, Lin Yu resolved to push beyond his limits. Chapter 045. Rewards for outstanding work. Yenda hummed a soft tune as he approached the door of the safe house. He produced a key and unlocked the heavy wooden door. The relaxed expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave demeanor. With a click, the door swung open to reveal a haggard woman seated in the center of the stone chamber. Her pallor lent her an almost morbid beauty. The woman was not unattractive. Her skin was well maintained, and though she was slightly slender, she possessed all the essential attributes. Lily gazed at Yenda with a pleading expression, hoping to hear good news from him. Although Yenda remained silent, Lily could already sense the ominous tidings. "Yenda, my son." Yenda's face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "Lily, I am so sorry. I failed to protect you. Your son has been burned to death by them." "Ah!" Lily let out a cry, cradling her head in her hands, and wept bitterly. Upon awakening, she sensed an undeniable truth. She realized that Zhang Zhihui and his companions would never allow her son to survive. After all, he had become host to a malevolent entity, poised to unleash a new calamity at any moment. Yet, even with this grim understanding, Lily found it difficult to accept the reality. She had but one son, and with his demise, she would be left with nothing. "My son. Oh, my poor son." Lily sobbed, burying her face in her hands. Yendu observed the grieving Lily, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. At this moment, he could exert greater control over her. Initially, Yendu regarded Lily's son as an inconvenience. He had to die, but not by his own hand. Zhang Zhihui was indeed correct. There existed no remedy for the malevolent entity. Humanity was utterly powerless against such aberrations, and the prospect of rapidly developing a countermeasure was a futile endeavor. These were not mere viruses, but rather natural disasters. Even if such a miraculous cure existed, it was not something Yenda could easily procure. As he journeyed back, Yenda contemplated various schemes to eliminate Lily's son. He needed to successfully contain the impending outbreak, manipulate Lily's spirit, all while leaving no trace of his involvement. It was a complex predicament. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Zhang Zhihui and his associates had executed their plan flawlessly. They had vanquished the malevolent entity and taken the blame upon themselves. A wave of joy surged within Yenda, yet he had to mask his elation. Not only must he conceal his pleasure, but he also needed to ensnare Zhang Zhihui in a trap. Yenda was acutely aware that Zhang Zhihui had long harbored an interest in Lily. Yenda's face bore a melancholic expression as he hurriedly approached, wrapping his arms around Lily with genuine concern. "Do not be saddened," he reassured her. "I have already dealt with Zhang Zhihui and his companions. Fear not." I shall avenge you. Acquiring this medicine was no easy feat. Lily wept in anguish, her sorrow rendering her oblivious to Yin Da's words. Observing her distress, Yin Da felt powerless to alleviate her pain, resorting instead to offering her comfort. This world is fraught with treachery. Zhang Zhihui is truly vile. Could he not have waited just a day for my return? Alas! Stay by my side, and I shall protect you. Rest assured as long as I. Yin Da, have sustenance, you shall never go hungry. Please, do not weep. I have excelled and earned the qualification for injection. I am now half a mutant. After one more injection, I shall become a true mutant. Just moments ago, I struck Zhang Zhihui, and that scoundrel was sent flying several meters. I nearly ended his life. A shadowy smile crept across Yin Da's face. You struck Zhang Zhihui? Lily suddenly lifted her head, breaking free from Yin Da's embrace. Her gaze fixed upon the unmistakable grin upon his face. Yin Da was taken aback by her intense reaction and replied with displeasure, indeed. Zhang Zhihui took your son's life. Do you believe I was in the wrong? I acted to assist you. And no, it's not that I merely feel. Lily stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She could no longer endure these days of torment. Each time she glimpsed her son in the basement, Lily felt as if he were not her child. The boy was imprisoned in the subterranean confines, his limbs shackled by chains, while the grotesque entity within him yearned to break free from his skin. Fear gripped her heart more fiercely than anyone else could imagine. The visage of that ghastly figure writhed incessantly beneath the surface, her son enduring unimaginable agony. Lily contemplated the unthinkable, ending her son's life. For to continue living under the torment of the grotesque being was an unbearable suffering. Had it not been for Yin Da's assurance that there was a chance to save her son, she might have succumbed to the dreadful act of taking his life. He was no longer human, but a creature of utter monstrosity. What do you think? Do you believe their actions are justified? Yin Da regarded Lily, his expression one of indignation. No, that is not my intention. I merely feel. Lily found herself at a loss for words, torn between her loathing for them and the sense of release she felt. Yet the thought of her son brought her heart excruciating pain. You may return and witness for yourself the state of your son. He has been reduced to ashes. You must follow me if you wish to survive. Do you understand? Yin Da released Lily, standing and shedding his garments, revealing a physique that had transformed from frail to remarkably robust. A man of 50. Yet possessing such formidable strength was indeed a rarity. However, Yin Da's form was unlike that of an ordinary man. His arms were adorned with bulging muscles, the biceps adorned with twisted veins resembling writhing worms, with even the skin betraying the movement of the worms beneath. The chest and back were covered with numerous crimson spots, each the size of a fingernail, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon witnessing Yin Da's physique, Lily felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, a chill creeping up from her feet to her very core. Yin Da, Lily stammered, fear rendering her speechless. Yet, Yin Da remained unfazed, letting out a cold laugh. This is merely temporary, just a minor after effect. Once you attain that extraordinary power, these will be of no concern to you. Do you see? This is my reward, specially bestowed upon me by the post office in recognition of my outstanding work. I must speak frankly with you. The level of the ghostly apparitions in the town has risen. They are now classified as anomalous life forms of level 3. And the emergence of the deceptive skinwalker is a perilous sign. We cannot linger here for long. I must fortify my body. Although I have already become a postman, that is insufficient. Far from enough. To survive in this apocalypse, you must grow stronger. Currently, I am the only one who can protect you. No one else can. You must heed my commands. Do you understand? Lily looked at Yin Da in fear, struggling to control her emotions. Follow me. It has been far too long since you have attended to my needs. Allow me some pleasure today. Yin Da's expression twisted into a sinister smile. Yin Da, I am not in the mood today. I have something coming. Do not worry. It matters not. Yin Da declared as he lifted the terrified Lily and carried her toward the inner room. Chapter 046. Mother, you have arrived. Yin Da, drenched in sweat, rolled over from Lily's side, a satisfied look gracing his face as he leaned against the edge of the bed. He exhaled with the force of a bison, unleashing the desires that had accumulated within him over the past few days. Beside him, Lily huddled beneath the covers, trembling like a sparrow battered by a storm. She never wanted to experience such agony again. Yin Da, indifferent to Lily's distress, rested his hands behind his head, a picture of contentment. Lily, you're my favorite. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you from now on. Only you know how to please me, and I'll give you whatever you desire. I've also received some directives. The post office has been injecting many people with enhancers. The aberrant creatures are becoming increasingly terrifying, and the regular army is shrinking its positions. The front lines are strained. As postal workers, we must become stronger. Red Rock Fortress is now down to just 5 bastions. Not long ago, Bastion 13 was breached by aberrant creatures, resulting in numerous casualties. The remaining 5 bastions are also in peril, with a high risk of intrusion by these creatures. All resources are being funneled into Red Rock Fortress. This place is becoming more dangerous. One day, we might have to evacuate to the fortresses. Once I'm there, I won't be the village chief anymore, so I need to amass some wealth. I'm planning to raise food prices to save some money. You're a teacher, so what do you think is a suitable price? It shouldn't be too comfortable for them, but they shouldn't be left with nothing either. In short, the previous prices must be doubled. Lily, I'm talking to you. Yenda glanced at Lily beside him, but it seemed as though she had not heard his words at all, showing no response. Lily stared blankly at the ceiling. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, she murmured, "I am listening. Yes, I have brought back quite a few valuable items this time. As long as I can curb the evolution of the ghostly shadows, I will be able to acquire more resources. In a few days, investigators from the post office may arrive, primarily to assess the danger level. We must treat them well. If the level in our town does not improve, it will all be my merit. Furthermore, I must disclose the white radiant runes I have kept hidden. The post office deems the azure radiant stones I sent over to be of insufficient quality. They require superior radiant stones. Before making this public, I need to calculate an appropriate price. Although it is free, it is something I have painstakingly retrieved, and I cannot let them have it too cheaply. Lily, I entrust all these matters to you. I have great faith in you. When we reach the fortress, I promise you will enjoy the finest of feasts." Yenda envisioned the future, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Yenda, I wish to see my son." Lily seemed not to have heard his previous words. As she whispered, "It has become a charred lump. Can you still recognize it?" "I can recognize it," Lily replied with unwavering determination. "Very well, if you wish to go, then go ahead. I will take a short rest. I have been utterly exhausted these past few days. You cannot fathom how complicated the dynamics are at the post office, especially with those investigators, each one more troublesome than the last." With that, Yenda closed his eyes. Lily didn't even glance at him. She rose to her feet, completely naked, gathered her clothes from the ground, and donned them before exiting the stone dwelling. Yenda's abode was situated a mere 25-minute walk from Lily's former residence. Upon reaching the stone house, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Before Lily stood the smoldering ruins of the structure, wisps of smoke still ascending into the air. The wooden door had been reduced to charred remains, and the entrance was blackened by the intense heat, the air thick with the lingering scent of smoke. Grief-stricken, Lily entered the dwelling, her eyes immediately drawn to the charred remains of Lecky. The corpulent body had been transformed into a blackened husk, lying prone on the ground. The skin cracked and fissured, still emitting faint plumes of smoke. The acrid odor of burnt flesh permeated the air, and Lecky's head had shrunk to a ghastly fraction of its original size, a truly horrifying sight. Lily cast a look of revulsion upon Lecky's corpse, recognizing her as the true instigator of this tragedy. Had Lecky not sought to exact revenge on Lily in Yenda's absence, the possession of Lily's son by the wood never have been exposed, and Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu would not have resorted to burning him alive. Circumventing Lecky's remains, Lily began her search for her son's body within the darkened confines of the stone house. Despite her thorough examination of the small space, she found no trace of his corpse. Lily initially surmised that Zhang Zhihui had buried her son's body, but upon further reflection, she realized that such an act was inconsistent with his character, as he would not have buried the son without also burying Lecky. A sudden realization dawned upon Lily, and her gaze sharpened with alertness. In an instant, her eyes were drawn to the cellar beneath the stone house. Rather than a basement, it is more akin to a cramped cavern. The confines of this subterranean chamber are exceedingly limited, scarcely accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. Previously, Lily had confined her son within this underground space, utilizing luminous stones daily to suppress the malevolent entity dwelling within him. Now, the door to the basement stands ajar, and her son appears to be hiding inside. Fearfully, Lily gazes into the basement, where the air is thick with smoke and the stench of charred flesh. The oppressive darkness compels her to feel her way forward, yet she is intimately familiar with this stone abode. Swiftly, she descends to the basement. Looking down, she is met with the sight of a charred corpse curled up within. It is her son. In contrast to the lively figures outside, this body appears remarkably intact. He lies on the ground, knees drawn to his chest, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sign of life. "My son," Lily cries as she approaches, her fear dissipating. The malevolent entity has been vanquished by Zhang Zhihui and his companions. This lifeless form is her true son. It is the mother's fault. She failed to protect you. "Forgive me, my child." As tears stream down her face, Lily gazes at the corpse. Suddenly, the curled figure stirs. "Mother, you have come." A chilling voice resonates from the basement. "You!" Lily exclaims in terror, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice is so frigid, it scarcely seems human. "You are not my son. The malevolent entity has not been destroyed." She stares in horror at the body before her. It slowly lifted its head, revealing a horrific visage before Lily's eyes. The face was grotesquely contorted, clearly marred by the ravages of fire. Its features exhibited a disfigured unevenness, and the two eyes were as pale as those of a lifeless fish. This ghastly figure was already exceedingly weakened, lacking even the strength to move. Yet, none of this mattered. She responded. Lily felt a disorienting whirl, and the corpse that lay curled before her shuddered oddly before lunging at her. A piercing scream echoed through the basement. Chapter 047. The invitation from Zhang Zhihui. Lin Yu had just completed the carving of the third radiant stone. At this moment, he sensed a depletion of his mental energy, fatigue coursing through him. Particularly, a dull ache throbbed in his head, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Lin Yu paused, wearily rubbing his eyes, and before him lay three brand-new radiant stones, glimmering with a cerulean light upon the cobblestones. At that moment, he glanced at his watch. It was already afternoon, and the anomaly detector had also been fully upgraded. Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the side, focusing on the anomaly detector. As a message materialized in the center of his vision. Anomaly detector upgrade complete. Item, anomaly detector. Quality, intermediate. Special effects, detection range, 100 meters. Detection duration, 72 hours. Detection value, 0 to 2000. Charging method, solar panel replaceable battery. A hazy glow enveloped the anomaly detector before him. In the blink of an eye, the once indistinct object transformed into a brand new abnormal detector before Lin Yu's eyes. This palm-sized device bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor. Yet the most notable distinction lay in the liquid crystal display. A small black panel had appeared on the front, presumably serving as a solar charging area. The detector was not particularly large or heavy in hand, with a short antenna protruding from the upper left corner, while the screen displayed various readings. With a press of the switch, the detector sprang to life, revealing a safety value of 5, indicating that the vicinity was secure. Simultaneously, a manual detailing the detector's functionalities materialized in Lin Yu's mind, succinctly outlining its parameters. A range of 0 to 30 signified safety. Values between 30 to 50 indicated the presence of abnormal creatures within a 100-meter radius. Values of 50 to 70 suggested that these creatures were approaching, and values of 70 to 90 indicated they were within 20 meters. The upper limit of detection stood at 2,000, beyond which abnormal entities could not be identified. Lin Yu committed this information to memory. The operational duration of this detector was 72 hours, permitting the identification of abnormal creatures for 3 consecutive days post-activation. With the convenience of solar charging, this feature greatly appealed to Lin Yu, as the 100-meter detection range sufficed to encompass the entire vicinity around the stone house. He carefully stored the detector and then shifted his gaze to the radio beside him. Enhance the radio? The reinforcement time is set for 1 hour and 32 minutes. Though not excessively lengthy, it is sufficient for enhancement. Let us commence. As the process began, a message appeared before Lin Yu's eyes, and the radio initiated its reinforcement. The rationale behind Lin Yu's desire to enhance the radio was quite straightforward: to acquire information from the outside world. He was still unaware of the purpose of the Red Rock Fortress, but he could vaguely surmise that it served as humanity's stronghold. The radio broadcast news every evening, informing nearby individuals of significant events occurring in their vicinity, ensuring that they were promptly alerted of any major occurrences. Thus, fortifying the radio was an endeavor of considerable necessity, and the time required was not excessive. During the midday hours, Lin Yu consumed a modest meal and took a brief respite. The symptoms of his headache had yet to subside, prompting him to postpone the continuation of his work on the radiant stone until he felt better. After resting for half an hour, a knock resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu opened his eyes and approached the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he discovered that Zhang Zhihui stood outside. Zhang Zhihui gazed in astonishment at the wooden door, which far exceeded the ordinary in both structure and thickness, even featuring a peephole for surveillance. This was undoubtedly the wooden door of everyone's dreams. Zhang Zhihui regarded the door with unmasked envy in his eyes. "Are you home, Lin Yu?" Zhang Zhihui called uncertainly. "Yes, please wait a moment," Lin Yu replied, glancing back at the stone house, where nothing particularly noteworthy was visible. Even if Zhang Zhihui were to enter, he would discover nothing of significance, merely feeling envy and curiosity. With a soft creak, Lin Yu opened the door and beheld Zhang Zhihui standing at the threshold. The dejection that once clouded his demeanor dissipated, replaced by a vibrant spirit. "Your wooden door is quite exquisite. Did you craft it yourself?" Zhang Zhihui inquired. Lin Yu nodded and replied, "Indeed, it took considerable effort on my part. Is there something you wish to discuss? Please, come inside." Zhang Zhihui waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a trivial matter." His gaze did not penetrate Lin Yu's figure, nor did it seek to pry into the interior. All this was evident to Lin Yu. It appeared that Zhang Zhihui was a relatively trustworthy individual. Had his intentions been malicious, he would have likely sought to sneak a glimpse into the stone house, yet he refrained from doing so. "What is it?" Lin Yu asked. "I plan to venture out for a few days to procure supplies from other cities. As you heard this morning, Yenda has raised prices not just for us, but for everyone." He mentioned that sourcing goods has become quite challenging, as most resources are being diverted to the front lines. The demand at the Hanyan fortress has surged significantly, resulting in an increase in the prices of food and weapons. I cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims, but it is undeniable that the cost of goods is escalating. "I have noticed that as well," Lin Yu acknowledged. "With the elevation of the Ghost Shadows level, resources have become increasingly scarce and strained." Yenda's price hikes were anticipated by Lin Yu. "Indeed," Zhang Zhihui sighed and remarked, "Thus, I plan to venture out for a few days in search of something. Perhaps I might discover a treasure. I wish to inquire if you would accompany me." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "When do you intend to set off? Is it safe?" Noticing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Zhihui promptly responded, "In the next couple of days, we shall prepare and then depart. There will be 4 of us, you and I, along with Lao Zhang and Zhang Li." This endeavor was initiated by Zhang Li, who requested that I find 2 trustworthy individuals, and you came to mind. You may not be acquainted with Zhang Li, but he is quite reliable. He has ventured out several times before, always as a lone wolf. It is truly splendid that we can join forces this time. Zhang Zhihui spoke with great enthusiasm, holding Zhang Li in high regard. Zhang Li was also aware of Yenda's price increase. Hence he hoped we could collaborate to procure more supplies. He would lead the expedition, and we need not worry about transportation. "Allow me to contemplate this," I said. "Where do you intend to go?" "Not far. We shall head to Yunjiang City. This time, the preparations have been somewhat hasty, so we opted not to go to Yuqing. In truth, I would prefer Yuqing, as it is larger and has more resources, whereas Yunjiang City is considerably smaller. I have heard that Yunjiang City is quite perilous." "Why choose this location?" I inquired. Zhang Zhihui replied, "In truth, no place is entirely safe. Yunjiang City is close to us, and Zhang Li has been there before. He claims there are resources available. He is also quite familiar with the anomalous creatures in Yunjiang City and knows how to evade them, which is why we settled on this destination. However, I suspect that Zhang Li may be testing our mettle." "Lin Yu, is it because he feels we are untrustworthy? This is our first time teaming up, isn't it?" Zhang Zhihui cast an appreciative glance, acknowledging Lin Yu's keen observational skills. Zhang Zhihui nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment, which is why Zhang Li dares not position himself too far. It would be too perilous." "So why did Zhang Li seek us out?" Zhang Zhihui pondered for a moment and replied, "He may have uncovered something. I cannot be certain. Perhaps you should reflect on it. After all, there is still time, and a last-minute decision would not be a cause for concern." Let me think it over." "All right, by the latest, 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow." "Certainly, no problem." After Zhang Zhihui concluded his words, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Yu before taking his leave. Lin Yu had intended to console Zhang Zhihui regarding Lily and Yenda, but his demeanor suggested he was no longer particularly concerned about the matter. Consequently, Lin Yu opted to remain silent. Once Zhang Zhihui departed, Lin Yu resumed his intricate work on the radiant stones. Chapter 048, Strengthening Mental Power. An hour swiftly elapsed. By this time, Lin Yu had completed the 4th radiant stone, and he rubbed his temples wearily. His mental energy had exceeded its limits, and the backlash was significant, prompting him to refrain from further carving. Gazing at the 4 pristine radiant stones on the table, Lin Yu felt he had reached his threshold. It seemed I can only carve 4 radiant stones for now. I shall attempt to enhance my mental power later. Relying on natural progression is far too sluggish. Lin Yu was perplexed, as the quantity of radiant stones he carved was notably less than that of Misha and Zhang Zhihui. A robust physique alone, devoid of spiritual fortitude, proves insufficient for survival in this world. With a deep exhale, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward the radio beside him. At this moment, the radio had completed its enhancement. A notification materialized before his eyes. Radio enhancement complete. However, no further alerts followed this announcement. A glance confirmed Lin Yu's suspicion that the radio had reached its maximum enhancement. After all, no matter how it was improved, it remained merely a radio, likely at the pinnacle of its potential. Suddenly, a flicker of indistinct light flashed before him, and in the blink of an eye, a brand new radio appeared before Lin Yu. Similar to the anomaly detector, the radio had not undergone significant changes, but rather exhibited subtle alterations. A battery indicator appeared alongside solar charging capabilities on the back, indicating that the radio could now harness solar energy. Lin Yu picked it up, toying with it for a moment. Upon turning it on, he was met with an absence of sound, save for a faint crackling noise. In the wake of the apocalypse, radio stations had dwindled, with only the nightly broadcast from Hongyan remaining. With a sigh, Lin Yu set the radio aside and turned his focus to enhancing his mental strength. Finally, he commenced the arduous task of bolstering his own spiritual power, a facet of strength that eludes visibility and tangibility. It is a particularly challenging aspect to enhance. However, Lin Yu had previously encountered indications within the system suggesting that mental fortitude could indeed be fortified. Among the 5 categories of enhancement, mental strength required the most prolonged period for advancement. This naturally piqued Lin Yu's curiosity. Initially, Lin Yu focused on enhancing his strength, followed by his speed, both of which are fundamental aspects of physical prowess that he deemed essential to fortify. Now that Lin Yu has augmented both his strength and speed, he naturally seeks to elevate his mental power. However, while sculpting the radiant stones, he often found himself plagued by headaches and discomfort. This realization underscored the notion that insufficient mental power hinders the ability to carve higher quality radiant stones. Although Lin Yu had never encountered a white radiant stone, he aspired to attain such a prestigious grade. The utility of blue radiant stones was diminishing. Previously, they could fend off specters. Yet now a considerable quantity was required for the same defense. Should he acquire white-grade radiant runes, he could commence inflicting harm on the specters. Specters still held some value within the fortress. Although Lin Yu was uncertain of their market worth, he was confident they could fetch a handsome price. Presently, Lin Yu possessed a specter's arm, yet he hesitated to offer it to Yinda, who he deemed excessively treacherous. There was a risk he might abscond with it. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Lin Yu. Would you like to enhance mental power? Enhancement duration, 10 hours and 11 minutes. The time had been reduced. Commence. Enhancing. Lin Yu felt increasingly assured, realizing that as he fortified more aspects of himself, or as his body grew stronger, he could shorten the duration of item enhancement. Mental power served as a compelling testament to this phenomenon. There is scarcely any difference in time compared to the last calculation. The duration for the enhancement of mental strength has been reduced by 30. Presently, Lin Yu remains unaware of any sensations related to his mental prowess, as he can only discern the advantages once the enhancement concludes. He gazes upon the stone cottage, noting the dwindling supply of timber within. He plans to chop some firewood in the afternoon and simultaneously address the issue of the chimney. Initially, survivors feared that specters would infiltrate through the chimney, attacking those inside the stone cottage. However, it has become evident that these specters do not enter via the chimney. Rather, it is the black insect tide that finds its way through. Consequently, most survivors have dispensed with chimneys altogether. This absence has effectively thwarted the intrusion of the black insect tide, yet the flickering bonfire does little to alleviate the smoke. A strategy has emerged to ignite the bonfire before nightfall, allowing most of the smoke to escape through the door, while the remaining fumes must be quietly endured. Lin Yu is reluctant to live in such discomfort, as the smoke is truly unbearable, and he is also disinclined to open the door. Should other survivors discover the anomalies within his abode, it could spell trouble. Thus, Lin Yu intends to construct a chimney. Ideally, he hopes to find a pre-existing one. Once the enhancement of his mental strength is complete, he can directly augment the chimney. It need not be of superior quality. It suffices for it to be functional. requiring enhancement only to a basic level. Lin Yu believes this task should not prove overly challenging or time-consuming. Draped in a black trench coat and wielding a battle axe, he opens the door and surveys the desolate town that sprawls before him. The number of inhabitants here has dwindled, and Misha plans to depart as well. It is uncertain how much longer they can endure. Lin Yu sighed silently and then made his way into a small grove. Not far from Lin Yu's stone dwelling lay a tranquil forest, enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, Lin Yu felt as though he had entered a tomb. The absence of birdsong and the chirping of insects rendered the atmosphere desolate. It seemed as if all ordinary creatures of this world had perished, leaving hardly any animals in sight. This scarcity hindered Lin Yu's ability to hunt and improve his rations. He grasped the battle axe firmly, directing his gaze toward a towering tree, his task for the afternoon. The objective was to fell the tree and chop it into logs the size of an arm for storage. Lin Yu had honed his skills in tree felling to an impressive degree. He understood precisely where and how to strike the great tree, the duration required for it to fall, and the necessary force to apply. There was an art to it, unique to the craft. Like a seasoned lumberjack, he raised the axe high, and with a swift motion of his wrist, the axe struck the tree with a resounding thud. He deftly twisted the blade and pulled it free, slicing through the wood. Immediately, a gaping notch, the size of a bowl, appeared in the trunk, revealing the white inner bark. After several repetitions, the notch widened, and soon a thunderous crack echoed through the grove. With a thundering crash, the tree succumbed to Lin Yu's efforts, crashing down into a thicket. Lin Yu approached with his axe in hand, methodically clearing away the unnecessary branches from the fallen tree, ensuring that only the bare trunk remained, thus facilitating his woodcutting endeavor. Immediately, Lin Yu measured the dimensions of the towering tree with his keen eyes, and then systematically deconstructed it into the shape he desired. Remarkably, this entire process took him just over an hour. His speed was extraordinary, surpassing even that of professional lumberjacks. Lin Yu felt confident that if he were to participate in a lumberjack competition, he would undoubtedly secure an impressive ranking. As the sun descended slowly in the sky, a dark curtain appeared on the horizon of the boundless, profound heavens. Night was swiftly approaching. Chapter 49. The Resurrected Skinwalker. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy pounding resonated from the sturdy wooden door. Yin stretched lazily, finally rising, only to realize he had inadvertently slept through the afternoon. The sky had nearly darkened. The person outside could not possibly be a survivor seeking to purchase something. Yin stroked his chin, pondering who it might be, when the insistent knocking echoed once more. Knock, knock, knock. Lily. Damn it. How could I have forgotten? Lily's home is gone. She will have to stay with me from now on. Heh. I can do whatever I want with her. This is absolutely delightful. Yinda hurriedly sprang from his bed, exclaiming, I'll be right there. As he stepped out from the inner room and approached the door, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger in the air. Outside. Lily's voice called out again. Yinda, I'm back. Open the door. Yinda shivered. Lily would never speak in such a tone. The voice, the tone, resembled that of an imitator emulating another's speech, yet this mimic appeared to be no living being. Yinda's hand froze in midair as a woman stood outside the door. Her disheveled hair cascaded like seaweed over her shoulders, obscuring her face, while her arms hung limply, pallid and ghostly. The woman's face drooped, seemingly reluctant to reveal itself, devoid of any color, as if drained of life. Strangely, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, suggesting a smile. Her eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, lacking whites, reduced to a pure, haunting red. Yinda opened the door, exclaiming, I have returned. The possessed Lily called out again. Simultaneously, she raised her hand and struck the wooden door twice with force. This action was ghostly in its nature, causing Yinda within the room to become instantly alert. He hurried to the nearby drawer, trembling as he opened it, revealing it filled entirely with luminous stones. Yinda took two and placed them in his palm, then swiftly approached the wooden door. He regarded the luminous stones with caution. If the figure outside was indeed Lily, the stones would display no reaction. However, if it were not Lily, the stones would serve as a warning. Yinda's gaze was fixed intently upon the luminous stones in his hand. To his horror, he observed that the two stones began to dim rapidly, one after the other. In a mere few minutes, the stones had become ineffective, indicating the presence of a terrifying entity outside. Yinda's breath quickened in trepidation. The two radiant stones in his hand had already confirmed the emergence of a new monster in the town, and it was evident that Lily at the entrance had met her demise. She was merely a talking corpse. Yinda found himself paralyzed, his body growing rigid, as if the blood within his veins had congealed, and a chilling sensation crept up from his feet. He pondered rapidly why new anomalous creatures had suddenly appeared in the town, for there had been no prior indications or warnings. Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind. He recalled Lily mentioning before her departure that she wished to see her son. Yinda stared incredulously at the wooden door. The grotesque figure at the entrance remained, and that icy chill lingered, intensifying as if some strange entity were seeping through the cracks of the door. With a gulp, Yinda swallowed hard. The lily at the door had been possessed by the grotesque being. She was now nothing more than a puppet. The knocker was not human, but rather an aberration. Yinda. The grotesque figure called out, its voice chilling to the bone, causing Yinda to shudder. His expression darkened instantly as he slowly retreated, contemplating the murderous rules of the grotesque being. He had already discerned the fundamental rules: no contact, no response. Were there other rules governing its lethal intent? This grotesque figure must have originated from Lily's son. Had he perished? Did Lin Yu and the others not incinerate the grotesque being? He had witnessed it. Such a large fire. Could it truly have failed to eliminate this creature? It was implausible, impossible. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Yinda's forehead. This matter has become exceedingly troublesome. The enigmatic figure at the entrance remains oblivious to its own level of threat. What further complicates Yinda's predicament is that he has just reported to the 11th fortress, indicating that the only aberrant entities present in the town are the specter and the black bug. Upon learning this, the postal office expressed great delight, believing that Yinda had managed the situation commendably, thereby preventing an elevation in the disaster level. Having briefed his superiors only yesterday, the emergence of a crisis today left Yinda utterly despondent. Moreover, the townsfolk are entirely unaware of the presence of the enigmatic figure. Although none dare to answer the door when it knocks at night, the rules governing the figure's lethal tendencies are exceedingly complex. Unlike the specter, which only heightens its desire to consume you upon your response, engaging with the enigmatic figure may very well result in its possession of you, akin to being overtaken by a malevolent spirit, an exceedingly vexing scenario. Furthermore, the figure possesses the ability to replicate itself, spreading from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. With a population already sparse, should the townsfolk fall victim to the enigmatic figure, it would not be long before the entire town succumbs to its influence. It is worth noting that the figure once took a week to extinguish over 200,000 lives. Given its illustrious record, it could easily wipe out the town's inhabitants within just a few days, especially if most are forewarned of its presence. After all, the enigmatic figure does manifest during the day. While less frequent, it is still capable of inflicting harm. Knock, knock, knock. The figure resumes its relentless assault on the door, fixating intently on the wooden barrier. Though silence envelopes the interior, it is acutely aware that a human resides within the stone dwelling. A faint sense of revulsion permeated the air, intensifying the malevolent glint in the creature's eyes. The wooden door remained unchanged, yet something ominous seemed to lurk within, emanating an overwhelming sense of repulsion that stirred powerful emotions within the aberrant being. At that moment, Yinda retrieved more luminous stones from the drawer, placing them beside the door. The azure glow coalesced, causing the creature at the threshold to become increasingly uncomfortable. It yearned to eliminate the individual inside the stone house. Yet an inexplicable urge compelled it to flee this place swiftly. The creature stood at the entrance, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon the door. Inside the stone house, Yinda gazed at the luminous stones scattered on the floor. The 7th one, the azure light, gradually dimmed. This marked the 7th stone to lose its efficacy. Yet the creature outside remained undeterred. Chapter 050. The conclusion of mental fortification. It still had not departed? Yinda glanced at the luminous stone in his hand. It was indeed the 7th. The creature showed no inclination to leave, seemingly intent on ensnaring Yinda. A chilling aura began to emanate from the wooden door as the creature pressed its hand against it. The 8th luminous stone began to fail, the azure light flickering rapidly before fading to darkness. Curse it, this is troublesome. Yinda resolved not to expend any more luminous stones. He swiftly retreated to the inner chamber and retrieved a wooden box from his backpack. Opening the box, he beheld a palm-sized pebble at its center. This pebble was also inscribed with luminous runes, albeit distinct from the others. The luminous runes on this pebble appeared decidedly more intricate, with lines that danced with a liveliness absent in previous iterations. Upon closer inspection, the glowing symbols seemed to writhe, as if alive. A brilliant white light suddenly flared to life as Yenda hastened to the wooden door, cradling the white luminous stone in his hands. He placed the stone before the door, and in the next instant, the white radiance surged dramatically. A hum resonated as an intangible energy manifested in the center of the stone chamber. At the entrance, the shapeshifter was abruptly overwhelmed by a tremendous pressure. This force, inexplicable in its sudden onset, inflicted a modicum of harm upon the shapeshifter in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the immobile shapeshifter retreated swiftly, akin to a vengeful spirit, its form vanishing from sight and reappearing 100 meters away. The shapeshifter cast a glance at its arm, where pale skin now bore multiple white scars, resembling wounds inflicted by a blade. Raising its head, the creature's blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation. In the next moment, the shapeshifter vanished from before Yenda's stone abode. Inside the room, Yenda still clutched the luminous stone, the white glow having merely diminished slightly. In comparison to the azure luminous stone, the potency of the white stone was fearsome. Merely exhausting a fraction of its power had been sufficient to drive the shapeshifter away. With a sigh of relief, Yenda gazed anxiously at the wooden door. No trace of the shapeshifter's presence lingered, allowing him to ascertain that it had departed. Yet, Yenda did not allow himself to relax. He understood that the shapeshifter would not relent so easily. It would undoubtedly return. What troubled him most was the potential for the shapeshifter's return to catch the survivors of the town completely off guard. It is highly likely that this could result in widespread fatalities, and the eerie beings possess an infectious nature. Should the preventive measures prove inadequate, it is feared that the entire town may soon be overrun by these sinister entities. As Yenda contemplated this, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. What should I do? Yenda's gaze fixated fearfully on the wooden door, remaining motionless for what felt like an eternity. The terrifying night descended, and the cold wind outside howled mournfully. However, the room was exceedingly warm, with the bonfire crackling gently, its sparks dancing in the air. Psychic enhancement complete. Would you like to continue enhancing? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer passing through his gaze, bestowing an unusual hue upon his once dark and bright orbs. The augmentation of his psychic power did not enhance Lin Yu's physical form, but rather significantly elevated his mental realm. The most noticeable change was in his eyes, which became considerably brighter, radiating vitality. At this moment, Lin Yu had just completed the enhancement of his psychic abilities. Initially, he did not sense anything particularly strange. A warm current seemed to surge through his mind. His vision had become much clearer, and his memory appeared to have improved significantly. Lin Yu felt that his psychic strength had indeed received a substantial boost. Yet, when asked to articulate the specifics of this change, he found himself at a loss for words. Psychic power is inherently intangible and elusive, making it impossible to express verbally. In that moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation of mental satiation, a feeling he had never encountered before. Lin Yu gazed at the stone house, noting that many items had undergone enhancements. The only exceptions were a handgun and a damaged bulletproof vest. Lin Yu resolved to first enhance the vest. He was deeply impressed by how Yenda had once knocked Zhang Zhihui to the ground with a single punch, leaving him incapacitated. Beyond the physical augmentations, Lin Yu desired improvements in his armor as well. However, lacking a battle suit, he could only enhance the bulletproof vest, which would at least offer some protection against harm. With his strength and speed already heightened, donning the vest felt weightless. Approaching the table, he fixed his gaze on the bulletproof vest. Enhance the bulletproof vest. Would you like to enhance the bulletproof vest? Enhancement time, 3 hours and 22 minutes. The duration was not excessive. It was quite manageable. Enhance. Beginning enhancement. The enhancement process commenced, set to conclude in the early hours of the morning. Lin Yu planned to wait until then, as he was unable to sleep. He intended to utilize the remaining time to carve the radiant stone. He picked up the handgun from the table and toyed with it for a moment. Initially, his intention had been to enhance the handgun. However, upon reflection, he realized he lacked proficiency in firearms. Even if the handgun were enhanced, his shooting skills would render it futile. Thus, he decided to postpone its enhancement until last. Setting the handgun aside, Lin Yu returned to the table, preparing to continue carving the radiant stone by the flickering light of the campfire. In truth, Lin Yu need not exert himself so diligently. However, he is deeply curious to discover how many luminous stones he can carve after enhancing his mental fortitude. The purpose of Lin Yu's enhancement of his mental power is to carve a greater number of these radiant stones. The azure luminous runes are already etched in his mind. allowing him to flawlessly inscribe them onto the pebbles even with his eyes closed. He retrieves a pebble and, grasping the carving knife, Lin Yu begins his meticulous work on the azure luminous runes with utmost seriousness. The knife produces a crisp sound as it meets the stone, and his movements are deft. Each stroke precisely etches the luminous runes into the surface. In a short span, Lin Yu completes the carving of his first radiant stone. Upon finishing, he experiences a profound sense of tranquility, akin to the satisfaction derived from skillfully crafting a calligraphic piece, devoid of any headache or strain. This serene sensation is astonishing to Lin Yu. Strangely, while engrossed in the carving of the luminous stones, he feels an unexpected comfort. Remarkable. After pausing for a few moments, he sets the completed radiant stone aside and retrieves another uncarved pebble from the table. Now, carving the luminous stones not only lacks the draining sensation of mental exertion, but instead evokes a feeling of serene profundity. Could it be that the backlash from the azure luminous runes has entirely dissipated? Chapter 051. The peculiar knocker. Lin Yu feels an immense joy as he realizes he has finally shattered the limitation of carving only 3 radiant stones in a day. With renewed determination, he presses on. Let me explore the limits of my existence. Tonight, I hope the specter does not make its appearance, for that particular apparition has already perished. The remaining 2 cannot harbor such animosity towards me. The specter that was previously harmed by Lin Yu is unequivocally dead. However, it was not Lin Yu who dealt the fatal blow, but rather its own companions. Specters are anomalous entities, possessing their own social structures. Yet this does not imply that they adhere to any particular code. On the contrary, in a fit of rage, a specter may consume its own kind. As Lin Yu continued his meticulous carving, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Before his stone dwelling lay a small courtyard, enriched with damp earth and sand. At that precise moment, the anomaly detector on Lin Yu's table flickered to life, its black liquid crystal display showcasing an alarming alert. Anomaly level 72. An anomalous being had manifested within the courtyard. Lin Yu swiftly directed his gaze toward the anomaly detector. The reading had shifted from 72 to a rapid escalation. 75. 80. 94. The value surged, indicating the presence of a terrifying entity before his stone abode. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, for he had grown exceedingly familiar with the anomaly detector. The readings could not be erroneous. Just as the anomaly level reached 94, the figure surged once more. 100. In the next instant, a dreadful knocking reverberated against the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu, it is I. Please, I beseech you, open the door. A female voice resonated in Lin Yu's ears, causing him to gaze in astonishment at the wooden door. The sound was exceedingly familiar to Lin Yu. Its source was Lily. However, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. It was inconceivable that Lily would seek him out at this hour. Even if an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, she would undoubtedly turn to Yenda and Zhang Zhihui for assistance. Her presence at this moment could only imply 2 possibilities. Either Yenda and Zhang Zhihui had perished, leaving her with nowhere to turn, or Lily had transcended her humanity. Lin Yu found himself increasingly convinced of the latter hypothesis. If Yenda and Zhang Zhihui were truly dead, what right would Lily have to survive? With a wary gaze, Lin Yu scrutinized the wooden door. Outside stood a grotesque figure, yet it now assumed Lily's likeness, adorned in a flowery gown, its head drooping. Long, black hair obscured its face, revealing a ghastly pallor akin to that of a corpse, while its blood-red eyes moved in a disconcerting manner. Swiftly, Lin Yu brandished his battle axe and retrieved the radiant stone. He no longer needed to test with the stone. In his hand, he also held the anomaly detector, which had stabilized at a reading of 100 and showed no signs of improvement. This was sufficient evidence that the entity outside was not human. He quietly approached the wooden door. Although he had upgraded its level, Lin Yu still wished to avoid any disturbance from the aberrant creature lurking outside, who would desire to have their threshold besieged by monsters. He peered through the peephole, his gaze sharp as he fixated on the entity beyond the door. As expected, the figure outside was neither a ghostly apparition nor a human. It was Lily, yet Lin Yu was certain that she had ceased to be human, transformed into an aberrant creature. The specter does not don disguises. Such is not the nature of a specter. So what is this? Lin Yu was utterly convinced that the entity before him was not human. Yet, what perplexed Lin Yu was the true identity of this creature. In the midst of his contemplation, the grotesque figure once again raised its hand. A pallid arm emerged before Lin Yu's eyes. Elevated high before it, came crashing down upon the wooden door. It resembled a mechanical appendage, devoid of any semblance of agility. Thud! A dull sound reverberated from the door. The entity at the threshold was oblivious to Lin Yu's presence, yet Lin Yu had already beheld it. Open the door. The grotesque figure mimicked Lily's voice, this time with a discernible proficiency that had markedly improved since their last encounter. In fact, the imitation was so precise that one could scarcely detect the difference without careful listening. Observing the clumsy performance of this aberrant being, Lin Yu suddenly had an epiphany. The grotesque figure. Now, Lin Yu could ascertain that the entity at the door was not merely another aberration but a genuine grotesque figure. It had not perished. It had slain Lily and now possessed her form. This situation had escalated into a dire predicament. The grotesque figure adhered to two cardinal rules of murder. 1. No contact. 2. No response. Should one make contact with the grotesque figure or respond to it, one might very well become its vessel, turning into a mere puppet under its control. Naturally, Lin Yu dared not respond, nor could he possibly open the door to engage with the grotesque figure. However, Lin Yu was devising a strategy. He pondered how he could vanquish this grotesque figure. Previously, both Lecky and Lily's son had fallen victim to the possession of the Skinwalker, and Lin Yu had even engaged in combat with them. Consequently, Lin Yu possessed a certain understanding of the Skinwalker's combat tactics. As long as he remained vigilant and avoided direct confrontation, there remained a chance to vanquish the Skinwalker. The most effective strategy would be to employ ranged attacks. Once the Skinwalker was subdued, it could be incinerated without mercy. However, Lin Yu found himself devoid of any long-range weaponry, and venturing outside to confront the Skinwalker was out of the question. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the handgun resting upon the table. This was indeed a weapon capable of inflicting long-range harm. Lin Yu recalled that the pistol contained 3 bullets, sufficient to injure the Skinwalker, after which it could be dispatched with fire. A heavy knock resonated through the air once more. The Skinwalker seemed to grow impatient. Its strength was not particularly formidable, and the sturdy wooden door before him was quite substantial. The stone walls of the dwelling were impeccably sealed, leaving the Skinwalker unable to force its way in. Its only recourse was to entice Lin Yu into opening the door or to provoke him into speaking, thereby fulfilling the conditions for murder. Lin Yu remained silent, his eyes fixated on the Skinwalker. After several minutes of inactivity, the Skinwalker, sensing the absence of any sound from within the stone dwelling, appeared to relent. It retreated quietly, seemingly preparing to depart. Lin Yu observed as the Skinwalker descended the steps, intent on leaving. In that moment, he raised his hand and, with a sharp sound, struck the wooden door. The Skinwalker's rules dictated that it could not respond or make contact, yet it did not prohibit the creation of sound. This sudden knock caused the departing Skinwalker to halt abruptly. It slowly lifted its head, strands of hair parting like water weeds. A pallid visage devoid of color emerged. 2 blood-red orbs fixated intently upon the wooden door. The Wraith finally discerned that someone was inside. Chapter 052, The Knocking Game. The Wraith appeared before the door with astonishing speed. It lifted its head, revealing its horrifying countenance to Lin Yu, merely a door's width apart. Blood oozed from its parched, cracked lips, which curled ever so slightly into a sinister smile, while its crimson eyes remained fixed on the door. The Wraith then raised a hand and, with a resounding thud, struck the wooden door. Lin Yu's heart quivered at the sight. He understood that the Wraith was responding to him. The Wraith was oblivious to the reasons behind the presence of a human within the stone house, nor why that human was replying to it. However, it was acutely aware that once the human inside opened the door, it would surely have the opportunity to kill. At long last, it could feast upon another soul. The Wraith was now enveloped in a state of extreme exhilaration. The ominous banging on the door reverberated once more. Lin Yu was not responding to the Wraith. Rather, he sought to prevent its departure from this place. It was not out of kindness that Lin Yu acted thus. His sole aim was to survive. If the Wraith were to leave the stone house, it would undoubtedly seek out other doors to knock upon. Unlike the specter, merely responding to the Wraith would result in a possession. The gravest concern was not the Wraith's murderous intentions, but rather the aftermath of its killings, which would lead to a proliferation of Wraiths throughout the entire town. By that time, Lin Yu would have no refuge left. The Wraith would also manifest during daylight, rendering every hour of every day perilous for him. He certainly did not wish to find himself in such a predicament. After much contemplation, Lin Yu concluded that there was but one solution: to leave the shapeshifter behind and devise a means to eliminate it once dawn broke. Knock, knock, knock. The shapeshifter rapped insistently on the door, yet no response emerged from within. The earlier knock seemed nothing more than a figment of the imagination. However, the shapeshifter was not prone to illusions. It was acutely aware that someone resided within the stone cottage. Lin Yu peered through the peephole at the shapeshifter outside. At that moment, the creature tilted its head, seemingly in deep thought, perplexed as to why the occupants no longer responded. A stalemate ensued between Lin Yu and the shapeshifter. He cast a fleeting glance at his wristwatch. It was merely 10 o'clock in the evening. A considerable stretch of time remained until dawn, and Lin Yu resolved to endure this standoff with the shapeshifter. After 10 minutes of waiting, the shapeshifter exhibited signs of impatience. Its arm rose high, and in a fit of anger, it struck the wooden door. Bang! A resounding thud echoed from the door, clearly infused with the creature's agitation. Fortunately, Lin Yu had upgraded the door to a sturdy intermediate wooden barrier. Not even the formidable ghost shadow could breach it, let alone the shapeshifter. It could only produce a louder noise against the door. The increasingly impatient shapeshifter regarded the door. Though it appeared ordinary, it was remarkably resilient, bearing only a few shallow scratch marks on its surface. The heavy door was not easily compromised, and the occupants remained silent, further fraying the shapeshifter's patience. Once again, it retreated from the steps, preparing to depart. Lin Yu remained fixated on the movements of the enigmatic figure. As the creature prepared to depart, Lin Yu raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed. Bang! The peculiar being, having just ascended the steps, paused in surprise. It lifted its head, gazing at the wooden door, as if the sound were calling out to it. The creature approached the steps, its blood-red eyes fixated on the door. After a moment's hesitation, it raised its hand and struck the door forcefully. Bang! The being stood in silence, awaiting a response. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Lin Yu answered from within. Bang! He too knocked on the door. The creature lifted its hand once more, knocking again, and after a few minutes, Lin Yu responded with another knock. This game of knocking persisted for over an hour. Ultimately, the creature could no longer endure it. This tedious game consumed an inordinate amount of its time. Yet, Lin Yu was equally exasperated, having accompanied the creature in this monotonous activity. As the creature's patience waned, Lin Yu began to knock repeatedly, a cycle that had continued countless times. The creature descended the steps, no longer willing to engage in this stalemate. It felt utterly foolish, indulging a human in such a tedious game. Just as the creature stepped down, Lin Yu lifted his hand and knocked once more. In that moment, he fervently wished to salvage the connection with the enigmatic being. However, the creature stubbornly continued its descent, not sparing a glance back as it ventured into the tranquil woods. Its next destination was another human stone dwelling. Lin Yu observed the creature's retreating figure. Was that it? After spending most of the night in this game with it, Lin Yu watched in astonishment as the enigmatic figure began to vanish. Just as it was on the verge of complete departure, he made a daring decision. For the first time, he opened the wooden door at night. With a creak, he created a narrow opening that revealed half of his face. Hello. A voice, not particularly loud yet strikingly clear, resonated in the midnight stillness. The figure paused, its body coming to an abrupt halt, and its head twisted back in an eerie manner, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones. It was evident that the creature lurking in the woods was no ordinary being. The ghastly pale visage turned towards the person in the stone house, revealing a youth clad in a long black garment. His delicate features illuminated by the flickering orange glow of a campfire. The young man fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic figure, whose blood-red eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the creature lunged forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. However, just as it began its advance, Lin Yu forcefully slammed the door shut. With a resounding thud, he secured the lock and promptly retreated a significant distance. As he completed this series of actions, a terrifying collision reverberated through the sturdy wooden door. The door quaked violently as the creature collided with it, producing a deafening crash. Lin Yu seemed to anticipate the impending danger, stepping back further, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the door. The intermediate wooden door remained unscathed. Rather, it was the grotesque figure at the entrance that had collided forcefully with it, the resounding impact potent enough to fracture bones. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as he approached the door and peered through the peephole, his gaze locking onto the creature outside. This grotesque entity had fully grasped the situation. There was indeed a human within the stone dwelling, one who had been engaging in a game of knocking with it. When the creature finally decided it no longer wished to continue this trivial pastime, the human opened the door, deliberately enticing the grotesque figure to approach. Chapter 053. Bulletproof vests and handguns opened the door. A furious voice erupted. The grotesque figure's face contorted into a menacing grimace, its pallid visage marred by streaks of crimson. Its blood-red eyes bulged ominously, threatening to burst from their sockets at any moment. The creature was utterly consumed by rage. This was precisely the reaction Lin Yu sought. If it ceased its tedious game, he would have to provoke its ire. The anomaly would stop at nothing to consume all humans, a glaring vulnerability in Lin Yu's eyes. The grotesque figure yearned to devour him, and Lin Yu ensured that it could not, thus inciting its fury while compelling it to remain stationed at the door. There was little more Lin Yu could do. He was akin to a fish in a pond, repeatedly breaching the surface, spitting at the fisherman below. The more he provoked, the less likely the fisherman was to depart. An unabashed challenge indeed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of relentless pounding echoed at the door, accompanied by the ominous scratching of claws against the wood. Even the grotesque figure known as the Skinner opened its bloodied maw and began to gnaw. This was a sturdy wooden door of intermediate quality, impervious to the assaults of 3 spectral apparitions, let alone that of a single Skinner. Regardless of its fervent attempts, the door remained unscathed, with only the relentless sound of its battering echoing through the air. Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. The Skinner had descended into complete madness, a state that would likely persist for several hours. During this interval, Lin Yu could afford to sit and rest, contemplating his next course of action. Without a mobile phone or any means of radio communication, Lin Yu found himself unable to alert anyone to the presence of a Skinner in the town. Thus, he was left to pass the time, enduring the night. At that moment, he approached the table. The bulletproof vest he had placed there suddenly emitted a faint glow. A soft white light enveloped the vest, rendering the surroundings indistinct, leaving only a blurred silhouette of the garment. In the blink of an eye, a system notification appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Bulletproof vest enhancement completed. Item: soft bulletproof vest. Quality: basic. Special effects: lightweight, stab-resistant, bulletproof. The jarring sound of the door being battered continued unabated. The Skinner was viciously assaulting the wooden barrier, yet Lin Yu paid it no mind. He reached for the soft bulletproof vest on the table. After undergoing system enhancement, the vest had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its material had significantly improved, feeling soft to the touch. Its weight was manageable, approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Most importantly, the structure of the vest was exceptionally robust, rendering ordinary bullets incapable of inflicting harm upon Lin Yu. Unless one employs weapons such as machine guns or sniper rifles, he donned the black bulletproof vest, which fit him perfectly, causing no discomfort whatsoever. A profound sense of security enveloped him. Subsequently, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the handgun resting on the table. Enhanced handgun. Enhance the handgun. Enhancement time: 122 minutes. Yes, commence enhancement. Enhancing. The duration for the enhancement of the handgun was relatively brief. Merely a little over an hour, which Lin Yu found acceptable. After donning the bulletproof vest, Lin Yu approached the doorway. At this moment, the grotesque figure outside was relentlessly assaulting the wooden door with fervor. It had attempted to break through, yet with the strength of such a creature, it utterly failed to breach the intermediate wooden door. Moreover, the surrounding stone walls had also been reinforced. Even the ghostly shadows could not displace them, let alone the grotesque figure. Lin Yu peered through the peephole, observing the creature's frenzied attacks. Choosing to disregard it, he noted that dawn was only a few hours away. The wait was not interminable. He continued, resolutely refusing to halt. Lin Yu rapped lightly on the wooden door in response, prompting the grotesque figure to escalate its frenzy. It began to batter the door with its head, its hands incessantly pounding against the wood, occasionally delivering fierce kicks. The night swiftly passed. Lin Yu was uncertain when he succumbed to slumber, but it was certainly after 2 in the morning. Upon waking, he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he scrutinized the surroundings through the peephole. Once assured that all was normal at the threshold, Lin Yu approached the table once more, casting his eyes upon the handgun. At this moment, the pistol had been fully upgraded, presenting itself before Lin Yu in a pristine state. The previously worn and paint-chipped exterior had vanished without a trace. The firearm bore no serial number, its black body glistening with a matte sheen. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Pistol upgrade complete. Item: pistol quality, intermediate, special effects. Range increased by 50 meters, effective range 200 meters, caliber 0.50, 10 rounds, reduced recoil, automatic targeting, raise and shoot. Upon observing the notification, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. What captivated him was not merely the enhancement of the pistol, but rather its special effects. Before him now lay four remarkable enhancements. The range had been maximized to an impressive 200 meters. The caliber of .05 indicated that this was a weapon of considerable lethality, yet the recoil had been significantly mitigated. Moreover, two paramount special effects emerged: automatic targeting and raise and shoot. One denoted precision, while the other signified proficiency. Together, they complemented each other splendidly. Lin Yu had not anticipated that an intermediate pistol could bestow such an array of advantages. As he grasped the pistol, an extraordinary sensation coursed through him the moment his palm made contact. It felt as if he had forged a connection with the weapon. Wherever his gaze fell, the muzzle would instantaneously lock on target, and his index finger found its place on the trigger, an overwhelming sense of mastery surging through him. Lin Yu ejected the magazine, discovering it contained only 3 rounds. Following the enhancement, the ammunition had also been upgraded. However, the only aspect that remained unchanged was the quantity. While the quality had experienced a substantial transformation, the number of rounds had not increased at all. This implies that the system can enhance items but cannot alter them. Lin Yu had previously noted this, and it now seems to have solidified his conjecture. He secured his handgun at his waist and grasped the ice blue battle axe, checking his bulletproof vest before approaching the door. The Phantom, having departed earlier, would seek vengeance against Lin Yu due to its failure to eliminate him, leaving it seething with anger. However, the Phantom must retreat upon the break of dawn. In contrast, the shapeshifters can manifest even during daylight hours. To prevent a shapeshifter from lurking behind the door, Lin Yu needed to be thoroughly prepared. At close range, the damage inflicted by the battle axe is substantial. With only 3 bullets remaining for his firearm, he must conserve them, making the axe the most convenient choice. Chapter 054. Intelligence with a creak. Lin Yu slowly opened the door. There was no sign of abnormality. The morning sunlight streamed in. Numerous disordered footprints marred the steps outside. Aside from this, nothing seemed amiss. Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He opened the wooden door wider, surveyed the vicinity, and, confirming that no shapeshifter was present, stepped outside. His gaze fell upon the wooden door, which bore numerous fresh claw marks. These new scratches were left by the shapeshifter. Last night, the shapeshifter had been driven to fury by Lin Yu's torment, only departing when dawn was nearly upon them. Observing the chaotic array of claw marks on the door, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face. His plan had succeeded, and this morning he could share the tale with the townsfolk. Hope this vaccination proves effective. At this moment, Lin Yu has successfully enhanced 3 out of his 5 foundational attributes, all reaching a preliminary level. He now intends to continue strengthening his physique. As the items within the stone house have been sufficiently fortified, the enhancement of his physical abilities takes precedence. Shall I enhance agility? Enhancement duration, 9 hours and 30 minutes. Yes. Thus, the fortification of the 4th foundational attribute has commenced. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was currently 7 a.m. In 9 hours, it would be 4:30 p.m. when the enhancement would conclude. This span is relatively brief. Lin Yu plans to enhance his stamina immediately after agility is fortified. He had previously noted that the time required for stamina enhancement was not extensive. With his other physical attributes having been improved, the duration for enhancing stamina would likely be reduced as well. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yu set off towards Zhang Zhihui's residence. Before he could exit the tranquil grove, he spotted Zhang Zhihui hurrying towards him. Lin Yu quickened his pace to meet him. Observing Zhang Zhihui's breathless demeanor, he immediately understood. Zhang Zhihui was already aware of the shapeshifter incident. It appears that the shapeshifter had also visited others' homes. As Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui crossed paths, before Lin Yu could utter a word, Zhang Zhihui spoke first. Lin Yu, trouble has arisen. Yinda has summoned us to his house. The shapeshifter has appeared. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and replied calmly. Yinda is already aware? Zhang Zhihui said. Indeed, let us all go over. He should know everything by now. After speaking, he gazed at Lin Yu's calm visage, pondering for a moment before exclaiming. Lin Yu, you can't possibly be aware of this too, can you? Did we not burn the skinwalker? How could it reappear? Lin Yu explained. Last night, the skinwalker came to see me. I saw it, and it was Lily. Lily. Zhang Zhihui stared at Lin Yu in astonishment, and upon noticing Lin Yu's silence, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Lily had perished, slain by the skinwalker. Damn it. Zhang Zhihui cursed in fury. We should head over and see what Yinda has to say. This is all his fault. What difference will it make to go over there? Lin Yu inquired. Zhang Zhihui paused, perplexed by Lin Yu's meaning. Lin Yu continued. What do you think we could accomplish by going there? Zhang Zhihui scratched his head and replied, I'm not sure, but we must devise a strategy. We cannot allow the skinwalker to continue its rampage. Otherwise, our entire town is doomed. If we perish, Yinda will not survive either. Despite being a postman, he stands no chance against the skinwalker. Once it begins to kill, it possesses others and spawns duplicates. Soon, the entire town could be overrun with skinwalkers, and who knows? They might even send a task force from the fortress to intervene, which would lead to chaos. Indeed, your analysis is astute, Lin Yu conceded. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Zhang Zhihui's insightful points. If the situation were not contained, it would inevitably progress in the manner he described. At that juncture, the entire town would be engulfed in the calamity brought forth by the Giping Gren. By then, Yinda would no longer hold the position of village head here. However, upon reflection, Lin Yu considered that even if Yinda summoned everyone, it would hardly yield any positive outcome. Would he take action? Would he risk his own life to salvage this place? Lin Yu deemed such a scenario utterly improbable, given Yinda's disposition. It would be remarkable if he didn't flee at the first opportunity. Presently, Yinda's sole concern lay with the post office. Were it not for his role as a postman, Lin Yu believed he would have long since absconded, rather than attempting to gather such a multitude for assistance. Furthermore, Lin Yu surmised that an increased number of people might not necessarily be advantageous. It could potentially heighten the dangers. Who could tell if any among them had already fallen prey to the Giping Gren's possession? It is crucial to note that in the initial stages of possession, the Giping Gren do not exhibit any overt characteristics, appearing as ordinary individuals. Thus, Lin Yu regarded a larger crowd as a perilous circumstance. Are you not going? Zhang Zhihui inquired, observing Lin Yu's impassive demeanor with curiosity. I shall refrain from attending. I have other matters to attend to. However, I wish to inquire about something. Do you know anyone who possesses a chimney? Or perhaps you are aware of the materials and blueprints necessary for constructing one. Why do you ask this? I do have such knowledge, but having a chimney in the stone house is rather unsafe, which is why I have refrained from constructing one. During the day, when the ghostly shadows are absent, we can kindle a fire for cooking, and the stone walls are not entirely sealed. There are gaps through which smoke can escape. Lin Yudao stated, if you have any, please give them to me. I find them useful. Zhang Zhihui, upon hearing this, did not inquire further. All right, I shall come by at noon. If you are not going to Yinda's place, I will head over first and discuss it with you later. Sounds good, no problem. I will begin logging now, as my supply of timber is dwindling. You may proceed. Very well, we shall converse at noon. After Zhang Zhihui finished speaking, he hurriedly departed, indicating he likely had others to inform. Lin Yu silently observed Zhang Zhihui and, once he had left, turned back to his stone dwelling. His initial purpose for venturing out was not to log. He had only just felled trees yesterday and was not in need of timber. He merely wished to inform others, but that necessity had now evaporated. They are already aware. I shall simply wait. Upon returning to his stone abode, Lin Yu secured the wooden door and approached the wooden table. The interior of the stone house was devoid of light, a consequence of the recent fortification. Previously, when the stone walls had not been reinforced, they were riddled with gaps, allowing ample illumination. Now, with the walls tightly fitted together and the mid-grade wooden door seamlessly aligned with the stone, the result was an almost lightless environment. If Lin Yu wished to work during the day, he would have to ignite a campfire, relying on its flickering glow to carve the luminous stones. Presently, he did not dare to open the door. In the past, the specters did not emerge during daylight, allowing him the courage to unfasten the door. But now he felt utterly apprehensive. Chapter 055 Announcement. The white radiant rune. The morning air was biting cold, as gusts of frigid wind swept through the silent woods, lifting the withered leaves from the ground towards the heavens. Though the sky was crystal clear, devoid of any cloud, it imparted a sense of desolation and indifference. In front of a stone house to the north of the town, a gathering of 2 or 3 dozen figures had begun to take shape. Clad in simple attire, some even in tattered garments, they wielded an assortment of weapons. The individuals exchanged wary glances, their eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. A few familiar faces offered slight nods as gestures of goodwill. The news of the appearance of the faceless one spread like wildfire, prompting many to contemplate their escape routes. Had it not been for Yinda summoning them, such a multitude would never have convened here. Among the crowd, Misha glanced at Zhang Zhihui and inquired softly, "Has Lin Yu not arrived?" Zhang Zhihui nodded in response. He is already aware of the situation regarding the faceless ones and mentioned he had other matters to attend to. Misha acknowledged this with a nod, her gaze swiftly scanning the faces surrounding her. The number of survivors in the town was dwindling, and the expressions on their faces were etched with worry, or marked by a sternness that betrayed no hint of a smile. Had I known Lin Yu would not come, I would have chosen not to attend either. With so many people gathered, there could be faceless ones among them. Zhang Zhihui frowned. Do not speak recklessly. The faceless ones are not so audacious, and besides, it is daytime. They cannot possess so many individuals in an instant. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Misha wrapped her arms around herself, observing the others. Silence enveloped the crowd as she and Zhang Zhihui engaged in a whisper-like discussion. Suddenly, the door of the stone house swung open. Yinda emerged, drawing the collective gaze of the onlookers. Many were keenly observing the expression on Yinda's face, hoping to glean some subtle hint for precautionary measures. Clad in a black jacket, with a handgun strapped to his waist and a brown paper bag in hand, Yinda's wrinkled visage bore no discernible emotion. His sharp eyes, reminiscent of a cunning rodent, fixed intently ahead. Yinda's gaze fell upon Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Lin Yu had not joined them. He had already dispatched others to relay the message, yet some remained absent, likely due to their distrust of Yinda. He did not concern himself with the precise count of attendees. The townsfolk were not required to be accounted for so meticulously. With the specter of the night and the emergence of a skinwalker, it was entirely plausible that several had perished the previous evening, a most ordinary occurrence in such dire circumstances. As Yendo observed the myriad expressions before him, confusion, astonishment, and fear, he recognized that this was the demeanor befitting survivors. He stepped forward and, with a voice steeped in weariness, proclaimed, "I have summoned the townsfolk, and I trust you are all aware that a skinwalker has appeared in our midst." A skinwalker? The crowd murmured in disbelief. How could it have gone unnoticed until now? Yinda, what are we to do? Indeed, another voice chimed in. Though the skinwalker may lack formidable combat prowess, its methods are insidious. It is said to possess the ability to infect others, and initially, one may feel no symptoms at all. The crowd began to chatter, transforming the once silent stone house into a cacophony. Yinda raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Since I have called you all here, it must be because I have a plan," he stated. "Let me explain. There is only one skinwalker, which seems to have appeared just yesterday afternoon. You all know Lily, right? She has already been possessed by the skinwalker, and her son, along with Li Qi, has also succumbed, though we managed to eliminate them with fire. Therefore, the only certainty we have now is that the town is temporarily safe. There is but a single skinwalker. If we can eliminate it, we can restore our previous state." Upon hearing this, Misha cast a disdainful glance at Yinda, aware that it was Zhang Zhihui and Lin Yu who had burned the skinwalker, and that Yinda had no part in it. However, at this moment, Misha refrained from openly criticizing him, given that he was the only postman present. Yinda paused briefly before continuing. "When I visited the post office earlier, they provided me with a white-level radiance rune. As you know, white-level radiance runes have only recently emerged, and they are significantly more powerful than their blue counterparts. I am now distributing these white-level radiance runes to you all. I am confident that by this afternoon, some of you will be able to carve them. Once we have carved the white-level radiance runes, we will be equipped to confront the skinwalker. Rest assured, the skinwalker's strength and speed are inferior to that of the phantom. It is merely a level 3 aberration." "Yinda, why didn't you bring this up sooner?" Amidst the crowd, a burly man spoke with a deep, resonant voice. Clad in a tattered black tracksuit, he towered nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a long machete in one hand, and a bulging pouch hung from his waist. Yinda cast a contemplative glance at Zhao Leiming and, with a profound gaze, remarked, "I have only just received this. Do you truly believe I have been hoarding it? I heard that when you visited the post office earlier, they provided it to you. Why have we only just received it now?" At this moment, another middle-aged woman interjected. She appeared robust, dressed plainly, yet carried a submachine gun on her back and a gleaming blade at her side. After speaking, she exchanged a knowing look with the burly man, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Zhang Qian, are you questioning my integrity?" Yinda furrowed his brow, glaring at the woman. "I said nothing of the sort." Zhang Qian shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "It is perilous now. I have no time for your trivialities. If you no longer desire this, you may leave at once," Yinda admonished. You summoned me here, and now you want me to leave? What is your intention, Yinda? Zhang Qian retorted, clearly displeased. She and Zhao Leiming had long harbored grievances against Yinda, even contemplating his demise to seize his safe haven. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, morals and laws had long since turned to mere scraps of paper. I command you to leave, and you shall comply, or else. A sharp click echoed as Yinda drew his pistol, the ominous muzzle aimed squarely at Zhang Qian's forehead. The atmosphere grew tense, fraught with impending confrontation. Yinda, do you truly wish to take my life? Then don't even think about surviving. Zhang Qian coldly fixed her gaze on Yinda, her hand resting on the blade at her waist, poised for action. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot pierced the air. A golden bullet shot straight into the sky. The crowd instinctively crouched down, fearful that Yinda might unleash his wrath and commence a massacre. In truth, there existed another method to contain the anomaly known as the trickster, to eliminate all survivors before the trickster could possess anyone, thereby fundamentally curtailing the spread of these aberrant beings. In that instant, Zhang Qian and Zhao Leiming crouched down, their synergy impeccable. A mere glance exchanged between them signaled their intent to jointly confront Yinda. Just then, Yinda's voice echoed, due to my exceptional performance. The post office has graciously rewarded me, providing me with ample ammunition and transforming me into a mutant. So, do you too wish to experience the power of a mutant? A mutant? Yinda had actually become a mutant. Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brow, contemplating. Indeed, no wonder Yinda has become even more formidable than before. He is already transformed into a mutant. Chapter 056. A glimpse of canine servitude. Seeing that no one responded, a cold smile spread across Yinda's face. His objectives had been achieved. The dark gun in his hand remained steadfastly lowered, his gaze impassive as he scrutinized the crowd. This is a white-level radiant rune, which I offer you for free, yet you fail to express gratitude. It seems that, at times, humanity can be more despicable than the anomalies themselves. Yinda's eyes fixed on Zhang Qian and Zhao Leiming, who remained on the ground, their expressions cautious as they regarded him with vigilance. They possess an acute awareness of the capabilities of mutants. If we regard the pinnacle of human combat prowess as embodied by the elite soldiers within the military, then mutants can effortlessly eliminate a multitude of such warriors. The enhancement of their strength, speed, and defensive capabilities is nothing short of extraordinary. Coupled with Yinda's cunning and strategic nature, his combat prowess has become exceedingly formidable. In fact, even ordinary bullets may prove ineffective against him. While the individuals before him are merely survivors, in the presence of mutants, their combat abilities resemble that of insects, which Yinda can dispatch with ease. With a disdainful snort, Yinda declared, I have always acted in the interest of the survivors here, yet some individuals, oblivious to their own limitations, insist on provoking me. What right do you have to challenge me? Consider the sacrifices I have made in comparison to yours. Do you truly believe that having carved a few luminous stones grants you the privilege to negotiate with me? Such delusions are laughable. Oh, the white-level luminous rune boasts a remarkably high completion rate. If I can successfully carve it, it will unleash over 80 of its inherent energy. Furthermore, allow me to reiterate the rules concerning the trickster beings. First, do not make contact with them. Second, refrain from responding to their inquiries. Failure to adhere to these guidelines may result in possession by a trickster. You are all too aware of the dire consequences of such an event. Additionally, the white-level luminous rune not only serves to repel malevolent forces but can also inflict damage upon the tricksters. I conducted an experiment yesterday, so rest assured. If you manage to harm a trickster, incinerate it immediately. Remember, it must be burned to ashes. Have you all understood? Yinda's voice boomed as he chastised the crowd. We understand. We understand. Among the throng, a few individuals began to display sycophantic smiles, eager to ingratiate themselves with Yinda. The current Yinda was a far cry from his former self. He was no longer merely a postman, but rather a formidable mutant with immense power. Following his revelation of being a mutant, many had shifted their perceptions of him. If there were ever a day when all present would face death, Yinda would undoubtedly be the last one standing. Now that you comprehend, take this. Those who disregard my orders shall have their regrets. From tomorrow onward, you are all to assemble here every morning. Those who fail to appear are as good as dead. I shall personally lead the team to dispose of the bodies. Very well. In the presence of Yinda, a middle-aged man approached with a beaming, obsequious smile. He extended his hands in a supplicating gesture. Awaiting the white-grade radiant rune from Yinda, Yinda patted his head, regarding him as one might a pet. The man showed no disdain. His pride had long since diminished in value. "Ah, Lord Yinda, I have always believed you to be extraordinary, destined for prominence within the post office. You speak wisely. Come, take a look," Yinda replied with a beaming smile. Zhang Zhihui's eyes glimmered as he observed the reactions of those around him. He noted that while some wore faces of disdain, they skillfully concealed their true feelings. More individuals, however, gazed at Yinda with eager anticipation. Even Zhang Qian and Zhao Laming exchanged glances, both suppressing their emotions. Yinda, unlike in the past, now embodies a transcendence beyond the mundane, a manifestation not merely of wealth or status, but of a profound and genuine elevation. A throng of onlookers has gathered, eagerly observing and attempting to replicate the radiant white runes. Among them, Zhang Zhihui and Misha linger at the rear, meticulously scrutinizing the white-level luminous runes. Upon a stone the size of an infant's fist, a more intricate and enigmatic rune is carved, emanating a brilliant white light that reveals a potent surge of energy. Indeed, these are the white-level luminous runes. Yinda speaks no falsehood. The crowd swells, survivors taking turns to imitate the runes with fervor. Not far away, in a grove as silent as a tomb, towering black trees pierce the heavens. Amidst the leaf-strewn earth stands a solitary figure, resembling a long, unyielding spear. The eerie figure, with blood-red eyes, fixates intently on the humans before the stone dwelling. Its pallid hands hang limply by its sides, marred by gashes akin to knife wounds. Flesh torn open yet devoid of blood. The grotesque visage has begun to decay, marked by an array of putrid spots. Half an hour later, the crowd completes their replication, departing from Yinda's abode as if they have discovered treasures. Zhang Zhihui and Misha, too, have diligently noted the white-level luminous runes. Walking together, Zhang Zhihui remarks, "I shall first visit Lin Yu and present him with the white-level luminous runes. You may return home. Is it difficult to carve the white-level luminous runes?" Although Yinda has bestowed upon them the white-level luminous runes, the craft of carving them ultimately relies on their own skill. Yinda can only provide the rune templates. Whether one can successfully carve them depends on individual capability. It is well known that engraving any radiant rune consumes mental energy. With merely an afternoon left, time is indeed of the essence. The white-level radiant runes are of a higher grade, making their engraving significantly more challenging. It is unlikely to achieve the same ease as when carving the azure-level radiant runes, and failure is inevitable. Misha contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the difficulty, yet believing it to be feasible. The radiant runes would devour mental power, though she was uncertain of the success rate. Zhang Zhihui nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it seems we are transferring the mental energy from our minds through the medium of the radiant runes onto the stone. The greater one's mental strength, the longer they tend to survive. Yes, I have heard there are methods to enhance mental strength at the fortress. If you cannot remain here, why? You might consider going to the fortress. I have already made plans to head there," Misha replied. Zhang Zhihui glanced at Misha in surprise before responding. "Your decision is indeed wise. I had discussed this with Lin Yu, but he did not concur. If you wish, Huij, you could also venture to the fortress." With a bitter smile, Zhang Zhihui remarked, "I am no longer qualified." Observing his demeanor, Misha fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Zhihui, a deserter from the front lines, would undoubtedly be unwelcome at the fortress. In this apocalyptic world, human sentiments are exceedingly intricate. After a moment of reflection, Misha chose to remain silent. She glanced at the path back and quickened her pace. "Today, I must carve the white luminescent rune." Misha encouraged herself inwardly. Chapter 057, The White Luminescent Rune. On the winding, shadowy path, people hurriedly made their way to their stone dwellings. Each individual resembled a small bird in the biting wind, tucking their heads and quickening their pace. Amidst the thicket, the enigmatic creature known as the Guapiran silently observed the movements of the survivors, lurking like a hunter. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with potent malice. A figure emerged from the forest, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, clad in a coarse linen robe, with his arms crossed and head bowed as he walked briskly forward. The old man occasionally paused, surveying his surroundings with caution, wary of any disturbances. He halted, meticulously scanning the area, where silence reigned, the woods eerily akin to a tomb. The only sound was the rustle of dry leaves beneath his feet. The elder glanced up at the trees, realizing that this was the most direct route home. If only he could traverse this patch of woodland, he would feel secure. Exhaling a breath of cold air, He hastened toward his domicile. After a few minutes of walking, the stone house of Yin De became obscured from view. As the elder focused on his path, a strange silhouette suddenly materialized within the dark woods, not far from him. As the old man progressed, the figure's head eerily twisted in tandem. Those blood-red eyes remained fixed on the elder's back. Abruptly, the old man sensed something amiss. He stopped once more and turned to look behind him. His uncanny sixth sense instilled in him a profound unease about this place. Just as the elder turned his gaze backward, he was suddenly assaulted by an eerie gust of wind. The sensation was akin to opening a refrigerator door. The frigid air assailing his very core. What is that thing? The elder swiftly pivoted, only to find the grotesque figure of the skin changer looming before him. A mere half-meter separating them. The ghastly, decaying visage was now clearly visible, the pallid face marred by a macabre tapestry of livid spots. Bloodshot eyes emanated a venomous, malevolent light. A bizarre human face gradually materialized on its neck, contorting and emitting a rasping sound, as if desperately attempting to escape the confines of the decaying corpse. The elder's hair stood on end in sheer terror, his eyes widening in disbelief. He emitted a piercing shriek before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. In a frenzy, he scrambled backward, but the skin changer lunged, its body slamming down upon him with the force of a wooden plank, rigid, frigid, and eerily reminiscent of a puppet. The skin changer's weight crashed upon the elder. In a desperate, frenzied act, he drew a dagger from his waist and began stabbing wildly at the skin changer. The blade plunged into its back, yet to no avail. As not a single drop of blood was spilled, the creature remained as stiff as timber, its decaying, grotesque face pressed against the elder's. An intensely chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet, causing the color to drain from the elder's face in an instant. His eyes bulged, and his pupils contracted sharply with terror, before the elder could complete his sentence. He felt an abrupt chill at his neck as the grotesque ghoulskin's jaws clamped down upon it. A sizable chunk of flesh was torn away, causing blood to spurt forth, splattering the decaying visage with crimson. In mere moments, the ghoulskin regained its footing. The elder lay supine on the earth, his eyes gradually transforming into a sanguine hue, as if ink had been spilled within his orbs. A bloody redness began to engulf his entire eyeball, and before long, both eyes were entirely crimson, filled with a bloodthirsty and venomous resentment. The elder rose from the ground, two streams of frigid, ghostly vapor emanating from his nostrils. He stood alongside the ghoulskin, resembling two stiff cadavers newly acquainted with the act of walking. A ghastly human face materialized upon the elder's body, writhing beneath the skin. The skin stretched, as if inflated, rendering the face within even more distinct. With a series of cracking sounds, the elder twisted his neck and vanished into the woods, akin to a reanimated corpse. Zhang Zhihui encountered nothing out of the ordinary on his journey. He carried a shotgun, maintaining a vigilant stance. Only upon reaching Lin Yu's stone house did Zhang Zhihui breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhihui rapped on the door. Lin Yu's voice echoed from within. "It's me, Lin Yu. I've returned, and I've brought what you requested. Yin De has announced the white-grade radiance rune." Before the wooden door could swing open, Zhang Zhihui blurted out everything in one breath. With a creak, Lin Yu opened the wooden door, revealing Zhang Zhihui standing at the entrance. "Come in and have a seat." "What did Yin De say?" Zhang Zhihui gazed at Lin Yu, repeatedly waving his hands, his face adorned with stubble, revealing signs of exhaustion. "I want to be entering. Yin De has released the white-level radiant rune. I have brought you a backup. Take a look and jot it down. You can carve it this afternoon. My time is limited, and here are the blueprints for the chimney as well," he said, producing a piece of parchment from his pocket. Lin Yu observed the parchment, discovering it bore an intricately drawn rune. This rune bore some resemblance to the previous azure-level radiant rune, yet it was altered in many details, appearing far more intricate. Zhang Zhihui sketched swiftly, though his work seemed somewhat chaotic. "Thank you," Lin Yu exclaimed, quickly retrieving paper and pen to begin copying. Zhang Zhihui exhaled, sitting down on the steps, drenched in sweat, evidently having hurried over. "Take your time. Just copy it first," Zhang Zhihui advised, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Lin Yu produced his paper and pen and began his transcription. However, after only a couple of strokes, Lin Yu suddenly halted, his brow furrowed, as if he had perceived something amiss. Noticing Lin Yu's reaction, Zhang Zhihui looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" "I don't recall making any mistakes." Lin Yu shook his head. "No, I have memorized it." He set down the paper and pen. At that moment, A vivid image of the white-level radiant rune manifested in Lin Yu's mind. The intricate lines would require at least 10 minutes to replicate, and not a single stroke could afford to be erroneous. The assembled runes must not exhibit any omissions. Otherwise, the radiant runes will fail to wield any power. Zhang Zhihui gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Not only did he struggle to commit it to memory, but even the act of transcribing felt overwhelmingly intricate. After merely glancing at it twice, Lin Yu had effortlessly memorized it. This was nothing short of impossible, unless Lin Yu possessed an innate ability for photographic memory. Zhang Zhihui stared at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, are you serious? You've already committed it to memory?" Lin Yu nodded, a vividly clear image of the radiant rune pattern unfolding in his mind. The intricate lines, bizarre designs, and even the angles and spatial dimensions were all distinctly present within Lin Yu's consciousness. He was now capable of perfect replication without the need for notation. It felt as though he had painstakingly copied it hundreds of times, able to reproduce it even with his eyes closed. Lin Yu had indeed attained the remarkable skill of photographic memory, a testament to the benefits of enhanced mental acuity. "Yes, I have memorized it entirely," Lin Yu declared, setting down his paper and pen with an air of tranquility. Zhang Zhihui looked at Lin Yu in awe, impressed by his unexpected prowess. Chapter 058. Enhancing agility at the steps in front of the stone house, Zhang Zhihui rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Lin Yu, my task is complete, so I shall take my leave. We can discuss any matters further at another time." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, although they had both acquired the white tier radiant rune. It was merely a single rune. Most importantly, one must etch this rune onto a pebble to unleash the full potential of the white luminous rune. "Farewell. I too shall commence the engraving of the luminous rune." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Zhang Zhihui rose and departed, but not before casting a glance back at Lin Yu. "The matter we discussed, please give it some thought. If you find it agreeable, I shall speak with Zhang Li, and together we can venture to the outskirts." "Indeed, I shall consider it." "Very well, I bid you farewell." Zhang Zhihui waved his hand and strode away from Lin Yu's residence. Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Zhihui's retreating figure, and upon his departure, he prepared to enter the house. Just as Lin Yu turned to step inside, he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze upon him, a malicious light piercing through the air. Instantly, Lin Yu turned back, his eyes penetrating as he peered into the dark woods. Not far from Lin Yu's stone abode lay a thicket of dense black trees, measuring approximately 4 to 5 hectares, equivalent to about 8 football fields. Due to the distance, Lin Yu could not discern the details clearly. Within that thick grove, he sensed a chilling and resentful aura. However, when he looked closely, he found nothing amiss within the black forest. The silent woods exuded an endless mist, resembling an eerie graveyard. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Yu stood frozen, meticulously scanning the area, yet he could find no anomalies. Nevertheless, his mysterious sixth sense whispered to him that something perilous lurked within the dark woods. Fixating on Lin Yu, who stood before the stone house, Lin Yu observed for several seconds before ascending the steps to close the wooden door. Just as he secured the door, a figure emerged from the depths of the dark forest. Behind a towering black tree, a decayed visage appeared, its features marred by dried blood, with 2 crimson eyes fixated intently on the stone house, seemingly emanating an endless aura of resentment. The figure remained concealed within the woods, its gaze unwaveringly locked onto Lin Yu. Inside the stone house, Lin Yu placed the firewood onto the bonfire, then unfurled the blueprint that Zhang Zhihui had provided him. This blueprint depicted a chimney, its design straightforward and rendered in pencil, accompanied by meticulous annotations detailing its length and width. Lin Yu was not tasked with crafting a flawless chimney. Rather, he needed only to construct it according to the specifications outlined in the blueprint, leaving the final enhancements to be applied thereafter. Given the materials available within the stone house and his tools, achieving a perfect chimney capable of withstanding spectral apparitions was nearly an insurmountable challenge. Otherwise, why would the survivors here prefer to seal the stone house rather than create a functioning chimney for smoke ventilation? The primary reason lay in the inherent dangers associated with chimneys, leading them to opt for the complete sealing of the stone structure. Constructing the chimney was not overly complex. Lin Yu utilized abundant rubble in place of metal sheets and carefully selected the location. He then excavated a pit in the ground and filled the gaps between the stones with mud. Thanks to the enhancements to his physique, Lin Yu felt no fatigue as he worked. A task that would typically take an ordinary person an entire afternoon was accomplished by him in merely an hour. At this moment, Lin Yu gazed upon the chimney he had completed, a smile gracing his face. The chimney was remarkably simple, yet it had been crafted according to the blueprint, and any minor imperfections were of little consequence. With the chimney finished, Lin Yu prepared to begin carving the radiant stone. His agility had not yet reached its full enhancement. Several hours remained before Lin Yu could fortify his agility. Thus he had to wait until then to commence improving the chimney. At this juncture, Lin Yu retrieved his sculpting knife and laid out the remaining pebbles from the table, arranging them meticulously. Taking a deep breath, he embarked on his sculpting endeavor. Unlike other survivors, Lin Yu did not need to follow the radiant runes depicted in the blueprint. Instead, he simply required the radiant runes that resided in his mind to manifest upon the pebbles. This approach saved him considerable time and allowed for a higher standard of craftsmanship. The only challenge he faced was whether his mental fortitude would suffice. Having enhanced his mental capacity, Lin Yu found himself adept at carving blue-tier radiant stones, capable of crafting numerous pieces in one session. Yet, he was uncertain of his effectiveness with white-tier radiant stones. The campfire at his feet emitted a warm orange glow, while Lin Yu, seated at the wooden table, held the carving knife in one hand and a pebble in the other, fully focused on etching the white-tier radiant stone. The knife produced a rhythmic clicking sound against the pebble, with lime dust cascading down as straight, rigid lines began to emerge. These seemingly chaotic lines, under Lin Yu's skilled hands, gradually coalesced into a complex and enigmatic pattern. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. An ordinary pebble suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating his chiseled features. Lin Yu's gaze flickered. He had successfully carved the white-grade radiant light rune for the first time. In his hands lay a pebble, its surface adorned with intricate runes. The white glow exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Lin Yu could even distinctly perceive the formidable energy emanating from the radiant stone. He had achieved success without any headache. The enhancement of his mental acuity had proven immensely beneficial. After a brief respite, Lin Yu commenced the carving of the second radiant stone. This time, he found himself notably more adept, carving with an air of ease. As the number of radiant stones he sculpted increased, so too did the time he devoted to each piece. Upon completing the third radiant stone, Lin Yu distinctly sensed a depletion of his mental energy. Although he experienced no headache, a sense of drowsiness began to envelop him, a precursor to fatigue. Realizing he could not continue, Lin Yu acknowledged that his mental reserves were running low and he needed to pause for a while. Glancing at the time, he noted there were still over 20 minutes until the enhancement of agility was complete. He decided to use this time to rest. Leaning against the bedside, Lin Yu closed his eyes. After 20 minutes, he suddenly felt a shift within his body. He opened his eyes immediately, discovering that the structure within him seemed to have mutated. A faint cracking sound resonated between his bones, reminiscent of bamboo shoots sprouting rapidly after the rain. Listening intently, one could indeed discern the crisp, crackling sound resonating in the air. After several minutes, the sound ceased abruptly. At that moment, Lin Yu sensed an unprecedented agility in his limbs, enabling him to execute numerous complex maneuvers. His flexibility had surged tremendously, and the dexterity of his joints had reached an unparalleled level. Chapter 059. The final fundamental attribute, the enhancement of agility, not only signified Lin Yu's increased limberness, but also bestowed upon him a notable acceleration in speed. He tentatively unleashed a couple of punches, each accompanied by a sharp whoosh through the air. As his arms grew more supple, the velocity of his strikes also escalated. In a short-range punch, Lin Yu's fists began to blur into phantoms, a speed rivaling that of Yenda's own striking prowess. With each strike delivered swiftly, forcefully, and accurately, Lin Yu attained a true sense of equilibrium. Can you withstand a punch infused with 30 years of mastery? Out of 5 fundamental attributes, Lin Yu had fortified 4. Only the final one, endurance, remained. However, Lin Yu did not rush to enhance endurance, as the process required considerable time. Instead, he sought to reinforce the chimney, for the room was perpetually imbued with the lingering scent of smoke, which was quite discomforting and made cooking a cumbersome task. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the rudimentary chimney he had constructed earlier that afternoon. In the next instant, a prompt appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Would you like to enhance the chimney? Enhancement time, 1 hour and 55 minutes. Yes. Upon confirming, Lin Yu turned his attention away from the chimney. It is now a little past 4 in the afternoon, approaching 5. If all goes smoothly, Lin Yu should complete his enhancements before 7. At that time, it would not be too late for him to bolster his stamina, boiling water, and preparing a meal. Lin Yu commenced his dinner. As dusk approached, he had no intention of venturing outside, lest he tempt fate. Last night, he had spent the entire evening playing games with the trickster, and if that entity harbored a vengeful spirit, Lin Yu sensed that the trickster might seek retribution tonight. The pure water began to bubble and then boil within the iron kettle, steam rising gracefully into the air. Lin Yu removed the kettle from the fire pit, pouring the contents into a porcelain cup. He then took out some bread and jerky, savoring them in small bites. Nightfall arrived as expected, and the temperature began to drop gradually. The hot water soon cooled to a lukewarm state, prompting Lin Yu to quench his thirst. He gulped down a substantial cup of water, feeling significantly refreshed, before storing the remainder. Next, he retrieved 3 white-grade luminous stones he had carved. He then readied his handgun and ice-blue battle axe, draping himself in a tattered black cloak as he approached the campfire. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed intently at the flickering embers, his dark eyes shimmering with intensity. At 7 o'clock, the sky had plunged into complete darkness. Lin Yu glanced at the time, noting that the enhancement of the chimney had concluded. He looked toward the chimney beside him, and a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Chimney enhancement complete. Item: fireplace chimney. Quality: basic. Effect: sturdy and durable, featuring a manual smoke sealing system. At this moment, beside Lin Yu, a vague light enveloped the chimney, gradually rendering it indistinct. In a short while, the chimney transformed entirely from its original form. Sturdy stones were meticulously arranged to construct a rectangular chimney, complete with a fireplace and a compartment for ash storage. An iron plate appeared at its center, suitable for grilling meat or boiling water. The chimney was perfectly situated in the middle of the stone house, seamlessly connecting with the stones of the dome above. At the top, for smoke outlets were securely sealed with iron mesh, with only thumb-sized apertures remaining. The chimney was exceptionally discreet, and beside Lin Yu was a switch to close the smoke outlets, effectively preventing the intrusion of black insects. A campfire burned at the base, as black insects harbored a profound fear of flames, daring not to approach even from above. When Lin Yu ventured outside, he could completely seal the chimney. Thus, even if the black insects discovered the chimney's entrance, they would be unable to enter once it was sealed. Lin Yu gazed at the brand new chimney, filled with satisfaction. The enhancements provided by the system were always comprehensive, leaving no vulnerabilities for aberrant creatures. Finally, he was liberated from the scent of smoke. He could continuously add wood, ensuring the room remained warm. Lin Yu retrieved wood from nearby and placed it into the fireplace. Watching the flames flicker gently, his demeanor softened considerably. The room was now devoid of any smoky odor, allowing him the freedom to add wood at will. Just a short distance from the stone house lay a forest, providing Lin Yu with an inexhaustible supply of timber. At this moment, I can commence the enhancement of my final attribute. With the 5 attributes nearing completion, I anticipate that my physique will become remarkably robust once harmonized. Lin Yu, brimming with eagerness, rubbed his hands together and initiated the enhancement of endurance. As his thoughts stirred, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to enhance endurance? Enhancement duration: 5 hours and 1 minute. The time required had significantly decreased. Previously, it had been a daunting 16 hours. Lin Yu promptly declared, enhance endurance. Enhancement in progress. This last attribute, marked by the shortest duration, represented the final step towards the complete fortification of his entire being. Lin Yu pondered whether, upon the completion of the 5th attribute enhancement, he would remain unchanged from his former self. With each successive enhancement, there might be unforeseen transformations. He simply needed to wait for 5 hours. Once endurance was fully enhanced, it would be around midnight, a time when Lin Yu had yet to succumb to slumber. He decided to continue his endeavor of carving the white-grade radiant stones. Having rested for over 3 hours, he felt his mental acuity had significantly replenished. As he grasped the carving knife, images of the white-grade radiant runes materialized in his mind. The sensation of drained mental energy lingered. After completing the fireplace, the illumination within the room had improved considerably. Lin Yu leaned over the table, entering a state of intense concentration, and resumed his carvings of the white-grade radiant stones. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu set aside the pebble and the carving knife, his hands coated in white powder after several hours of diligent effort. At last, he had successfully crafted 3 white-grade radiant stones. Now, Lin Yu possesses 6 white-grade radiant stones in his hands, coupled with the previously acquired blue-grade radiant stones. Lin Yu has instantaneously realized his aspiration for a prosperous life. With the possession of white-grade radiant stones, Lin Yu has effectively secured his own capital. He wearily stretched, pressing his palms against his temples and massaging them, his eyes tightly shut, as the exertion of mental energy had taken its toll. After a rough calculation, he deduced that he could carve a maximum of 5 white-grade radiant stones in a single day. As for the blue-grade radiant stones, he could manage to carve at least 23. Such a level of reserves is deemed remarkably exceptional. To date, no one in the entire town has been able to carve 5 white-grade radiant stones in a single day. Chapter 060. Another presence after Lin Yu concluded his day's labor. The clock neared midnight. He was on the verge of completing the enhancement of his 5 fundamental attributes. Casting a glance at the time, he silently awaited the conclusion of the enhancement process. Throughout Lin Yu's wait, the entrance of the stone chamber remained tranquil. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Devoid of any sound, the strange skin-wearing entity that had appeared the previous night did not return to cause trouble. Unlike the shadowy specter, this entity seemed to vanish into thin air after its futile attempt to harm Lin Yu. It no longer sought to disturb him. Yet, a vague sense of unease lingered within Lin Yu. He felt an inexplicable disquiet, as if something were amiss. Earlier that afternoon, he distinctly sensed a pair of cold eyes watching him from behind, devoid of any emotion. However, when he turned to look, the owner of those eyes mysteriously disappeared. This sensation is profoundly unsettling, leading Lin Yu to realize that matters are far more complex than he initially presumed. Thus, he compelled himself from the outset to carve additional white-grade luminous stones. The blue-grade luminous stones have ceased to serve any significant purpose. Only the more potent luminous stones can inflict harm upon the anomalous entities. However, after several hours had elapsed, Lin Yu had yet to detect any imminent danger. This left him in a state of both anxiety and a flicker of unwarranted relief. Should the grotesque skinwalker refrain from making an appearance, Lin Yu would be afforded a restful slumber this evening, having completed all necessary tasks. The townsfolk were also aware of the skinwalker's emergence. If a fatality were to occur at its hands tonight, it would merely be a stroke of misfortune for him. Time dripped by like sand through an hourglass. Lin Yu activated the anomaly detector and placed the blue-grade luminous stone at the threshold. He stowed the remaining 5 white-grade luminous stones into his pockets. Best not to show up and trouble me. Casting a glance at the heavy wooden door, he approached the bed. It had been an age since he had last rested upon a bed, as he had been hiding away in the cramped confines of the basement. This basement was exceedingly small, barely accommodating a solitary person crouching on the ground, akin to a prison cell. Lin Yu intended to renovate the basement when time permitted. The stone dwelling appeared robust, yet this world harbors far more than the few anomalous beings currently visible. In this apocalyptic era, chaos reigns, and a plethora of bizarre and terrifying anomalous creatures sprout forth like mushrooms after rain. Concrete and steel reinforcements offer scant protection against such horrific entities. Otherwise, humanity would not have been steadily retreating, constructing fortifications and strongholds. Lin Yu made his way to the bed, removing his shoes while still clad in his attire. Over time, he had grown accustomed to sleeping in his clothes. His pistol and battle axe hung at his waist, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. The fireplace beside him crackled with a warm flame, and before he knew it, Lin Yu drifted into slumber. However, it was not long after he lay down that sporadic gunfire erupted outside the stone house. In the stillness of the wilderness, it resonated with an unsettling clarity. Bang, bang, bang. The shots pierced the air, echoing in Lin Yu's ears. He swiftly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the wooden door. Approaching the entrance, he peered through the peephole to observe the outside world. The area beyond the stone house was shrouded in darkness, with the waning moonlight casting its glow upon the ground, illuminating only a small patch at the doorstep. Beyond that, Lin Yu could see nothing, for a thick fog enveloped the surroundings like spectral apparitions. Bang! Another shot rang out. Lin Yu's ears perked up, and his eyes sharpened with alertness. At that moment, not far from him, Zhao Laming was frantically firing his weapon from within another stone house. Before him, the wooden door had been shattered, remnants of ineffective luminous stones strewn about the entrance. The once sturdy door lay in ruins, as if violently torn apart by a demolition crew. A dozen azure luminous stones had rendered themselves useless, and a pool of blood stained the ground, emanating a foul stench of decay. The grotesque figure at the door had vanished, while Zhao Laming inside the stone house remained in a state of utter shock. He gripped the hunting rifle tightly in his hands, knowing full well that he would not survive the night. Yet, He was unwilling to relinquish his final chance to evade the clutches of the malevolent creature. Cold sweat streamed down his square-shaped face, and his eyes bulged with fear, pupils constricted in terror. He hunched over, acutely alert, fixating on the door outside. The interior of the stone house was in disarray, clutter strewn about haphazardly. With the notable absence of the luminous stone, on the wooden table beside Zhao Laming lay an unfinished white-grade luminous stone, its white runes only half-etched, the remainder yet to be carved. This indicated that the stone was rendered useless, incapable of inflicting any harm upon the sinister entity. His breaths came in rapid succession, nerves taut, and his robust arms trembled slightly. At that moment, the prospect of rescue was utterly bleak. Zhao Laming could only place his hopes upon the rifle in his grasp, as the creature's defenses were not particularly formidable. The bullets could indeed inflict damage, as evidenced by the blood pooling on the ground. He had already fired several shots, each one striking the creature with unerring accuracy. The bullets blossomed within the creature's decaying body, tearing it apart, and remnants of flesh could still be seen scattered upon the steps at the entrance. Vigilantly, Zhao Laming kept his gaze locked on the doorway, his eyes fixated on the frame. He understood that startled like a frightened bird, Zhao Laming discharged his hunting rifle, a brilliant flash illuminating the doorway. Alas, the skin thief remained unseen, his bullet finding only empty space. Son of a bitch! Zhao Laming's face contorted in rage. The skin thief at the entrance was clearly trying to bait Zhao Laming into wasting his ammunition, knowing full well the consequences once he was disarmed. Just as Zhao Laming's teeth clenched in fury, a putrid corpse materialized in the doorway. Only half of the body was visible, its garments soaked in gore. A grotesquely decayed face, with bloodshot eyes, framed by sparse, thinning hair, filled Zhao Laming's vision. But before he could react, a spectral gust of wind propelled another skin thief into the room with astonishing speed, cunningly lunging towards Zhao Laming. In that critical moment, Zhao Laming seized his chance, firing a shot directly into the skin thief's head. The close-range blast obliterated its skull. The rifle's muzzle spat forth a searing flash as the bullet struck its mark, pulverizing the skin thief's head and showering the room with a gruesome mixture of red and white matter. With a resounding crack, the skin thief's head exploded. Zhao Laming's heart leaped with elation. Its head was gone. It was surely dead. The skin thief, now with only half a head, staggered violently before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. A thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the air. But Zhao Laming's joy was short-lived. Another skin thief appeared in the doorway, seemingly even more terrifying than the last. Its slate-gray visage fixed intently upon Zhao Laming, two blood-red orbs emanating a malevolent glow. Its rigid form surged forth like a tempest for reasons unknown. It was over. Zhao Laming stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the ghastly figure, the death knell echoing within the stone abode. With a resounding thud, Zhao Laming collapsed amidst a pool of crimson. Chapter 061. I am Zhang Zhihui. The sporadic gunfire ceased. Yet the night sky remained shrouded in an enigmatic fog. Lin Yu slowly closed the peephole, uncertain of the fate of the other survivors. In any case, venturing outside to investigate was out of the question. Who knew what lurked beyond the door? Such matters were of no concern now. At least he possessed the radiant stones. Lin Yu mused quietly. Not only did he possess 5 white-grade radiant stones, but also a firearm, a reinforced battle axe, and an anomalous detector. These tools were more than sufficient to confront the ghastly figure. Even if it sought revenge, Lin Yu felt no trepidation. Unlike phantoms, the ghastly figure's methods of murder were far more insidious. However, as long as Lin Yu exhibited no vulnerabilities, the figure could not breach his defenses. The rules governing its lethal intent were twofold. 1. Response. 2. Contact. Lin Yu could neither respond to the sounds beyond the door nor genuinely engage with the ghastly figure. It was indeed no simple task for it to eliminate Lin Yu, especially since he had undergone enhancement. Glancing at the time, Lin Yu noted that less than 10 minutes remained until the conclusion of his stamina enhancement. Once the final attribute enhancement was complete, all 5 of his fundamental attributes would be fully fortified. He approached the wooden table and drained the pristine water from the porcelain cup. Just as Lin Yu set the cup down, the abnormal detector on the table suddenly blared an alarm. The shrill sound pierced the silence. 39. Lin Yu's gaze immediately fell upon the table. The abnormal detector was sounding off, indicating the presence of anomalous creatures nearby. Before even a second had passed, the readings began to rise rapidly. 50, 70, 99. An abnormal entity had materialized at Lin Yu's doorstep. He took a deep breath. The abnormal detector on the table continued its frantic oscillation. The readings were still climbing, albeit at a slower pace than before. Beep. 100. 120. Ultimately, the readings on Lin Yu's abnormal detector stabilized at 125. This was an alarming figure. It was worth noting that when the ghostly figure had manifested, the detector had only reached slightly over 90. Now, however, it had soared to 125. This stark contrast underscored a chilling reality. The entity lurking at the door was far more terrifying than the ghostly apparition, perhaps even something altogether different. The readings on the detector remained fixed at 125, neither diminishing nor increasing. This suggested that the abnormal creature was silently observing the stone house, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Yu stealthily approached, his steps deliberate and measured, striving to make no sound. Upon reaching the door, he peered through the peephole, revealing the scene outside in its entirety. In that moment, Lin Yu could not help but gasp in shock. Several eerie figures had inexplicably appeared at his doorstep. The range visible through the cat's eye is somewhat limited, yet the entrance remains distinctly observable, with scarcely any blind spots. Unless the eerie figure crouches down, deliberately concealing itself from Lin Yu's view. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that Lin Yu perceives not one, but several eerie figures before him, 3 to be precise. It is no wonder that the anomalous detector registers an alarming value of 125. The eerie figures have returned to trouble me once more. Lin Yu maintained his composure as he gazed at the figures at the door, which remained motionless. These 3 eerie beings appeared to have recently met their demise, standing like zombies at the threshold, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on the wooden door, and their pallid faces were marred with various gruesome spots. Just behind these 3 figures, amidst the fog that enveloped the world, several more silhouettes suddenly emerged. Lin Yu's breath quickened. An increasing number of eerie figures came into view. The detector behind him began to sound alarms as the readings escalated. 127. 130. For more silhouettes appeared. These 4 figures materializing simultaneously from the mist. They shared a singular purpose, to eliminate the master of this stone dwelling. Before him stood 7 eerie figures, each distinct in appearance, age, and gender. Their sole commonality was that they were all survivors of the town, in the span of a mere half-night. The eerie beings had claimed the lives of 7 survivors. Such a pace of slaughter is utterly terrifying, surpassing even the brutality of specters. At this juncture, the survivors possessed means of self-defense, unlike the initial humans who were utterly powerless against anomalous entities. Nevertheless, the speed at which the eerie figures enact their deadly intentions is nothing short of horrifying. Among these 7 individuals, Lin Yu did not see Mei Sha and Zhang Jihui. Both possessed remarkable skills in sculpting radiant stones, and either they were fortunate enough to evade the attention of the malevolent beings, or they had already been discovered. However, it was evident that their ability to carve white-grade radiant stones had thwarted the attempts of the malevolent beings to eliminate them. When Zhang Jihui arrived at noon, he appeared exceedingly anxious. Aware that his time was running short, he hurried home to sculpt a white-grade radiant stone. Clearly, Zhang Jihui made a most prudent decision. Lin Yu began to feel a twinge of concern. The number of malevolent beings gathered at the entrance was steadily increasing, clustering before the stone house as if they were determined to end Lin Yu's life that very night. Lin Yu was taken aback by the sudden influx of these malevolent entities and wondered whether the intermediate wooden door could withstand such a multitude. He felt confident in its protection against 1 or 2, but as their numbers swelled, his anxiety began to rise. 7 malevolent beings had gathered at the wooden door, unaware that Lin Yu was vigilantly observing them. Once all 7 appeared, they instinctively chose to conceal themselves. 6 of the eerie figures vanished, hiding beside the wooden door, leaving only 1 standing at the entrance. This solitary malevolent being gazed malevolently at the door, its azure visage devoid of any color, with 2 crimson eyes slowly writhing. It raised a hand and struck the wooden door with great force. "Lin Yu, it is I, Zhang Jihui," echoed a voice that was almost indistinguishable from Zhang Jihui's own. In that moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of tension as the mimicry of the doppelganger escalated rapidly. Its voice and intonation bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Zhang Jihui, with the sole distinction being that these words emanated from a corpse. The occupant within displayed no sign of life. Unbeknownst to the doppelganger at the door, Lin Yu was intently observing it as it attempted to deceive him into opening the door. The doppelganger raised its hand and struck the wooden door with a forceful knock. Lin Yu, open the door. It is truly me. Do you not believe me? I have no reason to deceive you. Zhang Zhihui is dead, gone for good. It is safe now, and I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Lin Yu's hand delved into his pocket, retrieving a radiant white stone, his expression darkening. Do you doubt my words? The outside world is perilous. I seek you for a significant matter, the doppelganger continued. So, this is the kind of person you are, so cold-hearted. After all I have done to assist you. Zhang Zhihui's voice outside grew icy with indignation. The doppelganger relentlessly attempted to manipulate Lin Yu into compliance. Yet, little did it know that Lin Yu had already seen through its ruse. In this apocalyptic realm, anomalous beings were capricious, skilled in psychological tactics. Seeing Lin Yu's lack of response, the doppelganger fell silent, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the threshold. However, this silence bore an ominous weight, for the doppelganger remained steadfast at the door, heightening Lin Yu's anxiety. He sensed an unusual aura, with the doppelganger lingering ominously outside. Those two blood-red eyes fixated intently on the wooden door, as if engaged in deep contemplation. The entity known as the mimic possesses a rudimentary form of intelligence, perhaps even surpassing that of a specter. It is crucial to understand that this aberrant being inhabits human hosts, devouring not only their corporeal forms but also their minds. Numerous memories flood the mimic's consciousness, which elucidates its ability to effortlessly call out Lin Yu's name. Uncertain of the mimic's intentions, Lin Yu glanced at the handgun in his grasp. With 3 bullets remaining, it would suffice to eliminate a single mimic. However, 7 of these entities now loomed at his threshold, a most daunting number. At that moment, the mimic seemed to sense something amiss. Within the stone house, an individual was evidently present, yet they remained silent and unresponsive. The mimic pressed its decaying visage against the wooden door, while Lin Yu stood behind it, observing the creature's movements through the peephole. Its putrid face inched closer, its nose sniffing the door, seemingly searching for any trace of scent. The rotting tip of its nose quivered slightly, akin to that of a hyena. Gradually, the grotesque human face shifted, and at last, those 2 blood-red eyes settled upon the peephole. The intermediate wooden door featured a peephole, allowing the occupant within to clearly observe the happenings outside, while those outside remained oblivious to what lay within. Yet, despite the peephole's clever concealment, it still revealed a glimpse. Now, the mimic had indeed discovered this small aperture, which was no larger than a fingernail and intricately hidden. If one does not observe closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. However, the intelligence of the doppelganger has surpassed Lin Yu's imagination, as it has indeed detected the concealed cat's eye. The doppelganger has unveiled the secret behind the intermediate wooden door. Behind this door, Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the doppelganger outside, unable to conceive a more effective strategy. At that moment, the doppelganger at the entrance unexpectedly began to retreat, seemingly conceding. Should the doppelganger abandon its pursuit, Lin Yu would safely endure the night. Yet, a terrifying scene unfolded. The doppelganger descended the steps and entered the small courtyard, prompting those hidden beside the stone house to emerge one by one. 7 doppelgangers materialized before Lin Yu's eyes, summoned together by their leader. This was not a promising omen. The 7 doppelgangers stood united, their disparate faces directed at the wooden door. A faint aura of malevolence emanated from their decaying visages, and 7 blood-red eyes fixated intensely on the door. At that moment, the central doppelganger began to convulse violently. It writhed as if in a fit, contorting its form into grotesque postures. Its arms were raised high, and a horrifying human face emerged from within its ribcage. The visage was ghastly and distorted, gradually shifting towards its chest, while the other doppelgangers exhibited similar transformations. Faces within their bodies began to writhe rapidly beneath their thin skin, revealing an array of terrifying ghostly visages. Once these apparitions took shape, the doppelgangers began to meld together. Simultaneously, a series of crackling sounds echoed in the courtyard, as bones began to fracture, and the 7 grotesque skin creatures astonishingly started to amalgamate. This scene left Lin Yu in a state of shock. He could never have imagined that these eerie beings would resort to such a method. The terrifying skin creatures gradually began to fuse together, their decaying flesh intertwined, with putrid chunks adhering to one another, exuding a viscous green fluid, while a nauseating stench pervaded the air. The crackling noises grew increasingly pronounced, piercing the stillness of the courtyard with an unsettling intensity. In the blink of an eye, the seven skin creatures had united into a single entity. At that moment, a composite human form emerged in the center of the courtyard. They appeared as if sewn together, their bodies interlaced in a grotesque amalgamation, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high. Numerous arms floated in the air, forming a bizarre and irregular shape from the immense corpses. Those blood-red eyes blinked malevolently, emanating a sinister glow. Beep, beep. Lin Yu's anomaly detector began to sound its alarm again. 140, 151, 178. In the span of a mere second, the readings on the detector exhibited a dramatic fluctuation. The value surged to 178, surpassing the threshold for a level 3 anomalous entity. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Yu. The creature before him had become even more menacing. Its intentions were unmistakable. It was determined to eliminate Lin Yu that very night. The grotesque mass of human flesh began to move slowly, halting a mere 10 meters from the wooden door. At that moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. Boom. The humanoid mass suddenly accelerated, rolling violently towards the door. With a resounding thud, the enigmatic creature collided forcefully with the intermediate wooden door, prompting Lin Yu to hastily retreat. Before him, a formidable wave of energy materialized. Remarkably, the intermediate wooden door began to bend inward, the wood contorting rapidly and even displaying fine cracks. The lock appeared to warp, seemingly on the verge of failure. The radiant stones positioned beneath the door flickered briefly before ceasing to function collectively. Merely from the impact, the intermediate wooden door had already begun to sustain damage. All the azure-grade radiant stones suddenly deactivated, evoking a sense of dread at such overwhelming destructive power. Had this been an ordinary door, it likely would have shattered instantly from such a collision. Lin Yu had not anticipated that the creature could combine. Previous intelligence had evidently been erroneous. The creature at the door, propelled by the recoil, collapsed but quickly regained its footing. At this moment, it was evident that it bore extensive wounds. The human body could not withstand such a forceful impact. It was akin to being struck by a speeding automobile, the bones within having already been reduced to splinters. The massive creature shed chunks of flesh, revealing the shattered remnants of its bones beneath. Blood dripped incessantly onto the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos at the entrance. Chapter 063. It can be killed too within the room. The deafening shockwaves instilled fear in Lin Yu. His PU is poised to launch an even more ferocious assault. Lin Yu has discerned that this grotesque creature approaches with an unwavering resolve. The 7 grotesque entities have been meticulously orchestrated by it, rendering the emergence of further counterparts futile for fusion. Thus, it can only command these 7 kin. Even the appearance of an 8th grotesque will not facilitate amalgamation. Its intentions are glaringly evident. This constitutes a crucial piece of intelligence. The rules governing the grotesque's lethal endeavors have escalated. Yet, Lin Yu finds himself unable to disseminate this information. The peril he faces has intensified. Striking the wooden door with sheer brute force has inflicted some measure of damage upon the grotesques. The substantial blood and flesh strewn across the ground serve as testament to this, as they are composed of corpses, essentially bones and flesh. The grotesque momentarily paused, only to recommence its terrifying onslaught. The grotesque at the entrance to the small courtyard accelerated, then violently collided with the intermediate wooden door. Bang! A more horrifying explosion resonated. The entire door began to teeter precariously, its structure caving inward, the lock utterly compromised and rendered inoperative. The nails on either side of the doorframe were laid bare, revealing extensive damage to the door itself. Fist-sized punctures marred both sides, and pieces of wood had splintered off, exposing the steel beneath. Lin Yu, the intermediate wooden door, had already withstood 2 assaults from the sinister entity, and its resilience was waning. If the entity continued to batter against it, it would likely be rendered utterly useless in no time. At that juncture, Lin Yu would be compelled to confront the malevolent creature head-on, a prospect he found utterly daunting. The entity at the entrance seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, retreating once more to approach the courtyard gate. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu swiftly made his way to the entrance and extended an arm through the damaged doorframe. In his palm appeared a sleek black pistol. The distance between them was merely a few meters. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Yu could easily strike the entity. Moreover, its formidable physique made it an unmissable target. With the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the creature, Lin Yu glared furiously at it, his index finger tightening on the trigger. Bang! The pistol jolted as a flash of flame erupted from the barrel, the bullet soaring forth to strike the entity squarely in the chest. The golden bullet penetrated its form, creating a gaping wound the size of a thumb. The creature shuddered, its blood-red eyes seething with hatred as they fixated on Lin Yu. It had confirmed the presence of a human within the stone dwelling, and its terrifying body began to tremble violently. Bang! Another shot found its mark. The bullet colliding with the entity's head, precisely striking the ghastly visage lurking within. Up as the grotesque being shed copious amounts of its sanguinary flesh. Lin Yu discerned a fragmented cadaver cascading from the entity, akin to the exfoliation of garlic. The demise of this uncanny figure signified a chink in its armor. Its corporeal form too ravaged to sustain control over the deceased. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Yu's breast. The key to vanquishing these macabre entities lay in extirpating the spectral visages that animated them. The cadaverous figure attenuated subtly, its wrath escalating in tandem. After a momentary pause, it lunged towards Lin Yu with renewed ferocity. Lin Yu's pupils constricted as his index finger once more engaged the trigger. Bang! A fiery eruption emanated from the barrel as the third projectile hurtled towards its target. Alas, fortune did not favor Lin Yu this time. The bullet merely perforating the creature's exterior without striking the spectral face nestled within. The report of the firearm faded, leaving in its wake a gaping. Sanguineous wound upon the entity's form. The impact of the bullet served only to retard the creature's advance momentarily. It shuddered violently, yet its inexorable march towards the dilapidated wooden portal persisted. The damaged barrier offered a beacon of hope to the grotesque figure, and as it neared collision, Lin Yu frantically retrieved a radiant alabaster gem from his pocket. With a swift motion, he hurled the luminescent stone through the aperture. The projectile struck its mark with unerring accuracy, embedding itself upon the creature's surface. In an instant, the entity convulsed violently, its form enveloped in an incandescent aura. Luminous beams, akin to a myriad of ethereal blades, erupted from the creature's being. This silent yet devastating assault elicited a harrowing lament from the depths of the grotesque entity. The radiant glimmer of the sunstone cast a resplendent light, its substantial beams piercing the grotesque hide of the skin changer, leaving it riddled with countless perforations. Wounds, both great and small, manifested upon the creature's form with alarming alacrity. With a sickening squelch, a visage erupted from within the skin. Exposed to the open air, Lin Yu could discern with stark clarity that the face was devoid of skin, revealing only the raw, crimson flesh beneath. Two sanguine orbs, filled with torment, gazed skyward, while the mouth gaped open, its fangs evoking the image of a ghoul. It emitted a dolorous wail before swiftly retreating back into the skin, seemingly terrified of exposure. The alabaster sunstone had been rendered entirely ineffectual, and the skin changer, now wounded, became even more formidable, consumed by unbridled rage. A piercing shriek echoed from the entrance to the courtyard. The skin changer charged once more, but this time, Lin Yu refrained from casting the white sunstone. He had observed that the skin changer's combat prowess was diminishing precipitously. Indeed, when the skin changer collided with the intermediate wooden door, its strength was palpably less than before. It merely widened the chasm in the door, failing to breach it entirely. As the skin changer impacted the wooden barrier, Lin Yu, with preternatural speed and dexterity, unsheathed the battle axe from his waist. Seizing the opportune moment, he fixed his gaze upon the ghastly face embedded within the skin changer's form. Lin Yu had ascertained the creature's vulnerability. To vanquish the skin changer, he had to sever the ghastly face within. Now a veritable virtuoso with the axe, his honed blade struck with unerring precision. As soon as he espied the ghastly face within the skin changer, the battle axe was already cleaving through the air. A sound that made the very air tremble reverberated through the courtyard. With a resonant thrum, the keen-edged battle axe cleaved into the grotesque flesh of the skin-clad abomination. Lin Yu's calculated strike, executed with both cunning and precision, found its mark upon the ghastly visage embedded within. At the instant of contact, he amplified his force, the blade bisecting the spectral face within the creature. With a sickening squelch, Lin Yu exerted his strength, the axe head sinking deep into the cadaverous form before sliding downward with brutal efficiency. In a fluid motion, he then wrenched the axe, completing a sequence of incision, descent, and extraction. The ghastly visage within the creature's form lay rent in twain, accompanied by a grievous wound stretching the length of a forearm. Flaps of skin and muscle peeled back, revealing the macabre tableau of bone and gore beneath, a sight of profound horror. Chapter 64. Resolution of combat. A cacophony of anguished shrieks erupted from the threshold as the grotesque entity assailed Lin Yu with its four cadaverous limbs. A deafening impact reverberated through the structure as the reinforced wooden portal groaned in protest. Two iron spikes dislodged from the rafters, precipitating an inward lurch of the door as the creature pressed its advance. Two horrifying visages thrust through the aperture, driven by a ravenous intent to seize Lin Yu within their grasp, accompanied by the fetid stench of decay. Lin Yu retreated a pace, raising his battle axe in anticipation of the impending onslaught. With blinding speed, the axe descended upon the creature's head. The razor-sharp edge once again plunged into the creature's flesh, the confined space amplifying the weapon's devastating power. The axe cleaved through half of the creature's torso, entering at the shoulder and exiting through the ribcage. With Herculean strength, Lin Yu wielded his power with utmost precision, mastering both angle and force. A resounding crack echoed as the battle axe severed the grotesque high dweller's arm, unleashing a torrent of crimson ichor that splattered against the rudimentary wooden door, painting a macabre tableau. The high dweller bellowed in anguish, recoiling swiftly. Of its 7 ghastly visages, 3 had been extinguished, leaving the remaining 4 to glare at Lin Yu with unrestrained malice, their sanguine eyes ablaze with virulent spite. The threshold was now a mire of gore, with dismembered limbs and viscera strewn across the floor. Lin Yu gasped laboriously, his chest heaving. His gaze remained fixed upon the high dweller at the doorway, which, far from retreating, had been driven to the precipice of frenzy. At that moment, the high dweller renewed its assault, prompting Lin Yu to extract a radiant white stone from his pocket. The preceding experiment had unequivocally demonstrated the stone's potency. The radiant white stone was indeed capable of inflicting grievous harm upon the high dweller, possessing formidable destructive capabilities. "Perish!" Lin Yu exclaimed, hurling the luminescent stone towards the grotesque entity. The stone struck the high dweller squarely, immediately erupting in a flash of incandescent light. The radiance pierced the high dweller's form, akin to a silent grenade, instantaneously perforating its flesh with a myriad of apertures, both minuscule and immense. The high dweller emitted another harrowing shriek. Its body writhed spasmodically as it summoned its remaining strength to lunge at Lin Yu, determined to shatter the wooden barrier and devour the human within. The radiant white stone, upon contact with the high dweller, had unleashed a burst of terrifying power. However, its effect was ephemeral, its energy swiftly depleted. The grotesque figure surged forward with unwavering determination. At this moment, Lin Yu revealed the remaining 2 radiant stones, astonishing even the grotesque being with the sheer quantity he possessed. Witnessing the emergence of these 2 stones in Lin Yu's grasp, the creature's face contorted in horror, its menacing visage momentarily recoiling in fear. Yet, due to the inertia of its momentum, the grotesque figure was unable to halt its advance. Just then, the 2 radiant stones soared towards it. With a forceful throw, Lin Yu propelled the stones, which flew straight towards the creature in a precise sequence. Thud! The first radiant stone struck the grotesque being, erupting in a brilliant flash of white light before plummeting to the ground. The subsequent stone collided directly with the creature, wedged into the crevices of its grotesque form. The second stone began to unleash its power, the white radiance blossoming instantaneously, piercing through the creature's body like a tangible blade. The decaying skin ruptured, unveiling the hideous face within. The white light struck the monstrous visage with unerring accuracy, inflicting excruciating agony upon it. Thumb-sized holes appeared in the flesh of its face, and within an instant, the terrifying countenance was pierced through by the radiant light. A howl echoed. Another monstrous face had met its demise. At this juncture, the grotesque being finally reached the intermediate wooden door, launching a forceful assault that shattered it with a resounding crash. The intermediate wooden door fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yu, having evaded just in time, raised his arm as the door splintered, wielding his battle axe with ferocity, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Snap! The battle axe descended, striking the specter's visage on the grotesque skin-clad figure with unerring accuracy, cleaving it asunder. The moment the keen edge of the axe extinguished the specter's life, Lin Yu retrieved his weapon. A mere meter separated him from the grotesque entity, and once more, he raised the axe, letting it fall with lethal intent. Each of Lin Yu's attacks was meticulously aimed at the specter's visages, his understanding of the creature's vulnerability now absolute. Thud! The axe struck true, impacting the grotesque being's abdomen, where yet another specter's visage resided. This, too, fell victim to Lin Yu's relentless assault, its demise further diminishing the creature's power. With each specter extinguished, the grotesque entity's strength waned, its corporeal form shedding fragments of its macabre composition. Upon its ultimate demise, the humans it once controlled would revert to lifeless husks. A guttural roar emanated from the grotesque figure as its remaining arms lunged toward Lin Yu. Amidst the sanguinary tempest, Lin Yu raised his axe, bringing it down in a decisive arc thud. Thud. Two resounding impacts echoed through the air as the axe severed the grotesque entity's arms, sending forth a torrent of blood. Having suffered a grievous blow, the creature hesitated, abandoning its assault and fleeing toward the courtyard's perimeter. Only two specters' visages remained upon its form, its combat prowess severely diminished. It stumbled erratically toward the encroaching mist. Perceiving the grotesque entity's imminent escape, Lin Yu gave chase, a swift surge of momentum allowing him to overtake the fleeing creature. Reaching its rear, he once again raised the battle axe, delivering a crushing blow upon its back. The grotesque entity, being merely flesh and blood, could not withstand Lin Yu's assault. Its body succumbed to the force, collapsing to the ground, the sheer power of the impact rendering it momentarily immobile. Turning its gaze back towards Lin Yu, two ghastly visages erupted from its skin, hissing menacingly at him. Crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu, when, without warning, the battle axe in Lin Yu's grasp descended, cleaving one of the spectral faces in twain. The remaining visage stared at Lin Yu, aghast. The youth, raising his battle axe, brought it down with brutal force. A sound akin to that of splitting wood echoed through the mist. Then, in quick succession, a series of thudding sounds reverberated throughout the surroundings. After dispatching the last of the spectral faces, Lin Yu proceeded to dismember the cadaver on the ground, piece by piece. In a matter of minutes, the grotesque skin changer was utterly deceased, its remains scattered and unrecognizable. Lin Yu, drenched in blood, bore a savage countenance, the battle axe in his hand dripping with gore. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from within the thicket. Lin Yu's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze towards the dark forest. Swarms of black insects emerged, surging forth like an inexorable tide. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu immediately retreated, swiftly returning to the stone hut. Chapter 065. Awakening. Attribute talent. No sooner had Lin Yu re-entered the stone hut than the masses of black insects appeared in the heart of the mist. The insects rapidly enveloped the remains on the ground, and a rasping sound filled the air. In mere moments, the countless black insects had reduced the corpse to bare bones. Even the spectral faces of the grotesque skin changer were devoured entirely. After consuming the remains, many of the black insects began to emit a crimson glow, their bodies gradually increasing in size. They were evolving. Lin Yu watched helplessly as the black insects mercilessly devoured the corpses on the ground. They had evidently been lurking within the dark woods all along. Upon the demise of the grotesque figure, the black insects sensed no further threat. They surged forth, consuming the remains with ravenous intensity. After slaying the grotesque figure, Lin Yu dismembered the bodies, intending to prevent their transformation into reanimated corpses. However, it soon became apparent that his efforts were in vain. The black insects had eagerly awaited the opportunity to feast, entirely depriving the bodies of any chance to change. Turning away, Lin Yu retrieved some burning logs from the fireplace and placed them at the entrance. As the black insects approached, they hesitated momentarily upon sighting the bonfire at the stone house's threshold. In an instant, a tide of black insects surged towards the stone structure. Observing this, Lin Yu swiftly extracted a luminous stone from his pocket. The white luminous stone radiated waves of energy amidst the darkness. The black insects, upon perceiving this, recoiled and diverted away from the entrance of the stone house. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu felt his chest heaving. The energy of the azure luminous stone had nearly been depleted. It had proven largely ineffective against the grotesque figure. Conversely, the white luminous stone had demonstrated remarkable efficacy, successfully vanquishing the grotesque being. Now, only a single white luminous stone remained in Lin Yu's possession, to avert any unforeseen incidents later in the night. He placed the white luminous stone at the entrance and retreated into the room. The intermediate wooden door on the ground was utterly ruined, with a significant dent in the center. The iron plate lay exposed, surrounded by splintered wood. The steel nails in the door frame jutted out at odd angles. Lin Yu lifted the heavy wooden door from the ground and placed it at the entrance. Although the intermediate wooden door was damaged, it still served a purpose. At least it obscured the view into the stone house from the outside. After completing this task, Lin Yu felt utterly exhausted. The grotesque skin creatures had nearly reached their evolutionary peak, and he had dispatched 7 of them in a single encounter. Moreover, these creatures were amalgamations, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. The intermediate wooden door could not withstand the assault of these composite beings. Lin Yu settled by the campfire, his gaze penetrating as he stared at the entrance. An hour earlier, his 5th attribute had been successfully enhanced, but at that moment, he had been too pressed for time to check. Now that he finally had a moment to breathe, Lin Yu focused his thoughts, and a prompt appeared in his vision. Endurance enhancement completed. Basic attribute enhancement completed. Would you like to enhance your attribute talent? Attribute talent? This was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a prompt regarding attribute talents. If you continue to enhance the 5 attributes, you will acquire a special talent. Attributes that deviate from the norm are referred to as talents. These are attributes that are exceedingly difficult for others to obtain, and you will gain unique skills in relation to your talent. So that was it. After the basic attributes were enhanced, further enhancement would lead to talent attributes. The so-called innate attributes represent a further enhancement of the fundamental attributes, coupled with the acquisition of exclusive skills. Given that they are innate, it follows that they are unique to me, a privilege that no one else can enjoy. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind awash with numerous terms. The forthcoming enhancement will transcend mere augmentation. It will be skill-based. Comprehending this, Lin Yu declared, enhance the strength attribute. Do you wish to enhance strength, thereby acquiring an innate attribute? Enhancement duration, 21 hours, 03 minutes. Yes, Lin Yu affirmed without hesitation. At this juncture, Lin Yu's strength remained somewhat deficient, making close-quarters combat with aberrant creatures unavoidable. Among the 5 fundamental attributes, strength occupies a paramount position. Furthermore, should Lin Yu intend to venture into other cities in search of resources, strength would become all the more crucial. Moreover, Lin Yu is a survivor who wields an axe. Without strength, all else is futile. Having confirmed the enhancement of strength, Lin Yu took a brief respite on the ground. Lin Yu observed that his stamina recuperated swiftly. In a mere matter of minutes, his body had returned to its peak condition. This was largely attributable to Lin Yu's recent enhancement of endurance. Those with superior endurance, whether in terms of expenditure or recovery, are considerably faster than ordinary individuals. None of the 5 fundamental attributes are devoid of utility. It merely hinges on how Lin Yu capitalizes on them. No further aberrant creatures materialized outside the door. Upon sighting the white radiant stone at the entrance, the black insects dared not approach, vanishing without a trace. The luminous white gem is capable of vanquishing even the elusive skinwalker, let alone the lowly aberrant creatures known as black insects. The latter part of the night passed uneventfully, with no further disturbances, and the skinwalker did not trouble Lin Yu. Lin Yu was left wondering if all the skinwalkers had been eradicated. As dawn broke, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and rose to the wooden door. The door was nearly inoperative, yet with some repairs, it could still serve a purpose. Lin Yu, intent on enhancing his strength, did not prioritize reinforcing the intermediate wooden door. He fetched a hammer from his room, removed the door, and dragged it into the courtyard to begin his work. The sound of clanging echoed throughout the courtyard as Lin Yu meticulously restored the door to its former shape, followed by repositioning the screws. After several hours of diligent effort, the intermediate wooden door was once again functional. Lin Yu was well aware that the door's defensive capabilities had been significantly diminished should 7 skinwalkers return. The door would surely be rendered useless. However, with his newfound ability to carve luminous white gems, he felt a sense of assurance. 5 luminous white gems were ample to dispatch such foes, and he had 1 remaining. He resolved to carve more gems, ensuring he would be well prepared. As the first light of dawn began to break, the sound of clattering filled the stone house. The carving knife slowly etched intricate, winding luminous runes into the pebbles. At that moment, Lin Yu was wholly absorbed in the creation of even more potent luminous gems. Chapter 66. You have finally arrived 2 hours later. Lin Yu had meticulously carved 3 white-grade radiant stones. Having accomplished the majority of his task for the day, he planned to continue his work on the radiant stones in the afternoon. With his current mental prowess, he could produce no more than 5 white-grade radiant stones in a single day. Nevertheless, he stood as the most exceptional artisan in the entire town, as no one had yet managed to carve 5 white-grade radiant stones in a single day. Although the distinction between white-grade and blue-grade radiant stones was merely 1 tier, the disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. One could not even dispel a mere phantom, while the other could inflict harm upon it. Furthermore, the ability to hurl multiple white radiant stones in one throw could yield a devastatingly lethal effect. This revelation spurred the townsfolk to labor even more fervently in the crafting of white-grade radiant stones. After completing his carving tasks, Lin Yu had another, even more significant mission for the day. He stepped out of his room and inhaled the crisp, invigorating air. The interior was warm, but outside, the chill was palpable. The cold wind tousled Lin Yu's dark hair, inadvertently bestowing upon him an air of rugged sophistication, akin to a cinematic hero who had weathered the storms of life in solitude. Draped in a black trench coat, Lin Yu did not carry a firearm, for his gun was devoid of ammunition. Possessing it served little purpose. He felt no need to threaten others with a weapon. The ice-blue battle axe in his grasp was sufficient to convey his intent to the other survivors. Though the young man appeared youthful, his dark eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. A fierce light emanated from his gaze, instilling an instinctive wariness in those who dared to meet it. He was a true force to be reckoned with, having been tempered in the crucible of the apocalypse. Few have perished at the hands of Lin Yu, yet numerous aberrations have met their demise. This fleeting glimpse of lethal intent, unconsciously revealed, can only be possessed by one who slays extraordinary beings. Lin Yu arrived at the doorstep of Zhang Zhihui, who had just emerged from the woods, dragging a hefty bundle of wood behind him. His body was damp, and his robust physique was unmistakable. "Zhang Zhihui," Lin Yu called out. Zhang Zhihui immediately turned around. Upon seeing Lin Yu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, swiftly followed by a smile. An aura emanated from Lin Yu that caused Zhang Zhihui's heart to race. For reasons unknown, in merely a few days, the youth before him had transformed into a far more formidable presence, his brow now etched with an air of ferocity. "Have you eaten?" Zhang Zhihui asked with a grin. Lin Yu nodded, responding, "The skinwalker is rather terrifying." Their exchanges, though seemingly disconnected, hinted that Zhang Zhihui was likely on the verge of triggering the lethal rules associated with the skinwalker. "Lin Yu, as long as you are unscathed, that's what matters." Zhang Zhihui's smile deepened, and he sincerely remarked, "Damn, I was nearly frightened to death last night. The skinwalker came after me, but I managed to hold my ground. Indeed, the skinwalker sought me out as well last night, but I ended its life." "You successfully killed a skinwalker?" Zhang Zhihui gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Aware that Lin Yu was not jesting, he was undoubtedly speaking with utmost sincerity. "Indeed, to be candid, it is rather terrifying. I must express my gratitude for the luminous white-level radiance rune you bestowed upon me. Without it, I would be at a loss." Lin Yu refrained from mentioning that he had vanquished a total of 7 skin shifters. Sometimes, concealing one's strength is the key to a decisive counterattack, and one must not reveal their trump cards prematurely. Zhang Zhihui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Many possess it. After all, Yinda has made it public. However, the true measure of strength lies in your ability to carve it. Just yesterday, I expended a white-level radiant stone. Fortunate that the skin shifters did not linger for long." He gestured toward his wooden door, which bore numerous fresh claw marks. Unlike Lin Yu's door, this one appeared exceedingly robust, and indeed, it was. Zhang Zhihui had fused 2 wooden doors together, affixing numerous barbed iron nails, rendering it exceedingly difficult for aberrant beings to breach. Lin Yu glanced at it, appreciating Zhang Zhihui's ingenuity, contemplating a similar approach in the future. Zhang Zhihui dragged a piece of wood to the side of the stone house, paused to catch his breath, and inquired, "What brings you here, Lin Yu? Are you planning to venture to other cities in search of supplies?" Lin Yu replied, "Not at this moment, though we shall certainly do so in the future. I have come to discuss the complete eradication of the skin shifters." "Complete eradication?" Zhang Zhihui frowned, perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yu explained, "The methods employed by the skin shifters to kill are exceedingly bizarre. Just yesterday, I encountered more than one. There are countless more. Where do you suppose they originate?" A shadow fell across Zhang Zhihui's expression, and he murmured, "The other survivors." Indeed, the eerie skinwalkers not only possess the ability to haunt individuals but also to transmit their affliction, posing a grave threat. My intuition suggests that other skinwalkers may lurk within this town. During daylight, their terror diminishes, and I intend to seek them out and eradicate them, even those in the nascent stages of infection. Your proposition resonates with me, and I share your resolve. However, are we to undertake this endeavor alone? Furthermore, shall we seek out every inhabitant?" Lin Yu stated, "Let Yinda reconvene the survivors once more. Those who fail to attend, I shall seek out individually. What if they refuse to open their doors?" Lin Yu brandished the battle axe in his grasp, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and said, I possess my methods. Yenda shall concur. We cannot permit the skinwalkers to persist in our town. Very well, I shall accompany you. I shall retrieve my firearm. Excellent. Lin Yu tarried at the entrance for a brief interval. Zhang Zhihui's stone dwelling surpassed Lin Yu's in size and appeared remarkably sturdy. The crevices in its stone walls meticulously filled. Zhang Zhihui was a seasoned survivor. Soon, Zhang Zhihui emerged, bearing a shotgun and with ammunition strapped to his waist, indicating his readiness for lethal action. After locating Zhang Zhihui, Lin Yu sought out Mei Sha, who assented to Lin Yu's plan without hesitation. She had been fortunate the previous night, eluding the skinwalkers. However, unless the skinwalkers were completely exterminated, no one could guarantee perpetual good fortune. The trio proceeded along the path, Zhang Zhihui vigilantly surveying the surroundings, while Mei Sha clutched a keen-edged scythe. Before them, Lin Yu wielded a battle axe, and the trio formed a combat unit. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu arrived at Yin Da's stone house. The number of patrons today was sparse. Most likely, they were at home carving white-grade radiant stones. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an individual's mental energy is finite. Once one surpasses their limits, they can no longer continue carving. The act of sculpting radiant stones depletes mental energy, which can only be replenished over time. There exists no other remedy. Upon reaching the stone house, Lin Yu seemed to have caught Yin Da's attention. As the heavy wooden door creaked open, a weathered visage appeared as Yin Da stood at the threshold, his gaze dark and brooding upon Lin Yu. You have finally arrived. Chapter 67. He feared Lin Yu observed Yin Da, who appeared unwell, his complexion ashen and lacking vitality. Have you eaten? Lin Yu inquired, his question seemingly irrelevant. Yin Da replied, No need for tests. The trickster came to me first yesterday. This matter is exceedingly troublesome. I expended a dozen radiant stones, yet it ultimately departed. I know it has sought you out. How do you know this? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, suspicion beginning to creep into his mind. Yin Da responded, I have my methods. Being a courier is no easy task. Countless souls have perished due to ignorance. Enough of this idle chatter. What brings you to me? Yin Da maintained his unwavering gaze, fixated on Lin Yu. Assist me, and in turn, you shall assist yourself. Gather everyone here, as we did yesterday. Those who do not come may fall victim to the shapeshifters. I intend to eradicate them, Lin Yu stated with remarkable composure. Humph, you possess quite the audacity. Yin Da retorted with a cold chuckle. Do you possess a better solution? Lin Yu inquired. Yin Da shook his head. No, but the shapeshifters are not so easily dispatched. Do you believe that simply discovering them equates to defeating them? This is not your concern. You merely need to focus on your own duties. You scoundrel. Yin Da scoffed, choosing not to argue further. He understood the difficulty Lin Yu faced in surviving, particularly after the harrowing events of the previous night. When Yin Da witnessed it, he could scarcely believe the extent of Lin Yu's terror. As a mutant, he too would not dare confront the shapeshifters head-on, especially not 7 of them. Suppressing his astonishment, Yin Da regarded Lin Yu. I can assist you, but you must also lend me a favor in return. Absolutely not, Lin Yu replied decisively. What do you mean by that? Behind Lin Yu, Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha furrowed their brows. Yin Da was notoriously known for his penchant for exploiting others. No one ever emerged from his dealings unscathed. Even if Lin Yu aimed to eliminate the shapeshifters, Yin Da sought to gain from the endeavor. There's nothing to discuss. The answer is simply no. Yin Da laughed bitterly. Then there is no prospect of you seeking my assistance. I am merely requesting a small favor from you. To say no is to mean no. If you refuse to comply with my request, I shall no longer concern myself with this place. Zhang Zhihui, Misha, let us depart from here today and leave them to their fate. With that, Lin Yu turned on his heel, exuding an air of ruthless indifference. Yin Da gazed at Lin Yu's departing figure, urgency gripping him. He hastily exclaimed, Very well, very well. If you won't assist me, I shall manage on my own. The people here cannot perish. Damn it, I am the postman here. If they all die, how shall I report back? Lin Yu glanced back and replied, As long as you comprehend. Yin Da's expression darkened further with anger, and after a prolonged silence, he said, In truth, there is no need to summon everyone. I know who the suspicious ones are. However, I cannot accompany you, as I have sustained some injuries. Rolling up his sleeve, he revealed a deep gash on his arm. He had bandaged it with gauze and iodine, yet fresh blood continued to seep through, evidently a result of the previous day's encounter. Upon seeing Yin Da's arm, Zhang Zhihui and Misha instinctively recoiled. Misha shouted, Lin Yu, be cautious. Yinda cast a disdainful glance at the two, murmuring to himself, "It is the phantom. Yesterday, not only did the skinwalker trouble me, but the phantom also came and inflicted this wound." Only then did Zhang Zhihui and Misha breathe a sigh of relief, realizing it was not the contagious skinwalker. A trace of mockery flickered in Misha's eyes. "Yinda, you two have met your match," seemingly oblivious to her words. Yinda replied, "The phantom has also evolved, becoming significantly more formidable than before. I was careless." Lin Yu inquired, "How did you identify the suspicious individuals?" Yinda replied, "Why are you so full of questions? If I were uncertain, I wouldn't act." Lin Yu responded coldly. Yinda let out a sigh, his expression one of resignation. "I possess a special whistle, distributed to me by the post office, which only I am permitted to use. At night, this whistle can detect anomalous beings in the vicinity, allowing me to ascertain their locations." The whistle? Lin Yu looked at Yinda in confusion, as this was his first encounter with such a reconnaissance tool. Yinda, eyeing Lin Yu warily, cautioned, "Don't get any ideas. The whistle bears exclusive runes from the post office. It is solely for my use, and you cannot operate it. Furthermore, being an inanimate object, it is not susceptible to the anomalies." "Ah, I see." Lin Yu nodded. "Who do you consider to be the suspicious individuals?" Yinda replied, "There's Sister Lai from the east, and her neighbor, Meng Fei. These two are quite dubious. There are no others." "Just those two? Are you certain?" Lin Yu found it hard to believe that there were only two suspicious individuals in the entire town. Wasn't that rather few? Yinda regarded Lin Yu with a sly glimmer in his eyes. "You ask me? Aren't you aware? So many skinwalkers sought you out yesterday. I found it quite strange. What past grievances do you share with them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was disinclined to explain to Yinda about the previous night spent gaming with the skinwalkers. Their thirst for revenge was second only to that of the ghostly figures. Having failed to assassinate Lin Yu and instead being led around like a mule for an entire night, he naturally harbored resentment. Lin Yu taunted, "The skinwalker should hate you the most. After all, Lily was the first one you killed." Upon hearing this, Yinda was visibly disturbed. His brow furrowed, and he gritted his teeth, protesting, "I didn't do it on purpose, really. It's not my fault. Whether it's your fault or not, you're the one who caused Lily's death. Are you really that oblivious?" Lin Yu cautioned, "Remember, I'm still the postman here." Yinda trembled with rage. "Yes, the postman who's destined to die sooner or later. You." Although Yinda was seething, he didn't dare to attack Lin Yu. The information Iron Whistle had provided last night indicated that Lin Yu had successfully killed 7 skinwalkers. Lin Yu's combat prowess was nearly on par with an investigator. Without understanding Lin Yu's full capabilities, Yinda hesitated to act rashly. "Fine, I'm going to find them. That's all. Your information is accurate, right?" Yinda huffed, "Rest assured. If there's a mistake, I'll offer my head as compensation." "How generous of you." On the way, Zhang Zhihui, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Lin Yu and whispered, "Lin Yu, Yinda was acting strangely today. He's not usually like that." Lin Yu nodded. "Didn't you hear it too?" In Yinda's hand was an iron whistle distributed by the post office, which granted him the ability to perceive nearby anomalous creatures. Last night, Yinda must have witnessed something unusual. What was it? A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Upon seeing me eliminate the bizarre creature, he appeared apprehensive. Chapter 068. Their flesh is insufficient. The sky grew increasingly clear. A vast expanse devoid of clouds, resembling a colossal mirror. The temperature remained frigid, and the cold wind continued to wail. Within the shadowy forest, Lin Yu, Mei Sha, and Zhang Zhihui traversed a winding path. "Do you know the whereabouts of Sister Lai and Meng Fei?" Lin Yu's voice suddenly echoed. Mei Sha responded quickly, "I am aware. Many have sought my medical assistance here, and they have mentioned their locations to me. Sister Lai resides at the eastern edge of the town, and Meng Fei lives not far from her. Their relationship is quite close." After Mei Sha spoke, she cast a glance at Zhang Zhihui beside her, holding a shotgun. Zhang Zhihui nodded, displaying a semblance of understanding. "They are lovers, I suppose, but not in a conventional sense," he remarked. "What does that imply? Are lovers not expected to be exclusive?" Lin Yu inquired, gripping his battle axe and turning to question him. Zhang Zhihui chuckled softly. "Sister Lai has considerable demands, and Meng Fei cannot fulfill them. Mei Sha, you may have forgotten that Meng Fei was injured previously. He is now akin to a castrated rooster." Mei Sha's face flushed crimson as she responded, "Why are you telling me this? I am not privy to such matters." Lin Yu inquired, "Indeed, what purpose does this serve? What relation do castrated roosters have with us? We merely need to ascertain whether he is transformed into a sly fox." Zhang Zhihui sighed. "In other words, It was from that moment onwards that Meng Fei began to exhibit somewhat aberrant behavior. I fear that when you witness what you do not wish to see, it may prove troublesome. If it becomes too much to bear, I can handle Meng Fei. You can seek out Sister Lai. Lin Yu promptly objected. We must act in unison. We cannot separate. I have no desire to be the one to take your lives. Zhang Zhiwei nodded. I merely offer a word of caution. We certainly must remain together. How much longer until we arrive? Mei Sha gestured towards a modest hillock ahead. We shall reach our destination shortly, after we traverse this mound. Lin Yu observed the low mountain before him, noting the absence of a path. They would have to climb over it. Their choice to settle in such a locale was deliberate, a calculated decision to distance themselves from the town, believing that a sparsely populated area would afford them greater safety. Yet, this assumption was flawed. Phantoms did not limit themselves to populous places. Wherever there were humans, the specter would inevitably appear. It was merely a matter of time. Though the town's population was scant, it was widely dispersed. Lin Yu had already established residence quite far from the center, at the edge of the town. However, in comparison, his stone dwelling could still be considered central. Upon scaling the hill, as the path ahead revealed itself, Lin Yu caught sight of several stone houses not far away. Scattered about were approximately 7 or 8 households. Upon closer inspection, he realized that some of these stone houses stood abandoned, their wooden doors shattered, revealing the darkness within. Either they departed before the arrival of the anomaly, or they perished at the hands of the specter. Standing atop the summit of the mine, Lin Yu effortlessly pinpointed the stone dwellings of Sister Lai and Meng Fei. The 2 stone houses were in close proximity, both securely locked. A profusion of weeds adorned the entrance, and a pile of firewood lay nearby for warmth. The 3 soon arrived at the threshold of Sister Lai's residence. They exchanged silent glances, and at that moment, Misha spoke. Allow me, for I am acquainted with Sister Lai. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. As Misha approached the door of the stone house, instead of knocking, she called out, Sister Lai, it's me. I have something to discuss. Please open the door. No response emanated from within. It seemed she was not home. Misha waited for several seconds and shouted a few more times, yet still, there was no reply. At this juncture, unable to contain herself, Misha stepped closer, intending to knock. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the wooden door, revealing a hunting revolver poised within the crevice. The silvery muzzle was aimed squarely at Misha's head. Though merely a hunting pistol, its large caliber rendered it reminiscent of a miniature shotgun. Misha hastily raised her hands, a strained smile gracing her face. Sister Lai, it's me. I merely came to check on you. Lin Yu fixated on the door's opening, where he discerned a pair of frigid eyes. In the darkness of the stone house, the eyes glimmered with a feral light. The shadows at the corners of the eyes were laden with numerous wrinkles, indicating that Sister Lai was of considerable age. Misha, what brings you here? And what is the meaning of these 2? Sister Lai demanded sharply. Step back. Lin Yu and Zhang Zhihui hastily retreated, both of them appearing ill-suited for casual conversation. Zhang Zhihui clutched a shotgun in his hand, and coupled with his beard-laden visage, he exuded an aura of danger. Beside him, Lin Yu wielded a battle axe, its blade gleaming like a mirror, radiating a chilling brilliance. This austere appearance, combined with the formidable weapon, evoked thoughts of terror. In the small town, few dared to wield an axe. Sister Lai's gaze lingered longest on Lin Yu, for he was the most inscrutable to her. Draped in an oversized black trench coat, he radiated an enigmatic mystique. It seems you are no longer a skinwalker. We can seek Meng Fei now, Lin Yu stated. Skinwalker? Sister Lai exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Are you searching for skinwalkers? Lin Yu nodded, affirming, indeed, if we do not eradicate all skinwalkers now, they will re-emerge at night. And all inhabitants of the town, including you, will perish. Ah, I understand. I too am in pursuit of skinwalkers. Lowering the hunting pistol from the door's crack, Sister Lai opened the heavy wooden door with a creak. The sound echoed as the door, significantly reinforced, revealed a petite middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 40. Her hair was voluminous, resembling a round ball, and she donned a tattered tracksuit. In her grasp was a professional-grade hunting pistol. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her single-fold eyelids sparkled with keen intelligence. My home is in utter disarray. Let's discuss this at the entrance. How did you know that the faceless man came to capture me yesterday? Sister Lai leaned against the door frame, her curiosity evident. It was Yinda who informed me. He mentioned that the faceless man visited your place last night and might have attacked you. A trace of disdain crossed Sister Lai's face. That scoundrel Yinda. He's once again eavesdropping on others. Indeed, you are correct. The faceless man did come by yesterday. Sister Lai gestured towards the stone house not far away. First, he killed old Zhou, and then he came looking for trouble with me. The group's gaze flickered towards the stone house. The wooden door stood intact, but ajar, revealing an empty interior. Sister Lai remarked, "Old Zhou was a fool. The faceless man must have utilized my voice, which is why he believed it was me. At that time, it was still light, and he opened the door." "You opened the door just by using your voice?" Zhang Zhihui furrowed his brow, questioning the possibility of such a foolish survivor. Sister Lai scoffed, "I had only slept with old Zhou in the afternoon. Besides, it was still light out." Old Zhou walked out with his pants in his hands. "Do you think he survived?" Lin Yu frowned and inquired, "Aside from old Zhou, you, and Meng Fei, are there any other suspicious individuals here?" Sister Lai glanced at Lin Yu, her eyes revealing a captivating allure, as if contemplating how to torment him later. Meng Fei was possessed by the faceless man, but he is already dead. Dead? Sister Lai nodded and said, "Indeed, but it was not I who committed the act. By the time darkness fell, it was far too perilous for me to venture outside. It was the specter that took the life." "The specter killed a skinwalker?" Lin Yu's expression darkened. Sister Lai shook her head. "It seems incredulous, does it not? They have begun to turn upon one another. It appears the flesh has become scarce." Her implication was clear. The human population in the town was dwindling. The specter had commenced slaying its own kind, seeking to acquire more energy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhihui and Mei Sha's expressions grew tense. This was not a harbinger of good fortune. The mutual slaughter among anomalous beings would not result in their diminishment. Rather, it would give rise to even more terrifying entities. Chapter 069. The soul form of radiance. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In his recollection, he had witnessed a specter devour another injured specter. If they could consume their own kin, why should they not prey upon other anomalous beings? This was not an unprecedented occurrence. Sister Lai, does that mean there are no other skinwalkers remaining? Are you suggesting that the last skinwalker was consumed by the specter? After speaking, Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Sister Lai, who returned his look with a hint of sorrow upon her visage. "How can I ascertain such matters? I myself am uncertain how many skinwalkers exist here. I saw more than one just yesterday. It was Yenda who instructed you to seek me out. He suspected I might have transformed into a skinwalker. Have you not considered that? Was Yenda's intention deliberate? He had always held me in disdain. A sentiment I reciprocated for that cur. If it's absent here, it's likely non-existent," Lin Yu surmised. "What grounds do you have for such certainty? Are you not concerned they might be concealed? This is the apocalypse. After all, anything is plausible." "Indeed, you speak truly." Lin Yu ceased his discourse with Lai Jia, her gaze evoking a ravenous hunger that he found repulsive. "Let us depart, then." Lin Yu turned towards Zhang Zhihui and Misha, the investigation having reached its conclusion, rendering further delay superfluous. Lin Yu's wooden door remained unrepaired. He felt impelled to hasten home and mend it. As the trio was on the cusp of departure, Lai Jia interjected, "I implore you to evacuate this place with haste. It is becoming increasingly perilous. Yenda is no paragon of virtue either. He has already undergone mutation. Are you cognizant of the mutants that have emerged in Zhao City?" "What is it?" Lai Jia sighed, lamenting, "The individual combat prowess of mutants is formidable. Certain powerful mutants can even withstand bullets. They can engage in direct melee combat with anomalous entities, but..." Lai Jia tapped her temple with a fingertip and continued. "Due to excessive pharmaceutical usage, coupled with the mental strain of confronting anomalous entities, many mutants have descended into madness, utter, unmitigated madness, rendering them even more terrifying than the anomalous entities themselves. I fear Yenda may one day succumb to such madness. Hence, I urge you to leave this place expeditiously." "How did you come to acquire this knowledge?" Lin Yu inquired inquisitively. Sister Lai remarked, "I have encountered and experienced this, which nearly cost me my life at the hands of a mutant." She lifted the hunting pistol in her hand and waved it in front of Lin Yu. "I was part of the shooting team and participated in several wars, naturally privy to the underlying truths. I do not assert that all mutants are problematic, but when you discover a mutant poses a threat, it is often too late to escape. Thank you for the information." Sister Lai cast a glance at Lin Yu, who appeared disinclined to leave. Despite her extensive discourse, he remained unmoved. Observing this, Sister Lai chose not to prolong the conversation. She stepped into the room and, with a decisive slam, shut the wooden door behind her. Lin Yu, Mei Sha, and Zhang Zhihui walked home in silence. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. as Yinda could potentially become another crisis for the town. Sister Lai's words held merit. Humanity, when faced with an overwhelming number of anomalous beings, risks descending into madness. Who can guarantee that one will not succumb to insanity in an apocalyptic world? It is a terrifying realm, one that indirectly threatens the existence of all who are deemed normal. Those who survive are invariably resolute, possessing an extraordinary spirit. As they neared home, Meisha suddenly grasped Lin Yu's arm. She looked intently at him, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu, I intend to leave. I shall depart tomorrow morning. Are you truly not considering leaving this place? Sister Lai's assessment was indeed accurate. Just as I imagined, the danger here is escalating. Even if the tricksters were to vanish, could we not expect the emergence of new ones? The enigmatic beings are virtually indestructible. They once laid waste to an entire city, leaving countless souls in their wake. Lin Yu felt a stir of emotion as he patted Misha on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. I understand now. Thank you. Please head towards the fortress. If I decide to go, you shall be the first I seek out. Rest assured, I will not arrive bearing any affliction. Upon hearing this, Misha let out a soft chuckle, tears glistening in her eyes. All right, she replied, nodding vigorously before enveloping Lin Yu in an embrace. Her toes lifting off the ground as her chin rested on his shoulder, her delicate visage tilted upwards, her lips parting slightly. I shall wait for you. Once Lin Yu returned home, it was already midday. Famished, he seized some bread and jerky to satiate his hunger. His innate attributes had yet to be fully enhanced, likely requiring until the morrow. Currently, Lin Yu faced a pressing dilemma concerning the wooden door. Having chosen to bolster his innate attributes, he had not immediately upgraded the intermediate wooden door. Though it remained functional, its defensive capabilities had diminished to a mere 20 of their former strength. He resorted to an old trick, propping the intermediate wooden door with stakes from the ground. Additionally, he reinforced the nails beside the door and filled the gaps with mud and gravel. In the afternoon, Lin Yu continued to carve radiant stones. Having already sculpted 3 stones in the morning, combined with 1 from the previous day, he now possessed 4 radiant stones in total. His daily limit was 5 white-grade radiant stones, and within less than an hour, he completed the carving of the 2 stones. In the afternoon, Lin Yu stretched lazily, his 5 fingers coated in a fine white powder, grasping a carving knife in his hand. On the table lay 2 radiant white luminescent stones, both emanating a soothing white glow. The gentle light illuminated the wooden surface, revealing the intricate, aged patterns. Lin Yu closed his eyes for a few moments of respite before lowering his gaze to the luminescent stones. He reached out to grasp one, his fingertips gliding over its uneven, rune-etched surface, feeling a mysterious energy coursing through it. The white luminescent runes differed from their blue counterparts. They too could not be enhanced. After his initial attempt to strengthen the wooden door, Lin Yu had contemplated enhancing the luminescent stones as well, but the system had not yielded any results for enhancement. Everything in the room was subject to enhancement, including Lin Yu's own body, yet the luminescent stones stood apart. All items possessed the potential for advancement, except for the luminescent stones, which remained unique. The blue luminescent rune represented its ultimate form, just as the white luminescent rune did, although they shared the same name. Their structures and the energies they manifested were wholly distinct. Lin Yu murmured, if I cannot enhance the luminescent stones, does that imply they are not of this world? Or is there a restriction on the evolution of runes? Yet, Red Rock Fortress is able to disclose the patterns and levels of luminescent runes. What exactly are they doing? And how can they research such runes that counteract aberrant creatures? This world seemed far more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. Lin Yu gazed intently at the white luminescent rune in his hand. This imparted upon him a sensation akin to gazing into the abyss, and the abyss was, in turn, gazing back at him. Chapter 070. Constructing the basement. As the day gradually descended into twilight, the waning sunlight cast a golden hue across the land, filtering through the crevices beside the wooden door like straight beams of light, swords striking the earth. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock. With less than 30 minutes until nightfall, he rose from the wooden chair. After enhancing his 5 fundamental attributes, Lin Yu experienced a reduction in bodily fatigue, while his recovery rate had markedly improved. His mental fortitude had also been significantly bolstered, with the consumption induced by the 5 white-grade radiant stones now negligible. At present, Lin Yu remained vibrant and full of life. He approached the water tank and observed that the stored water was dwindling. It could last no more than 2 days. He would need to venture out for water at dawn. Previously, there had been a well in the town, but an unfortunate incident had occurred. One day, a survivor descended into the well to fetch water when a lurking specter suddenly emerged and seized him, pulling him into the depths. Since that day, no one dared approach the well again. Not only was there the possibility of hidden apparitions within, but also a body that had never been retrieved. Subsequently, the well was sealed, and townsfolk were compelled to travel farther for water, primarily relying on nearby ponds or waiting for rain to fill their water tanks. The water from the ponds was also perilous. Consuming it could lead to severe gastrointestinal distress, with some suffering from violent vomiting and diarrhea. The water here had a pronounced rust-like flavor and could only be safely consumed after boiling. These conclusions were drawn by Lin Yu, with some insights gleaned from the experiences of others. They are not mistaken. The water here is indeed unsafe. Fortunately, Lin Yu now possesses a pristine water filtration system, which directly addresses the issue of clean water. The pungent taste of rust has vanished, and according to the specifications of the filtration system, it can sustain Lin Yu's consumption for several years, as the filter cartridges are remarkably durable. Some have attempted to drill wells in their own homes, a task fraught with complications. It not only demands considerable physical exertion, but also does not guarantee the presence of water underground. Moreover, how to manage the water once it is obtained poses another challenge. Nevertheless, Lin Yu believes that these concerns are secondary. The crux of the matter lies in the saying, "One monk drinks water, but 3 monks go thirsty." If one individual successfully drills a well, it is inevitable that other survivors will come to draw water upon learning of it. Over time, this well may transform into a shared resource, potentially sparking violent confrontations. If the well driller cannot safeguard their source, they risk being usurped, becoming a lamb to the slaughter, for indeed, the innocent often suffer when they possess something coveted. Thus, drilling a well is both a thankless endeavor and a potential source of peril. Without sufficient strength, one cannot relish the fruits of victory. Lin Yu understands this truth, as do the other survivors. Consequently, there are only 2 wells in the town, one containing a corpse and the other located at Yenda's place. Most individuals opt to fetch water or wait for rainy days to collect it. At this stage, Lin Yu has no intention of digging a well. He lacks the necessary tools and is uncertain whether his home is suitable for such an endeavor. For now, he must resort to fetching water from outside. Today, time is insufficient, and Lin Yu decides against venturing out, as the water in his tank can sustain him for another 2 days. There is no urgency. He kindles a fire, and the temperature, which had recently dropped, begins to rise gradually, enveloped by the comforting warmth emanating from the hearth. He places the iron kettle on the iron plate beside the fireplace, waiting for the water to boil. Beneath Lin Yu's bed lies a modest cave, so constricted that it can only accommodate a person crouching, rendering it impossible to lie flat. This was previously excavated by Lin Yu, intended to provide concealment should a shadowy figure attempt to breach his sanctuary. However, it has become increasingly difficult for such entities to invade. Of course, tonight may be an exception, considering the considerable damage inflicted upon the intermediate wooden door. Nevertheless, Lin Yu does not harbor significant concerns about an attack this evening. He possesses 6 white-grade radiant stones, potent enough to vanquish any shadow that dares intrude upon his stone abode. A hiss escapes as steam rises from the kettle. Lin Yu lifts it and pours a bit of water into his teacup. Once the water reaches a pleasant warmth, he takes several satisfying sips to quench his thirst. At this moment, he resolves to transform the cave beneath him into a true underground chamber. The task at hand is not particularly complex. A vision has already formed in his mind. Lin Yu aspires to create a genuine basement, and with a stroke of luck, he may even unearth a water source. Should this come to pass, he would possess a personal water storage system within his underground sanctuary. The water storage system is concealed within the basement, ensuring that it remains undetected even if others intrude. Furthermore, the basement can be transformed into a more secure refuge. Should any anomalous entities breach the first line of defense, the basement undoubtedly serves as the second. The construction of the basement is of paramount importance. Lin Yu had previously envisioned it in his mind, yet he had never found the time to actualize his thoughts. Now that he finally possesses the luxury of time, he is resolute in his endeavor to undertake a thorough renovation. With both strength and speed significantly enhanced, it would be a travesty to squander such vitality. Lin Yu made his way to the corner of the stone house. During the encounter with the Chun brothers, he had seized numerous items from their residence, including a shovel among other tools. Though these tools may appear trivial, They prove invaluable in the construction and expansion of a safe haven. Lin Yu shifted his bed aside and approached the entrance to the underground chamber, lifting the makeshift wooden cover with care before peering inside. The first step in creating the basement entails excavating the earth. This labor-intensive task demands considerable physical exertion, yet Lin Yu is brimming with energy. He shed his black coat and the bulletproof vest beneath, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his robust arms, and grasped the shovel firmly, commencing his nocturnal excavation. The dark soil was continually unearthed, revealing an assortment of stones both large and small. Before long, the shovel bore the scars of its toil, marked by pits and grooves. The process of constructing the basement proved to be more intricate than Lin Yu had anticipated. Undeterred, and with stamina unabated, he persevered in his digging. Several hours later, the stone house was filled with an abundance of dark earth. The black soil was interspersed with numerous stones, forming a small mound within the confines of the modest stone cottage, while the damp scent of earth wafted through the air. After several hours of toil, Lin Yu emerged from the subterranean chamber. At this point, he had excavated a square space measuring 4 by 4 meters, though it stood less than 2 meters in height. This clearly fell short of Lin Yu's expectations. The basement need not surpass the size of the stone cottage, but it certainly had to be of a similar scale. Many activities would subsequently take place within the basement, providing greater concealment and security. Chapter 071. Gifted Attributes, the Power of the Crouching Tiger. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 9 hours had elapsed since Lin Yu commenced the construction of the basement. The black soil within the cottage had piled up to the ceiling, leaving only a small area near the fireplace unobstructed. The volume of excavated earth was so excessive that it overflowed from the battered wooden door. Lin Yu pondered whether the abundance of soil had inadvertently sealed the door, dissuading any aberrant creatures outside from attempting entry. With dawn approaching, Lin Yu leaned against the fireplace to rest. Though his physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary individual by several folds, he could not withstand such a formidable workload. After 2.5 hours, he stirred from a hazy slumber, feeling considerably rejuvenated. A glance at the time revealed the first light of day. The abnormal creatures would no longer appear. Grasping a shovel, Lin Yu proceeded to clear the soil before him. He approached the wooden door, pried open the damaged entrance, and began shoveling the earth from the cottage's interior. This task was completed in a mere 2 hours. Once he had finished, he returned to the basement. Upon closer inspection, the basement has begun to take shape. It measures 25 by 25 feet, with the walls adorned with the marks of a shovel, and the ground reflects the same ruggedness. Though it appears uneven, it has shown promising progress. Lin Yu stands with his hands on his hips, noting that the height still falls slightly short, measuring only 2 meters. He stamps his foot on the ground, finding it remarkably firm. The soil here is quite dense, making excavation a laborious task. However, its hardness offers a significant advantage in terms of safety. He plans to clear the area further and excavate the ground to a depth of at least 3 meters, which aligns with his anticipated outcome. Having reached a preliminary completion of the basement work, Lin Yu observes that his shovel has sustained damage, rendering the blade completely unusable. After tidying up the stone house, he glances at the time, realizing that the enhancement of his exclusive talent is nearing completion. He intends to wait until it is finalized. Following this, he will need to enhance the intermediate wooden door, which has been thoroughly destroyed. Even a skilled repairman would find it beyond salvage. And restoration can only be achieved through the system's enhancement. Sitting at the doorway, Lin Yu idly munches on jerky, a porcelain cup beside him exuding wisps of steam from the hot water within. The small courtyard before him is in disarray, while the dark forest in the distance slowly comes into view, the mist receding as dawn approaches. His long, curled eyelashes tremble slightly, and a system notification appears in his distinctly black and white eyes. Talent attribute enhancement completed. Gift attribute, power of the crouching tiger. Level, intermediate, special effect. When you attack, you will gain a boost in strength. After every 3 attacks, you will experience a surge in power, doubling your strength for the next strike. Lin Yu's black pupils narrowed slightly. The power of the crouching tiger is an attribute associated with strength, and in addition to enhancing raw power, it also increases attack potency. This means that after 3 consecutive strikes, one can inflict a significant injury. Lin Yu was uncertain how many punches he could deliver in a minute, but facing an adversary, the ability to trigger a power doubling effect every 3 punches would be a terrifying prospect. If one could unleash 100 punches in a minute, That equates to inflicting grievous injuries 33 times within that time frame. Moreover, Lin Yu noticed changes in his physique. His bones crackled like frying beans, producing a crisp sound. His muscles and meridians had been enhanced, becoming more developed than before, and his overall build appeared more robust. Although he did not resemble the bodybuilders seen on television, Lin Yu's physique was already remarkably impressive. His muscles exuded an overwhelming sense of power, and without his garments, he would evoke an aura of formidable destruction. As Lin Yu clenched his fist, he distinctly felt an increase in strength. A sensation of commanding life and death surged through his palm. With the enhancement of his gifted attribute complete, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the nearby intermediate wooden door. At that moment, a system prompt appeared in his vision. Would you like to repair the intermediate wooden door? Enhancement time, 33 hours and 10 minutes. Repair time, 4 hours. As I had anticipated, if enhancement is possible, then the enhanced items should also be reparable. 33 hours is an excessive duration. I cannot afford to wait. I shall proceed with the repairs first. Confirm the repair of the intermediate wooden door? Confirmed. Repair of the intermediate wooden door has commenced. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The cost of enhancement is prohibitively high, and it is wiser to repair first. The intermediate wooden door suffices for now, as he plans to renovate the basement next. Thus, the enhancement of the door must be postponed. The characters in his pupils faded away, indicating that the system had begun the enhancement process for the intermediate wooden door. No changes are visible at this moment. One must await the completion of the enhancement to see the results. However, this time it is merely a repair, and Lin Yu does not harbor great expectations. Not far away, a figure appeared on the horizon. Lin Yu, resting at the door, observed Misha approaching at a leisurely pace. She carried a large backpack on her back and held a cloth bag in her hand, heading directly towards Lin Yu's residence. Lin Yu, Misha called out cheerfully, waving her hand as she reached the stone house. I have locked the stone house. If you need anything, feel free to take it. I have given you the key. I probably won't be returning, and I don't have much to offer you. Here, take this first aid kit. As she spoke, Misha extended the bag towards Lin Yu, revealing a modest-sized first aid kit. Due to her profession as a doctor, she had stocked up on numerous anti-inflammatory medications, all of which she now bestowed upon Lin Yu. Don't you need these items? After venturing to Citadel 11, will you not still be a physician? Lin Yu glanced at Mesa, who appeared fully prepared for departure. Nay, my credentials suffice. Furthermore, the Citadel possesses medical facilities and pharmaceuticals aplenty. I deem it more prudent to leave these for your benefit. I am grateful. In these twilight days, anti-inflammatory medication is a precious commodity, a single box capable of ransoming a life. Mesa's offering of her own to Lin Yu bespeaks her sincerity. I have naught to bestow upon you in return. The key lies here. Peruse my possessions and avail yourself of whatever you desire. I shall endeavor to do so when time permits. What ails you? Lin Yu queried, observing Mesa, who stared fixedly at him, a delicate mist gathering in her eyes, betraying her reluctance to part ways. Nothing of consequence. Mesa brushed away a tear that escaped her eye. I shall await you at the Citadel. I find myself unable to endure this place any longer. Forgive me. There is no need for apology. You ought to have sought refuge at the Citadel long ago. You are a physician, and the Citadel is better suited to your calling. Indeed, you speak true. Time wanes, and I must hasten on my journey. I shall take my leave forthwith. Upon my arrival at the Citadel, I shall dispatch a letter to you by courier, the postage to be borne by myself. Should you find the time, you may reply in kind. Very well, I understand. Lin Yu offered a gentle wave, a smile gracing his lips. Mesa alone would embark on her solitary pilgrimage across the desolate expanse. No one from the fortress came to receive her. Misha's identity was of little significance to them. After all, she was merely a doctor. Goodbye. Misha waved, casting a lingering glance at Lin Yu before turning away. Chapter 072. The last living skinwalker after Misha departed. Lin Yu turned and entered the stone house. The task of carving the radiant stones had yet to commence, and he needed to find time to complete the remaining engravings. He placed the medicine box that Misha had given him on the table. Upon inspection, the box was modest in size, containing an array of anti-inflammatory medications, roughly a dozen bottles. Most of these medications had been opened, indicating that Misha herself possessed limited supplies. She had generously given Lin Yu what little she had left. Each bottle bore small labels, as Misha, anticipating Lin Yu's unfamiliarity with their effects, had thoughtfully inscribed their uses and dosages. Among the assortment of containers, Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered a few gleaming silver coins. He retrieved them, finding 3 in total, each adorned with the carving of a towering red spire on one side and incomprehensible runes on the other. These were the Red Tower silver coins, the currency commonly used within the fortress, as he had previously heard from Yenda. The Red Rock Fortress operated under the same monetary system. It was said that the material of the Red Tower silver coins was quite unique, making them well-suited for trade. And the likelihood of counterfeiting was nearly non-existent in this apocalyptic era, where few possessed the means to create fake currency. As a universally accepted currency, the Red Tower silver coins could naturally be used to procure anything, including the radiant stones that Lin Yu would carve. Barter is best suited for the wilderness and those in need, while the majority engage in the use of currency. The duration for which these coins have been stored by Misha is unknown, yet they are now entirely bestowed upon Lin Yu, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The value of a single silver coin is approximately equivalent to 4 to 5 azure luminous stones. The worth of 3 silver coins amounts to a staggering 15 luminous stones, a sum that previously represented 5 days of Lin Yu's labor. It is evident that acquiring a single Red Tower silver coin requires an arduous 5 days of toil. Lin Yu carefully tucked away the silver coins and discreetly placed the medicine box in a concealed location. Although Lin Yu and Misha had no debts between them, the possession of 3 silver coins instilled in him a faint sense of indebtedness. If the day ever comes that I visit the fortress, I shall surely repay you. Lin Yu mused silently as he concealed the coins within the lining of his black cloak and approached the wooden table. He retrieved the carving knife and the smooth pebbles from the surface, immersing himself in the meticulous task of sculpting the white luminous stones. Today, Lin Yu resolved to complete the carvings in one vigorous effort, striving to minimize the time required. While he could not increase the quantity of his carvings, a reduction in time was already a commendable achievement. With unwavering focus, Lin Yu's carving speed improved significantly. His gaze was intent, and his hands deft as the knife produced a crisp sound against the pebble. White dust cascaded down as intricate runes gradually emerged upon the stone. Upon completing the final stroke, a radiant white light enveloped the pebble, transforming the ordinary stone into a weapon capable of harming extraordinary beings. Unbeknownst to him, for hours swiftly elapsed, Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He set down the radiant stone in his hand. Today's task had been successfully accomplished. At this moment, Lin Yu possessed 11 white-grade radiant stones, sufficient to contend with any level 3 aberrant creature. Rising to his feet, he felt the intense mental exhaustion manifest as a gnawing hunger, prompting him to seize a cream-filled bread and devour it heartily. His striking black and white eyes turned towards the intermediate wooden door, where he observed cracks appearing gradually, resembling a spider's web. The fissures spread rapidly, and in mere moments, numerous cracks adorned the once pristine door. In the blink of an eye, the damaged wooden door restored itself to its former state. Intermediate wooden door repaired. A notification flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he approached the door. The door, now fully restored, resembled its original form, every surface revitalized. Even the scratches had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the brand-new door before him, Lin Yu felt a sense of liberation. His previous concern that the damaged door might attract other survivors had kept him vigilant. Now he was free from that worry. He placed the meticulously carved white-grade radiant stones into his pocket and retrieved several blue-grade radiant stones. Lin Yu needed to visit the courier. His food supplies were dwindling, and his shovel had also suffered damage. He required additional tools to construct a secure underground shelter. Furthermore, he needed to fetch water, as the supply in the water barrel was running low. The simplicity of interconnected matters took on a cumbersome quality, compelling Lin Yu to proceed with such actions for the sake of his forthcoming life. He exited the stone dwelling, secured the door, and then made his way towards the postman's stone abode. After a span of over 20 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at the postman's residence. Upon casting his gaze towards the stone structure, he noticed 2 unfamiliar figures standing at the entrance. Both were clad in standard uniforms, adorned with black cloaks and equipped with formidable protective armor. Their trousers were tucked into black combat boots, and a dark jeep was parked nearby. The 2 strangers appeared to be engaged in conversation at the door, oblivious to Lin Yu's approach from a distance. Yanda emerged from within, respectfully producing a pack of cigarettes, which he offered to the 2 strangers, lighting them with deference. Their stature seemed notably elevated, as Lin Yu had never witnessed Yanda display such obsequiousness. The 2 began to exhale clouds of smoke. As Lin Yu drew nearer, he discerned that the situation was far more complex than it initially appeared. Due to an obstruction in his line of sight, he had failed to notice the chilling reality. Right beside the wheel of the jeep lay a decaying corpse, grotesquely evident. Strangely, this decomposed body was still exhibiting slight tremors. This was profoundly illogical, as decay signified death, while trembling implied life. Instantly, Lin Yu became wary. There was an abnormal creature at their feet. At that moment, the two individuals also became aware of Lin Yu's presence, and a frigid gaze shot in his direction. This piercing stare lingered on him for a fleeting 2 seconds before returning to its previous indifference, dismissing Lin Yu's approach. Yanda, spotting Lin Yu, furrowed his brow slightly and exclaimed, "What troubles you, Lin Yu?" Lin Yu replied, "I came to purchase some supplies. We are running low at home." Esteemed investigator, this is a survivor from the town who has come to procure some goods. Yanda cast a glance at the two investigators beside him. Their statures were similar, both cloaked in black and adorned with fine soft armor. A postal badge, about the size of a thumb, was emblazoned on their chests, intricately carved with the unique totem of the post office. One of them had his back turned to Lin Yu, seemingly uninterested in him, while the other offered a slight nod. Both appeared relatively young, in their early 30s. One had slick back hair and wore earrings, his gaze icy and his high nose giving him an air of danger. The other wore a mask, with only his eyes visible, currently indulging in a cigarette. These two are investigators from the post office. As I mentioned before, they are here to conduct a work inspection. Lin Yu, what do you wish to purchase? Yendu approached, raising his brows and subtly signaling Lin Yu to be cautious with his words. Food, a awl, and a shovel. Very well, wait here for me. I will gather what you need and later calculate the price. Lin Yu nodded. At that moment, the investigator with earrings had just finished his cigarette and turned his authoritative gaze towards Lin Yu. You have not dealt with the last of the doppelgangers. There remains one. He gestured towards the decaying corpse on the ground, the doppelganger not yet fully deceased, its face twisted in agony as it lay supine. The body was marred with thumb-sized lesions, and what appeared to be a feeble ghostly visage, rather than a heart, was faintly rising and falling in its chest. Chapter 73. The pulsating, ghastly visage, the grotesque entity crafted from human skin, had not yet succumbed to death, but rather, the two investigators present were deliberately prolonging its demise. Observing the wretched creature writhing on the ground, Lin Yu felt a sense of unease wash over him. It was typically the domain of anomalous entities to torment humankind, yet he had never before witnessed humans inflicting such torment upon these beings. What is the purpose of this? Lin Yu inquired, his gaze fixed upon the adjacent investigator, who seemed to anticipate the question. The Citadel is currently offering exorbitant sums for the acquisition of anomalous entities. For a Class 3 anomaly such as this, we proffer a bounty of 20 red tower silver coins per specimen. However, we advise against such endeavors. Eliminating anomalous entities is fraught with peril, and one may easily fall prey to a counterattack. If you intend to sell it, the undertaking becomes even more treacherous. Exorbitant sums? How is this acquisition executed? The investigator fixed his icy gaze upon the writhing entity on the ground. Would you care to observe? I fear the spectacle may be somewhat harrowing. But given the recent emergence of skin-crafted entities within this town, I presume you are no stranger to such sights. I am indeed fearful, quite fearful, and would rather abstain from witnessing such a spectacle. Lin Yu demurred, shaking his head. The investigator, his face concealed behind a black mask, cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yu, sensing something amiss. The youth before him seemed to be feigning timidity. Had he been genuinely terrified, he could not possibly maintain such composure. Fear not. In this world, the audacious ride dragons and command tigers. The greater the peril, the greater the reward. Has it not always been thus? The grotesque visage residing within the body of the enigmatic entity, known as the trickster, possesses a certain degree of research value. The specifics of this value remain somewhat elusive. However, it is acknowledged that its worth is considerable. Should one succeed in vanquishing the trickster and extract the visage intact from its corporeal form, a reward shall be bestowed upon them. It is as straightforward as that. Recently, the Research Institute issued a communique indicating this development. Previously, only the remnants of the phantasmal limbs were acquired, but now, entities of lower than level 5 are deemed valuable, including the trickster. Naturally, should you manage to eliminate an entity classified as level 5 or above, a substantial sum of money awaits you. Lin Yu inquired. What is the monetary value of entities above level 5? The two investigators exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. The price for such entities remains unknown. Thus far, no one has succeeded in retrieving the remains of an entity exceeding level 5. After all, The pollution source functions as a type of virus. Upon the demise of level 5 entities and above, the presence of the pollution source manifests within their bodies. A substance capable of effortlessly extinguishing the lives of ordinary humans, and even those who are mutated. Therefore, it is advisable not to dwell on such curiosities. The act of slaying an anomalous entity and the retrieval of its remains are two distinct concepts, far more complex than one might envision. Observe closely, for I shall demonstrate only once. This trickster is nearing its end. We must extract the visage before it succumbs entirely, lest the corpse lose its value. Rinchi, please assist me. After Zhao Kuo finished speaking, he crouched down, and beside him, Rinchi, wearing a mask, produced a sharp triangular dagger. At this moment, the two appeared to be much more cautious than before. Zhao Kuo took out a pair of black gloves, adorned with radiant runes. He donned the gloves, his gaze sharp as he fixated on the chest of the eerie creature. The ghostly visage flickered in and out of view, causing the corpse's chest to tremble slightly. As if sensing something, the ghostly face struggled with increased intensity. In that moment, Rinchi suddenly lunged the dagger towards the creature's chest. With a soft thud, the triangular dagger pierced through the creature's chest, and Rinchi's movements were swift and exceptionally skilled. With a deft motion, the blade sliced through the chest, instantly creating an irregular wound. The keen edge of the dagger peeled back the skin, revealing the gray, decaying flesh beneath. With a quick flick of the tip, the entire skin was torn away. At that moment, Zhao Kuo acted swiftly. He grasped the ghostly face with both hands. Thanks to the gloves, he was unperturbed by direct contact with the eerie visage. Lin Yu observed Zhao Kuo with utmost seriousness. This was his first encounter witnessing a human extracting the core of an anomalous being. Although it was exceedingly gruesome, it was a rare sight. There was no escape. Zhao Kuo grunted, exerting his strength as he firmly held down the grotesque face. It thrashed about like a fish recently pulled from a pond, flailing wildly. The ghastly visage before Lin Yu was devoid of human skin. The crimson flesh appeared as if scorched, presenting a jagged and grotesque texture. With no lips and a mouth full of sharp teeth, its dentition bore no resemblance to that of a human. Lin Yu observed with keen clarity, noting the dense array of sharp teeth within the creature's mouth, layers upon layers, seemingly unfathomable. The ghastly visage convulsed violently, striving to extricate itself from Zhao Kuo's grasp. Lin Yu was baffled by the creature's immense strength. Zhao Kuo's arms bulged with tension as his palms pressed firmly against the ghastly face. Beside them, Rinchi, with remarkable swiftness, retrieved a silver box. He opened it, and Zhao Kuo seized the ghastly face, slamming it with a resounding thud into the box. Rinchi swiftly closed the box and secured it with a lock. Their collaboration was seamless, revealing a profound proficiency. The box in Rinchi's hands continued to quiver slightly, the ghastly face refusing to submit, yet the lock rendered it powerless to escape. Rinchi cradled the box, no larger than an urn, and placed it into the adjacent jeep. At that moment, Zhao Kuo turned to Lin Yu, a smile gracing his features. Success achieved, 20 silver coins earned. This profit, however, was not easily obtained. Zhao Kuo nodded and remarked, "Indeed, which is why we do not recommend that you undertake such actions. However, should you be able to do so, it would indeed be ideal. Of course, do not overreach if you are unable, for many have perished because of this." The investigator would not lightly speak of the many who had died. Lin Yu sensed that the figure might well be in the thousands. Just then, Yenda emerged from the stone chamber, his arms laden with numerous items, all that Lin Yu had requested. Yenda glanced at the corpse on the ground, the scent of death lingering in the air, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. "Have you retrieved them?" Zhao Kuo replied affirmatively. "Yes, it's all taken care of. Are we not waiting for someone?" Yenda remarked, "We can't wait any longer. The skinwalker is on the verge of demise. Our attacks have been too severe, and a deceased skinwalker serves no purpose." "Oh, indeed." Yenda then presented an assortment of items to Lin Yu, a shovel, a pickaxe, and provisions, sufficient for a week. The price remains the same, 9 azure luminous stones. If you possess any white ones, that would suffice as well. Give me 2, and I shall provide you with 1 in return. The current exchange rate is 5 azure stones for 1 white. I have 9 azure stones. Lin Yu extracted the 9 azure luminous stones from his pocket and handed them to Yenda. After a brief inspection to confirm the quantity, Yenda tucked them away. Lin Yu accepted the items from Yenda and turned to leave. Yenda and the 2 investigators beside him watched Lin Yu depart in silence. Chapter 074. The second injection. As he walked, Lin Yu meticulously recalled the details of the investigator retrieving the ghostly face. He realized that it was no simple task. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. The rules governing the skinwalker's lethal nature were far more intricate than those of the phantom. To extract the ghostly face, one must make contact with it, and such contact could result in possession, transforming one into a mere puppet of the skinwalker. Lin Yu understood that he could not undertake this task alone, especially without gloves inscribed with luminous runes. Yet, this revelation imparted a crucial truth. The post office was indeed procuring the limbs of anomalous entities, such as the body of a phantom and the ghostly face of a skinwalker. This world harbors more than one type of anomalous being. The investigator had just mentioned fifth-tier anomalies. It appears that the levels of the trickster and the phantom are not exceedingly high, with the presence of level 4 anomalous entities, and perhaps even higher-tier anomalies yet to be discovered. Level 4 represents the upper limit for investigators, who can safely procure the cores of such entities. However, level 5 anomalies generate contamination sources, rendering investigators powerless against them. While investigators are still present, it is imperative for me to gather more information. Yenda holds great respect for the investigators, whose ranks are likely superior to that of the couriers. This is an invaluable opportunity to gain insights into the outside world, one that must not be missed. As Lin Yu pondered these thoughts, he returned to the entrance of the stone house after a brief interlude. After placing his purchases in order, he commenced his work for the day. The sky was overcast and somber, with gray clouds resembling cotton candy, unmoving in the chill of the wind. Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi entered the stone house, casting a cursory glance at the shelves. Zhao Kuo pointed to the food items, remarking, "Why is it that no one has purchased these more expensive items? It seems they've been here for quite some time, gathering dust." Yenda quickly replied, "The townsfolk are reluctant to spend. They prefer simple fare like bread and dried cockroaches, which are inexpensive and easily stored. Canned meats and jerky are deemed too costly for their liking." "What about these?" Ren Qi inquired, gesturing towards another shelf laden with various tools, protective gear, blades, axes, and entrenching tools. Sigh. Yenda bore an expression of unutterable distress, his demeanor pleading as he lamented, "The specters are multiplying. In the past month, numerous lives have been lost. As you are aware, the period of safety from these apparitions has elapsed. I fear that the current phantoms may no longer be mere level 3 anomalies. Furthermore, the number of individuals capable of purchasing goods has dwindled, making this small town increasingly difficult to manage. Some have even ventured to other cities in search of supplies, deeming my prices exorbitant. This is a reflection of your negligence. When you reported to the post office, everything seemed satisfactory. Now that we have arrived, the situation has deteriorated," Zhao Kuo remarked sternly. "I beg your pardon, esteemed investigators. It is truly a matter of my subordinates being overwhelmed. Might I implore you to speak a few kind words on my behalf? I have already received the first dose of the mutant serum. This is a critical juncture." With that, Yenda produced a pouch of silver coins from his pocket and pressed it into Zhao Kuo's hand. Zhao Kuo weighed the pouch, listening to the clinking sound within. He exchanged a glance with Ren Qi, then cleared his throat and said, "Old Yin, indeed this is a pivotal moment for you. Once you have completed the second dose of the serum, you shall no longer be a mere mailman. You will be eligible to join the ranks of the investigators. We are not here to deceive you. This is a directive from our superiors." Yes, I understand. I am grateful for your consideration, esteemed sirs." Yin nodded deferentially. The monetary aspect is secondary. What truly matters is that you have qualified for the second dose, and I see you have brought your examination report, which is quite commendable." As the conversation unfolded, Zhao Kuo produced Yenda's examination report and handed it over. Yenda swiftly received it, scrutinizing the document with keen eyes, his smile nearly contorting with delight. "Wonderful. Is this an A grade?" Zhao Kuo offered a subtle smile, replying, "Indeed, an A grade. You have excelled. Your body shows no signs of rejection. Congratulations, old Yin." "Haha. I must thank both of you for personally delivering this from so far. I don't have much to offer in terms of food or drink, but allow me to prepare a few dishes." Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That won't be necessary. Just arrange some sleeping quarters for us. Some families from the front lines have arrived, and we need to accommodate them. The defense line at Fort 44 has collapsed, leading to the relocation of many, including relatives from the Research Institute and Military District. We need to escort them to Fort 11. Understanding dawned upon Yenda. Of course, we must assist them, as they are indeed the families of those on the front lines. After the calamity struck, The situation there has become precarious. Ensuring their safety allows them to focus on the battle. Zhao Kun nodded in agreement. Yes, they are likely to arrive in the next few days. The shapeshifters in the town have been eradicated, and you did well. The situation did not escalate. Your efforts are commendable. It is my duty, after all. A total of 7 shapeshifters appeared, and I eliminated them all, save for one that I simply could not locate. Zhao Kun remarked. It's understandable that you didn't find it. It was on the verge of leaving this area, and we merely happened upon it. As the hour grew late, Lao Yin urged, you should prepare your sleeping quarters. We must venture out and assess the situation. If the level of the ghostly shadows has escalated, we must report to our superiors. Understood, Yinda replied, glancing at the report in his hand, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Once Yinda had exited, Renchi cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Kun. It was inconceivable that Yinda could have slain 7 eerie skin beasts. The wounds he bore were inflicted by the ghostly shadows. Zhao Kun chuckled, who the killer is matters little. What is significant is that there are no more eerie skin beasts here, rendering the area temporarily secure. Indeed. Who was the next courier? Zhao Kun paused for a moment before responding. Li Shuiguang. His identity has been arranged. Yinda poses a serious issue, and once the courier has completed the handover, we shall eliminate him. Understood. What are his test results? Physical defect level D, mental threshold level E. He is prone to madness with the slightest provocation, merely a half-finished product. Not everyone can become a perfect variant of the highest caliber. Within the stone house, the door was tightly locked. In the basement, dark soil continued to rise, devoid of any signs of moisture. This was a favorable indication. It implied that the ground was dry and firm, permitting further excavation. Conversely, the lack of dampness suggested an absence of water sources below. At this moment, Lin Yu was diligently digging in the basement. His innate ability, the power of the tiger, allowed his strength to double every 3 attacks, and even without that, his natural power was formidable. If a soil digging competition were to be held, he would undoubtedly claim the first prize. Lin Yu's skills in excavation have become increasingly proficient, and his speed has accelerated as well. In just over an hour, he has delved an additional meter downward. Now, the basement has begun to take shape. A space over 3 meters in height and approximately 25 square meters in area is nearly complete. Lin Yu gazes at the darkened basement with satisfaction, hands resting on his hips. Once he installs the necessary fixtures, he can proceed with fortification. Chapter 075. Do not venture outside after nightfall. The subsequent tasks have become considerably simpler. Lin Yu ventured to other stone houses, transporting numerous stones primarily intended for the basement. Both the walls and floor necessitate stone for enhanced overall safety. For the ceiling, Lin Yu opted for wooden planks, all of which are readily available. The town is dotted with numerous abandoned stone houses, the fates of their owners falling into 2 categories. One group has been devoured by specters, while the other has departed for the fortress. These stone houses were constructed in the early stages and exhibit several characteristics. 1. Rudimentary and dilapidated. 2. Lacking in safety. 3. Long abandoned. However, they serve perfectly for the renovation of the basement. Lin Yu completed the transformation of the basement in just one afternoon. He laid stones on the walls and floor, and the ceiling was neatly affixed with wooden planks. The renovation of the basement is essentially finished. Leaving the remaining tasks to the system, Lin Yu surveyed the rugged space of the basement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. It is time to fortify the basement. After the intermediate wooden door was repaired, Lin Yu has been eagerly awaiting the fortification of the basement. He has reserved the remaining time solely for this endeavor. Would you like to fortify the basement? A system prompt materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Affirmative. Basement enhancement duration, 10 hours, 22 minutes, basement enhancement in progress. The time is not extensive, considering it encompasses the entire basement. It will be operational by tomorrow. Lin Yu cast a glance at the rudimentary basement and then ascended the pipes to emerge. He arrived at the entrance and surveyed the scene. The sky was gloomy, with ashen clouds blanketing the heavens like a colossal palm. The distant blackwood forest was eerily silent, and mist was beginning to coalesce, indicating the approaching twilight. As night descended, Lin Yu ignited a campfire and leaned against the hearth, consuming a meager supper. The cream bread and jerky were dwindling, sufficient only for one final meal. Tomorrow, he would have to enhance the moldy bread and cockroach jerky. Fortunately, he had already procured them today, so Lin Yu was not unduly concerned, and he partook of a hearty repast. He placed the anomaly detector on the table, activating it, and then retrieved the radio. The radio possessed only one channel. broadcasting for approximately 35 minutes, primarily disseminating intelligence gathered by the Crimson Rock Fortress. Static crackled from the radio. After a brief interlude, the dulcet tones of the female announcer permeated the air. "Greetings, everyone. This is Xiao Xiao, your familiar companion. We have the following news items for you today. The Crimson Rock Fortress gratuitously released the white-grade Lumina rune 2 weeks prior. It is believed that numerous individuals have already obtained it. Should there be any survivors who have not yet acquired it, they can proceed to the fortress or a postman town to obtain it independently. The successful research on the White Radiance rune heralds a significant enhancement in the survival odds for the survivors. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the researchers at the Institute. The mental energy expenditure associated with the White Radiance rune may increase. For those survivors yet to carve it, there is no need for haste. Persistence in attempting will yield results. Fortress 44 has suffered a substantial assault from the Howlers and is currently in the process of gradual evacuation. Units taking over include Fortress 11, Red Rock Bastion, Border Bastion, and Dawn Fortress from 4 directions. The spread of the Grey Domain has ceased. Survivors are advised to avoid venturing into it. Recent discoveries indicate the presence of an unknown anomalous entity within the Grey Domain, unfamiliar to Red Rock Bastion. This entity, temporarily designated as the Plagued One, is incapable of inflicting physical harm and primarily employs psychic attacks. It can move at super high speeds over short distances and is currently lingering near the Grey Domain, without appearing close to any fortresses. The Institute has recently announced that, according to reports from the Meteorological Bureau, daylight is diminishing while nighttime is extending. It is advised not to venture outside after dark, as humanity is not yet poised to enter an eternal night. As long as we maintain our belief in ourselves, let me reiterate, do not go outside after dark. Following a half-hour news segment, silence enveloped the radio, interrupted only by faint static. Lin Yu turned off the radio and placed it in the cabinet. He leaned against the bedside, his gaze calmly fixed on the wall, replaying Xiao Zhao's words in his mind. Barely 10 days have elapsed since the last announcement regarding a new anomalous entity, and now, yet again, the Red Rock Fortress has uncovered another peculiar being, which has emerged from the Grey Domain. The Remnant Plague, a creature capable of mental assault and rapid short-distance movement. Is it not the case that a mere glance could provoke its attack? Furthermore, it operates on a psychological level. The only means to defend against such an anomaly appears to be the enhancement of one's own mental fortitude. Presently, it remains uncertain whether alternative offensive strategies exist. The duration of daylight continues to diminish imperceptibly, a most perilous indication. Lin Yu has observed this unsettling trend, noting the gradual shortening of daytime. Such a phenomenon would likely go unnoticed without deliberate scrutiny. Moreover, Lin Yu has discerned that the seasons here seem stagnant, as if spring, summer, and autumn have become lost. It now feels like the early winter season. The sky remains devoid of snow, perpetually shrouded in a somber depth, while the wailing winter wind outside evokes the mournful cries of specters. May this night pass without incident. Lin Yu clasped his hands together in silent prayer. However, just as Lin Yu concluded his supplication, the anomalous detector on the table suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Beep. 35. 2 digital figures materialized on the device. Lin Yu promptly rose, seizing the detector from the table. At that moment, the readings began to fluctuate. 42. 55. An anomalous entity has manifested. Lin Yu directed his gaze towards the intermediate wooden door, hastening to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a pitch-black forest, enveloped in dense fog that obscured the roots of the dark trees. Enshrouded in the heart of a somber, ashen wood, a solitary figure materialized within Lin Yu's perception. Simultaneously, the anomaly detector in his grasp emitted a series of rapid alerts, its digital display surging to 74, indicating an emergent aberration. Scarcely had Lin Yu discerned the nature of this anomaly when a spectral entity lunged forth with astonishing velocity, causing the detector's readings to spike ominously to 95. The sibilant rustle of hurried footsteps echoed through the air as the earthen threshold of the courtyard crumbled underfoot. Imprinted upon the ground were the unmistakable tracks of avian appendages, yet grotesquely enlarged beyond human comprehension. A visage of ghastly ferocity materialized before Lin Yu, its gaze fixed upon the wooden barrier. Hesitantly, it lingered upon the steps, its spectral form betraying an internal deliberation regarding the presence of human life within the stone dwelling. 2 sanguine orbs, devoid of warmth, bored into the wooden facade. A lipless maw, bristling with an array of jagged, canine-like teeth, hinted at the horrors within. Ichorous fluid cascaded from elongated, uneven fangs embedded deep within the gums. Plumes of ebony feathers exuded a nauseating stench, while razor-sharp talons, dangling precariously near the knees, spoke of lethal intent. It was an apparition of suffocating dread. Chapter 076. Solitary subjugation of a spectral shade. The specter's arrival instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. Yet, it refrained from immediate assault, its frigid, crimson eyes merely scrutinizing the wooden barrier, its spectral mind undoubtedly assessing the conditions within. Are there inhabitants within? And if so, how shall I devour them? Such were the spectral entity's innermost contemplations. With deliberate slowness, an arm akin to a withered branch ascended, its ossified knuckles poised to deliver a devastating blow upon the wooden portal. The sturdy wooden door before him resonated with a rhythmic thumping sound. The specter outside remained silent, its focus unwavering as it persistently knocked. Within the confines of the room, Lin Yu was utterly still, his stark black and white eyes fixed intently on the apparition beyond the door. Separated by merely a door, he tightened his grip on the battle axe in his hand. There was but one specter outside, if only it could be vanquished. It would be a daring venture worth undertaking, for its corporeal form was of considerable value. The worth of a single specter was 20 silver coins, equivalent to 4 white-grade luminous stones. These 4 stones could procure an abundance of food and supplies. Lin Yu felt a surge of temptation. The prospect of immediate gain urged him to consider the possibility of action. The specter, classified as a level 3 anomalous entity, possessed the capability to slay any ordinary human. Yet, its method of killing was rather elementary, relying solely on the most rudimentary form of physical assault. This stood in stark contrast to the other anomalous beings he had heard about on the radio. Lin Yu understood that if he wished to prolong his existence, he must confront and attempt to eliminate these anomalous creatures rather than remain hidden within the stone confines. It was imperative to recognize that while other anomalous entities had yet to appear in the town, they were undoubtedly en route. In the face of a catastrophic tsunami, humanity was left with 2 options: flee or conceal themselves. Lin Yu could not escape this place, and mere evasion was not a sustainable solution. As he pondered these thoughts, the heavy knocking reverberated once more. The specter continued its relentless assault on the wooden barrier, remaining mute yet mechanically persistent. Its sharp claws scratched against the intermediate wooden door, leaving faint marks in their wake. The specter was uncertain whether there were indeed any humans within the stone house. Yet it had never encountered an empty dwelling with its doors so firmly locked. The town was replete with stone houses, their wooden doors dilapidated and their interiors desolate, the owners having perished at the hands of the specter. Conversely, those houses with sealed doors invariably harbored human presence. The specter's fangs ground together, producing a creaking sound as it ravenously fixed its gaze upon the wooden door. Inside, silence reigned, as profound as that of a tomb. Growing increasingly anxious, the specter raised its arm high and brought it down forcefully upon the door. Thud! The surface of the door merely quivered, leaving no mark of damage. The specter's crimson eyes bore into the door once more, and it lifted its arm again, determined to shatter the barrier and quench its curiosity regarding the potential presence of sustenance. Inside the stone house, Lin Yu remained vigilant, observing the specter outside, which continued its relentless assault on the door, with no sign of a second specter accompanying it, indicating it was acting alone. Knock! Knock! The sound of pounding intensified, urgent and ferocious, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Yu scrutinized the scene for several minutes, yet no other specters appeared, and a flicker of murderous desire began to kindle within him. Moments later, the specter ceased its assault. The wooden door remained unyielding, with only faint marks left from its futile battering, as solid as stone. The specter slowly retreated, deciding against wasting further time in this endeavor. However, just as it turned to depart, a faint click resonated from the door. The mechanical sound of twisting mechanisms echoed, and the door unlocked. The specter at the entrance abruptly halted, its acute auditory senses capable of discerning even the faintest sounds with remarkable clarity. It remained momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden opening of the door from within. Possessing a modicum of intelligence, this eerie occurrence left the specter in a state of astonishment. With a creaking sound, the heavy wooden door swung open, yet before the specter could react, a silhouette flickered through the narrow gap. Before the specter stood a figure not particularly tall, even shorter by half a head. The disparity between 184 centimeters and 2 meters was indeed significant. However, in that fleeting moment of surprise, Lin Yu propelled himself forward with a single foot, executing a throwing motion with his arm. A white-grade radiant stone hurtled towards the specter with astonishing speed. The impact resounded with a thud as the radiant stone collided with the specter, erupting in a brilliant flash of white light. As the radiance blossomed, it resembled countless blades piercing through the specter's form in an instant. A ferocious roar erupted from the specter as the radiant stone struck its back, the white luminescence relentlessly assaulting it. Small, thumb-sized holes appeared along its spine, piercing through the skin to reveal the vivid crimson beneath. In that split second of injury, the specter launched a fierce counterattack, emitting a chilling wail, and swiftly turned its gaze upon Lin Yu with its two blood-red eyes, as if intent on devouring him whole. The survivor, having meticulously devised a plan, surged forth as the radiant stone struck the specter. Lin Yu, descending with purpose, brandished a sharp battle axe that gleamed ominously, the polished blade reflecting a cold glint. With a brief but powerful dash, Lin Yu swiftly closed the distance between himself and the specter, stepping forward decisively until he stood directly before it. The battle axe was raised high in hand, aimed directly at the specter's neck. With a resounding thud, the sharp axe cleaved into the specter's throat, leaving it no time to react as the blade plunged deep. A gaping wound, the length of a palm and as deep as a finger, appeared as the specter's body swayed, gushing forth a torrent of thick crimson blood. In agony, the specter lunged at Lin Yu with its claws, a foul wind assailing the air, accompanied by the ominous sound of slicing talons. Lin Yu swiftly withdrew the axe, sidestepped, and launched another strike. With a powerful wind-up, he swung from an acute angle. The axe traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the specter squarely in the chest. The two claws swiped through the air, a terrifying attack that failed to connect with Lin Yu, instead striking nothing but empty space. With a resounding impact, the axe collided fiercely with the specter's chest. In that instant, a gash appeared where the axe had struck, a testament to its precise aim. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick to the specter, the force akin to a cannon's blast. The specter staggered, crashing to the ground, a fresh line of blood erupting from its chest. Lin Yu, seizing the opportunity, aimed the axe once more at the specter's neck. The power of the tiger's strike, with this third assault, would deliver a double blow. With an explosive force, the axe struck the specter's neck. The ferocity of the impact radiated outward. Even with the specter's formidable defenses, it could not withstand such terrifying power. With a final, resounding thud, the specter's head rolled away, its body convulsing violently as thick blood poured forth from the severed neck. It was dead. Lin Yu sheathed his battle axe and seized the ghostly figure lying on the ground. With a deft flick of his toes, the grotesque head soared directly into his grasp. In a swift motion, Lin Yu vanished from the courtyard. Chapter 077. The residual aura. After slaying the ghostly figure, every plan unfolded as anticipated, each step executed flawlessly. And Lin Yu made perfect use of his innate attributes. During his third offensive, he adeptly harnessed the attack effect of the tiger's subduing force, unleashing a surge of double the strength, culminating in the swift annihilation of his foe within mere minutes. This marked Lin Yu's inaugural premeditated kill of a ghostly figure, igniting a thrill within him that rendered his hands slightly tremulous. The terrifying ghostly figures were not insurmountable aberrations. Rather, they could serve as victims, tokens on Lin Yu's path to becoming a formidable force. Panting with exhilaration, Lin Yu's breath came in quick gasps, the room's temperature remaining low as the warmth of his exhalations formed a mist before him. The ghostly figure lay in a state of disarray, an unavoidable reality. Lin Yu could not assure the complete destruction of the ghostly figure, a guarantee that no one could claim thus far. On the front lines, ghostly figures were often reduced to mere fragments, obliterated by the conventional army's advanced weaponry. Of course, the regular forces had also fallen prey to the ghostly figure's onslaught. At times, these specters appeared in swarms, their numbers as daunting as a locust plague, instilling sheer terror. Gazing at the ghostly figure upon the ground, Lin Yu positioned its head upon its neck. The body was devoid of warmth, feeling rigid to the touch, akin to that of a corpse. The grotesque visage bore an unyielding resentment, prompting Lin Yu to drag the ghostly figure's remains to a corner, carelessly discarding it aside. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was barely 11 o'clock, and dawn was still a distant prospect. he still had the opportunity to eliminate more specters. The sensation of being in the presence of corpses was decidedly unsettling. In the corner, a specter curled upon the ground. The flickering flames of the fireplace illuminated the room, casting shadows of the specter that danced erratically, imparting to Lin Yu the eerie sensation that it was perpetually fixated upon him. However, the specter was undeniably deceased. It could not suddenly resurrect. Yet, the mere coexistence of a living person with a corpse was indeed discomforting. After observing the specter several times, Lin Yu's unease gradually dissipated. What did it matter? It was utterly lifeless now, merely a corpse, no different from that of an animal. Lin Yu reassured himself, and, squinting, slowly drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he slept for several hours. At 4 in the morning, Lin Yu was abruptly roused by a faint sound. His closed eyes snapped open, and a glimmer ignited in his gaze. Almost instinctively, Lin Yu's hand swiftly grasped the battle axe at his waist, and his aura surged with newfound intensity. Beep! The anomaly detector at his feet began to sound an alarm. Lin Yu picked it up and glanced at the LCD screen, where 2 digital numbers were displayed. 95. An anomalous entity had appeared at the door. Lin Yu rose cautiously, ensuring that not a single sound escaped him. He remained unaware of the nature of the entity at the threshold and could not afford to reveal his position. Stealthily, he approached, directing his gaze to the peephole. His eyelashes trembled slightly as 2 specters materialized within his line of sight, simultaneously appearing at the entrance of his stone dwelling. At this moment, a phantom was fixated upon the wooden door, its crimson eyes emanating a malevolent glow. Nearby, another specter had just crouched down, seemingly in search of something. Was it the lingering essence I left behind after slaying the phantom? Lin Yu was uncertain, yet the peculiar behavior of the specter indicated it was indeed searching for something. The phantom on the ground continued its quest, its nose quivering slightly, its face almost pressed against the earth, while its tightly clenched fangs glimmered with a chilling light. Raising its head, the phantom on the floor exchanged a silent gaze with the standing specter. Had it made a discovery? Lin Yu could not ascertain. He took the radiant stone from his pocket. 2 phantoms appearing simultaneously would be formidable. While one might be vanquished, confronting 2 could lead to dire peril. And Lin Yu was loath to gamble with his life. After a brief exchange of looks, the standing phantom abruptly launched a frenzied assault. Thud! 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 The phantom's claws relentlessly pounded against the wooden door, producing a resounding tremor akin to a hammer striking the wood. Lin Yu silently stepped back. The aberrant actions of the specter signified to Lin Yu that they had detected the presence of their companion. His gaze shifted to the phantom in the corner, shrouded in shadows, exuding an unyielding aura of resentment. Even in death, such troubles abound. It is no wonder that capturing phantoms proves so arduous, for one's essence can summon calamity. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, as the situation grew increasingly troublesome. The specter at the door continued its relentless assault, while the one on the ground swiftly stood up, vanishing from the threshold in an instant. Then, circling the stone house, he began to search for flaws. The shadow of the ghost circled several times, but found no weaknesses in the stone structure, eventually returning to the entrance. Bang! 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 Another ghostly figure began to pound on the door, the resounding noise echoing through the night sky. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock, and dawn was not far off. He could only move to the fireplace and take a seat. The ghost outside continued to batter the door, attempting to force its way in. However, the sturdy wooden door held firm against the onslaught, and the relentless banging sent chills down his spine. Their thirst for revenge was palpable. Tired of this entanglement, Lin Yu thought the basement should be fully reinforced by now. Rising, he made his way to the basement. Upon entry, he observed that the reinforcement had indeed been completed, just in time. A message appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Basement reinforcement complete. Item: basement, quality, primary, special effects, wall reinforcement, invisible hatch reinforcement, ventilation system installed. Accompanied by the incessant banging at the door, Lin Yu read the notification. The system's reinforcement could not manifest from thin air, had Lin Yu not previously excavated a rudimentary basement, constructing crude walls from stone. The system would not have yielded such enhancements. All reinforcements were built upon the foundational attributes of the items, as dictated by the system. Only with a solid territory could the enhanced items be more advanced. Lowering his gaze, Lin Yu noticed a wooden door beneath the bed. He opened it to reveal a metal staircase, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Descending, he would soon behold the entirety of the basement. Before Lin Yu lay a newly transformed basement. The previous simplicity had been completely swept away. Now, it appeared remarkably clean and spacious. The surrounding stone walls had been meticulously adjusted and reinforced, fitting together seamlessly. They felt smooth to the touch, with the gaps tightly sealed, leaving no room for even a single strand of hair to penetrate. The floor was covered with sturdy tiles, and the ceiling was adorned with brand new wooden beams. 2 vents were installed on either side of the ceiling, providing the basement with a sustainable flow of fresh air. Lin Yu surveyed the space, his expression one of satisfaction. It closely matched his envisioned basement. Chapter 078, Reinforcement, Second Talent Attribute. With a thud, Lin Yu emerged from the basement, having captured the ghostly figure lurking in the corner and dragging it along with him. I've arranged a new home for you. I hope you like it. Now, urge your companions to cease their efforts. With a resounding thump, Lin Yu hurled the ghostly figure into the corner, then pressed its head down firmly onto its neck. After completing this task, Lin Yu exited the basement, closing the concealed door behind him. At that moment, the sounds of banging at the door diminished significantly. Once the ghostly figure was placed in the basement, the lingering aura of malevolence was entirely cut off. The 2 ghostly figures outside suddenly sensed the absence of their companion's presence. They exchanged glances, halting their assault. Lin Yu approached the door and peered through the peephole to observe the 2 specters, who had miraculously ceased their attack. The basement had the capacity to house more ghostly figures. Lin Yu merely needed to partition it off, which would not hinder its functionality. At this juncture, Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid. The aura of slaughter within him was spreading. Lin Yu retrieved the anomaly detector and glanced at it. The value remained fixed at 120. This indicated the presence of 2 specters at the entrance, one of which exhibited an anomaly value of approximately 90, suggesting minimal fluctuation. He possessed 10 white-grade luminous stones. Should a confrontation with the specters ensue, there existed a chance of vanquishing them. Lin Yu's expression was stern as he contemplated his course of action. To ensure his safety, he cautiously approached the doorway. In pursuit of further anomaly data, he produced the detector and pressed it against the wooden door. At that moment, the device unexpectedly reacted. Beep! A faint alarm resonated. The readings on the anomaly detector began to escalate. 120, 131, 145, 150. The values continued to rise, indicating that more than just the 2 specters were present at the entrance. Additional specters were emerging. Within the darkened forest, dense mist swirled, and more specters began to materialize ominously. Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of fear overtaking him. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. In merely a few minutes, 8 specters had appeared within the fog. Alongside the 2 at the entrance, a total of 10 specters loomed near Lin Yu's stone dwelling. One specter may not be terrifying, but a multitude certainly was. Hiss! Lin Yu inhaled sharply. He could not comprehend why these specters had congregated here. Through the peephole, he could clearly see them advancing towards the stone house. The dark feathers adorning the spectral figures were stained with vivid crimson blood. They had just feasted upon the survivors, and another soul had perished in the town. Lin Yu took a step back, swiftly retrieving the white luminous stones from his pocket and placing them at the entrance. A horde of phantoms was not something he could contend with. Opening the door would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Clutching his battle axe, he fixed his vigilant gaze upon the wooden door. The anomalous detector in his hand continued to sound its alarm, the readings soaring to a terrifying 191. A rustling noise erupted at the door, the sheer number of phantoms creating a cacophony reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. As dawn approached, Lin Yu dared not draw closer. At that moment, a tremendous thud reverberated as the phantoms launched their assault. Thud, thud, thud. The urgent and terrifying pounding echoed through the night sky, akin to the onset of a torrential downpour, intense and resounding. The intermediate wooden door began to tremble violently, and the white luminous stones on the ground flickered with a radiant glow. Crack! Suddenly, one of the white luminous stones failed, causing the pounding at the door to diminish slightly. Almost immediately, a second stone began to dim, its energy gradually waning. The exorcising effect was taking hold. The group of phantoms at the door grew anxious. For some inexplicable reason, this wooden barrier instilled in them a profound aversion, diminishing their strength significantly. The phantoms retreated, no longer fixated on their relentless assault. Having sacrificed 2 luminous stones, Lin Yu finally managed to disperse the specters at the entrance. As silence enveloped the area once more, he felt a measure of relief wash over him. After several hours, the sky finally brightened. A faint, pale light emerged from the east, and the mist within the dark woods gradually dissipated, along with the presence of phantoms. The night had passed with a mixture of trepidation and safety. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief as he placed the provisions he had purchased the previous day upon the table. A prompt leapt before his eyes. Would you like to enhance the food? The answer was affirmative. Enhance bread, 11 minutes. Enhance roach jerky, 16 minutes. The total enhancement time for a week's worth of food was now 26 minutes, a significant reduction from before. After enhancing the provisions, Lin Yu still had the option to continue enhancing. At that moment, he approached the doorway and opened the wooden door. Before him, the intermediate wooden door bore numerous claw marks, imparting an impression of being battered and bruised. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discovered that these wounds were not severe. Although they appeared quite dire, they were, in fact, insignificant. Lin Yu decided to disregard the intermediate wooden door. Its battered appearance served as an effective disguise. 2 investigators had arrived in the town, and Lin Yu was keen to keep his secrets hidden from them. He was not yet prepared to confront the entire post office. It was prudent to remain low-key. The well-being of his body was paramount, and it was time to continue enhancing his innate attributes. Eager with anticipation, Lin Yu focused his thoughts, and 5 prompts immediately materialized before him. Would you like to enhance the innate attribute of attack? Enhancement time, 168 hours and 55 minutes. The next phase of enhancing his innate attributes would convert strength into attack, no longer confined to a single organ, but rather strengthening his entire being. The innate attributes will alter the overall structure, truly distinguishing one from the mundane. Shall we enhance the innate attribute of speed? Enhancement time, 19 hours and 51 minutes. Shall we enhance the innate attribute of agility? Enhancement time, 31 hours and 07 minutes. Shall we enhance the innate attribute of mental strength? Enhancement time, 44 hours and 06 minutes. Shall we enhance the innate attribute of endurance? Enhancement time, 39 hours and 12 minutes. At present, Lin Yu has only achieved the first layer of enhancement for his innate attack attribute, with the time significantly increased. The other 4 innate attributes remain unenhanced, and their names remain unchanged. Among them, the shortest is speed. Attack power and speed complement each other. Formidable attack power combined with wind-like speed can elevate Lin Yu's attack speed to a higher realm. In the current apocalyptic stage, many aberrant creatures employ physical attacks, while those utilizing mental attacks have yet to surface in Lin Yu's world. He requires a more powerful physique to confront the impending calamities. The time required for agility and mental strength exceeds that of speed, and a similar phenomenon arises with endurance. To hasten the enhancement of his physical capabilities, opting for speed is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Each innate attribute can manifest in distinct forms. In the case of speed, it requires less than 20 hours. And after a day, the enhancement can be attained. Lin Yu silently declared, enhance speed. Confirm enhancement of the innate attribute of speed. Chapter 079. The visitor outside the town. Lin Yu emerged from the stone cottage, carrying a bucket as the water level in the cistern was nearly depleted. He needed to replenish it promptly, otherwise, there would be no drinking water come nightfall. As Lin Yu traversed the tranquil path, the source of water lay approximately 2 kilometers from his home, necessitating 5 round trips to refill the cistern. This arduous task was precisely why Lin Yu contemplated constructing a well, as fetching water proved to be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. The morning chill met him head-on, clad only in a thin inner garment and a black overcoat. At his waist hung a battle axe, while his pockets contained radiant stones to fend off aberrant creatures. Daylight did not guarantee safety. The eerie skin shifters had already sounded the alarm, revealing that some anomalous beings could indeed manifest during the day. He had to be thoroughly prepared. After acquiring the innate attribute of tiger's strength, Lin Yu experienced a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. His resilience against both frigid and sweltering conditions had also improved. Though he appeared lightly dressed, his body maintained a constant temperature, rendering him impervious to the cold. As Lin Yu continued along the serene path, he soon arrived at the water source. He paused to observe, only to be startled by the resounding roar of machinery. A convoy of rare off-road vehicles appeared at the entrance of the town. These vehicles were heavily modified, featuring thick glass akin to bulletproof material. The doors were reinforced, and a layer of gray film adorned the windshield. Lin Yu could not discern the exact number of individuals within the vehicles, yet a substantial convoy of 7 or 8 off-road vehicles approached, accompanied by 2 military buses at the center, seemingly escorting a particular team. The roar of the off-road vehicles shattered the tranquility that had enveloped the small town. The mud-laden vehicles sped towards him, racing along the road. Lin Yu came to a halt and lifted his gaze, realizing that their destination was none other than the town itself. The sudden appearance of investigators in the town sparked a vague sense of awareness within him. Observing the swift motion of these off-road vehicles, it was apparent they had come from the front lines. Lin Yu felt no inclination to linger. This was of no concern to him. The front lines frequently witnessed evacuations, a commonplace occurrence. Humanity had abandoned numerous cities to construct fortresses and strongholds, primarily to fend off anomalous entities. Troops stationed at the front, when unable to withstand these entities, would opt for retreat. Among those evacuating were not only military families, but also ordinary civilians. The forces stationed at the defensive line were forbidden from leaving without explicit permission, unless faced with an exceedingly terrifying, anomalous event. The sight of evacuees was far from reassuring. It signified a collapse at the front. Lin Yu silently averted his gaze and proceeded to the water source. Beneath several contorted trees lay an ancient pond, its surface undisturbed. Lush weeds surrounded the crystalline water, with a few stones nearby and visible water stains on the ground. Prior to Lin Yu's arrival, others had already come to draw water. He placed his bucket into the pond, pulled his arm upward, and the empty bucket filled effortlessly. He lifted the bucket with ease and made his way toward the stone cottage. Lin Yu's pace was not swift, yet it was remarkably steady. As he passed a hilltop, he came to a halt. He paused to observe and noticed that the convoy had halted at the entrance of Yen Da's stone abode. The 2 investigators he had encountered earlier emerged, their black cloaks conspicuous against the backdrop. Yen Da was nowhere to be seen, having presumably departed for some errand. From the off-road vehicle, a multitude of individuals disembarked, a mix of both genders, with the elder among them appearing to be in their 40s while the youngest barely reached the tender age of 8. Notably, he did not spot a single senior citizen among them. These individuals clustered in small groups, seemingly unfamiliar with one another. Meanwhile, a larger bus offloaded even more people, most of whom appeared to be in their early 20s, likely students. This group included armed soldiers, and the investigators were engaged in conversation with them, holding paper documents in their hands. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, having gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The convoy comprised over 100 individuals, who seemed to have endured a lengthy journey, each one impatiently leaping from their vehicles. Curious glances swept the surroundings as they acclimated to the locale. Lin Yu continued to draw water, preferring to avoid interaction with these newcomers. In fact, he wished for their swift departure. After half an hour, just as Lin Yu prepared to fetch his final round of water, he spotted a group of people appearing by the waterhole. Surely, Yen Da had informed them of this location, as their supplies were dwindling. Several individuals were carrying large plastic containers, ready to collect water. The water resources in the small town were communal, and Lin Yu had no inclination to intervene. He approached silently. Observing the group of individuals fetching water, they appeared youthful, having just disembarked from a bus, their attire suggesting they were students. As Lin Yu approached, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Wasteland dweller? Is the water here clean?" Someone beckoned to Lin Yu, exuding an air of superiority. "It is not clean," Lin Yu replied with a casual glance. "Then why are you collecting it?" inquired a woman with a ponytail, her glasses accentuating her assertive demeanor. "Indeed, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Do you even know who we are?" Upon her statement, a nearby man quickly interjected. He was not particularly tall, yet robust, likely due to years of training. His freckled face and flat nose added to his rugged appearance. "It's already unclean. Drinking it directly could lead to illness." Lin Yu responded dismissively before stepping into the throng. They regarded Lin Yu with caution as the battle axe at his waist inadvertently revealed itself, instilling a sense of wariness in the man. The bespectacled girl whispered, "I've heard from my father that wasteland dwellers are quite formidable and eccentric." "Eccentric? What is so peculiar about them?" "Wasteland dwellers tend to be somewhat reclusive. After all, they lack the privilege to reside in the fortress," the man boisterously retorted, seemingly attempting to provoke. Surrounded by 7 or 8 companions, all clutching water buckets, Lin Yu appeared considerably outnumbered. Indifferent to their taunts, he lowered his bucket into the water pool and, with a forceful tug, emerged with a full bucket of water in hand. Observing Lin Yu's effortless demeanor, Several individuals in the crowd displayed expressions of envy. A bucket of water weighs approximately 30 pounds. Yet he accomplished the task with ease using only one hand while bending slightly. This clearly demonstrated Lin Yu's remarkable physical strength. After completing the final bucket, Lin Yu stood up and began to walk away with the bucket in hand. At that moment, a bespectacled girl spoke up. "Brother, could you lend us a hand? We are students who have just retreated from the front lines, and we are quite exhausted from the journey." Before she could finish her plea, Lin Yu's cold voice interrupted. "No?" He decisively rejected her request and turned to leave. The girl, taken aback, glared at him in anger, but dared not utter another word. A man nearby was fixated on Lin Yu. Observing his imposing figure and the deadly weapon at his waist, the man chose to remain silent. In this desolate wilderness, provoking a survivor could lead to dire consequences. The man was also armed with a battle axe, which was exceptionally sharp and clearly not intended merely for chopping wood. Although the group of students appeared unified, it was evident that, when faced with danger, each would instinctively flee, unwilling to risk their own safety. Chapter 080. Exploitation is impossible. As Lin Yu returned to the entrance of the stone house, he noticed the arrival of about 10 individuals. Unlike the earlier students, these individuals were somewhat older, around their 20s, and stood curiously at the threshold of Lin Yu's abode, their eyes scanning the surroundings with intrigue. Constructed from stone, the abode lacked fenestration, save for a concealed flue atop, its oaken portal marred by savage scores. Devoid of visibility, the assemblage discerned in Lin Yu's dwelling a sanctuary superior to any other in their midst. Indeed, several approached and rapped upon the portal, yet received no rejoinder. Upon Lin Yu's advent, all gazes converged upon him. From the throng emerged a man of middle years, possessing a refined mien, bespectacled, and clad in athletic attire. A rucksack upon his back. "Greetings," he commenced. "I am Ma Jin, evacuated from the front lines. Might we impose upon your hospitality for a night? Rumor hath it that phantasms haunt these environs under the cloak of darkness, rendering our plight dire." Ma Jin's entreaty resonated with sincerity. Among the company were not only individuals of his age, but also several students, seemingly affiliated with an academic institution. Distinct from the prior assembly encountered by Lin Yu, this cohort evinced a marked taciturnity, their eyes gleaming with anticipatory hope. Lin Yu surveyed Ma Jin, retorting, "Abodes abound here. Feel free to occupy any at your discretion. However, my domicile is not available." "Alas," Ma Jin demurred, "many of these structures are dilapidated, uninhabitable. We are cognizant of the spectral apparitions that manifest at night. I implore you, extend your benevolence for but a single night. The convoy shall depart at the dawn." With these words, Ma Jin gestured toward a lad behind him, exclaiming, "Shaoli." Shaoli promptly advanced and divested himself of his rucksack, swiftly unzipping it to reveal an abundance of victuals. These provisions were entirely unfamiliar to Lin Yu in the small town. Beef jerky, instant noodles, ham sausages, a can of honey, compressed biscuits, and canned fruit. He offered them all, yearning only for the chance to shelter for a night. The mere fact that they could present such supplies indicated their distinct status. In the wake of the apocalypse, survivors in the wilderness were left to subsist on dried cockroaches and stale bread, while these individuals could effortlessly produce such rare delicacies. Even within the fortress, not everyone had access to these luxuries. It is worth noting that those who first consumed dried cockroaches were the very inhabitants of the fortress. They were the ones who had devised such fare. As Lin Yu gazed at the food in Xiao Li's backpack, a flicker of longing stirred within him. Although he possessed the ability to enhance moldy bread and dried cockroaches, both items offered only a singular path for augmentation. Eating the same fare continuously would inevitably breed monotony. There were superior provisions available from Yinda, yet their steep price had deterred Lin Yu from purchasing them. Ma Jin observed Lin Yu's expression intently, only to feel a pang of disappointment. Despite the stirrings in Lin Yu's heart, his visage remained unchanged. The boy's countenance was perpetually marked by indifference, his brow furrowed with an unmistakable air of dismissal. "My stone house is quite small and cannot accommodate you. At night, phantoms may come knocking, and any sound could invite calamity. Therefore, it would be best for you to depart." Lin Yu firmly declined. "We have nowhere to go. The bus is also unsafe. Along the way, we have lost numerous companions. The convoy initially comprised over 20 vehicles, yet now only a handful remain. When we set out, there were 263 individuals. Look, we just counted today, and only 105 remain. In just a few days, we have lost 158 lives. Ma Jin spoke with profound sincerity, his gaze pleading as he looked at Lin Yu. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot accommodate anyone else here. Your provisions are indeed commendable, yet I still must decline. Isn't there any possibility of staying for just one night? Ma Jin's expression reflected utter despair. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, do you not have your own escort? Moreover, there are 2 investigators who will ensure your safety. Ma Jin replied dejectedly. You are correct in your assessment. Yet the reality is quite different. The escort is solely responsible for delivering us safely to the fortress. How many of us actually make it there is of no concern to them. Furthermore, we are classified into tiers. Their families are classified as primary protected individuals, while we are merely secondary. The escort has instructed us to fend for ourselves. Otherwise, we must sleep on the bus at night. Our luminous stones have been exhausted. You may not be aware, but we have encountered numerous aberrant creatures along the way. We are truly at our wits' end. In addition to the phantom shadows, we have also encountered a corpse demon. That creature is utterly terrifying. A corpse demon? With a pained expression, Ma Jin lowered his head and said, the level of the corpse demon surpasses that of the shadow ghost. It is classified as a level 4 aberration. They are numerous and can emit a miasma from their mouths, which is lethal upon contact. That night, we encountered a corpse demon, and over 50 lives were lost within a single night, even with the protection of the guard and the presence of radiant stones. Had we not detected it early and fled, we would have met our demise. Lin Yu had yet to witness a corpse demon, but Ma Jin's description indicated that its terrifying abilities were indeed superior to those of the shadow ghost. Given its classification as a level 4 aberration, it undoubtedly possessed its own dreadful attributes. I have a few radiant stones left. We could trade, but your food supplies appear insufficient. Since you have guards, you must possess ammunition. Lin Yu's eyes glinted. He would not allow this group to linger here. They were about to depart, carrying valuable items, and acquiring more would be advantageous. Ammunition? Ma Jin furrowed his brow. Yes, how much do you require? Well, what type of ammunition? Lin Yu recalled that his firearm was devoid of bullets. It utilized 7.62mm cartridges, a detail etched firmly in his memory. Ma Jin pondered for a moment and replied, I am not very familiar with the specifics, but if you need them, I can procure some. However, how many radiant stones can you offer me in return? At this point, Ma Jin had abandoned the notion of seeking shelter at Lin Yu's home. The youth before him radiated an aura of impenetrable distance. Pleading would only elicit pity, but what good is sympathy? Survival is paramount. If it is possible to acquire the radiant stone from Lin Yu, perhaps we can safely endure the night. The extent of what I can offer you is contingent upon what you can provide in return. Remember your position, Ma Jin. You are the supplicant. I shall grant you 2 hours. 2 hours hence, we shall reconvene. Bring your belongings, and we may strike a bargain. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Jin gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, this is the only course of action left. However, you must promise me that our exchange will be exclusive. We do not possess any ammunition. I will require some time, and surely you need sustenance as well? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we require both. What else do you have? Lin Yu discerned that the identities of this group were not trivial. The fact that they could procure ammunition suggested they might possess other intriguing items as well. Ma Jin suddenly turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Do you desire battle armor? Battle armor. Chapter 081. When the flower petals fall. As soon as Ma Jin uttered those words, the others gazed at him in astonishment. One young woman could not contain her exclamation, Teacher Ma? Ma Jin turned to look at her, his gaze exuding authority. I am aware of the risks, but should this gentleman enable us to survive the night, I am willing to make these concessions. Should any misfortune befall us, I shall bear the consequences alone. What dangers are associated with the battle armor you mentioned? Lin Yu recognized the gravity of the situation. Ma Jin replied, The white bear armor poses no inherent danger. It is intact. However, retrieving it may present some complications, though I can manage. Once I am back within the fortress, they will have no means to threaten me. I am uncertain whether you meet the physique required, yet the white bear armor was specifically designed for commanders, one of the prerequisites being a robust body. Do you believe you fit this description? Ma Jin cast a glance at Lin Yu. Despite his oversized trench coat, the aura of strength emanating from him was palpable. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, Lin Yu certainly met the criteria for donning the white bear armor, and his exposed arms exuded a powerful impression. This was precisely why Ma Jin sought to negotiate with Lin Yu. The youth before him was not to be underestimated. This was Ma Jin's immediate impression upon meeting Lin Yu. Provoking the survivor would yield no benefits for them. Very well, bring it forth, and we shall discuss it later. Ma Jin stated. All right, I shall not disturb you further. I will prepare and see you later, Lin Yu replied. Good. Ma Jin departed from Lin Yu's residence, accompanied by a group of individuals. On their way back, the previously silent students began to converse animatedly, revealing that they were far from as quiet as they appeared. Teacher Ma, can we truly trust that survivor? What if he deceives us? Inquired a tall student from the crowd. Indeed, Teacher Ma, acquiring the white bear armor from vehicle number 2 is no trivial matter, let alone giving it to him. Another added, why won't he allow us to stay in his stone house? We have food to offer him. It's merely for one night, yet another student questioned. Ma Jin regarded the group of students and responded in a somber tone. He would not deceive us. At most, he would halt the transaction due to insufficient bargaining chips. After all, we are accompanied by the guard, and he too has his reservations. Furthermore, the safety classification of the white bear battle armor isn't the utmost. Even if the guard discovered my theft, they couldn't do much to me. The information they seek resides within my mind. Eliminating me would greatly displease the higher-ups. Haven't you discerned? He's also tempted. Resources are scarce here, and food is insufficient, hence his choice to barter. His reluctance to allow us inside likely stems from fear of the nocturnal specters. Consequently, specters are bound to manifest tonight. Therefore, we must acquire more glare stones. Tomorrow. Everything will be better tomorrow. Megan uttered, his countenance haggard. Following his statement, silence descended upon the group. At that juncture, a woman emerged from the crowd. Her figure captivating, even concealed beneath loose sportswear, her lithe form was still discernible. Adorned with a baseball cap and ponytail, her face was masked, revealing only a pair of expressive almond eyes. Professor Ma, entrust the matter of the bullets to me, she proposed. You focus on procuring the white bear battle armor. I've observed the youth. He doesn't strike me as malevolent. Lin Yu mused, but he's certainly not benevolent either. His stone dwelling surpasses most others. Despite the scratch marks on the wooden door, likely left by specters, it remains intact. This suggests he possesses the ability to ward off specters. His reluctance to admit us likely stems from a wariness of strangers. His ability to thrive in such a savage environment indicates he's no simple individual. Megan regarded Lin Yu, expressing mild astonishment. Your analysis is astute, he remarked. However, are you truly confident in your ability to pilfer the bullets? Lin Yu, you must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. With a solemn gaze, Lin Yu replied, Mr. Ma, I am aware of this. Rest assured, if I am unable to return home, my mother will not hold you accountable. Trust me, we have lost too many lives, and we are merely secondary protected individuals. Ma Jin sighed. In truth, you are a primary protected individual. If you were to disclose your mother's name, I am confident that the Guardian Army would spare no effort to escort you back to the fortress. Lin Yu, with unwavering determination, declared, I do not wish to be among those people. Their gazes repulse me. Mr. Ma, how much longer until we reach the fortress? Ma Jin responded. The investigators have arrived. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the path ahead should be manageable. It depends on how long we remain in this town. If all goes well, we could arrive in 2 days. Indeed, tonight is crucial. That boy must provide us with the luminous stone, no matter the cost. Yes, should we inadvertently expose ourselves. You must remember to mention your mother's name. Do not forget, staying alive is of utmost importance. Lin Yu nodded. I understand, Mr. Ma. You can rest easy. As they conversed, another group approached, the very individuals that Lin Yu had encountered earlier. Each of them bore water buckets, laboriously trudging along the path to the camp. The water resources from Yenda's vicinity were insufficient. The Guardian Army required it, the investigators needed it, and these primary protected individuals had to seek water themselves. Upon encountering each other, Ma Jin's group fell silent, their eyes warily fixated on the newcomers. This cohort comprises scions of affluence, alongside a few individuals of considerable import, as evidenced by the escort of guardsmen. Several among them harbor malevolent intentions, having on multiple occasions placed the others in mortal peril. Furthermore, lascivious gazes were directed toward Lin Yu, with eyes that mirrored the predatory hunger of wolves. Ah, Master Ma, whither do you venture? Zhao Xiaoshu, his countenance adorned with freckles, queried with a grin. His gaze bypassed Master Ma, settling upon Lin Yu. Observing her aloof demeanor, his eyes then darted to several female students of comely appearance. Despite being a student himself, Zhao Xiaoshu exuded the air of a debauched young master, his conduct eliciting disgust. We were merely seeking a place to rest. Have you located water? Ma Jin responded evasively. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshu chuckled. Should Master Ma require it, I am willing to share a portion. This night promises to be arduous. I overheard chiefly of the guard relaying that Yin Da's chambers are insufficient. We shall be compelled to slumber within the carriages. This hamlet teems with spectral apparitions and tenebrous insects, a veritable nuisance. The specters are wont to knock upon doors in the dead of night, rendering the absence of radiant stones perilous. Indeed, your assessment is accurate. We are aware, Ma Jin acknowledged. Zhao Xiaoshu continued with a grin. Master Ma, your radiant stones are insufficient. Perchance, we might reside together this evening, thereby ensuring greater safety. As he spoke, a more robust male approached. Casting an insolent gaze upon Ma General Old Ma, Xiaoshu's proposition is sound. We possess available space and an abundance of water. Select a few individuals to join us this evening, excluding the males, of course. Upon hearing this, the lads on Madden's side glared at Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao with palpable resentment, their fists clenched tightly. On Zhao Xiaoshu's side, the bespectacled girl eyed Lin Yu and the others with marked displeasure and envy. Brother, there's insufficient space. Zhang Hanlei, the girl with glasses, exclaimed indignantly. How so? You can slumber on my left at night, and they on my right. The radiant stone shall safeguard us all. Zhao Xiaoshu responded flippantly. We appreciate the sentiment. Madden said with a frown. What is there to appreciate? You needn't. Without us, you'd all perish. Don't forget the night of the corpse fiend assault. It was a close call. Zhao Xiaoshu said with a grin. What are you implying? Madden asked with an icy tone. Nothing of consequence. Merely a word of caution for tonight. I am aware that some of you possess certain standing, but should you meet your end in the wilderness, who would intervene? Cease your obstinacy. It's merely a night's rest. Once we reach the fortress, if neither you nor I speak of it, we shall remain amicable acquaintances. With that, Zhao Xiaoshu embraced Zhang Hanlei, his hand deliberately kneading her shoulder. Brother, gently. You're hurting me, Zhang Hanlei said coquettishly. How revolting, Lin Yu remarked, looking at Zhang Hanlei with disdain. Zhang Hanlei, as if deaf to the comment, deliberately writhed her body. In truth, she was not without her charms, possessing a delicate, petite beauty. However, in comparison to Lin Yu, she paled significantly. In school, Lin Yu was renowned for her pristine purity, with no one daring to touch the foremost beauty. And now, with a lily fallen into the mire, all yearned for a taste. Chapter 82. A host of ghostly shadows. Tonight Ma Jin gazed at Zhao Xiaoshu's arrogant demeanor, feeling not only anger but also an overwhelming sense of discomfort. This sentiment was not unique to him. The other students shared the same sentiment. Before the destruction of Fortress 44, they were all acquaintances, but when calamity struck, familiar faces turned into strangers. In their desperate quest for sustenance and a radiant stone, they were willing to engage in brutal conflicts, displaying mercilessness towards one another. Zhang Hanlei, a bespectacled student of Ma Jin and a classmate of Lin Yu, had always maintained a demure facade. However, upon learning that Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao were classified as level 1 protected individuals, she resolutely cast her lot with Zhao Xiaoshu. Regardless of the outlandish demands he made, she fulfilled them unconditionally. Zhang Hanlei harbored a singular ambition, to survive and reach Fortress 11. This was not an isolated case. Several of Ma Jin's students exhibited similar behavior. The male students toiled as laborers, playing the role of sycophants, while the female students submitted to their whims. Their sole objective was to align themselves with the level 1 protected individuals for the sake of survival. In contrast, Ma Jin was relegated to the status of a level 2 protected individual. The categorization was distressingly simple, based solely on the positions of their parents. It was evident that Zhao Xiaoshu's parents held mid to high-level positions, affording him significantly better treatment and a greater supply of radiant stones. Having fled Fortress 40 for merely a week prior, Ma Jin became acutely aware of the malevolence inherent in human nature. Age was irrelevant. The wickedness of individuals could manifest at any time. Lin Yu, also a level 1 protected individual, had chosen to forsake her association with Zhao Xiaoshu. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the life she would endure alongside Zhao Xiaoshu. She would rather succumb to the jaws of an aberrant creature than endure humiliation. This was the dignity she harbored deep within her soul. Ma Jin clenched his fists tightly, casting a steely gaze at the arrogant Zhao Xiaoshu and Meng Haitao. Classmates, we must depart. Life must be preserved, yet it should not be devoid of dignity. To exist without such grace is to merely be a walking corpse. Even in death, one must retain their dignity, Ma Jin declared through gritted teeth. Those words pierced Zhang Hanlei's heart like a needle, prompting her to turn away and disdainfully regard Ma General. What is more significant, life or dignity? No one understands this better than I, Zhang Hanlei thought vehemently. As Zhao Xiaoshu observed Ma Jin and his companions, he passed by with a smirk, waving his hand and cheerfully remarking, "Teacher Ma, I await your arrival. The dusk approaches." Ma Jin offered no reply. A flicker of malice danced in Zhao Xiaoshu's eyes as he turned to Ming Haitao, saying, "Haitao, go ascertain their whereabouts. This Ma Jin harbors secrets." "Understood, Brother Xiaoshu." Ming Haitao scampered off eagerly. Lin Yu returned to the stone dwelling, securing the wooden door before approaching the wooden table. The day's mission remained incomplete, and Ma Jin might arrive soon. He needed to prepare his bargaining chips for exchange. The abundance of people in the small town instilled a vague sense of insecurity within Lin Yu. The Spectre could detect the scent of survivors, and with so many vehicles halted at the Yin family's doorstep, it was highly probable that the Spectre would seek them out. The guards wield firearms, which may allow them to endure the night, especially with the presence of 2 investigators, rendering the situation seemingly less perilous. However, Lin Yu detected an unsettling anomaly. Previously, there had been only a solitary specter at the door, yet last night, a terrifying multitude materialized. While the individual combat prowess of these apparitions had not significantly increased, their numbers surged by 7 or 8-fold. Had the solitary specters begun to band together? This constituted a grave warning, heralding yet another wave of horrific spectral incidents in the town. Indeed, bullets can inflict harm upon these phantoms. Yet there is a crucial aspect they have overlooked. The specters possess an extraordinarily vengeful nature. Once injured, they will swiftly retaliate. Lin Yu had previously encountered the wrath of a specter. After severing one of its arms, that particular specter relentlessly returned each day, even accompanied by 2 companions. Lin Yu was uncertain whether the guards were aware of this matter, though it bore little relevance to him. They were set to depart the following day, and he could only speculate on how many lives would be lost tonight. Lin Yu commenced his tasks for the day, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. He devoted himself to the meticulous carving of luminous stones, progressing somewhat faster than before. Upon completing his 3rd luminous stone, he paused to rest momentarily. His mental fortitude remained robust, and he felt capable of gradually challenging the 6th white-grade luminous stone. Currently, Lin Yu could only carve 5 luminous stones in a day. However, should his mental capacity enhance, he might attempt to create the 6th luminous stone. Mental acuity, too, can be trained and cultivated, albeit through a protracted process. The cultivation of mental fortitude is exceedingly intricate, demanding stringent conditions. Otherwise, the world would be replete with countless corpses. Lin Yu arose and descended to the basement, where he deposited the spectral arm. The specter that perished the previous day lay in the shadows, unchanged. Lin Yu was uncertain of the specter's utility to the fortress's research institute, given its remarkably robust physique. Subsequent to Lin Yu's acquisition of the Tiger Subduing Force attribute, his initial and subsequent assaults failed to sever the specter's head. Only through the doubled efficacy of the 3rd strike was Lin Yu able to decapitate the specter. This attests to the specter's formidable defensive capabilities. The specter emanated a peculiar odor, akin to a cadaver commingled with an acrid medicinal solution, an altogether unpleasant scent. Yet, upon the specter's demise, the aroma diminished considerably, though a trace of the peculiar scent persisted. Securing the specter in the basement was the safest course of action. For should the specters outside detect the scent of their comrade, they would undoubtedly swarm in droves. This cellar, initially intended for Lin Yu's personal use, now served as the specter's abode. Excavating the basement was no simple undertaking, and its 25 square meters were not insignificant. Yet utilizing it solely for the storage of specters seemed an extravagance. Lin Yu contemplated partitioning the basement, envisioning the construction of a smaller chamber dedicated to the preservation of spectral corpses. For dwelling in the basement with the perpetual presence of a ghastly cadaver lurking in the corner was an unsettling prospect for anyone. Lin Yu, with one hand resting on his shoulder and the other stroking his chin, squinted as he secluded himself in a small 5-square-meter room, specifically designed for the storage of ghostly shadows. Otherwise, my basement would be a complete waste. This endeavor posed no inconvenience, as the consumption of stones and wooden doors was minimal. Once my physical enhancements were completed, I could establish a new underground chamber. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yu found this solution to be quite reliable. With the plan finalized, Lin Yu emerged once more. He closed the concealed flap door, ensuring that not a single flaw was in sight, before approaching the wooden table to resume his work on the radiant stones. Chapter 083. Defensive Battle Armor. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yu had not encountered Ma Jin and his companions. It was not out of concern that he had been deceived. Rather, Lin Yu suspected that Ma Jin's plans may have faltered. They possessed food but lacked radiant stones and were unarmed, relying solely on the protection of the guard army. However, the number of guards was limited, making it impossible to offer comprehensive protection. Otherwise, Ma Jin would not have uttered such words. Departing with 260 individuals, only 105 remained. Lin Yu was unaware of the number of days they had been away, but already 158 had perished. The death toll stood at 158, accounting for 60 of the evacuation team. The casualties among the guards were undoubtedly fewer, given their rigorous training and the firearms they wielded. This indicated that, excluding the small fraction of guards, the mortality rate among the rest was significantly higher. In the afternoon, Lin Yu continued to carve the radiant stones and at last completed the day's tasks. He kindled a bonfire and began to prepare dinner for the evening. As usual, Lin Yu had grown weary of the simple fare of bread and jerky. He could not help but hope for the return of Ma Jin and the delightful provisions he had once brought. It had been so long since he had savored instant noodles that the mere thought of them made his mouth water. The campfire crackled to life, flames dancing as thick smoke spiraled up the chimney. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and Lin Yu settled beside the wooden table. Just as he was about to commence preparing dinner, a series of urgent knocks reverberated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu hastened to the door, peering through the peephole to find Ma Jin's anxious visage. Beside him stood a young maiden, her backpack slung over her shoulders, cradling a massive cardboard box in her arms. Ma Jin, panting heavily as though he had sprinted to reach him, mirrored her urgency. With a creak, Lin Yu swung open the wooden door. Ma Jin and Lu Yu quickly turned their gazes towards Lin Yu, their expressions betraying a moment of envy glimmering in their eyes. The stone house, though modest, boasted smooth walls that fit together with the precision of a finely crafted artifact. At its center stood an elegantly rustic fireplace, flames crackling merrily within. The wooden table was adorned with food and fresh water, while the floor remained impeccably clean. Despite the absence of windows, the air within the stone abode was surprisingly pure. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a living environment was indeed a rare luxury. Lin Yu glanced at Ma Jin and Lu Yu, confirming their arrival with supplies. Ma Jin retracted his envious gaze, and Lu Yu eagerly interjected, "We've brought everything. May we come in?" Outside, the instructions were clear. The items were to be placed on the ground. Lin Yu stepped aside to allow them entry, then gently closed the door behind them. Lu Yu's gaze instantly dimmed as she pouted slightly, her bright, large eyes fixed on Lin Yu. "All right, let us hasten our transaction. Time is of the essence, after all. We have exerted considerable effort, and I have brought everything you requested. Provisions, 7.62mm ammunition, and a set of white bear armor." Indeed, Lu Yu clutched a large cardboard box containing the armor, which was divided into 3 components, while Ma Jin also held some pieces. "First, inspect the items. How many radiant stones can you offer us? However, we cannot accept anything less than 5. 5. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at Lu Yu in confusion. Lu Yu inhaled deeply. "There are too many of us. 5 stones are essential for our survival." "What level are you referring to?" "Naturally, the white level. The blue level is no longer viable. You don't only possess blue-level stones, do you?" Lu Yu fixated on Lin Yu, her large, watery eyes filled with astonishment. If the youth before her possessed only blue-level radiant stones, they would indeed suffer a significant loss. "Rest assured, I do have white-level stones as well." 5 radiant stones represented Lin Yu's entire day's labor. If he could exchange such a bounty for them, he deemed it worthwhile. "That is reassuring." Lu Yu exhaled. Her ruby lips slightly parted as she blew away the blue strands of hair on her forehead. She had been wearing a mask, obscuring her face from Lin Yu's view. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Yu appeared to be quite the beauty, at the very least possessing a delicate charm. "I still do not know your name. What do you go by? Why can't you allow us to enter for the transaction?" "The outside is perilous," Lin Yu remarked. "There is no danger outside. It is merely 5:30. Our transaction will only take a few minutes, which is sufficient time for you to return. Now, let us proceed. Lu Yu, keep an eye on the outside while I engage in this transaction with this gentleman. You may examine the white bear armor first." As he spoke, Ma Jin opened the cardboard box in his possession. Inside lay a black mold encased in a layer of plastic film, revealing the white bear armor within. Lin Yu gazed intently as he tore away the plastic wrap, exposing the upper half of the armor. A complete set of silvery white armor presented itself, crafted from a unique material that felt chilling to the touch. The chest plate, shoulder guards, and abdominal section were constructed from steel and specialized corrosion-resistant materials. Its surface was as smooth as polished jade, adorned with a fierce depiction of a white bear on the chest. This white bear armor exuded a formidable sense of defense. Though heavy, it was designed for those with sufficient physical capacity to don it, ensuring agility was not a concern, as it had undergone extensive testing. It could effectively withstand bullets of 7.2 millimeters caliber at close range, thanks to the incorporation of ballistic materials within. Typically, this armor is reserved for frontline commanders, and its cost is substantial. Ordinary soldiers are not afforded such luxury, as they are limited to standard combat uniforms and bulletproof vests. The defensive capability of the white bear armor is 7 times that of a regular combat uniform, so you can comprehend its value. The only drawback is its considerable weight. After all, frontline combat often requires swift running and leaping, and sometimes even a desperate escape. Therefore, lacking a robust physique can become a burden rather than an asset. After Ma Jin spoke, he turned to Lin Yu. Although the young man before him did not possess the towering stature of a giant warrior, he emanated an undeniable aura of strength. Even clad in a long black coat, one could still sense his formidable presence. He surely possessed a physique that transcended the ordinary. Lin Yu felt quite pleased with this assessment. Beside the white bear armor lay a manual that provided more detailed information than Ma Jin's introduction. All right, we shall proceed with this trade. 5 radiant stones for everything you have for me. 5 stones are merely the price of the white bear armor. Look here, there are also provisions and ammunition. The bullets you desire, these were pilfered from the military, over 30 of them. Ma Jin retrieved a box of ammunition from his backpack, marked with military insignia, signifying its official nature. Lin Yu smiled faintly, indeed. But I possess only this many radiant stones. These items are undoubtedly worth more, yet I lack the means. How about I offer you a few more azure-grade radiant stones instead? Ma Jin and Lin Yu exchanged glances, the latter furrowing her brow and biting her lip. Fine. We accept your proposal, but you must keep this under wraps. Do not let it slip. Understood, rest assured. Chapter 084. A little tale in the bushes at the entrance of the stone house. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Place the items at the entrance. I will carry them in myself shortly. All right, what about the luminous stones? There are 5 here. I will give you 3 azure-grade luminous stones, making a total of 8. That should suffice for you to get through tonight. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Beside them, Ma Jin observed Lin Yu. Sensing that the young man was well prepared, his pockets conveniently contained 5 luminous stones, which suggested he had planned ahead. It seemed that the exchange of goods was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. Lin Yu held the upper hand, determining the prices. Should he find the white bear armor unsatisfactory, he might very well reduce the number of luminous stones. Ma Jin was considerably more mature than Lin Yu and possessed a keen ability to read others. Although he had discerned the underlying tension, he dared not voice his thoughts. The night was perilous. Without sufficient luminous stones, they could easily fall victim to the Spectre's assault. Ma Jin had no desire to perish. As long as they could survive and enter the fortress, the current sacrifices would be deemed insignificant. Wait for me at the entrance for a moment, Lin Yu stated before preparing to enter the house. However, at that moment, his gaze swept across the surroundings, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Lin Yu halted. What are you afraid of? Have you brought a little tale along? What little tale? Ma Jin and Lin Yu exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Yu. Look. Isn't that it? Lin Yu pointed toward the nearby dark woods, where amidst a thicket, he spotted a shadow. He concealed himself quite effectively, yet Lin Yu, having interacted with Ghost Shadow on numerous occasions, possessed an extraordinary power of observation. Subtle differences caught Lin Yu's attention. A mere glance revealed a figure crouching within the thicket. We did not bring anyone with us. Ma Jin's pupils constricted, and a sense of tension enveloped him. This operation was known only to a select few. The white bear battle armor and ammunition were pilfered, making it implausible for others to be aware. Only Teacher Ma and I came. There was no one else. Did you see anyone? This cannot be. Lin Yu also sensed something amiss. Her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked at Lin Yu. If the guard discovered their activities, it was quite likely they would not even be permitted entry onto the bus tonight. Not your people? Then that means someone is tailing you. You have been exceedingly careless. Night is swiftly approaching. Lin Yu sighed. Wait for me a moment. With that, he ambled nonchalantly toward the dark woods. Meng Haitao, who had been crouching among the bushes, remained fixated on the trio at the entrance of the stone cottage. He was taken aback to discover that Ma Jin and Lin Yu were indeed seeking Lin Yu, seemingly to exchange items. What astonished Meng Haitao the most was that Ma Jin had audaciously stolen the white bear battle armor from the guard in pursuit of the radiant stone. The green cardboard box was clearly military supplies. The guard was not solely tasked with escorting and protecting individuals, but also with transporting goods. Stealing from them was tantamount to courting death. Unbeknownst to the two intrepid individuals, Meng Haitao had followed them since they left the camp. At this moment, the evidence was irrefutable, and they would have no way to defend themselves. Overwhelmed with insidious glee, Meng Haitao reveled in the prospect. Once the theft was substantiated, Ma Jin and Lin Yu would be rendered utterly defenseless. The thought of possessing a beauty of Lin Yu's caliber sent a surge of excitement through him. For too long, I've subsisted on the scraps left by little Shu, he mused, but today, I shall finally feast upon a swan. As Meng Haitao luxuriated in his reverie, ensconced within the thicket, the subtle cadence of footsteps disrupted his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and beheld the very youth he had encountered that morning. The young man possessed a countenance of stark austerity, his figure elongated and graceful, draped in a time-worn black trench coat. Despite his apparent youth, an aura of lethal intent emanated from him, deterring any of the students from provoking his ire. Unbeknownst to Meng Haitao, Lin Yu had come in search of him, and he mistakenly believed his concealment to be impeccable. However, as Lin Yu gradually drew nearer, Meng Haitao abruptly realized that he was the target. Having been exposed from the outset, this seemingly nonchalant youth was, in reality, stealthily encircling him. Meng Haitao's eyes darted about, only to discover that the most viable escape route had already been imperceptibly commandeered by Lin Yu. Damn it, this kid discovered me long ago. Seeing his predicament, Meng Haitao abandoned all pretense of concealment. He brazenly rose to his feet and turned to face Lin Yu. Oh, it's you, handsome, he feigned surprise. I don't know how, but I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Where exactly am I? I appear to be lost. Meng Haitao offered a disarming smile, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to project an air of nonchalance. Is that so? Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, as Ma Jin and Lin Yu hastened to join him. When they discerned who it was, Lin Yu's heart sank, sensing that trouble was imminent. Indeed, she exclaimed, oh, you are here too? Are you lost as well? I stumbled upon this place without understanding how, but fortunately, I encountered you both. Teacher Ma, Lin Yu, could you escort me back? I won't trouble this handsome gentleman any longer. Meng Haitao gazed at Ma Jin and Lin Yu with surprise, yet their expressions remained grim. Meng Haitao's deceit had utterly failed. Noticing the silence among the three, he inquired, what is the matter? Am I not merely lost? Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lin Yu gritted her teeth and retorted, Meng Haitao, have you been following me and Teacher Ma? Oh, beautiful Lu, what are you insinuating? How could I possibly stalk you? I merely took a wrong turn. What is this nonsense? He replied dismissively. Forget it. If you won't assist me, I shall leave on my own. With that, Meng Haitao intended to depart alone. Ma Jin and Lin Yu seethed with frustration, fully aware of Meng Haitao's character. They understood all too well the repercussions of his witnessing this incident. Wait, Lin Yu suddenly interjected. What do you intend? Meng Haitao turned to Lin Yu, glaring at him with displeasure. Your skills in lying are woefully inadequate, and your tracking abilities are even worse. Now that you've been exposed, I suggest you remain silent, Lin Yu remarked, his gaze laced with mockery. What? Meng Haitao glared fiercely at Lin Yu before shifting his gaze to Ma Jin and Lin Yu. He found himself seemingly exposed, his clumsy acting revealing numerous flaws before Lin Yu. Observing this situation, Ma Jin decided to abandon his pretense. Ah, so you've all seen through it? Since that's the case, let us discuss the matter of leverage. Currently, only a few of us are aware of this incident. In truth, I have been observing everything clearly. That cardboard box belongs to the guard army. What purpose do you have in giving it to a wasteland dweller? Meng Haitao pointed at Lin Yu, his tone brimming with arrogance. Stealing is not a trivial matter. Do you understand the consequences of pilfering from the guard army? Humph. You all should determine how to handle this. What are you staring at me for? Do you even comprehend the status of the guard army? You are merely a survivor from the wilderness. Lin Yu gazed calmly at Meng Haitao, a fierce glimmer flashing in his black and white eyes. Chapter 085. Consequences of one's own actions. Meng Haitao crossed his arms, looking down haughtily at Lin Yu and his companions, exuding an air that demanded a satisfactory response, as if he would soon bring about their demise. Lin Yu trembled with rage. The more Meng Haitao looked at her in this state, the more his twisted heart found satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ma Jin's complexion turned pale. If this matter were indeed revealed by Meng Haitao, the consequences would be unimaginable. You decide what to do. Meng Haitao pointed at them, his demeanor radiating smugness. At this moment, Lin Yu spoke up, his voice low and resonant. It is only you who has exposed yourself. What? Meng Haitao was momentarily bewildered, gazing at Lin Yu with astonishment. Indeed, he had come alone. How could one person be deemed a group? Only Meng Haitao had discerned the situation. However, he did not perceive it as alarming. True, they were in the wilderness. Yet the camp was fortified with guards and investigators. As a designated level 1 protected individual, he held an air of arrogance. Meng Haitao fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yu. At that moment, surprisingly not finding the youth before him particularly terrifying. But do you know who the guards are? Are you not afraid of being executed? Meng Haitao sneered. Lin Yu regarded him with calm eyes, seemingly speaking to himself. This matter is known only to a select few of us. Otherwise, Meng Haitao replied, unaware that Lin Yu was not addressing him. Just as his words fell, a gleaming axe materialized in Lin Yu's hand. None of the onlookers perceived how the weapon had come to be there. With lightning speed, Lin Yu raised the battle axe, and a glimmer of cold light danced along its pristine blade. Crack! The battle axe descended upon Meng Haitao's neck with effortless precision, severing it as if slicing through vegetables. In a heartbeat, Meng Haitao's head was detached from his body, plummeting to the ground. A fountain of crimson erupted from his severed neck, reaching half a meter high, while his body remained frozen in place, seemingly incapable of processing the event. The head struck the ground when his arrogant demeanor began to stiffen, eventually solidifying into a visage of pure terror. In those fleeting moments, Meng Haitao finally realized that Lin Yu had sentenced him to death. With a resounding thud, Meng Haitao's lifeless body crashed to the ground. Lin Yu, caught completely off guard, emitted a piercing scream and shielded her eyes with her hands. Ma Jin, standing nearby, watched Lin Yu in bewildered dismay, unable to comprehend that Lin Yu had taken Meng Haitao's life so directly. Throughout Meng Haitao's verbose pronouncements, Lin Yu had remained unresponsive, leading Ma Jin to believe that he was contemplating a strategy. In reality, Lin Yu was meticulously analyzing Meng Haitao, and upon completing his assessment, he had arrived at a definitive conclusion. The execution of Meng Haitao was Lin Yu's decisive answer. The headless corpse lay prone on the ground, its severed neck gushing forth a torrent of blood, quickly forming a crimson pool around the body. Now you are aware? This incident remains confined to us. He arrived alone, unbeknownst to others. You should both return swiftly as nightfall approaches. Lin Yu gazed at Lin Yu with trepidation, astounded by the ruthlessness of his methods in dispatching Meng Haitao. Yet, the alternative to killing him would have been to submit to his demands. Meng Haitao was a harbinger of trouble, and his elimination was the most expedient solution to the problem. With those words, Lin Yu turned and departed, leaving behind Lin Yu and Ma Jin, their faces etched with fright. They stood frozen in place, having witnessed the demise of a living soul who had been brimming with arrogance just moments before. The terrifying specter of death had descended with lightning speed, and Meng Haitao had failed to grasp the sheer brutality of the world. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu approached, bearing a paper sack containing the luminous stones. He presented it to Ma Jin, remarking that it held 5 white-grade and 3 cyan-grade luminous stones for their perusal. There's no need, Ma Jin responded, palpably unnerved. Very well, take them, Lin Yu insisted, pressing the sack into Ma Jin's hands. The cadaver requires disposal, lest it transform into a shambling corpse. Have you encountered them? Ma Jin, his eyes wide with trepidation, nodded. Indeed, they are terrifying. Of what classification are these anomalies? Lin Yu inquired. Their precise classification eludes me. Shambling corpses are ubiquitous in the wilderness and within abandoned urban centers, akin to zombies, yet far more dreadful, Ma Jin replied. I have yet to witness them myself, only heard tales. I shall dismantle the corpse forthwith. You two should depart, Lin Yu stated, brandishing his battle axe. Lin Yu felt a chill run down her spine. The youth before her was entirely unlike her initial perception. Upon their first encounter, she had surmised that Lin Yu was neither malevolent nor benevolent. However, his decisive and formidable actions now revealed him to be a formidable individual, best left undisturbed. Ma Jin and Lin Yu exchanged glances, mutual apprehension evident in their eyes, and promptly hastened away. Lin Yu paid them no heed, instead wielding his battle axe with ruthless efficiency to dispatch Meng Haitao's remains, ensuring that they could not be reanimated into a shambling corpse. Lin Yu did not bury the bodies, for at night, the black insects would feast upon them. Meanwhile, Ma Jin and Lin Yu hastily approached the campsite. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the large bus nearby, and the anxiety that had lodged in her throat finally subsided. "Mr. Ma, have you noticed? That boy possesses immense strength," she remarked. Ma Jin halted in surprise, gazing at Lin Yu with astonishment. After a few moments of silence, he replied, "Yes, it has just occurred to me." He effortlessly severed Meng Haitao's head with a single blow. Such power. Although the axe is sharp enough to easily decapitate a man, it's no trivial feat. The head is connected to the spine and contains bone. How much strength must one possess to accomplish that? Lin Yu's expression turned contemplative. According to the law of conservation of energy, momentum equals mass multiplied by velocity. It is generally impossible for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat. Yet that young man managed it with ease. He is not a butcher. Even a butcher would find it challenging to do so effortlessly. Thus, there is only one possibility. Her gaze shifted to Ma Jin, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. "Mr. Ma, could he be a mutant? Or perhaps an extraordinary being?" Ma Jin inhaled sharply. "What you suggest is not without merit. We must guard this secret closely. It is imperative that no one learns of it. Upon our return, we shall feign ignorance. Once we reach the fortress, this matter will be settled." Meng Haitao brought this upon himself. That boy from the stone house is not to be trifled with. "Indeed," Lin Yu nodded emphatically. Chapter 086. The arrival of the phantom at the camp. As night fell as anticipated, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Dense, mysterious fog began to emerge from the dark woods, bringing with it an unending chill. Lin Yu secured the door, then opened the military cardboard box lying on the ground and cast it into the adjacent fireplace, where flames swiftly consumed it. He then lifted the white bear battle armor, noting its considerable weight, which imparted a sense of formidable strength and robust defense. This armor was indeed unsuitable for ordinary individuals. Donning it would significantly enhance one's defensive capabilities, albeit at the expense of increased physical exertion and reduced speed. Only those who had undergone rigorous training or were mutants could wear it. The white bear battle armor was exclusively issued to frontline commanders, underscoring its significance. Putting on the armor was not cumbersome, and Lin Yu donned it swiftly. In that moment, he emanated an aura of authority and lethal intent. The armor glimmered with a phosphorescent sheen, with reinforced protection at vital areas. Tactical gloves adorned his hands, while black armor protected his elbows and knees. The armor's chest and back offered the most extensive and robust protection, crafted from a material akin to stainless steel. While the interior was composed of specialized ballistic fabric, a fierce image of a white bear adorned the chest, exuding an imposing presence. Additionally, a helmet was included, perfectly sized, equipped with goggles and an oxygen mask that fit impeccably. The white bear battle armor bore no flaws, as it was indeed reserved for those of command level. However, if Lin Yu's actions were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract unwelcome scrutiny, particularly from those who have served in the military and are aware of the true identity of this battle armor. Yet, Lin Yu could enhance the white bear armor, thus providing a plausible explanation. Others would not question it, and should any malicious intent arise, he would deal with it decisively. Especially now, as Lin Yu finds himself in dire need of such armor, with the increasing prevalence of ghostly shadows. He must bolster his strength to confront the impending dangers of the apocalypse. Lin Yu set the white bear armor aside for the moment, choosing not to don it just yet, as he planned to wait until the enhancement of his innate attributes was complete before enhancing the armor. As night fell, a biting chill enveloped the air. Lin Yu tossed 2 pieces of wood into the fireplace, watching as the flames consumed the timber, raising the temperature within the room significantly. This evening appeared to be remarkably tranquil, with only the faintest sounds breaking the silence. The anomaly detector on the table remained silent, issuing no alarms. Lin Yu stood up to stretch his limbs, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. He surmised that the ghostly shadows would likely converge at the same location as before. He could only wonder if that group would survive the night. Nevertheless, Lin Yu had provided Lin Yu and Ma Jin with 5 white-grade radiant stones and 3 blue-grade radiant stones. As long as they remained obedient tonight, refraining from opening the door or making noise, it was possible that the ghostly shadows would not attack them. The bus had been reinforced. Although its safety was not as high as that of the stone house, it was still vastly superior to that of an ordinary bus. Lin Yu approached the water tank. The water was not particularly clear. After a day of settling, some visible dust had accumulated at the bottom of the tank. In the water tank, a clear water filter is still inserted, and the water within is sufficient for Lin Yu's use for an entire week, provided he refrains from extravagance. The days of ceaselessly utilizing tap water are now a distant memory. Many have gone for days without bathing, and the scarcity of water resources is indeed acute. Within the fortress, numerous individuals face not only challenges in securing meals and sleep, but also contend with a daily water ration. After all, the water supply within the fortress is limited, and following the onset of the apocalypse, most resources have been funneled towards the more powerful factions. Lin Yu could easily surmise these circumstances. He is uncertain about Mei Sha's current situation and whether she has safely arrived at the fortress. She had mentioned writing to him, yet he remains oblivious as to when the letter might arrive. Lin Yu harbors a hope that the letter will be delivered, as it would at least signify that Mei Sha is still alive. If the letter fails to materialize, it would imply that she may have perished en route to the fortress or perhaps arrived only to find herself ensnared in another apocalypse. The dire shortage of water has perpetually spurred Lin Yu's ambition to establish a water supply system, for water is an indispensable resource. With a glimmer in his eye, he surveyed his modest stone dwelling, contemplating the construction of such a system. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, sporadic gunfire echoed in the distance, startling him into a pause. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the camp. The specter had arrived, as Lin Yu had conjectured. The specter possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Even now, he could not fathom why the specter knew his name, nor why it imitated human voices to lure individuals into opening their doors, only to devour them thereafter. However, in recent days, the specter's actions have been increasingly frequent, unequivocally demonstrating to Lin Yu that they possess intelligence. The sudden appearance of numerous off-road vehicles and buses in the town has introduced the scent of humanity into the once pristine air. As night descends, the specters will inevitably be drawn to this unfamiliar human presence. This is an unavoidable certainty. Conversely, the other survivors within the town have become safer, as the specters are concentrated near the encampment, thus precluding them from harassing the other survivors. Among those receiving protection, some have already considered this advantage. Consequently, many of the protected have been calling at the survivors' stone dwellings in the afternoon, seeking refuge for the night. Morgan had the same idea, but Lin Yu rebuffed him. Lin Yu would never permit a group of people to reside in his stone dwelling, regardless of the enticements they might offer. Lin Yu raised his tea mug from the wooden table, taking a sip as the sporadic gunfire began to intensify. They've engaged in combat. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was merely 10:30, with a considerable duration remaining until dawn. The specters have now begun to congregate in packs, their strength amplified beyond previous levels. Thus the guard force's troubles have only just commenced. A thunderous explosion reverberated. The sound was distinctly audible for several kilometers. Lin Yu exclaimed softly, surprised that the guard force had resorted to explosives. This indicates that their engagement has reached a fever pitch. Has the guard force been compelled to employ explosives so soon? After only a few minutes of fighting, it is evident that the number of specters cannot be merely 1 or 2, but rather a multitude, potentially ranging from a dozen to 20. Such occurrences have never been witnessed in this small town before. Although Lin Yu has encountered them and remains unfazed, Yenda and his companions have surely witnessed this terror. One cannot help but wonder if they will survive the night. I must check on them tomorrow, as their abundant supplies would be a shame to waste. Chapter 087. The terrifying assault of the specters at the campsite. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The ground was violently thrust upwards, creating a massive crater, with dirt and debris soaring to an impressive height of 7 or 8 meters. In an instant, one specter was obliterated into minuscule fragments, its dismembered limbs suspended momentarily before crashing down chaotically. Several off-road vehicles were arranged in an unusual formation, flanking 2 buses at the center, which housed the primary protected individuals. Not far away stood another bus, where Ma Jin and his companions huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, not one daring to utter a sound. The interior of the bus was steeped in silence, save for the intermittent, faint sounds of breath. A group of students lay flat on the ground, their wide eyes reflecting sheer terror. In a corner, Lin Yu clutched a white-grayed luminous stone in her hand. A pale luminescence seeped through her fingers, her bone-white digits gripping the stone with a desperate intensity. The luminous stone remained unchanged, indicating that the specters outside had not yet approached. However, the harrowing sound of the explosion sent waves of panic through everyone. The specters had indeed manifested, and the guard team was engaged in combat with them. Boom! Another tremendous explosion erupted. 2 more specters were instantly propelled into the air, one crashing heavily to the ground, its fate uncertain. In a fully equipped off-road vehicle, a commander clutched a walkie-talkie, a submachine gun at his hip, his countenance reflecting extreme dismay. Jiaokua, didn't you assert that the number of specters was minimal? Our buried landmines have detonated, and there are at least a dozen specters outside. As he concluded his statement, Jiaokua's grave voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. Our intelligence was provided in earnest, but we didn't anticipate such a multitude of specters. Now is not the time for recriminations. How many landmines did you deploy? The commander gripped the walkie-talkie tightly. 7. They triggered 2, and perhaps 3 were obliterated. That's not entirely unfavorable. Endure a little longer. Endure? Simply endure? What alternative do we have? I cannot emerge at present. Rest assured, the specters cannot breach the off-road vehicle. It has been fortified, has it not? At most. Tonight will be rather raucous. Damn it! The commander exclaimed in anger. He had believed that this small town harbored few specters, and with luck, they might not encounter any throughout the night. However, it was only a little past 10 in the evening, and already a dozen specters had appeared nearby. No one knew from whence these specters originated, and a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. What if there were even more specters? The commander lifted a corner of the curtain, his gaze instantly turning horrified. He observed that more specters had emerged outside. They triggered the prepositioned landmines, obliterating several, and the specters now seemed even more enraged. The commander discerned the apparitions clearly as they surged forth from the mist with astonishing velocity. These phantoms were towering, their terrifying visages adorned with 2 blood-red eyes that perpetually radiated a malevolent glow. Lacking lips, their gums lay exposed, with sharp fangs tightly aligned, glimmering with a chilling light. Their bodies were shrouded in black feathers, and their arms were excessively long, nearly reaching their knees. Their claws, reminiscent of a bird's talons yet magnified many times over, instilled an unsettling dread. Suddenly, 3 of these specters charged toward an all-terrain vehicle. The soldiers inside, their pupils dilating in alarm, swiftly adjusted their weapons and unleashed a hail of bullets. The gunfire erupted with a fiery flash, and the projectiles flew wildly, striking one apparition and causing it to tremble violently, its black feathers bursting apart as blood splattered forth. Each vehicle was equipped with 3 firing ports, one on each side and one atop. However, the soldiers dared not open the top port, knowing that doing so would invite a swarm of the phantoms. After eliminating one specter, a soldier finally exhaled in relief. But scarcely a second had passed before a resounding crash reverberated through the air. One of the phantoms violently slammed against the window, its terrifying arms unleashing a formidable force, causing an ear-splitting sound as the entire vehicle shook violently. The soldiers within were tossed about as if they were a small boat adrift on a tempestuous sea. The violent turmoil forced them to struggle to regain their balance, only to be met with an even more terrifying impact from above. Thud! A shadowy specter leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, its claws frantically pounding upon the metal, leaving a multitude of dents and creases in its wake. Fortunately, this rugged off-road vehicle had been fortified. Though its exterior bore the brunt of the assault, its occupants remained unharmed. 3 phantoms relentlessly besieged the vehicle, rendering the soldiers inside unable to fire as the vehicle swayed violently, causing the aim of their weapons to waver considerably. Suddenly, one of the phantoms slithered beneath the vehicle, unleashing a terrifying force that overturned the off-road vehicle onto its side. Another specter flashed to the window, its ghastly visage confronting a soldier within. The soldier gazed in horror at the grotesque face, the creature's blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him, mere centimeters separating them. In an instant, the soldier retrieved a luminous stone, pressing it against the glass. A brilliant white light flashed momentarily, causing the phantom to recoil sharply. The apparition realized the presence of humanity within, accompanied by a piercing, shrill roar that echoed through the air. More phantoms surged forward. 7 or 8 shadows encircled the vehicle, launching a frenzied assault upon it. The entire structure was battered mercilessly, teetering on the brink of destruction as terrifying sounds of metal being pounded echoed around. Suddenly, one enraged phantom came to a halt, creating a gaping, thumb-width indentation at the door. With a ferocious roar, the specter's speed intensified. The terrified soldier, seizing his submachine gun, began to fire desperately. Bullets struck the phantom. Yet most found their mark upon the door itself, the shaking vehicle thwarting his attempts at precise shooting. The cacophony of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. The specter before him was injured, feathers from its chest scattering to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Suddenly, the soldier inside caught sight of a sharp claw, which penetrated through the crevice. In an instant, the specter yanked violently, and the sturdy door splintered apart, allowing a hideous, ghastly head to intrude. The soldier's face drained of color, and he promptly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the ghastly visage. In a heartbeat, that head was rendered into a sieve beneath the relentless gunfire, shattered into countless pieces. The specter collapsed heavily, never to rise again. Yet, scarcely had this specter met its demise when another one materialized ominously, tearing open its companion's corpse and lunging forth like a ravenous wolf. The soldier's pupils constricted in terror as he frantically pulled the trigger. Alas, the bullets had run dry, and in the face of impending doom, he forgot to replace the magazine. Fortunately, the radiant stone embedded in his chest activated in this dire moment, emitting a blinding white light that shot towards the specter. The grotesque face of the specter was instantly marred by extensive burn marks, forcing it to recoil in fury, flesh and blood cascading to the ground. However, the specter did not retreat. It lingered nearby, sealing the fate of those within. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, and another specter charged out, its razor-sharp claws gripping the soldier's neck. His fragile neck crumpled in the specter's grasp like clay, as it forcefully dragged him away. He beheld a ghastly face, with red eyes fixated upon him, gleaming with a beast-like fervor. Its elongated fangs gaped wide, a maw large enough to devour a watermelon. Crunch! The specter lacerated the soldier's neck, devouring it with ravenous hunger. Inside the overturned off-road vehicle, as the remaining soldiers attempted to retaliate, a multitude of specters infiltrated the space. A fiery flash erupted through the transparent, bulletproof glass as a bullet impacted a specter's abdomen. Within the confined interior, the specters were in close proximity to the soldiers. Before the soldier could discharge a second shot, a cavernous maw descended, severing his head. The crunching sounds of fangs grinding against flesh reverberated. The three soldiers inside the off-road vehicle perished instantaneously. Chapter 088. Catastrophe at the front lines. A deafening explosion erupted as two landmines detonated, eradicating two of the ghastly specters. The commander in the off-road vehicle gazed in horror, witnessing even more specters emerging from the mist. He was unaware of the number of specters that had been eliminated nearby, but an even more pressing issue had arisen. The commander seized his radio, bellowing, "Zhao, your intelligence is erroneous. Assist me. An overwhelming number of specters have appeared. The radiant stone is ineffective." Inside the stone dwelling, Zhao remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded Yinda, who stood beside him. The room was occupied not only by the two investigators, Zhao and Rinqi, but also by Yinda, who appeared ashen-faced, and several members of the guard, all displaying expressions of distress. "Yinda, what is the meaning of this? Did you not assert that there were few specters here? Why have so many manifested?" Zhao interrogated. The surrounding guard members also turned their attention to Yinda. Their presence within the stone dwelling indicated their superior status compared to the soldiers outside. With a countenance etched in lament, Yinda protested, "I swear, it's never usually this rampant. This is the first time I've witnessed such a surge." Could the reverberations from the explosion have drawn the attention of the specters within the mist? "It's plausible," responded Li Changwan. "The specters are indeed susceptible to auditory stimuli. Ordinarily, they wouldn't dare emit a sound. After the specters knock on the door, they hide in the stone house, so." Zhao, wearing an expression of detached indifference, conveyed that the predicament stemmed from Yin Da's flawed intelligence. Li Changwan's brow furrowed, his countenance betraying his displeasure. However, he refrained from venting his ire. Zhao, being a civilian liaison rather than a military subordinate, was beyond his direct authority. "So, what course of action do we pursue now? Await the dawn?" Li Changwan inquired. Zhao responded, "At this juncture, that is our sole recourse. The specters massed at the entrance are too numerous. Even if I were to venture forth, the outcome would be invariably fatal. Though visually impaired to the external panorama, they could discern the chilling concussions of the blast, the tumultuous cadence of footsteps, and the ravenous, labored respirations of the specters. These auditory cues collectively conveyed the palpable peril looming outside. Abruptly, a cry of agony pierced the air, emanating from the sector housing the protectees. Instantly, Li Changwan's brow knitted together in consternation. The scream was abruptly truncated, followed by a frenzied barrage of thuds against the door, inducing a sense of utter despair. The specters had evidently discovered additional protectees, as successive cries of anguish reverberated through the air. These protectees, unlike the soldiers, possessed negligible combat capabilities. Even those armed with firearms were often rendered ineffective by sheer terror, their shots missing their spectral targets. Moreover, the specter's exceptional velocity and savage strength enabled them to swiftly devour the hapless protectees. The guard cannot protect everyone. It is inevitable that some will perish, a calamity beyond control. After General Li spoke, he let out a heavy sigh and grasped the walkie-talkie, resolutely stating, "Hold your ground until dawn." The device emitted only static, with no response from the soldiers within. Reluctantly, General Li set the walkie-talkie aside. He understood that as a commander, hiding within the stone shelter while his subordinates faced the phantoms outside would surely breed discontent among the troops. Yet, he had no desire to place himself in peril. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Truly weary, Fortress 44 had been utterly defenseless against the assault of the Howlers, having no opportunity to retaliate. They were classified as Level 5 anomalies. Do you comprehend the terror of Level 5? Zhao Kuo and Ren Shi could not grasp the implications of General Li's words. The deep brown of his pupils quivered, filled with palpable fear. Zhao Kuo, having fought on the front lines for months, returned to find his commander bearing such an expression. This countenance conveyed to Zhao Kuo that the front was far more horrifying than he had ever imagined. Commissioner Li seemingly spoke to himself. At the outset, we primarily contended with secondary and tertiary anomalous entities, and our efforts were relatively successful. After all, we were fortified with bastions and an ample arsenal, and our supply of radiant stones was sufficient. They did not claim many human lives. However, upon the emergence of the fourth-tier anomalous entities, I began to feel overwhelmed. The orders from my superior were to hold the 44th bastion and await reinforcements, yet I witnessed many affluent individuals fleeing at the first hint of danger. I remain uncertain as to who leaked the information. The fourth-tier anomalous entities were merely the beginning. In the span of a month, we encountered the plague, a fourth-tier anomalous entity, numerous swarms of rats stretching beyond sight. The plague did not bring merely death, it ushered in mutation. Have you ever seen rats resembling wolfhounds? Their teeth are as long as my palm, and they exude a foul stench of decay, having feasted on countless corpses. These rats have shed their primal instincts, as rotting bodies traverse the streets, infecting multitudes with the virus. Reluctantly, we initiated a cleansing operation, exterminating those afflicted by the plague. In a mere 20 days, the 44th bastion saw the demise of 110,000 souls. Zhao Kuo, upon hearing this, sighed deeply and remained silent. Commissioner Li continued, but this was not the most terrifying aspect. We had hoped that once the plague subsided, we could maintain our vigil at the 44th bastion. Yet I was unprepared for the revelation that the plague was merely the prologue. The fifth-tier anomalous entity, the Howler, had emerged. Help! The mournful cries of humanity echoed outside the stone dwelling, setting every nerve on edge, while Commander Li continued to speak, seemingly oblivious. The Howler brought not only death but also calamity, ensconced within a swirling gray vortex, moving with such velocity that it evaded capture. The tempest it conjured could effortlessly raze buildings to the ground, and the intense radiative energy rendered us powerless. Bullets and bombs proved ineffective against it. Although luminous stones could still be employed, the quantity required would need to be doubled, and we simply lacked such ample resources. In a single night, I witnessed the onset of disaster firsthand. As our first brigade was utterly annihilated, the Howler was nearly insurmountable. This was the harrowing impact of a Level 5 anomalous entity. And Fort 44 barely held out for 7 days before succumbing entirely. In truth, I did not wish to flee, yet the terror was overwhelming. Fort 44 had begun to manifest a preliminary gray domain, an area that humanity could not breach. Those who entered were doomed without exception. I was utterly exhausted by this existence. It was simply too burdensome. Commander Li sank into a despondent state, his eyes devoid of vitality, resembling a marionette, listlessly staring into the void before him. Zhao Kuo rubbed his forehead, his expression laden with sorrow. Commander Li, we will prevail. You must believe. Commander Li scoffed derisively. Have you ever witnessed hundreds of thousands of corpses before your very eyes? If not, kindly refrain from speaking. Yes, Zhao Kuo replied in a subdued tone. Chapter 89. A tear for aberrant creature. The plague steed. The discordant cadence of hooves echoed through the air, an ominous symphony of approaching doom. Within the confines of the stone dwelling, the occupants remained oblivious to the encroaching peril. A shared glance of profound trepidation passed between Zhao Kuo and Rinqi, their eyes mirroring the dread that gripped their hearts. Plague steeds. By the heavens. Tier 4 aberrant creatures. The plague steeds had arrived. Curse this timing. Could the specter have drawn them forth? Who could fathom the reasons? A phalanx of plague steeds materialized on the periphery of the hamlet. Veiled by the encroaching mist, only the relentless drumming of hooves broke the silence. Their advance was measured. Yet with each stride, they materialized in a different location, as if traversing the very fabric of reality. The arrival of the plague steeds instilled a palpable tension among the survivors. Soon, they were upon the encampment, drawn, it seemed, by the spectral presence. As the mist dissipated, a ghastly tableau unfolded before their eyes. A colossal warhorse emerged from the gloom, its head ravaged by decay, skeletal remains exposed to the elements. Its ribcage, a stark white lattice, offered a glimpse into its putrid innards, which exuded a nauseating miasma. Upon its back sat a headless figure, a decapitated cadaver swaying precariously in the saddle. The macabre scene inspired a primal dread, a palpable aura of death permeating the air. With a metallic clang of its iron-shod hooves, one of the plague steeds lurched forward. Behold, its form seemed to evanesce into nothingness, only to materialize several meters away in an instant. A specter, its head snapping towards the plague horse, emitted a ferocious roar, clutching the remains of a human cadaver in its grasp. Viscous blood cascaded from the severed torso, while the specter's maw was filled with shredded flesh. A scene evocative of the infernal depths. The plague horse remained silent, one of at least 7 that had emerged from the fog, each standing in solemn stillness. The specters ceased their assault on the humans, their attention now solely fixated on the plague horses, their crimson eyes burning with animosity. Sensing the ominous presence of these anomalous creatures, with its head bowed low, the plague horse emitted a soft snort, twin plumes of vaporous breath escaping its nostrils. Despite its cadaverous state, with extensive decay ravaging its body, it possessed the uncanny ability to breathe like a living beast. In a sudden surge of movement, the plague horse advanced a few paces, triggering an inexplicable phenomenon. It instantaneously appeared beside the specter, defying comprehension. The specter, which had been intently observing the plague horse, was caught off guard by its sudden disappearance and reappearance at its side. Once more, the plague horse snorted, releasing twin jets of vapor. The specter lunged, its razor-sharp claws aimed at the plague horse's head. Abruptly, a series of cracking sounds reverberated through the air. The specter's movements were severely hampered, its joints grinding and creaking. Soon, grotesque, worm-like tendrils of gray mist began to spread across its horrifying visage. A thick haze swiftly enveloped the specter, forming a grotesque mask. The specter stood frozen in place, maintaining its terrifying visage. The specter emitted a chilling shriek. Bang! It collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The plague steed had vanquished a specter, yet none knew how it achieved this. It merely flickered beside the specter, exhaling 2 streams of white vapor. And the specter was rendered immobile before meeting its demise. Humph! Another plague steed exhaled 2 puffs of vapor and took a few steps, mysteriously vanishing from sight. Clang! The sound of iron hooves striking the ground echoed as this plague steed appeared next to another specter. Almost identical in form, upon the steed's arrival, the specter attempted to attack it. Yet, as the steed exhaled 2 streams of vapor, it vanished before the specter could strike. When the specter regained its senses and sought to slay the steed, its body became frozen, a mist resembling earthworms manifesting upon its face. The gray haze gradually coalesced, like a ghastly mask shrouding the specter's visage, and in the next moment, the specter fell to the ground, lifeless. After the specter's demise, it too emitted a haunting shriek. The remaining specters, witnessing this, lunged toward the plague steeds. The 7 or 8 plague steeds surged into action almost simultaneously. Within mere minutes, one by one, the specters collapsed, utterly defeated. Hiss! The remaining specters silently retreated, fleeing into the mist. Once all the specters had escaped, the plague steed approached. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and began to consume the fallen specter's remains on the ground. The cadaver of the specter was distinctly visible as it cascaded from the equine's neck into its stomach, where only fragmented internal organs remained within the ribcage. A subtle peristalsis commenced, indicative of digestion. The equine consumed its meal deliberately, the specter's cadaver proving arduous to masticate. After a protracted interval of several hours, the equine finally devoured the specter. Subsequently, one of the equines raised its head towards an SUV. With a snort, twin plumes of vapor emanated from its nostrils, and the metallic clatter of its hooves resonated as it advanced a few paces before vanishing. Gunfire erupted from within the SUV, the vehicle convulsing violently as the equine directly contorted it. The equine lingered for a mere instant before swiftly disappearing, now bearing a moribund human in its jaws. With another snort, twin plumes of vapor billowed from its nostrils. The equine, with the human corpse in its grasp, commenced a deliberate and unhurried consumption. Several other equines converged, encircling the scene, their heads bowed as they collectively devoured the lacerated human. Limbs were torn asunder with a rending sound, the sinews separating and viscera spilling onto the ground. An equine consumed a crimson heart, while the decapitated corpse on its back swayed subtly, suffused with an ethereal red luminescence. They fed with measured pace, the headless cadaver maintaining its gentle undulation. After several hours, the equines had completely consumed the human, their bellies distended, replete with dismembered limbs and severed appendages. The plague horse departed from the encampment, its heart filled with satisfaction, and ventured into the heart of the mist. Not a soul dared to utter a word. Everyone remained silently huddled within the carriages. Some were unaware of the events that had transpired outside, but with the darkness still lingering, none dared to emerge. They didn't even dare to peek through the curtains, fearing they would be spotted by the aberrant creatures lurking outside. Chapter 090. Secondary Innate Attribute. True sprint at the break of dawn. Chief Li pushed open the wooden door of the stone house. The scene that greeted him caused his eyes to widen in disbelief and anger. A considerable number of vehicles near the encampment had been destroyed. Several off-road vehicles lay overturned on the ground. The vehicles were battered and scarred, bearing numerous uneven and deep pit marks. In the distance, several corpses lay scattered, reduced to mere skeletons. Of the landmines buried in the ground, 4 had been triggered, leaving 3 still intact. Fortunately, they had previously marked the locations and could now unearth them. Chief Li approached a vehicle that was still relatively intact. He rapped on the door and wearily called out, "It's me, Li Zhao. It's dawn. Open the door." The soldier inside cautiously opened the door. His face was filled with terror, his complexion pale, his lips tinged with cyanosis. He clutched a submachine gun in his trembling hands. Chief Li reassured him, "It's over now, it's past. The specters are gone, we can return." Chief Li. Yesterday, a level 4 aberrant creature, a plague horse, appeared. What? Chief Li's expression immediately turned grave, and he urgently inquired, "What happened?" Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi hastened their steps to catch up, having indeed heard the clangorous sounds the previous night, though they remained ignorant of their origin. None dared to open the door to investigate, for such an act might invite calamity, spelling doom for all. The soldier who witnessed the entire spectacle struggled to compose himself, his heart still racing with dread. It was indeed a plague horse, he affirmed. I had encountered its description in the archives. How is it possible that a Class 4 anomaly has manifested here? Commander Li turned to Zhao Kuo, whose face mirrored his own astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. According to regulations, a Class 4 anomaly should be an impossibility in this location, he exclaimed, before urging the soldier, "Relate the details to us with precision." Commander Li's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. Turning to Ren Qi, he instructed, "Ren Qi, make the necessary arrangements here. I must document this event." Zhao Kuo promptly produced his paper and pen, his gaze fixed intently on the soldier, eager to capture every detail. The movements of anomalous entities are notoriously unpredictable, yet their appearances often followed discernible patterns. It was imperative that they relay this incident to the Postal Service for comprehensive monitoring. Ren Qi nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by Yenda, proceeded to retrieve the remaining personnel. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, still shaken by the ordeal, glanced at the radiant white stone nestled in her palm. Its luminescence persisted, showing no signs of fading. "Safe," she murmured, a wave of relief washing over her, leaving her feeling utterly spent. Ma Jian, with considerable effort, managed to stand. Despite the perilous circumstances of the previous night, The bus had remained unscathed by the anomalous creature's assault. They had only been subjected to the horrifying sounds of carnage, the agonizing cries, and the cacophony of explosions and gunfire. The experience was etched indelibly into Ma Jin's memory, a nightmare he would never forget. Lin Yu also heard the clanging sound, yet it was too distant for him to discern its source. Moreover, he could not possibly open the door to investigate. The anomaly detector on the table had remained entirely calm throughout the night, consistently registering a safe value of 20. The battle from the previous night had been exceptionally fierce, lasting well into the early hours, yet thereafter, not a whisper of conflict echoed through the air. Had the specter consumed everyone? Lin Yu found this notion rather implausible. After all, they were armed individuals, including seasoned soldiers and investigators. Physical attacks could indeed vanquish the specter, making a total annihilation unlikely. However, the specter's vengeful nature was formidable. Once harmed, it would surely pursue retribution without relent. Doubts lingered in Lin Yu's mind, compelling him to seek the truth of the situation soon. At that moment, a notification appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Talent attribute enhancement complete. His second talent attribute had finally been upgraded, and he eagerly glanced at the system message that emerged below. Talent attribute, true dash, level, intermediate, special effect. Each time you run or jump, you will gain 1 instance of true dash, triggering a significant speed enhancement. As the system notification concluded, Lin Yu felt a peculiar energy manifest within his body. This energy circled around him before dissipating into his abdomen. Simultaneously, he sensed a lightness in his form, as if his control over speed had received an all-encompassing enhancement. This enhancement not only signifies an extraordinary acceleration, but also embodies a mastery over angles and focal points. Lin Yu shook his hands and legs, slightly crouching, instantly feeling an exhilarating surge of energy akin to an arrow poised to be released. This sensation was one he had never experienced before, now imbued with a delightful sense of acquiring a peculiar power. My secondary attribute has been fully enhanced. It is now time to augment the white bear armor. The military-provided armor is already commendable. Further enhancement will undoubtedly allow it to conform even more seamlessly to my physique, achieving a flawless fit. Approaching the white bear armor, Lin Yu concentrated, and a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to enhance the white bear armor? Enhancement time, 15 hours and 3 minutes. Enhancement initiated. Enhancement in progress. Having made his choice, Lin Yu transported the white bear armor to the basement. He donned the black trench coat from the chair, secured the battle axe at his waist, and took 2 radiant stones before slowly making his way to the stone chamber. As Lin Yu traversed, he soon encountered a grim sight. The camp lay before him, a scene of utter devastation. The ground bore the marks of landmine explosions, and 3 off-road vehicles were utterly wrecked. The doors had evidently been forcefully torn apart by some monstrous entity. The occupants within had surely fallen prey to these aberrations, and a considerable number of weary individuals gathered near the camp. A dozen soldiers from the guard unit stood vigilant with firearms beside a bus, and Lin Yu spotted Yenda and Zhao Kuo. At this moment, Zhao Kuo appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument with a military officer, the exchange evidently intense. In the vicinity, Margan was seated with his students beside the tour bus. Presently, individuals were gradually proceeding towards the encampment. Lin Yu discerned Zhang Zhihui and Sister Lai among the arrivals. To Lin Yu's astonishment, Sister Lai was accompanied by 2 comely youths, who appeared apprehensive and remained close behind her. Sister Lai, however, was beaming radiantly. Before long, Lin Yu encountered Sister Lai, who still sported her characteristic explosive hairstyle and carried a firearm. Upon spotting Lin Yu, she greeted him with a cheerful salutation. Well, look who's here. Are you escorting someone? Where are your companions? Sister Lai, what are you alluding to? What companions? Lin Yu sensed something amiss. The 2 youths behind Sister Lai appeared bashful and averted their gaze upon seeing Lin Yu, their demeanor betraying certain intimacies. Don't feign ignorance. Weren't these fellows desperately seeking lodging yesterday? I accommodated them for the night, and naturally, they had to reciprocate with certain favors. What about you? Didn't you bring along a damsel or 2? Sister Lai exclaimed with exuberant gestures. Lin Yu was rendered speechless and turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhihui, who apparently had also provided accommodation in his residence. No, I'm alone, safe and sound, Lin Yu stated succinctly. Indeed, safety is paramount, but it lacks excitement. Your Sister Lai has no grand aspirations. I live one day at a time, seeking pleasure each day. It's as simple as that. Now then, what's your name again? Sister Lai inquired, addressing one of the fair youths beside her. I'm called Wu Hufan. Hey, you're quite skilled. If you're not leaving today, come visit my place again. The other youth glanced at Lygia, astounded. You too? You're here for this, too? All right. The youth uttered softly, his face flushed. Chapter 91. Penetration within range. Lygia sensed the gaze that made her blush and turned to Lin Yu. They came of their own volition. I'm hardly coercing anyone, am I? Hearing this, the two youths beside her lowered their heads even more shyly. This is the apocalypse. You heard the gunfire last night, didn't you? I brought them here to see what happened. It's becoming increasingly perilous. What do you think? Lygia gestured toward the several conspicuous SUVs not far away. See those? Everyone inside is dead. The two youths glanced over nervously. Indeed, there were bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been cleaned. But there was no need to wipe away the bloodstains. The people were dead, not even corpses remained. Witnessing the tragic scene, the two youths sighed in relief. Although they had done things they shouldn't have last night, they had survived, hadn't they? It was the right choice. Lygia wasn't as boorish as she appeared. She was quite gentle. Lin Yu glanced at Lygia. I'll head over first. Okay, I'll go take a look too. The two parted ways, and Lin Yu walked down another path, soon arriving at the encampment. He saw Zhao Kuo and Chief Li arguing, both red in the face. I know nothing about this white bear armor you speak of. It's impossible that I stole it. Chief Li, you're mistaken. Zhao Kuo reprimanded sternly. The official Li, unwilling to concede defeat, spat vehemently. Damn it. Who here dares to steal from us? Don't even suggest it was the Phantom who took it. Can the Phantom don battle armor now? I never claimed the Phantom was the thief. Your own people have sticky fingers. Why come to me? Zhao Kuo retorted. Are you insinuating our own are pilfering? You witnessed last night's chaos. Not only were there phantoms, but also the plague horses. Let us not pretend your intelligence isn't flawed. Why would our people steal? How could they even wear it? It cannot possibly be them. Zhao Kuo gestured towards the group of students by the bus. Li, refusing to even glance in their direction, bellowed, Can they wear it? The white bear armor was never designed for ordinary folk. They wouldn't even be able to run in it. What would be the point? To await death? Frustrated, Zhao Kuo shouted back. How the hell would I know? I'm here to assist you, providing you with luminous stones and supplies. My sole mission is to escort you back. The loss of the white bear armor is none of my concern. None of your concern, you say? You conspired from within and stole my armor. Li insisted relentlessly. The two erupted into a furious exchange, their tempers flaring. Lin Yu paused, quietly observing the ongoing dispute between them. This was indeed promising news. The matter had not been exposed. Lin Yu silently approached the stone house of Yenda, noticing him busily engaged within, unaware of his exact activities. At that moment, Lin Yu caught sight of the bus not far away. Lu Yu squatted on the ground, nibbling delicately on a compressed biscuit, a half-empty bottle of water in her hand. It might be worth asking her. She could possess knowledge beyond yesterday's ghostly ambush. Lin Yu appeared to saunter over casually. As he approached Lu Yu, she happened to glance up, her cheeks bulging with biscuit. Her fair face was stuffed with the treat, her straight and high nose lending her features a striking three-dimensional quality. Her large, glistening eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Lin Yu, a flicker of anxiety shimmering in her dark, luminous gaze. Lu Yu was not wearing a mask, and it was only now that Lin Yu comprehended why she always did. Traversing this apocalyptic landscape with such a beautiful visage was indeed perilous. Having overheard the quarrel between Zhao Kuo and Officer Li, Li now appeared quite flustered upon seeing Lin Yu. Why you're here? She stammered, hastily swallowing the biscuit in her mouth. This place is dangerous. You need to leave quickly. Her urgency was palpable as she squatted like a frog, urging Lin Yu to depart, creating a rather peculiar scene. There's no need for concern. I am a resident here, simply passing by to gather some supplies. You may call me Lin Yu. No need for sir, he reassured her. Lin Yu. Oh, understood. Did you hear that? Lu Yu inquired, her voice trembling as Lin Yu crouched down beside her, whispering, Yes, I heard it. Have we been discovered? Lu Yu cautiously surveyed his surroundings. It was only a matter of time before they would discover the truth. He simply did not expect it to happen so soon. The off-road vehicle clad in the white bear battle armor had been destroyed. They would not have been observant otherwise, but it was indeed a remarkable coincidence. This matter is known only to you, me, and Teacher Ma, correct? Yes, just the three of us. No one else is aware. Rest assured, we shall never speak of it. Revealing it would mean our demise. I understand. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. Apart from the spectral shadow last night, what else transpired? I heard the sound of the plague horse. Indeed. Lin Yu nodded gravely. It is said to be a level 4 anomalous creature. Initially, the spectral shadow attacked us, but then the plague horse arrived. The spectral shadow was no match for the plague horse and was devoured by it. The plague horse also claimed some of our people, though I am uncertain of the exact number. A level 4 anomalous creature makes this place exceedingly perilous. Lin Yu acknowledged, stating that he had not encountered such a creature before. Do you know how the plague horse kills? Lin Yu pondered for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his bright eyes, and quickly replied, It is said that it moves with incredible speed, vanishing from one spot and reappearing right beside you. I have not witnessed it myself, only heard the accounts. However, it is true that the spectral shadow could not defeat the plague horse, as the latter possesses a higher rank. It moves swiftly, disappearing in an instant. Is this not akin to spatial flickering? Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Lin Yu had not seen the full scope of the situation, nor could he analyze it accurately. Yet, based on Lin Yu's words and the anomalous ranking of the plague horse, it was not difficult to surmise that this creature was far more terrifying than the spectral shadow. If the plague horse could indeed vanish in place and then reappear wherever it desired, then the effect of the stone house would be rendered futile. No. Could the plague horse penetrate? Lin Yu immediately inquired, Can the plague horse pass through walls? Lin Yu, with her head bowed, suddenly recalled something after a moment and pointed towards a nearby off-road vehicle. Look, doesn't that car appear to be expanded by some force? It wasn't the work of a ghostly shadow, so it must be the plague horse. Lin Yu followed Lin Yu's finger and indeed saw that the damaged off-road vehicle was covered in scars, with uneven marks all over. Only the roof had been pushed up, resembling a large bulge. Lin Yu averted his gaze, his expression turning notably grave. Chapter 092. The stolen battle armor and the missing person. Just as Lin Yu pondered the plague horse, a gunshot suddenly echoed through the sky. Bang! Not far away, Commander Li fired a shot into the air. His face was contorted with fury as he glared at Zhao Kuo, who furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of his intent. We must locate the white bear battle armor today, otherwise, no one will be allowed to leave. I don't care who stole it or what happened. If you hand it over, I can act as if nothing has occurred. If you fail to produce it, don't blame my bullets for being indiscriminate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo glared back at Commander Li with indignation. We have little time left, let us not squander it here. If we do not leave now, do you intend to wait for the ghostly shadow to appear tonight? A glimmer of scorn flashed in Commander Li's eyes as he remarked, If we must wait, then so be it. The white bear battle armor will not simply vanish without reason. Someone must have taken it. The local courier is Yenda. Inform everyone in the town that if it is returned, we can discuss matters amicably. I am willing to pay for its return. However, should it be discovered through my search, the consequences will be dire. Yenda stared at Commander Li in astonishment, not anticipating that he intended to search the homes of the town's survivors. This would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction among them, possibly leading to conflict. We are not in an era of peace where one can act with impunity. Their arrival in the town had already stirred discontent among some. Now, with the intention to conduct searches, it would certainly complicate matters for Yenda. Despite his position as a courier, he could not arbitrarily search others' residences. Yenda's gaze shifted toward Zhao Kuo, his eyes pleading for assistance. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow and retorted, You are wasting everyone's time. What if nothing is found? Shadows and plague horses have already appeared last night. I do not have the luxury to indulge in your games. Commander Li fixed Zhao Kuo with an intense stare, declaring, I have no time for games either. Do not presume I am unaware of the sordid affairs at your post office. Mind your tongue. In an instant, Zhao Kuo's fury ignited, and the atmosphere between them grew tense. Yenda quickly intervened, grasping Zhao Kuo's arm, aware that one party was an investigator from the post office, and the other a warlord from the front lines. Neither was to be trifled with. Yenda found it peculiar that the white bear battle armor had mysteriously disappeared. Convinced that there must be deeper secrets at play, Director Li relentlessly fixated on Zhao Kuo, which struck Zhao as rather absurd. Did you truly suspect that I had pilfered your white bear battle armor? Zhao Kuo was completely unaware of the situation, perceiving Director Li's behavior as mere harassment. Suddenly, with a cold smirk, Zhao Kuo declared, Very well, if you seek something, I shall accompany you. However, I shall not concern myself with the number of lives lost tonight. Furthermore, this is the stone house of the post office. I kindly ask that you return to your vehicle this evening, as there is insufficient space here. Upon hearing Zhao Kuo's words, A chill ran down the spines of several soldiers beside Director Li. Had they not been in the stone house last night, they might well have fallen victim to the Spectre's assault, and perhaps it would have been them who perished that morning. The Spectre showed no regard for rank. This was clearly an attempt to make things difficult for Director Li. Fine, I shall not occupy your stone house. We must uncover the truth today. If we retrieve the white bear battle armor by noon, I shall consider this matter resolved, as though nothing had transpired. Suit yourself. Zhao Kui scoffed, turning away without a shred of mercy. Yenda stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react, while Director Li glared at him, convinced that the post office had orchestrated a scheme. The white bear battle armor, a product of military research, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Should the post office acquire it for their own studies and modifications, it would become their trophy, a scenario Director Li would not permit. Summon everyone. Do not claim I have not given you ample time. With that, Director Li stormed off in a fury. Yenda, filled with indignation, could only watch the retreating figure of Director Li, rendered speechless. Last night, they truly did not steal the white bear armor. As darkness fell, no one dared to venture outside. How could anyone possibly commit theft? This perplexed Yenda immensely. Not far away, Lin Yu silently gazed at Lin Yu, having heard every word exchanged between them, as did the others present. What should we do now? Are you certain that only you and Ma Jin were aware of this yesterday? Lin Yu replied softly, of course. How could I let anyone else know about such matters? However, I did not anticipate that the vehicle carrying the white bear armor would be attacked by a ghostly figure, leading to its discovery. So what now? Lin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to devise a suitable plan. If they truly searched his home, they might indeed uncover the white bear armor. Moreover, Lin Yu could not allow the soldiers to conduct a genuine search of his residence. There were too many secrets within. Should they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, his strength could be easily exposed. Just as Lin Yu pondered, Zhao Xiaoshu suddenly rushed over from a distance. He did not notice Lin Yu, instead heading directly towards Officer Li. His hurried demeanor was unmistakably that of a snitch. Lin Yu and Lin Yu exchanged glances, and Lin Yu quickly grasped the situation. Yesterday, Meng Haitao had perished. As anticipated, Zhao Xiaoshu anxiously reached Officer Li, exclaiming, Officer Li, we have a missing person. His name is Meng Haitao. At that moment, Officer Li's mood was as dismal as could be. The loss of one person was scarcely different from the death of another. The superior merely instructed him to escort the protected individual back to the fortress, without stipulating the necessity of ensuring everyone's safe return. In this apocalyptic phase, no one can guarantee the safe entry of all into the fortress. The demise of many is inconsequential, as long as some return alive. Can't you see I am preoccupied? Missing? If they are, then go find them. Commander Li bellowed, startling Zhao Xiaoshu into a shiver. And no, Commander Li, it is my classmate who is missing. He could not have left on his own, I suspect. I suspect it is related to the white bear armor. Perhaps he stole it. What did you say? Commander Li seized Zhao Xiaoshu by the collar, his face twisting in disbelief at the realization of a traitor within his own ranks. Think carefully before you speak. Why would Meng Haitao steal the white bear armor? Zhao Xiaoshu had no idea why Meng Haitao would resort to such theft. He simply recalled this matter and connected it with Meng Haitao's absence from the previous day, thus feeling compelled to express his thoughts. Trembling under the grip, Zhao Xiaoshu looked up at Commander Li with a sorrowful expression, saying, I only asked him to keep an eye on Teacher Ma's group. I have no idea why he hasn't returned. Meng Haitao could not have just run away. He is either dead or has been framed. Ma Jian. Commander Li's grip loosened, casting Zhao Xiaoshu aside. He then turned to the two fully armed soldiers beside him. Follow me. We shall find Ma Jian. Yes. Chapter 093. The tormented spirit Lin Yu cast a glance at the resolute Lin Yu beside him, his profound gaze exuding an air of dominance. Will Master Ma speak? Lin Yu replied firmly, no. Go and find Master Ma. Tell him that he must not reveal anything, for otherwise, we shall all perish. Urge him to hold on. I will resolve this predicament. All right. I shall seek out Master Ma immediately. Lin Yu, I apologize. I never anticipated such a situation would arise, causing you trouble. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshu was quite the nuisance. Lin Yu's eyes fell upon Zhao Xiaoshu, who had just risen from the ground, vigorously brushing off the dust from his clothes. Zhao Xiaoshu was far more cunning than he appeared. The immediate connection he made between Meng Haitao's disappearance and the white bear battle armor was telling. This individual was undeniably troublesome, and the most effective way to deal with such troubles was to eliminate him. However, Lin Yu could not personally take action. as it would expose his possession of the white bear battle armor. To discreetly dispose of a person, one must resort to alternative methods. Lin Yu gazed at the boundless, overcast sky, sensing that waiting any longer was not an option. You must go quickly. Do not allow them to reach Master Ma first. Just say it was my instruction. Understood. Lu Yu turned and dashed away, swiftly disappearing from Lin Yu's sight. At that moment, Yinda unexpectedly spotted Lin Yu, a flicker of delight crossing his features as he approached with quickened steps. Lin Yu, what brings you here? I have something to discuss with you. Yin Da's words evoked a thought in Lin Yu, one that he found somewhat amusing, causing a bitter smile to grace his lips. Criminal suspects often revel in returning to the scene of their transgressions, indulging their illicit desires. Though Lin Yu did not steal the white bear armor, the matter was inextricably linked to him. The white bear armor was housed within Lin Yu's stone abode. He had two objectives for his visit: to discern the events of the previous night and to ascertain whether the situation had been unveiled. As anticipated, the specter indeed descended upon the living, a harbinger of terror, and even more alarming, the Class 4 anomalous entity, the epidemic horse, had also made its appearance. Additionally, it became clear that the theft of the white bear armor had been exposed. Yinda, oblivious to the implications of Lin Yu's faint smile, presented a sycophantic grin. It is as follows: Lin Yu, the white bear armor belonging to Officer Li has been stolen, and we intend to interview the survivors in our small town. I understand this may be an inconvenience, yet it is merely an inquiry. Therefore, I hope you can cooperate. What do you think? Lin Yu regarded Yinda, whose face resembled a dried jujube, crinkled and adorned with a fawning smile. He never expected to encounter such obsequiousness from Yinda. While it was elegantly termed an inquiry, it was, in essence, a search. Yinda was eager to resolve this matter swiftly to bid them farewell. The guard squad could remain for no more than a day, and there was a looming possibility of further casualties by nightfall. If only the survivors would acquiesce, this ordeal could be laid to rest. Thus, Yinda felt compelled to maintain his ingratiating demeanor toward Lin Yu. He is a postman, not a deity. He cannot command everyone to undertake tasks they are unwilling to perform. Lin Yu did not hastily refuse, but instead posed a question. What about the two investigators? What do they say? Upon hearing this, Yinda became flustered and sighed. Both officers are quite irate. They came to escort the guard team and were supposed to leave this morning, but now they have been delayed. I am truly at a loss. You know, those of us caught in the middle have it the hardest. We are absent when the spoils are divided, yet present when labor is required. We are worse than cattle or horses. Lin Yu dismissed Yin Da's lamentations. How could he claim to be absent during the feast? Wasn't his identity as a postman derived from such circumstances? Shifting the topic, Lin Yu remarked, as for the investigators, if you need to summon others, feel free. I have no time to assist you. I still wish to hear their opinions. Well, Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi are in the stone house. They will certainly provide a response shortly. Do you know? Last night, a Class 4 anomalous creature appeared here, which is a grade of exceptional biological anomaly. If such entities persist in the town, it signifies that this place is no longer suitable for human habitation. I understand. I heard about it just now. But why does the presence of a Class 4 anomalous creature render this area uninhabitable for humans? Yinda, with a tone of resignation, replied. Class 4 anomalous creatures are far more terrifying, yet that is not the crux of the issue. The most critical aspect is that the lethal nature of Class 4 anomalies follows a bizarre logic, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Remaining here will only lead to further loss of life. And what about Class 3? Is it not the same? Your words suggest that the number of fatalities here is not significant. Lin Yu countered, eager to extract more information from Yin regarding the danger levels, which he did not fully comprehend. Following the emergence of level 4 anomalous creatures, the townsfolk might evacuate, rendering Yin Da's role as a postman redundant. He could then relocate to another town or return to the fortress to disclose secrets to Lin Yu, which would not be of great concern. Yinda continued. Level 3 can also result in the demise of survivors, albeit with less severity. We possess the Radiant Stones, and just a few days ago, the Red Rock Fortress announced the availability of white-tier Radiant Stones sufficient to fend off specters. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The existence of the town serves not solely to produce more Radiant Stones, but also to act as an early warning system. As postmen, we are tasked with the exchange of supplies between the fortress and the town, as well as the transmission of intelligence. You have likely observed that anomalous creatures tend to target the town first, followed by the fortress, thus granting the latter a moment of respite. Of course, not all anomalous beings adhere to a fixed route. Some may take detours. The number of towns is limited, and while you are relatively safe, I am the primary overseer of monitoring. Otherwise, the post office would not have equipped me with the Iron Watch, designed for surveillance of the outer realms. Yin Da's words echoed Lin Yu's suspicions, illuminating why the role of the postman had been established to painstakingly deliver supplies to the town's residents, ultimately positioning them as the first line of defense against the anomalous creatures. This strategy would enable the early detection of the creature's lethal patterns and the gathering of vital intelligence. Survivors are but bait beneath the calamities of nature. Lin Yu gazed at Yin Da, sensing that there was yet another matter left unspoken. What distinguishes the luminous stones we carve from those sculpted by the fortress? Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Yin Da's face. He opened his mouth, paused in silence for a moment, and then replied, "Those who have endured suffering and torment possess a spirit that is more robust and pure. The quality of their carvings is superior and their quantity greater." Lin Yu understood, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. In this world, only those who remain sane and the mad can endure. The number of the sane is far fewer than that of the insane. Chapter 094. The rules of the plague. Horse Yin decide. I must summon the other survivors. Let us gather at the entrance of the stone house shortly. Do not leave. I shall return swiftly. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, having no intention of departing. What lay ahead was to observe how the investigator would respond. Should the guards insist on searching the stone house, Lin Yu would need to devise alternative strategies. He arrived at the entrance of the stone house, and before long, others began to assemble. Given the gravity of the situation affecting the entire town, a considerable number of individuals had come. They donned peculiar garments, each bearing an odd expression, weapons in hand, unmistakably survivors from the wilderness. The entirety of the town's survivors had gathered, though a small fraction had not. Regardless of the events that transpired here, there would always be a segment of individuals who would refuse to comply with arrangements. Zhang Zhihui and Old Li approached, with Zhang Zhihui shouldering a shotgun, while Old Li appeared empty-handed. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man of modest stature, exuding an air of lean wiriness. He donned a tattered military uniform, with a submachine gun slung across his back and a curved saber hanging from his waist. His combat gloves and boots were impeccably arranged, though they bore signs of wear. The angular contours of his face were accentuated by prominent cheekbones, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, revealing him to be a seasoned survivor of the wilderness. Lin Yu, this is Zhang Li, whom I mentioned to you earlier. If we venture into other cities in search of supplies, Zhang Li can offer his assistance, having undertaken such expeditions numerous times before. Upon spotting Lin Yu, Zhang Zhihui hastened over to introduce Zhang Li. Zhang Li regarded Lin Yu with surprise. Not expecting someone so youthful, he had presumed that a person named Lin Yu would be a seasoned veteran as well. Yet, rather than dismissing Lin Yu, he found himself increasingly intrigued. Lin Yu stood taller than the others present, at least over 1.8 meters, clad in a black trench coat, which appeared bulging at the waist. Zhang Li surmised it concealed either an axe or an entrenching tool. Individuals wielding such weapons typically possessed considerable strength, and given Lin Yu's physique, he should hold a significant advantage in close combat. However, Zhang Li noted the absence of calluses on Lin Yu's hands and any signs of training, which puzzled him. Could it be that Lin Yu was not proficient in melee combat? Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, no one would carry a weapon they were unskilled with, for danger lurked at every corner, necessitating perpetual readiness for battle. Lin Yu left an indelible impression on Zhang Li. Hello, Lin Yu, my name is Zhang Li, and I am also a resident of this small town. I haven't visited much before. You should be aware that the items in Yenda are quite expensive. Thus, I often venture out alone in search of supplies. As he spoke, Zhang Li smiled and nodded, though his facial expression appeared somewhat rigid, giving off a peculiar vibe, as if he had lost the ability to manage his expressions. Lin Yu responded with a smile. Zhang Li was indeed a resourceful individual. He was well acquainted with the local terrain and frequently explored the area, possessing extensive knowledge of several nearby cities, as well as the locations of resources, weapons, and the presence of anomalous creatures. Teaming up with Zhang Li for supply expeditions was undoubtedly a wise decision. There was an incident last night involving a level 4 anomalous creature, a plague horse. I came to investigate because I am puzzled by its sudden appearance, Lin Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li understood that winning Lin Yu's favor would not be a simple task. The initial piece of intelligence was crucial. It served as a prerequisite for Lin Yu to assess whether Zhang Li had the capability to lead a team. Zhang Li explained, indeed, the plague horse is a level 4 anomalous creature. Its methods of attack involve blinking and moving. Blinking and moving? Zhang Li's words caused several people, including Lin Yu, to furrow their brows. As none of them had encountered a plague horse before, they had merely heard of it. Zhang Li nodded and elucidated, indeed, the pestilential horse can flicker into existence at any location within its line of sight. The range remains ambiguous. In any case, it cannot manifest over extensive distances. The presence of moving living entities incites a predatory instinct within the pestilential horse. Upon first sighting it, I advise refraining from sudden movements and observing for a moment. Should the pestilential horse initiate an attack, one must flee without hesitation. It is well known that the creature consumes at a lethargic pace. Implied within Zhang Li's words was his awareness of the previous night's assault on the guard squad by both the ghostly specter and the pestilential horse. The means to vanquish the pestilential horse involve utilizing landmines and high-caliber weaponry, essentially setting a trap. However, once the pestilential horse materializes, a creeping gray mist emanates from its back, which swiftly infects nearby entities. Once infected, survival is utterly bleak. This affliction is not solely effective against humans, but also against other anomalous beings. Strangely, the black insects seem to exhibit immunity to this method of attack. Given our mobility, it is quite challenging to establish traps after the pestilential horse appears. Typically, traps are preset in anticipation of its arrival. Thus, upon encountering the pestilential horse, our immediate course of action is to retreat. After articulating this, Zhang Li regarded Lin Yu. His explanation had been exceedingly clear. This was also Zhang Li's inaugural demonstration of his prowess. He had encountered the pestilential horse and possessed knowledge of both its extermination and evasion methods, insights that would elude the average individual. Zhang Li's discourse not only affirmed his capabilities, but also extended an olive branch to Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered. Moving objects incite the desire for attack in the plague horse. It can flicker at close range, and upon appearing before an attacking entity, a mist of creeping gray will manifest. This mist can infect, and any object that succumbs to the infection is destined for demise. Thank you for this intelligence. It is of utmost importance. Zhang Li chuckled softly, noting that even investigators might not be fully aware of such matters. I only discovered it after several observations. Having ventured out frequently before, if the plague horse remains here for an extended period, we must vacate. Its prolonged presence will spell death for all. As the flicker can penetrate walls, the stone house offers no refuge. This encapsulates the terror of a level 4 anomalous creature. Despite humanity's possession of advanced weaponry, including nuclear arms, we remain unable to vanquish these aberrations, as they operate beyond the bounds of reason. While some anomalies can indeed be eliminated with conventional weapons, others possess the ability to warp through space, defy radiation, and resurrect after death, rendering these peculiar abilities a source of profound frustration for mankind. At that moment, the door of the stone house swung open, revealing two figures, Zhao Kuo and Ren Qi. Zhao Kuo surveyed the gathered survivors before the stone house and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have two announcements to make." About 70 to 80 individuals stood before him, each gazing expectantly at Zhao Kuo, the one who had summoned them. Without a reasonable explanation, none would be satisfied. At that juncture, Yinda approached, breathless, positioning himself behind Zhao Kuo. Draped in a black cloak, Zhao Kuo stepped before the crowd. The matter at hand was as follows. Yesterday, the guard squad lost a set of white bear battle armor. I am uncertain how it was misplaced. Could it have possibly been taken by a phantom and subsequently discarded by the roadside, only to be discovered by the residents of our humble town? If this is indeed the case, I propose that it be returned, as it is a military asset. In exchange, I shall offer 5 white-grade radiant stones on behalf of the post office, and we can consider this matter resolved. Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Kuo's gaze swiftly traversed the assembly. Lin Yu regarded him with calm composure. The white bear battle armor resided within his stone abode. Yet it was not he who had taken it. Lin Yu felt no twinge of guilt. Had he felt any, he would not have dared to approach. The 5 white-grade radiant stones were insufficient to cover the price he had paid, and he discerned that Zhao Kuo seemed oblivious to the true value of the white bear battle armor. The expressions of the crowd varied. Yet Zhao Kuo detected no subtle shifts in their countenances. His powers of observation were commendable, but no one revealed their true feelings. Very well. It seems it was not taken from our ranks. However, The guard squad wishes to inspect your homes, and we hope for your cooperation. They assure us that compensation will be provided. At this proclamation, discontent rippled through the assembly. On what grounds do they wish to enter our stone abodes? What gives them the right? What if they carry contagions? I refuse to allow my home to be tainted with disease. No entry for strangers. That is the rule. Humph. If they wish to enter my stone abode, they shall first contend with the firearm I hold. How dare they treat us as if we were mere clay to be molded at their whim? Damn it! Amidst the cacophony of curses, Lin Yu empathized deeply, recognizing the collective animosity against the scourge of warlordism. Zhao Kuo, however, wore a grim expression, fully aware that such sentiments were futile in these tumultuous times. This was no era of peace. The world had descended into chaos. Any rash actions could lead to unforeseen consequences. In this apocalyptic reality, laws and equality had all but vanished. People fought ferociously over a morsel of food, bartered their dignity for a shard of radiant stone, and even took the lives of companions for a mere weapon. Zhao Kuo had witnessed these atrocities far too often. The sight of starving corpses was commonplace. But the true horror lay in the streets teeming with the undead. Death had become a familiar specter, and the survivors in the town had grown accustomed to the sight of lifeless bodies. Taking a life was now a trivial matter, especially when the fault lay with the guards. The sound of their grievances buzzed around Zhao Kuo like a swarm of mosquitoes, leaving him speechless with frustration. Although he held the title of investigator, he knew better than to offend the townsfolk. Should his superiors learn of any discord, he would surely face repercussions. The town served a purpose beyond mere refuge for survivors. It was a hub for intelligence and the procurement of radiant stones. The relationship between the post office and the military was tenuous at best, often bordering on competition. Enough. I understand. I will accompany Commander Li. Zhao Kuo raised his hand to silence the uproar. Damn it, let them leave. They only bring trouble. A burly man spat in anger. Exasperated, Zhao Kuo retorted. They'll be gone by tomorrow at the latest. If they refuse to leave, I will. Their fate in the wilderness is not my concern. After finishing his words, Zhao Kuo continued, do not berate yourselves. Fortress 44 has been rendered completely obsolete. In the future, we will encounter more patrols passing through here. It is unavoidable, after all. Fortress 11 serves as one of the sanctuaries. There is another matter I must announce. Last night, more specters emerged, and a level 4 anomalous creature. The plague horse also made its appearance. As an investigator, it is my duty to inform you of these developments. This place is becoming increasingly perilous, and I personally do not oppose your departure. However, venturing to other towns carries its own dangers. You may consider going to Fortress 11 at that time. You can travel with the patrol. I will oversee security matters, but it will cost 10 silver coins per person. This price is not exorbitant. I can assist you in obtaining identification for Fortress 11, which would grant you formal residency upon arrival. For those without silver coins, luminous stones can be exchanged at the same rate. 10 silver coins? That amounts to 50 azure-grade luminous stones. Why don't you just rob someone instead? Another exclaimed. Indeed. By the exchange rate, we would need 10 white-grade luminous stones as well. How could we possibly have that many? Curse it, never mind. Zhao Kuo lamented, gazing at the survivors. This group was notoriously stingy. Unless forced into a dire situation, they would be reluctant to part with their coins. At this moment, Zhang Li whispered from the side, I know a way to get to Fortress 11 for half his price, though it lacks the identification. However, once inside, there are other methods to obtain it. Lin Yu whispered, how do you even know the scalpers? Zhang Li replied, isn't it because of the residents from the small town? After the appearance of those anomalous creatures, they migrated to Fortress 11, and now they specialize in the scalping business, thriving in abundance. One cannot say that there is no profit to be made in the apocalypse. Those with a commercial acumen can find opportunities anywhere. Truly remarkable. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, even in the apocalypse. At that moment, an idea struck Lin Yu. Zhang Li, do you know how the radiant stone is formed? Why does this rune suppress anomalous creatures and even inflict harm? How is this substance manufactured? Lin Yu had attempted several times to enhance the radiant stone, yet to no avail. He could not comprehend why this was the case. As if this object did not belong to this world. The radiant stone was the only item Lin Yu could not enhance. Zhang Li chuckled softly, admitting that he had pondered this question countless times. It is said that the radiant rune is not something that humanity could have invented. Just look at this radiant rune. It bears no resemblance to a weapon, yet it effectively counters the specters. Some claim it is an extraterrestrial artifact, while others assert it is a state secret that has existed since ancient times, merely lying dormant, as if the government anticipated all of this. An enormous conspiracy indeed. Zhang Li squinted thoughtfully. However, I believe both of those theories are incorrect. I am more inclined to believe in another explanation. What is it? Lin Yu inquired. A group of enigmatic individuals tirelessly delves into the study of radiant runes, those of azure, alabaster, and crimson hues, each representing a distinct system. Their serendipitous discovery has led to this classification by color. Otherwise, why not use terms such as primary, secondary, and tertiary? Thus, it can be concluded that radiant runes are a recent invention, each one an unparalleled masterpiece. These runes are immutable, incapable of advancement, and have been unearthed from another realm. They do not belong to this world. Lin Yu's gaze sparkled with insight. While Zhang Li's assertions might not be entirely accurate, they nonetheless illuminated Lin Yu's understanding of the radiant runes. They are singular, fixed, and are the pinnacle of creation. Chapter 096. A veil of deception. Once Zhao Kuo finished speaking, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. This served as a precautionary measure, despite their grumbling. They were now acutely aware of the situation. Zhao Kuo sought to avoid trouble, wishing only to navigate through the day unscathed. The loss of the white bear armor had little bearing on him. The real loss lay with Officer Li, not the postal investigator. With one hand on his hip, Zhao Kuo wore a nonchalant expression, indifferent to the world around him. Yet, a few lingered behind. Zhao Kuo's offer was not unreasonable. Accumulating 10 silver coins was feasible, especially since he could also provide the fortress identification. Some individuals loitered near the stone dwelling, likely waiting for the crowd to thin before negotiating with Zhao Kuo. Zhang Li cast a disdainful glance at those lingering, truly believing that a trip to the fortress would secure their sustenance. Such notions were indeed fanciful. A fortress is akin to an encircled city. Those within yearn to escape, while those outside crave entry, and existence itself is a torment. The true suffering lies in the absence of wealth. Zhang Zhihui interjected, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Li. Indeed, those devoid of financial means endure a life of endless drudgery within the fortress, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. Although they are spared from the threat of aberrant creatures, their living conditions are far from satisfactory. Should an invasion by such entities occur, it is invariably the lower class that bears the brunt of the calamity. Take, for instance, Fortress 44, where millions are confined within a colossal cage, and those who manage to escape are but a mere handful. Individuals like Zhao Xiaoshu and Ma Jin are considered privileged within the fortress. The majority of humanity has regrettably become sustenance for the aberrations. Lin Yu harbored these thoughts, yet he pondered the well-being of Misha, who, as a physician, ought to possess some utility within the fortress. Surely, her circumstances could not be dire, but Lin Yu had yet to receive any correspondence from her. Had she truly arrived safely? He remained at the camp, his gaze fixed upon Ma Jin, who had just disembarked from an off-road vehicle. With arms crossed and an air of fatigue about him, his disheveled attire suggested he had endured considerable hardship. Lin Yu's attention then shifted to Lin Yu, who stood anxiously beside the bus, her eyes trained on Ma Jin inside the vehicle, as Commander Li had summoned him for a discussion. The military's memory restoration techniques are no trifling matter. Zhang Zhihui cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, following his gaze to Lin Yu beside the bus. Her striking beauty was immediately apparent, though she possessed a certain aloofness, her arms crossed protectively, and she was deliberately concealed by oversized athletic attire. However, a gust of frigid wind caused the garments to cling to her curvaceous figure, revealing the smooth, delicate skin exposed to the elements. Her bangs were swept upward by the breeze, disarranging her raven tresses in an instant. Her eyes, large and round, were more captivating than typical almond-shaped eyes. Despite the mask, her allure was undeniable, easily meriting a 9 out of 10. Should the face beneath the mask prove to be as pure and enchanting, she would undoubtedly be a flawless beauty. Hey, they're staying tonight. Lin Yu, you could invite her to your stone house. A girl like that is a rare find. If you miss this opportunity, you may never get another. Protecting beautiful women is our duty as men. This remark elicited chuckles from Zhang Li and Old Li. Even Sister Lai had summoned 2 handsome men to keep her company the previous evening, let alone the others. They were all men, and none would pass up a chance for pleasure. Surviving in the post-apocalyptic world was already a challenge. The stone house offered both safety and warmth, as well as sustenance. Sacrificing something in return was of little consequence. Many girls were simply too shy to express their desires. but a few words of persuasion would be enough to secure their compliance. In the adult world, everyone understood the unspoken rules. Zhang Zhihui, assuming that Lin Yu was enamored with Lin Yu, urged him, "Go for it, brother. While an extra person does pose a slight risk, with enough luminous stones, there's nothing to fear. Just keep the noise down at night. I have some spare luminous stones. How about I give you 2? Zhang Zhihui believed that Lin Yu was hesitant due to the inadequacy of the luminous stone and feared that bringing a stranger home would attract the attention of the specters. Thus he remained indecisive. Lin Yu replied, "Thank you, but that is not my intention." "Alas, what a pity." Zhang Zhihui responded, "Very well, let us proceed." "Damn it. The guard squad might come to my house. I must conceal the luminous stone well, or I'll shoot them on sight. Let us go, let us go." Old Li chimed in. Zhang Li glanced at Lin Yu and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Lin Yu replied, "I have some matters to attend to." Zhang Li averted his gaze, and the group exchanged glances, each catching the concealed mirth reflected in the other's eyes. "All right, we shall leave first." As they departed, conversation ensued. Lin Yu, still youthful, felt too bashful to voice his thoughts, likely engaged in an internal struggle. After all, it is often uncomfortable for a man to broach such topics for the first time. Indeed, one cannot simply say, "Hey, beautiful, come over tonight and keep me company." Such directness would not do. A more subtle approach was necessary. "Fair maiden, it is dreadfully cold outside, and with specters lurking, it is perilously unsafe. There is ample space in my humble abode to shelter you for the night." Haha. Lin Yu's ears perked up, catching every word of their conversation. With a resigned demeanor, he approached Lin Yu. "Hey, beautiful." Lin Yu inquired, "What?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "Tonight, you." He chuckled. Lin Yu responded, "What is it? Will there be any crises today?" Lin Yu approached and whispered, "It's nothing, merely a ruse to throw others off the scent. I specifically came to find you, and rest assured, someone is indeed watching." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instantly grasped the underlying meaning. Just as Lin Yu had indicated, beside another bus, Zhao Xiaoshu and a few others crouched on the ground, their gazes flickering uncertainly. Several times, their eyes landed on Lin Yu and Lin Yu. "Yes, they have been speculating about us, but you must trust me. I cannot divulge anything." "Ah, Teacher Ma has arrived." Lin Yu turned to see the weary figure of Teacher Ma, who had just endured a beating. "Lin Yu." Ma Jian hesitated for a moment, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as they met Lin Yu's. "Did you say anything?" Lin Yu inquired. "No. Rest assured. I could never reveal anything, absolutely not." "Well, what did they say?" Ma Jian replied dismally, "Zhao Xiaoshu reported me, and they will come looking for me later. I am now the prime suspect. Meng Haidao's death is too suspicious. He could not have strayed from the group. What if they find Meng Haidao's body? They won't be able to find it. There are many black insects here at night. They will consume a dismembered corpse." Lin Yu said fearfully, "I heard that Director Li is going to search the stone house. What if? Don't worry, I will clean it up thoroughly." "Teacher Ma, can you tell me what Zhao Xiaoshu mentioned?" Megan emitted a sigh. "Indeed, I am uncertain. They would never confide in me with the truth. But they already harbor suspicions towards me. Given that I do not possess the white bear armor, it is highly probable that their suspicions will shift towards you." "Understood." Lin Yu responded with placidness. "What is to be done now?" Lin Yu inquired with urgency. "Allow me to contemplate," Lin Yu articulated, before turning and departing.